The Aegis of Champions. Over the span of a decade, the finest Dota teams in the world have fought, struggled, pushed beyond all possible limits for even a chance to claim this eternal prize. And throughout, the faithful supporters have followed, eager to bear witness at the International. And like the competitors they cheer for, lay their hearts on the line. When powers last met in Shanghai, reigning champions defended their hold on the Aegis for the first time. They forged a new legacy as the other established powers could only chase behind. Now, they've earned the chance at the impossible. A third consecutive title within sight. As we gather at last in Bucharest, nothing is certain. The wisdom of the old order is now in question. And many await the birth of a new paradigm. 8 teams battle for ultimate glory. Only one can seize immortality. Who will emerge victorious? The battle begins.
Welcome to beautiful Bucharest, Romania. We are at the National Arena, ready to kick off day number 4 of the main event of the International 10. And oh my goodness, the Dota 2 has been so tough, so tense, and basically better than we've ever seen it before. My name is Frankie Ward, and you know what? I want to hear from you. So, hashtag TI10 on all the usual social platforms, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. We want to hear from you, and I know Casey in particular is stalking all of your social media, so send her some nice messages from me, please. Now, as I just mentioned, the Dota's been incredible. So why don't we take a look back at the action from day 3. Welcome to day 3 of the main event of the International 10. We're here in Bucharest, Romania at the National Arena, and we are ready for more heartbreak and more heroism on the grand stage. The question is, who is going to be securing their place in this tournament?
I mean, you talk about Elder Titan, I feel like Magnus feels like the hero of the tournament right now, in a lot of ways.
He is doing very
Getting
well.
through a lot, as you see the overwhelming blink comment. We didn't even catch that on camera, but a lot of damage being done by T1. And it looks like the Fiend's grip is there, as GG's will come out for game 1. This was a shellacking, Cinderin. Yeah. And T1 up 1-0.
As no need to sugarcoat it, really. That was just...
Yes.
That was not even close. Okay,
Makes a lot of sense. Nico Baby. He gets off his ult. They're just going to try to withstand it. FNG and company have come to help out as well. Sliderfist doing so much damage. FNG again dead. No big surprise. There's the Searing Chains now. Nico Baby trying to stay alive, but it looks like the right clicks will come through. 23 Savage getting that one with the BKB activated, and they're not done yet. Looks like Hansking is next on the list as S4 and Alliance are starting to crumble here, Cinderin. T1 looking primed to take this series 2-0.
They're going to try and find VG. They're going to go with the zip and straight over there. Counterplay, Ori is just gone. Arben, they'll lose the Aegis, but they don't care about the siege. They're more than happy with this sort of a trade, as Old 11 also taken down on the front of it all. Now the chase comes out from Arben. Straight over the wall to do some Poyo will be able to remove the chains with the Manta, but they're still trying to dive in onto him over to the side. The tree is cut, DY hits the ground. You've got Arben just diving into the base past the tier 3. Chains are back up. He's going to be able to kill them and do some Poyo then. Get back out of there. DY cut down as well by Crit. They found Arteezy. Drag back onto Artur, they'll blow him out quick with a finger, that's the Aegis gone.
They've got the Wukong right on top of him too.
Sonic wave from Mori, pushing back Fly, so Fly won't be able to get back over and help out. Jump forward onto Arteezy, pops the refresher, the BKB is trying to run. Another use the refresher shot and the refresher on mute, but he can't keep himself alive. He's out, 2 minutes. Ready to try and set up maybe with the Wukong's command, Arteezy.
DY's hurt. 11 starting to commit for the
They're
match.
going to have to help him. He's had to put the BKB. Arteezy now looks to turn. He's into the monkey kick. PYW goes down. Instant buyback from PYW and Ori jumps in. Quick burst off Crit. Crit goes down. Poyo is in with the shadow step. Looking for Ice. Arteezy trying to sail top on 11. Look at the bashes in the roof, but Arteezy is pulled back by the Remnant. Arteezy goes down. They jump up to the high ground. 3 to 4 down on EG. Only Arben getting out of there is Vici Gaming. They have all the space in the world now to push down mid.
JT, all right, he's looking for initiation. We'll jump over onto the TN and follow up. Okay, they'll get the heal. Oh, the swap though, coming up from Zai, buying enough time, but they do a lot of damage over onto this Monkey King. Are they actually gonna take down Montu? They take down Montu. JT throwing up the arena, doesn't want to let Zai go. Zai's going to come back up again. That's life number 2 as they do manage to hold copy over into the arena. Yapzor is back though. Anisha clicking away. Fly, he's trying to get out. Oh, look at the damage! They take down Ollie. Anisha is mad fighting everyone to get the kill on Kaka. JT on the low ground, he can't get back into his home. And they're going to take down Fly too. Are they going to be able to go in and save Montu is the question. It's pretty damn difficult. The Echo Slam though coming out from Zai. They turn again. Again, they just take down Fly. No buyback on the Spectre. Beautiful sleep coming out from IG, but Secret, they don't care. They're going to take a short little nap after that, and they're going to go right back in and get ya. Kaga's next to fall. Emo just gets thrown around by these Gale Force winds. The GG comes out. Team Secret just looking too damn dominant.
Still again 10k gold into the lead there of LGD, but the Remnant in. They're hungry. They want to find these kills. As they walk forward wide, gonna be controlled. Fate Beyond. BKB out from DM though, goes in biz afterwards. Broken. Oh, it's controlled. Echo done. The break on the Tide Hunter, absolutely beautiful from DM. And now the grip on the Ame. They want to kill him in time. Do they have enough? No. Ame with the turn. Ame, are you kidding me? What in the hell was that? Ame lives, but then finally goes down. One last hit. Oh my goodness, save. You did it to him. They did find that Oracle, but can't quite get the kill. And just like that, why it's going to live through it. A godlike spree. And, well, you churn around with the Winter's Curse, the Torrent afterwards. One by one, they fall, and LGD will not be denied. GG is called. We got 2 teams in the upper bracket finals that are looking unstoppable.
What a day, gentlemen. Thank you so much for joining me on the panel this morning. Lizard, Avo, and Lacoste in the end there. What you writing, bud?
I got some notes, I got some drawings as well, can't show it. I was peeking, trying to steal some of my notes, but it ain't happening, bro.
Are there any jokes in there? Can you maybe
No.
global silence, echo slam, nothing like that?
Come with those up on the spot.
No.
I would love to issue you a challenge at some point. I want you to draw a picture of a panelist. I'm going to guess who you've drawn, and then we'll judge your art skills.
All right.
Get this man some crayons. Okay, here we go. Well, should we have a look at the bracket while Lacoste takes on this very important mission?
I'll show it later.
Peeking.
All right, then. Here's our overview of the main event. As you can see, unfortunately, we have had to say goodbye to some teams. Evil Geniuses, I have to say, most shockingly, Avo.
Yeah, I mean, that was a team that many people expected, honestly, could be one of the winners of TI. And I think they just got a really tough opponent. I think Vici was to me the winner of TI. I put them either them or LGD. After the performance, I thought LGD was probably looking a bit better, but they're one of the top contenders, so I think they just got honestly a bit unlucky with the brackets.
And we've got a dream matchup as well in the upper bracket for our upper bracket final. That's coming up tomorrow. That is Secret versus LGD. I mean, people were predicting this as the grand final, and it still could be the grand final because whoever loses that goes to the lower bracket final.
It's not a huge upset. Secret winning versus IG so easily with 2-0 yesterday, however, just shows how incredibly strong and in form they are at the moment. This is also their highest placing at the TI yet, and they've steadily improved over the years. Can't remember what position they took first, but now they're top 4, and it's the best one. You could see Papi and Abs were just hugging out. They were extremely excited and happy about it.
Yeah, I got to do my first proper in-person Dota 2 player interviews yesterday, and it was amazing to kind of get to witness Zai just shaking with emotion because it was his echo slam into the dire base that really led to Secret being able to close it down in just 2 games. And yeah, I have to say, I was just like incredibly emotional and I was shaking myself by the end of it as if I could actually have done that. Obviously, I know I couldn't, but it's fine. I get to witness the greatness from the sidelines. It's a privilege of the job. Out of today's matches, gentlemen, is there anything you're particularly looking forward to? Do you want to have a look at what the matches are? We are going to have a look at them again later, but I'm just wondering if we can jump ahead because I'm genuinely so excited about today. And we do have a brilliant matchup coming up first. It is OG versus Spirit, then T1 versus Vici, and of course VP versus the winner of Spirit versus OG. So there's a really tough lower bracket fight today before we return to the upper bracket tomorrow. Avo, which one of those? Be biased.
Honestly, T1 Vici. I think there's always a bit of a grudge match, we can say, you know, with Master Ku and any Chinese team. There's always that little tension between them. I think T1 is one of the top teams in this tournament right now. Their style is wonderful to watch because of their dominance in team fights, and Vici is the opposite. Vici is the trapping style, the waiting, the patiently making the right decisions in the late game. I mean, we saw it yesterday. Vici against EG was, that second game, it was incredible, and I feel like we can get something similar from T1 Vici.
I need to ask Picasso on
Yeah, for me, Team Spirit against OG, I think this might be it, because, you know, OG, if they get eliminated, they're done. Their 3-peat dream is gone. And if Team Spirit wins, because they've been the second best team in the Eastern Europe, which means that if they win this match against OG, they will be playing against Furnace Pro. And I think they want to prove, you know, that they are the best ones.
You said that we can be biased, so Team Spirit versus OG, we actually have 6 Eastern Europe members on this matchup, as OG's coach is also Slavic. He's Misha from ex-Team Spirit, so it's going to be a very interesting one.
So, which side are you on?
I still believe that OG can take it, but the Cinderella story with Team Spirit keeps me a little bit on their side.
The other thing is, so if OG wins, they've still got the chance of the 3-peat. But then if Spirit wins, we get a CIS derby. And those playstyles are compared so frequently that I just want to see which one is better on that main stage. I can't help myself. But you know what? What I can help you with right now are some videos. We are going to check out some reasons why members of the community, some you know, some you might not know, play Dota.
I play Dota because I want to be the best at the hardest game ever created.
Я играю в Доту, потому что там есть Boots.
它呢是一个可以增进友谊的游戏，非常讲究配合和操作，利用团队合作呢，然后达到胜利。
I play Dota because it fills my competitive need and I get to play mind games with others.
因为生活中的事情对我来说都太顺利了，想给自己增加一点难度。
I play Dota because somebody needs to carry slacks.
我打Dota是因为我喜欢竞技游戏给我带来的这种成就感吧。
I play Dota because it makes me feel alive.
Я играю в Dota, потому что лучшей игры на компьютере я так и не нашел, хотя и долго искал.
I play Dota to stack camps and learn how to be a better teammate, while also playing the heroes that I want to play, whether they're good for the game or not.
Я играю в Dota, потому что каждый матч является уникальным, и огромное количество событий, переменных, каждый раз дарят все новые и новые эмоции.
最后也希望所有刀2的玩家工作学习顺利，身体健康。谢谢大家。另外后期的小哥哥小姐姐，最好能把我的脸皮瘦一点，谢谢。
me look slimmer.
I would love the guys in post-production to make me look not pregnant, because that would make my life look a lot easier. If you could also make me feel not pregnant, would very much appreciate it. So guys, if we can get on with that, that would be great, because this is the International 10. There's nothing we can't do, right?
Yeah, I would like post-production when I play the game after I finish my pub game to edit my score. You know, maybe add a 1 in front of my zeros to look like I actually did something in the game.
Change the color from loss to win, maybe.
Yeah,
put a lot of green in your history. Yeah.
Can I drop Moxie in it, please? I was playing a match with her, and you know how afterwards it asks you to rate the game, and it's got like the good and the bad, and one of the options is, I played well. And I said, oh, I might tick that one. And Moxie went...
I always do that. Like, I always have to compliment myself to feel better after the game.
Yeah.
Exactly. Give yourself that commendation. You lasted through 45 minutes of a spanking. You might as well give yourself some self-care. Now, if you guys want to treat yourselves, then the secret shop is now open. Head to theinternational.com theinternational.wearenations.com. I'm getting my forward slashes and my dots mixed up, but it's on the screen, so you've got no excuse not to have a little browse and treat yourself to something special, because I know you, and I know you deserve it. And yesterday, we deserved some excellence from Team Secret, and my God, we got it, because Puppy has been coming to this event now for 10 years, the only player to do it, and he's still pulling off enchantress plays like the one he did at the very first TI. Should we have a look back at what happened yesterday?
Sounds good.
All right. Here's a little highlight cast by Moxie and Purge.
He gets his heal off, likely going to survive, and that was the case there, easily.
Emo having to use that X marks the spot, but there's just a creep hitting their tower here. Hello.
And solar crested, so and plus 70 damage.
What is this nonsense? Get out of here.
That was actually a lot of damage.
Yes,
it was pretty impressive.
It was.
All right, now he's
we're
got
sending another one.
Time for some shards. Here they come.
All right, here we go. I'm gonna cut that wave. Send the big old boy over here.
Dude,
oh my gosh! Look at that. He's done some.
My God, he did
Puppy.
Throws the stun out so his opponent can't
And the
deny.
bottom lane though, they find a kill on Zai.
All right, they get something out of the map. That's good. 25 seconds though before Earthshaker comes back, and he's still gonna have his spells. So not a bad loss there for Secret.
Explain to me what was happening there.
Adventures of the Mud Golem. It's a new storyline that's being introduced into the game. Would you like Mud Golem to be a hero, Abel?
Yeah. Yes, Lizard. I would love for Mud Golem to be a hero. You know, I think most of the creeps, to a degree, they have personalities, right? You know, I think there's storylines for the creeps if you've played Dota for a long time.
Yeah, Kobold is definitely the one holding the golden chalice. I don't think anyone can beat that creep. I want this one to be a hero. I don't care about the spells. I just want to see them. You know, I pick Kobold. That's it.
Me too.
So Dota has creepy fanfiction.
Oh, 100%. Oh, no. Actually, right. They have creep fanfiction and also creepy fanfiction, but mostly creep fanfiction.
And then creepy fanfiction.
Right.
Yeah, all above board. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Honestly, what time is it in the morning here? It's like not even 10 a.m. yet. Honestly, Avo.
Sorry.
Yeah.
My mind went to the Kobold.
Bringing the tone of this disc down, so I think we need to bring it up a little bit, because our friend Friday Night Yakuza is hanging out with his friend Casey. Let's check in with them.
Thank you so much. It's Friday night, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to TI10, and I am Casey. Pay attention. Hey, are you ready?
Whoa. Where are we?
We have a set, my friend. We are on the main stage, and I thought you guys might want to see what it's like to walk out to the booth to play at the International. Casey, you want to walk with me? A little teammate? You're my little support.
Can I pretend I'm one of the players?
Absolutely. I don't care what you do. All right, let's do the walkout, Casey. Follow me. Here we go. This is how I would walk out if I...
John Travolta called.
Can you hurry, please?
John Travolta called. He wants his suit back.
Oh, that's very cute, Casey. Of course you wouldn't understand the May-Mays. I'm going up, Casey. Follow me, girl. Look fancy, just like a player. We're going up. Here we go, to the booth. $40 million.
I'm on my way.
Come on. You got it. Go.
Okay, here we go.
Wave to the crowd.
I'm right behind you, buddy.
Okay.
Here we go. Oh, wait.
What's wrong, Casey?
Wait. Something. I think I'm stuck on something. Can you just like little help here?
What a terrible shame. Oh, well, you're doing great, Casey. We'll have to win the money without you. We're going to go and win all the money now. Goodbye. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you doing the dance. You might need to Google Friday Night Yakuza if you don't understand what's going on with Sir Action Slacks. It's going to give you a glimpse into his mind. Also, though, can I just say, I think that Casey should be doing the coach interviews on that stage.
Yeah.
Just sidling up to them.
I think it would take too long, to be honest. I can tell you, it's hard to run there. It's a difficult one.
Yeah, that is a good point. You could just have like the coach having to mic up Casey and her question.
Yeah, I mean, for me, Casey looked like that other-level support, maybe position 4 or 5, trying to join the team fight, but not contributing too much.
That's what happens to me when I play carry. Everyone fights without me, and I know I'm meant to jungle on my own for a bit. But then I'm like, guys, why is the kill feed lighting up and I'm not on it? It's just everyone's over there fighting without me.
It could be worse. You could be the one dying all the time, so you're contributing.
Yeah, that's the first half of the game. That's when I'm getting ganked constantly. All right, let's head over to our own radiant being of an expert. His name is Purge.
Thank you, Frankie. Yeah, the first match of the day is going to be OG versus Spirit, and the thing that really stood out to me for these two teams was how aggressively they play IO as a dual offlane, or Wisp, I should say. Excuse me. IO is really effective on the Spirit side because they pair it with Mars, which is a very strong hero for collapse. It's a potential lane dominator, transitions well for getting ganks. On the OG side, they really like to pair it with Tusk and ET generally. Those are the heroes that are going to make it just so much easier for OG to just get tons of kills because they just synergize so well with attack speed and right clicks. But on the other side, Collapse is a bit different in terms of how he plays his matches. He ends up being less self-sacrificial, really. He plays a little bit more for his team. He's a new player to the scene, but he's excellent. So keep an eye on him during the Spirit games. So with his heavy farm levels, even though he does play pretty traditional offlane heroes, he ends up just getting more gold than other heroes do and other players do. He's got the second highest average last hits per minute at the 10-minute mark. There we go. Second highest overall. First place is Whisper. So with that high net worth, what he ends up doing is a very aggressive play style. Like I said, in the laning stage, that's really important for Team Spirit. Here's an example against Elephant, I believe. They ended up putting him in the safe lane with the IO. Mira's going to play that hero very typically on Spirit. And then they laned against a Lycan, which ended up working out really well. He maxed out his God's Rebuke. He got Armlet fast. He ends up basically solo killing this Elder Titan. And usually what he just does is good things with his net worth through the laning stage, whether it's Mars or other heroes. He plays aggressive. He gets lots of last hits. That pushes creep waves. That pressures towers. And this is something that we're going to likely see contested for both OG and Spirit. Who's going to get the IO? Who's going to be able to make their offlaner feel a lot stronger? And ultimately, who's going to win the series? We don't know yet, but it's going to be coming up pretty soon. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much for whetting our appetites for this Spirit OG matchup. Yeah, panel, say thank you to Purge.
Thank you, Purge.
Thank you, Purge.
Arigato, Purge.
Hola, Purge.
When you're forced to do it.
Well, you know what, Purge, we've got a treat for you. Later on, Lacoste is going to draw a picture of you in that suit.
Okay. I will. I already have one picture drawn. If you want to see, you can guess which panel member this is. If you zoom it in. This is not his body. This.
Is that meant to be Avo?
It's a plus. That's Avo plus. See?
Oh. It looks...
It looks off.
There's a plus?
Wait.
Yeah, I actually can't spot any differences. Looks the same.
You're a man of many talents, Lacoste.
I
have to say, I'm impressed.
Yeah.
I think we call that postmodern.
He captured my essence.
He certainly captured your essence. It's just your essence is something completely different to what I thought it was. All right, I want to take a look at the schedule so that if anyone has just tuned in and seen that, they realise that we are indeed going to be seeing some Dota 2 on the broadcast today, starting off with Team Spirit versus OG. The loser will be going home. The winner will be fighting against Virtus Pro in our last lower bracket matchup of the day. And then in the middle, T1 versus Vici Gaming, potentially the closest matchup that we're going to see today, Avo.
Yeah, I'd like to. Well, actually, I am with my my Slav brothers saying that Team Spirit OG could be much closer than we think. I do feel like there's going to be a lot of back and forth there.
All of these series should be close, right?
Yes.
When you get to this point at the international, you don't have a clear favorite and a clear underdog.
I want to add as well that I think that this international might be the most competitive one we've seen. I genuinely think that there's like solid 6-7 teams that can all take the H's. Obviously, they all have to beat LGD. That's the one thing they'll have to do, but it is a very tight international.
I think you can always say that. You know, this international so far has been the most competitive, but this one in particular might be it. You know, because what I like about the meta right now and how Dota developed is that there's so many flex heroes. You can look at the draft and you can't guess where the heroes are going, which I think shows how good of a state of the game we really are in right now.
Well, tomorrow we have got our upper bracket final. It is going to be LGD versus Secret. Both of these teams look absolutely terrifying. But which one scares you the most, is it?
It's hard to say. PSG LGD have been dominant for a really long time. Meanwhile, Secret, they have a little bit of a mystery as well. They haven't really shown their hand completely. And because of that, yeah, I'd go a little bit with Team Secret. They have Puppy as well, so of course they scare you more. Like, what are we talking about here?
Everyone's terrified of Puppy and his little Bambi character.
I think that the LGD's coach is much scarier. You hear the stories about he's like, if you make a mistake, what was it you were saying, Lacoste on pants? Like, you only won by 40 kills. It's not acceptable. Like that's it.
Yeah, that's 40 push-ups right there for every member of the team, me included.
they call him Emperor.
The casters.
No, I meant for himself. You know, he's also harsh for himself.
They call him Emperor 8 in the interviews with Dove yesterday. They were saying, "Oh yeah, Emperor 8." I'm like, Emperor. He went from director to Emperor. He's become a royal title.
She told him even, guys, you can relax. He's not here. You can answer the questions in a different way.
That's absolutely incredible. A Secret. Tell me more about their coach in comparison to Shabba.
He has also been around for a really long time, but in comparison, I don't think that he dictates what Team Secret will be doing. He's more of an addition that helps out Puppy, and the full control lies completely in him.
And there's this whole like mystery around Heen, what he does. Like he doesn't. It's hard to say because you have Puppy and he's very vocal. It's his way or the highway pretty much. So I think there's a hierarchy. There's Puppy, there's Heen, and then the rest of the team. They might ask players what they want to play, but when it comes down to like decision making, who like needs to do what, it's Puppy's decision for sure.
And even if the players ask for a certain hero, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to get it. I remember the days when Yapzor would be asking for Sniper every single time. What was it? Omega League or something like that?
I believe so, yeah.
We did an interview and Yapzor is like, yeah, I keep on asking for Sniper, but it's just not happening. It wasn't the best hero.
It's not really necessarily happening for many people here, actually. I think maybe we saw Sniper once in the group stage. He's definitely been played.
There was a couple of games versus a Medusa specifically, I think it worked.
There was a time when the Sniper Axe came out recently, and what it does is it makes the Assassinate stun, and it reduces the cast point, right? And it just kind of immediate. And everyone's like, oh, this is the best hero to play for. He dominates lanes, you get the Axe, you have a great stun, and Yapzor, I believe, can probably do it. If you're 2K, you can't. Stop picking it, SEA people, please.
I'm never going to stop picking it.
Please don't pick Sniper 4. Don't become one. You start with Sniper, and then you lean into the Pudge, and then you only pick Pudge Mirana, and then you're one of those players, and then we're...
What's wrong with those players? I'm one of those players.
No.
Are you saying there's something wrong with Mirana?
No, but if you only pick Pudge and Mirana, you're not, you're just only half a support.
I mean, what?
I think the true fours are the Lion players, the ones that will sacrifice themselves for the team. That's what a real support is.
It depends if you're playing for the W or if you're playing to have fun and enjoy the game.
Yeah, but
right?
Dota's not about the win. The win. Winning is fun, Lizard.
What about if you play Dark Willow on 4?
That's great. That's fantastic. You're a true support.
That's allowed.
Yeah.
I saw your Terrorize. I saw the Centaur as well. Damn, you're on point. Like some of those plays, like, they're good.
You were watching a stream and saw her play Dark Willow?
No, the highlight clip.
There was a highlight.
Oh, there was a highlight?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Have you never watched my stream, Lacoste?
I'll subscribe. All right. I promise next month I'll subscribe. I'll be in the chat, be very supportive. Only if you play Dota.
Only if I play Dota. I have been playing Dota.
Yes.
Okay, fine. Some people might say that me playing Dota is not playing Dota. Purge included. Which is why, until I started performing on Dark Willow, he was just literally like, "Oh, you actually played a game of Dota today," and I was like, "What have you been doing for the last year?"
Yeah.
It was a compliment.
Coming from Purge, that's actually amazing.
Yeah. Have you had the side-eye voice? Does he ever give you the side-eye voice?
What's the side-eye voice?
It's the kind of, well, it's the Purge voice when he kind of looks at you and he's just like, well, yeah.
You did
it was
great,
okay.
but...
And that horn means we are so close to getting into today's real Dota 2 action, starting off with OG Spirit. And I mean, this is a matchup that doesn't really need any introduction because we have got the new kids on the block versus the team that wants to get the three-peat done. Arguably the most iconic TI winning team of all time because they're the only team to do it twice and back-to-back. Unless you think I'm wrong. Who for you is the most iconic TI team of all time, Abby?
No, I think it's OG. I mean, I think in Dota you can argue there's a couple other teams like the Prime Secret or Prime Virtus Pro that can contest the title, but for TI, it's OG. They're maybe the best TI team of all time.
When you think about the TI, in my opinion, at least three teams come to mind: Wings, OG, and TI1 Navi. Right? Navi became.
What about Liquid? I think Liquid also has a. Their storyline, the lower bracket run?
It's subjective, right? It's how you view the TIs when you were watching them, and they bring an individual story to each one of us.
Sure. Yeah, for me personally, it's kind of, OG, they won 2 TIs, but the Wings story is kind of amazing. What happened before, what happened after the team. There's always going to be this mystery. Everyone was thinking, will they ever come back and play together? And we have a couple of members playing for PSG LGD now, which makes everyone happy.
We've got Y and Faith Bian.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's very good.
I was wondering, for you, do you think also the way that you associate kind of teams and iconography with TI isn't just results, it's also on individual players as well? If there's a potential favourite player you have, you are kind of rooting for them no matter what team they're in.
We can't be biased, so we got to find the balance. But deep down inside, for whatever reason, you just love one team or a player. For me personally, I just love Young 11. He's one of my favorite offlaners. As I said the other day, the way he plays Dota just makes me happy. I like that style.
I think that sometimes when you can a team that plays as a unit, or like the OG sold the idea of friendship, right? I think Wings was a lot like that as well, where there were some players stood out more than others, but the team stood out, right? So that's a very special feeling because at the end of the day, we're not an individual game. And when OG wins 2 TI back-to-back, they talk about the idea of friendship. They're always like, oh no, we're going to pull through because we trust in each other. That to me is the most beautiful storyline.
Just having that mental fortitude is very important, but also cracking the game and figuring out what works the best at the current TI. That's the Wings story, and I believe that's the OG story as well.
Well, we are going to be going to the stage in about 20 seconds' time. So if there are 2 players to watch in this particular matchup from either side, Lizard, give us a preview. Who should we be looking at?
Oof.
Got 5 seconds.
Thompson and Toronto Tokyo.
I love it. That's why we pay him the big bucks. Ladies and gentlemen, day 4 is underway. Ladies and gentlemen, they've done this so many times before that you don't even need me to introduce them, but I will. This is Team OG. They're looking to do the three-peat and raise the Aegis for the 3rd time. And this is a team that doesn't need to be scared. They don't need to be nervous as they walk into those booths because everyone here sees them as icons. They will always be a team that can surprise you with their off-meta picks, with their surprises, the way that they take on these lanes in a way that we've never seen it before. But Spirit, they're coming out, and they're going to be coming out strong in a moment. And Team Spirit are here, and they have shown an ability to stun their opponents into submission and also keep that pace varied in their run here at the main event of TI. even managing to take a map off IG earlier this week. We last saw them powering through Fnatic for their lower bracket survival, and they'll be out to pull off another shock victory today against OG. This team is absolutely fearless, and they're here to crush some dreams, no matter who their competition is. So our teams are getting into position, and again, both teams looking like they have no nerves. They're just focused on themselves and focused on what they need to do today. And I'd love to talk a bit about Spirit first, because when you look at this on paper, they're the underdogs going into this. And in some ways, there are some similarities between these two teams, Abo.
Yeah, I do feel like Team Spirit could be called like a very young, inexperienced OG to a degree, right? They do like the team fight. They do like the chaos. Actually very Eastern European in that sense, right? I think that where they differ mainly is the experience, and this leads to OG being a very diverse team, especially in their drafting and their strategies, and Team Spirit sticking more to their guns, which actually reminds you a bit of the OG that won the majors, if you look at their strategies then.
Well, let's take a look at some of OG's tournament averages, just to kind of give you guys an idea of what we're talking about here. They don't actually have necessarily as high an average as you might expect, but sometimes that seems to be to do with the fact that OG, they don't necessarily care about results that aren't TI. I don't know if you'd agree with that, Lizard?
Yeah, that's 100% true. They had a couple of really good major runs at the early stages of the team, but after that, all that mattered was TI. The previous DPC seasons, they would pretty much skip the complete early part and just speedrun into the qualifier and go to the TI. And not a lot has changed here.
Yeah.
They were kind of forced to play in the seasons this time around, but it's the same storyline, getting their last player just before the TI, scraping through the qualifier, through the ties with Dota and getting here.
The story of OG through the DPC season, we can sum it up and say, you know, someone's late for their job, they apologize, sorry for being late, it won't happen again, and here they are. Here they are, they're ready to work.
I should clarify that those stats were actually from TI 10, but it just reminded me of the fact that back in the day when OG went into TI 7, having won like 4 majors, and then obviously bombed out a little bit early, and then maybe in TI 8 when they didn't have that pressure on their shoulders, made that memorable upper bracket run. But I do wonder if they are going to get a little bit tripped up here by the playstyle of Team Spirit, because Team Spirit, they're not a team that's going to show any fear or respect to their opponents today.
They will not. There's something completely different about the new generation of Eastern European players in a way that they're not necessarily listening to advices of the old school players. They don't care about what happened, the past. Okay, we can respect you, but this is our time. We're going with our style, and if it's wrong or right, it doesn't matter. We'll keep it at it until the end.
They'll keep their own style, and they will learn from their mistakes. This is what I like about the Eastern European teams. As we've seen in their interviews, Virtus.pro talked about it. Team Spirit, they have a bit more experience coming out from their position 5. Miposhka, and of course Silent, the old school, even the Dota 1 player that brings a ton of experience and knowledge from the game. Like the most successful teams in Dota were always the ones that had a bit of a mix with the old school guard and the new talent.
I remember a long time ago when I was coaching some of the players, I remember telling them, there was preparing for a strong team, I was saying, oh, he's very scary on this hero. And then one player came in and was like, no, correct him. He says, no. Now you're coaching, you have to understand. You can't be a fan of these players. You can respect them, you can think that they're good on people, but you can't be a fan. You can't say that they're scary or too strong or anything like that. And I think both VP and Team Spirit emphasize that idea. They respect their opponents, but they're never scared of them.
And there's an insider on the side of OG. Excuse me, there is Misha. He's now coaching OG. Just 1 year ago, he was a part of Team Spirit. It's not the same Team Spirit. None of these players are the same, but he understands Eastern Europe inside out. He's one of the best coaches that there are in the Eastern Europe scene at the moment. And he probably has a word or two to say to Notil and the boys about how Spirit will be playing.
Can we actually talk about that coach change? Because that was announced quite shortly before TI that Sox,
yeah, he still does, like he's a secondary coach for OG still. We don't know what happened, but yeah.
Well, they did say that he was going to do more things with the org as a whole. So that was partially why they were relaying some responsibility.
Oh, because I remember reading that he's still like going to fulfill the obligations of the second coach because his love for the game, still insane, but might need to do some other stuff. And I think it's also fine to bring in another like coach. Doesn't necessarily need to be like the head coach, but to have a different view of the game, to bring in some new, fresh ideas. Because Dota as a game, it changes constantly. Every 2-3 months, we see a patch, we see a big one dropping, and then you need to figure it out. Like you need to figure out how to adapt. You need someone who plays a lot, who decides to test things out, to see all these like possible combinations of the heroes, of the spells, new items, new neutral items coming out.
Well, as we're going to be going into the draft really soon, I'm just wondering how Spirit are going to cope with the way that OG likes to draft. Because I guess when you're looking at what they're picking, sometimes it's hard to know what is going to go where. I know that's a very simplistic way of looking at it, but,
it's
OG
true.
are the most
It's
flexible.
True. It's 100% true. You can't know in which way OG's draft will go. You can prepare for it, but if they hit you with the flare ball, just continue doing your own thing. Focus on what you are picking and make sure that your draft fills all the necessary things that it has to. What OG picks, that's an OG. Maybe they'll take a Tinker and just completely obliterate you on that mid lane, or maybe they'll pick a Hoodwink and be 2 levels behind.
Maybe it will be Dawnbreaker, and then their coach, before the game starts, will say, "You'll see, Thompson's crazy as his hero," and that's it. Like that's all he needs to say.
We're going to go right into the draft.
OG versus Team Spirit. Game 1.
And as we get started with the draft, I asked for Christmas. I was like, guys, can I please get a draft panel that's bigger? And it's finally happened. I'm hosting a 4-person draft panel. Santa
we
Claus
needed to bring some extra smart, and that's why Effie is here.
Yes. Now our MR altogether, the average is 2K. You did it. All right, Effie. So, good. Since you're here, I'd like to hear your ideas first. What can we be expecting here from OG or Team Spirit? Magnus? Magnus, you think is... You talked about it yesterday, about being like a top pick. Can you elaborate on that again?
I would be really disappointed if I didn't see it. It's just that it feels so strong. It feels like it doesn't even need RP anymore, right? Just horn toss skewer, and you can win a fight by yourself if you isolate the correct target. And obviously the bonus of allowing your cores to farm faster and being flexible in how you want to play in your item build and your map movements. I just feel like this is a very high priority hero.
They could get it right now. If you look at OG, they banned out the Tidehunter and the Mars. Do you think Collapse's Mars is worthy of a first phase?
Yes. Especially because of what Purge was talking about, where they run the Mars IO, right? I want to ask you two, the experts on Team Spirit, does Collapse play, Magnus?
Yeah, he plays pretty much any given hero on that offlane. He's a Giga Chad. You don't ask Giga Chad if he plays a certain hero. It's in his blood. there you go. Good call, Effie.
Yeah, with the opening Magnus, as we already know, we've seen Effie explain why this hero feels so strong. I think someone said once Magnus gets his shard, it's like a guaranteed hook from Pudge. Like it's a better version of the hook.
Jenkins said that.
Jenkins said that? Okay,
of course he did.
Of course it did. And he also said Necrophos. So... he's a man of many talents. But Wyvern also, what this hero does is split up the fight, and it's one of the better heroes against Magnus once he decides to go in with the RP. So this is like something maybe that did not want to pick straight away. Also, you have... Tiny can blow you up. Tiny, these days, they build into Echo Saber if we're talking about the position 1 Tiny, and then going into Silver Edge, so you're never going to feel comfortable as a Wyvern. But if Tiny uses a combo on one of the heroes that can't survive it, then all he does is deal physical damage, and that's where Wyvern kicks in.
That's exactly what happened last night, right? In the series, PSG LGD picked the Wyvern, and it looked pretty damn easy and simple for them versus the Tiny.
Yeah, I think with Wyvern... she's felt like more of a situational pick these days, right? Because in the past, when you would just build the Holy Locket and heal over everything, and that was pretty much your gameplay, you didn't need to do more, it felt absolutely ridiculous. But now it's become more of a niche pick in that you really do need to play it versus physical damage for it to be valuable. And they kind of made it so with picking this Prophet, right?
Yep.
there's just inherently more value in Wyvern, not only because Prophet does physical damage, but because she can actually defend the lanes that he's pushing, right? She can just sit and spam Splinter Blast.
Yeah, usually it was picked up versus the Prophet. Not only the Wyvern, you also have the Magnus. Suddenly your Sprout isn't as valuable, and your pushes aren't going to be as potent because of these two heroes that can defend easily.
I still like Prophet into Winter Wyvern because whenever I see Bane, Oracle, Wyvern, Nature's Prophet on the offlane is that hero that can punish it because you don't deal well with the summons. Early on, we're talking about Wyvern getting 2 points in Splinter Blast possibly. It's still not going to be enough, and also this is the hero that builds into silence early on, can easily TP back, so one way to control Wyvern. I don't think Wyvern's going to have a good time. We're also going to see like a backline jumper coming up from the possibly a mid lane, or maybe even like something like a Spectre to be able to deal and take out the Wyvern before the fight even starts.
On the lane, for sure. I agree completely. Like, those treants at the moment, they feel like even if you kill them, you get nothing. It doesn't matter.
Yep.
Like, you prevent him from harassing you a little bit, but it's not even worth the mana that you're wasting on them.
The only other team that was doing a first phase Prophet was actually Fnatic on Jabs. They were doing it as a 4. You think this could actually be a support Prophet for vision control?
It's very possible. I remember a couple of years back talking to Notil about the hero, and it was extremely popular on position 5 back then. And he was saying, this hero can do anything. Like, not only am I 5, I constantly have farm because I'm just sending trees around and they're pushing out waves.
You're basically farming the whole map, and the wards that you can place with position 5 treants are always going to be better than what any other position 5 can do. Seeing the Terrorblade ban, I think they might want to go for something like maybe Luna, even possibly. TA is banned out, so OG with Nature's Prophet and Tiny, they have a very fast lineup already, so they don't want to rely on any of the cooldowns, so you want to be fight ready pretty much all the time. This is how OG historically has been playing the game. We're going to run at you, we're going to create a chaos, put you out of your comfort zone, and with these 2 picks, I just see it happening once again.
I agree that OG are definitely going to go for a tempo lineup here, because if you look at the first 2 that Spirit drafted, these are team fight heroes, right? And they don't have that in OG. So they just need to win the lanes and just keep running them over, because it's going to take time for Magnus to come into play as a hero. Empower is something that over time you feel it's worth in the game, but initially you do have to sit and farm on your core for a while.
And just remember that this same Magnus that we are seeing in the first phase has been flexed for the majority of the seasons, and also at this TI has been played as position 1, has been on the offlane, so there is flexibility coming into with the mag too. Maybe some mag safe lane versus Nature's Prophet is, if he's playing that offlane role, or position 4 wouldn't even be that bad.
But I did want to add to Mira's point though, and I hope that you can help elaborate on this, Lizard, which is that this is the point that she was making was Team Spirit's playstyle through and through. The waiting to the mid game, getting that big item timing, getting farm on Yatoro, right? So maybe they're just forcing that again. I mean, that's what they've been doing this whole TI.
Yeah, I would really be unsurprised if that happened. Especially with the Magnus as well. It's very similar to the Tiny. The item timings from him come naturally. You don't truly need to wait for a lot. You're just waiting for that RP to come off cooldown, you kill the support, and you continue farming with Empower. You constantly have that Echo Saber or Silver Edge to work with, later on Bloodthorn. It's the heroes that have a linear item progression and linear power spikes are seemingly the
those are
best
some
at the
fancy
moment.
words, Lizard.
Dude, I studied math. This is the
know,
first time I
It's
used
like,
it.
I didn't study math. What the hell is he talking about?
What is linear, Lizard? I don't
It's
know.
like a line, you know, it kind of goes.
I'm a bit disappointed.
No spikes here.
You know, seeing Kanka banned out against Team Spirit always gets me mad, because this is Toronto Tokyo's, I'd say, one of the better heroes, and I can't use my, jokes. I call him Torrento Tokyo, or whenever he goes for the rune, Toronto Tokyo. So I think he has the best name in the whole Dota scene.
I agree.
It's a nice name. It rolls off the tongue, I suppose.
I know you want to talk about heroes, Effie, so please.
Yeah,
we just saw the Thunder clock quick as a lane.
There's a lot to say here. Okay, so we were talking about tempo, and while Darkseer is a slower hero, if you pair him up with something like a clock, it suddenly becomes something that just gives an Ion Shell, and he enables this support so strong, right? And if you look at Team Spirit's backline, what do they have? They have Wyvern and Lion. Both of these heroes are extremely susceptible to dying to something like a Clockwork. Although Wyvern can fly out of with Cogs, you can always kind of just push back and right-click her a couple of times. You don't have to. She's pretty squishy. Do you know what I mean?
Listening to LOA yesterday. I believe it was Darkseer plus something else paired up, and he said the best combo with the Darkseer is the Clockwork. I believe it was Darkseer plus Earth Spirit, and then he said Clockwork, yeah, you get that level 6 early on, you put out so much pressure on the map, you get that long initiation coming out from the Clockwork, and the damage output, like you can kill anyone with Ion Shell plus Clockwork.
Once you get the antagonists on Darkseer as well, it's extremely difficult. Plus you have the cogs, the wall. There's just a lot of synergy between them. I would not like to be a lion in a game such as this one. One interaction that isn't praised enough, I would say, as well, Clockwork and Magnus. Like, you can really mess up the way he wants to be playing the game. Once he RPs, you instantly hookshot afterwards, break up the fight with cogs. It can be fairly annoying to hit as a melee hero versus that.
Clockwork can have a very disruptive game. I wanted to comment a little bit just on the Ember Spirit pick. While it does look like Ember should have a fine time early on, depending on Nature's Prophet, where he's going to be played and when he's going to get his Orchid timing, he can die. Ember Spirit can die quite easily in this game if OG hit the timings that they want. So we're going to have to see this Ember play a really good game.
And they prepared the Ember game with the bans, right? Banning out the Morphling, banning out the Dawnbreaker. Dawnbreaker was extremely strong versus any Spirit.
Yeah, I think top 2 heroes right now in the mid lane that just completely dominate the lane are Kunkka. You can say Necro, the melee spirits we're talking about, and the Dawnbreaker does surprisingly well.
And to add more to the Ember, so Ember, when he plays with Magnus, just becomes a different kind of hero, right? He becomes so much stronger. So on the other hand, to just give more fairness to this hero, is that if he doesn't lose the lane and does quite well, he can actually feed off of a couple of these heroes early on, especially if he rotates on the side. Because look at the heroes he's going to rotate with, right? He's got a Lion and a Wyvern that he can play with later on with power rune rotations. And that's something that Toronto Tokyo does very well.
I like the point a lot. Like if you have December Spirit with a good laning stage, he will dominate afterwards with the Empower. But even if he doesn't have a good laning stage, you can constantly hunt the Nature's Prophet. And we've seen a lot of Embers at this tournament struggle a little bit, but then it doesn't truly matter. As long as you hit that 6, you get one good rune, suddenly your whole mid-game opens up.
Now we see the last pick from OG, and it's going to be a Void Spirit, so nothing too crazy. We are going to see no-tills NP, though, that we talked about.
Nothing too crazy, but Aghanims on Darkseer is just so high value in this game. Putting Iron Shell on Clockwork, on Void Spirit, it just feels good.
Okay. What do you think of this now that we see the whole draft? Right, it seems like honestly pretty solid draft.
Yeah, it looks like a classic OG draft because you need to have like some kind of tower damage. Nature's Prophet provides you with that. That's going to be a tiny, a bit more global presence as well. Clockwork with the hook shot, Darkseer surging people in, Nature's Prophet with the TP. So long range initiation from OG. The backlines from Team Spirit will need to be really careful now. They're looking for something that they can pair up Magnus with, something that is, I'd say, not. They need basically a BKB type of a carry, maybe the one that builds it early on, because you will have Empower coming up from the mag.
And they banned out a lot of them.
Also, just having this Darkseer kind of counterpicks a lot of Yatoro's hero pool, right? He loves to play as illusion carries, and Darkseer loves to play versus illusion carries, so...
He still has the Sven, I believe?
Sven is still in the pool, that's correct.
Which is a special hero that loves flying.
But there's just so much control for you. Darkseer, Clockwork, Nature's Prophet. They go with the Void. Okay, we haven't seen this man in a really long time. There's not a ton of damage in the Chronosphere itself, but it gives you some more catch.
For sure, but I just want to comment that Void and Magnus actually feels quite nice because Void can function as a pseudo anti-mage, just time walking between camp and camp. So he actually takes advantage of this Empower faster than a lot of other carries. But if you look at Spirit's team fight, it is overwhelming, right? So the question is,
as usual,
can they play the macro game and stall long enough for them to be able to just fight comfortably without getting run over by OG's snowball potential?
The way OG plays is we're going to run at you, and there are a lot of long cooldowns on Team Spirit. So in between, when those abilities are not ready, OG will go for the plays, because all they need is hookshot pretty much to start the fight, and yeah, that will be available. Saksa on the Clockwork has been impressive throughout both seasons, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Well, Team Spirit is the king of team fights and waiting for the right moment, right?
They are, but I feel that Toronto Tokyo has such a high burden heavy burden on his shoulder that he needs to carry out his team before they get their spells, before they get their items, before everyone has his cooldown off, right? Like the Chronosphere, like Mira mentioned, the RP, those are high cooldown spells. So Toronto Tokyo will be the one that constantly needs to be active, and you're playing into some heroes that can completely match your pace. Not one, but 4 of them. Even the Tiny, I would say.
And typically the question is, if you want to play the macro game and hold out, it's can you play side lane Dota? Can you push out these lanes without getting caught out? And we've seen Team Spirit excel when Toronto Tokyo is playing something elusive like a puck. He keeps these lanes out and draws heroes to him. But he's an Ember this time, and he's in a bit more danger. And who else can play this side lane game with him? It's pretty much only safely the Wyvern, right? So it's going to be scary for them. But if they hold out, they have overwhelming team fight.
So I see overall my panel is a bit OG favored here in this draft.
A tiny little bit. I see Notil playing the 5 Prophet, and I think it's good, but it's playing into a Collapse Magnus. Might be rough.
Okay, we're gonna see if they're right. And to narrate this game, we're gonna have the wonderful Trent and the magnificent Lyrical.
Thank you so much. Of course, the panel very much in favor of OG. But Trent, I gotta say, I've been enthralled with this Team Spirit team. It feels like in so many ways there's a Cinderella story going on right now, trying to take down the two-time TI champions with this young team. Can they make it happen, though? It's going to be a tough test for them.
Tough test for anyone in the lower bracket.
Yeah.
That's what OG is indeed. But we're back to early eliminations here in the morning at TI. So got to get those morning jitters out. You know, a lot of players say that they don't like to play right when they wake up, right? So who has prepared? Who got up nice and early? Who squeezed in a pub before this one? That's the question.
That's a good question for sure. And it's something to watch for. If there's any of those early game jitters that we've seen on occasion, it does look like all of Team Spirit get together to kill off a Treant. Most likely we'll see several more of those. But again, we're getting into Darks here. We saw one of these last night. Went really, unfortunately, poorly, mainly because of that Oracle pick. But you saw Team Spirit do a pretty, or rather OG do a pretty nice play. They waited until they had the Lion and the Winter Wyvern picked, and now they're able to get away with this one. And obviously, throughout a long period of time, Seb's Darkseers looked really solid.
Yeah, for sure. And paired up here with the Clockwork. Unfortunately, though, Soxa did just get spotted placing that ward up on the pillar as they had a defensive ob sort of near their own outpost up there. So that one's going to be gone pretty fast from Toronto Tokyo. Instant D ward.
And as they're going to battle it out for the runes, can they get there a little bit quicker with the fingers? Doesn't quite look like it. Soxa able to take that one, and that's going to be a trade-off of 2 runes apiece, as OG will come and try and contest that Wyvern Faceless Void lane, the Clock Darkseer.
Well, look, it's Spirits in the mid lane again.
It happens all the time.
We're there at TI, you know, the Spirits all year throughout the DPC. I feel like it's just grown and grown and grown in terms of this, like, the mid lane sort of being dominated by the Spirits, and some will get buffed and some will get nerfed, but in the end, we all came back to these heroes simply because the ability to move around the map that they provide, of course, and that idea of, like, initiation and just, like, setting the pace for your lineup, that used to come out of the offlane quite a bit as well, but I feel like some of those heroes have sort of slowed down a bit. I feel like that pool has kind of shrunken. But this time, I mean, mid laner, especially for OG, very much enabled by the offlane with the early Ion Shell for the aggression, sort of going after the hero kills, whereas on Team Spirit, you're going to have this in power, which can be a little bit more like sort of the farming up and late game strength.
Right, and obviously can still be very active early, depending upon how they find some angles, but they're going to need to wait and play around Collapse, most likely, with that Magnus Blink Dagger that he'll eventually get online. And as you can see, the CS still pretty even across all of the different ways there. Mag 2-0 right now is the only one that's a little bit further behind, but that's sort of what you can expect when you're playing against a tiny Nature's Prophet. It's super frustrating to play against. Taunt there, Aether Remnant used, but nothing really afterwards. So yeah, just the normal stuff that we would expect to see. Seb also grabbing that Ion Shell onto the creeps and pushing underneath the tower, actually, keeping that hurt onto Itoro and Poshka.
Yeah, if you were here last night, you may have witnessed a Darkseer game for the first time, really, in this TI, because we haven't had very many. And so to see one on the main stage was nice last night, but he got counterpicked really hard by the Oracle. Instead, in this game, we have a different situation where Seb knew what his lane was going to be, at least in terms of the support, and that's looking pretty good for him, because a lot of the carry players don't necessarily have, like, the best answers unless you go, like, Anti-Mage or some, like, crazy hard counter. So Seb should have a pretty good time up here. And so far, getting up into that second point in Iron Shell will be the real key. For now, Sox is just aiding in that endeavor by bullying back the 2 heroes from Team Spirit.
As they will get the push down there, No Tail taking a little bit of a beating from Collapse. And Mira just there to provide a little bit of support. They are going to try, most likely, eventually, to get a side pull going, as that one is open, but No Tail's been doing a good job of consistently body blocking it as he's forcing back Collapse, but a little bit of chase down. They have Skewer as well as the Shockwave tries to bring him down low, and No Tail barely walking away from that one. Instead, it's Mira that gets the first blood with the right click and also going to get Collapse out of there.
Yes, man, I was trying to wait on that for the perfect play with the Avalanche, but not able to get the turn. So No Tail goes down. Of course, no items other than regen at that point. Used up his last Tango too, so just sitting with a salve and then buys more Tangos. So pretty poor Nature's Prophet, but top lane, another 5 going to go down here. Soxa might even run to the tier 2 after grabbing that kill, you'd imagine, because you might as well go home at this point. And yeah, he's just going to head into the abyss.
Oh my god, Soxa does end up going down. You could see, like you said, giving up his life there to the tier 2 tower. So nothing really to write home about with that one, but so far, so good for Seb in this top lane. Already level 4, hanging on to that extra point if he wants to go for a vacuum play or something else.
Yeah, and you have an issue as a Faceless Void where you really hate damage over time, too. You have some mobility, so like you can definitely play around the Iron Shell in a lot of ways. Like you shouldn't be cornered necessarily, but still not an amazing matchup for the hero.
True enough.
And they don't really have a great way to punish this when Seb can just come in, disrupt your pulls, and then surge away. But Miposhka going to be heavy on the chase. Does still have the brown boots here, too.
Toronto Tokyo barely able to get away from that one now. And it does look like they're going to be able to get him out of trouble as those rotations were coming in. Making a lot of moves early on here. And right now, the only one that is a little bit further behind is going to be Collapse on that mag.
Going to be looking to boost up his allies this game with the Empower, as the panel was discussing there too. Basically gives you a free Battle Fury, essentially this idea of cleave, so you can farm over the neutrals and the lanes faster. Get your hero online a little bit quicker and eventually scale even better into that late game. Can also perhaps change up your builds on the Faceless Void if you want to capitalize on that damage a little bit more. Currently thinking about just the Mask of Madness, pretty classic item on the hero.
Yeah. They will clear through a lot of those treants, actually. So that's a nice little boost there for Collapse. As treads are done and up top, looking to get a little bit active here. The Iron Shell and the surge forward. Toro has to jump away again. 5-second cooldown. The slow and steady beatdown that he's getting from this. They will be able to force him back with a couple of lucky bashes in there. On the other side, you can see No Tail does go down to Collapse. So just all-out aggression. This is what we were expecting from this match today.
Yeah, he still has nothing but regen on this Nature's Prophet. So really taking one for the team here.
Yeah.
And is it working out for Sumail? Pretty well, right? He's a little bit ahead of the Faceless Void, so Tiny kind of happy, but it's that mid lane here that you see going pretty significantly better for Thompson, right? 300 gold up against his opponent here. And, I mean, the last hits are the same, but the value's certainly not.
True enough.
We'll have that Yules on the earlier end, too. And once that's up on the Void Spirit, you can see him rotating around the map. He's going to be comboed up with the Iron Shell from this Darkseer. You're going to have the hook shot on the earlier end from Soxa, and then you're going to have global teleportation from No Tail.
Sounds like a lot of aggression.
That's a lot of aggression. That's a lot of initiation. That's a very dangerous situation for any hero to be in. However, there will be mobility tools, right? You're going to have your skewers on Collapse. You're going to have Time Walk. You're going to have remnants from the Ember. So the supports maybe won't be so lucky, but OG, you're going to have to layer those initiations carefully just to make sure they don't make too many mistakes with these escape spells.
And you can see every time they make that move, it's like 1 or 2 CS that Toro has to sort of jump away from and misses out on. This is what you're hoping to do with this Darkseer, like get that pressure on.
They're not counting on kills here. You know, these aren't missed attempts at going for the blood. It's just trying to annoy and ruin the game of this Faceless Void.
Well, and in the meantime, Thompson, they will use a quick little glyph there, just messing with his last hitting potential, as Toronto Tokyo actually wanting to get aggro. Jumps forward with that DD. It's going to force Thompson back. Not bad at all for Team Spirit. who again are keeping it even through this early laning stage.
Yeah, one of the benefits of the Winter Wyvern too versus the Nature's Prophet, as well as that Darkseer, is that you're going to have this ability to try and like hold the towers a little bit longer when they just sort of have this never-ending split push from Ion Shells and trees just running down lanes. So some benefits from a Poshka. And of course, if they want to shove those lanes in a little bit deep, Mira would also be very happy to pick up some of that earlier farm on the line to try and get to that Blink Dagger.
Yeah, that would be great for them. I think that like sort of solid initiation, obviously Toronto Tokyo is really good at it with the Ember, but can be that extra value that's added in.
I do, for Mira's sake, hope that he finds that farm on the earlier end though, because I feel like it's going to get into a very difficult spot. But all that aggression in the mid lane does pay off massively for them, getting that tower for Toronto Tokyo. Thompson trying to get the punish here, not going to be able to get a kill, and Toronto Tokyo, of course, with a very healthy tower.
Well,
should be very pleased at the start of this game.
Sort of keeping our thoughts on that net worth and where it's going to go eventually. You can see, ooh, a little bit of a dodge back there. Thompson gets a haster, but you can see Tiny's still sitting atop. Toronto Tokyo's up there. There hasn't been a big extension as far as a lead one way or the other, but No Tail gets found out in the trees. The jump forward, Hex into TP. Does Mira manage to make his way out? They do! So get the kill and then escape with the other support. Seb is trying to get aggro, but it ain't gonna happen.
Yeah, they actually...
This is good though.
Oh yeah, that is true. Clean up some of these stacks. Of course, you know they're gonna have them. Even with the ward, Team Spirit can do nothing but watch as they lose on a bit of gold for their team. And Yadaro still being very frustrated by this clockwork, I'm sure, but still keeping pace with Sumail, so.
As No Tail comes on over, spots Toronto Tokyo taking some of these camps. Was hoping to find a ward, but nothing doing there. And another stack up actually onto the Ancients. So this is going to be pretty high value. Most likely, I mean, this is going to be probably a trade-off of maybe, you know, Sumail taking it with the Tiny, but likewise, you could give it to the Darkseer.
Yeah, No Tail. You can see, very surprised. He's just like, oh, really? No wards? You know, checks with the double sentry, and again, this Nature's Prophet. Yeah, he's upgraded. He has a chainmail, so getting pretty darn wealthy now. As he suits up, but you're always looking for those great wards when you're playing this Nature's Prophet, because you can just go anywhere on the map, TP back out, go for the really deep pillar wards perhaps, and that's going to be a huge factor for them, right? Because you're playing with this heavy initiation lineup, and initiation is always much, much easier when you have forward vision.
Not wrong about that one for sure. Mask of Madness done now, trying to get some aggro, thought about going for the chrono there, but pulls off the charge, and can see that they're just going to leave him alone to continue to farm up top. So Faceless Void definitely looking to get a good start to this one. See if that continues on. But another stack over on the Ancients gotten by Team Spirit. And for them, obviously, with the Empower, this is an easy cleanup. But I feel like there's an opportunity here for maybe either one of the teams to try and go for a steal. Could make a difference. Right now, OG up about 1,000 gold.
And we're just trading towers. Does feel like a bit of a ticking time bomb, though, I have to say, for Team Spirit. I'm really curious to see how they're going to manage to hold through this impending assault from OG. They're going to have some cooldown issues, right? Oh, yeah, with the Chronosphere on the 160 on the earlier end, the RP always going to be that 130. And you look for cooldowns on OG, and, you know, hookshot's a minute. That's pretty much the biggest one that they really need. Like, wall's nice, sure, but it's definitely not needed in every single engagement this game. And I just feel like that is going to be a serious problem for Team Spirit.
Well, you know, it's interesting. Like memes aside, when I think of Darkseer nowadays, particularly out of these pro players, the two ones that come to mind are Seb and Mind Control. And often, Seb has been playing in like the kind of carry Darkseer role. This is actually more the style that Mind Control would play, where you play sort of this supporty element, get the quick mech, max out Surge, just start running around with your team, and then enabling that other big bad carry. And we'll see how it works out for him this time around, as it's going to be a lot on Sumail to make those moves, and obviously, of course, Thompson playing on this Void Spirit, who had an absolutely fabulous game before. But Team Spirit, they're going to send themselves in here, clear out that Ancient stack, but OG, they want us to get the objective. They want to get this tower.
The pieces are coming together, and it's a little bit too fast right now. But Poshka's still looking for that level 6 to hope to come and help in the mid lane.
Thompson there, they come right back in. The wall is down, onto both collapse. The mech up, living a little bit longer. Toronto Tokyo walked in, and look at the chrono. It's going to connect right onto both of them. Seb goes down. Skewer into the RP, only catches on the clock, but that's enough. And look at this, Team Spirit.
Beautiful.
Walk through, take them all down one by one, and find one more to boot.
This is so important for Team Spirit because you're using the RP, you're using the Chrono. You can't just get one kill, right? You need as many as you can get because that's a heavy, heavy expenditure. But they were very victorious in that engagement. And now the question is, how are OG going to rally back from that? They're just going to run right back to that mid lane? It's a fairly likely scenario.
You can see here again, just that immediate move in, and they felt like they would be safe because they could go for that, Soxa control immediately afterwards on the Ember, but Toro just getting involved in this fight early on, lacing down a really nice Chronosphere, catches onto a couple there, and then obviously collapse with the follow-up. And, when you bring 4 heroes and all 5 to the fight,
they smoked up here. This was, they moved through a ward that Yadoro had. He might have a false sense of safety here.
Jump. Lift up, Yule Scepter, the Remnant down afterwards, tries to catch, can they get the kill? Hook shot afterwards, it's enough. They bring him down. And with that, Team Spirit gonna cancel the TPs. So like you mentioned, the low cooldowns on OG, they make use of it.
Yeah, just right back at it, and I don't expect that to be the end of it. You can see they're just moving through their area right now, just saying, go ahead, we know you don't have much left. All that remains really is the winner's curse. It was gained during that fight in the mid lane, but Pushka found the experience from the kills that Team Spirit gained, so really the last big spell they have left in the tank.
And that's 2 tier 1 towers taken for both teams now. Both mid and safe lane gone. And the question remains, how do you transition this now? So often I feel like we've seen teams kind of flounder,
perhaps? Blunder a flunder?
That's the one, you nailed it.
Yes, okay, good.
Thank you so much for that, I appreciate it. But yeah, much like I was doing, they'll flub a little bit.
Yeah. When most of your English just comes from chat lines, it can be difficult, right?
It's a hard life we lead, but we get through it together.
We're doing our best to share language across the globe with all these new chat lines, You always got to look stuff up, you can learn a new phrase. That's why Dota is the best global game.
Too true. What a great message to send out there at the end. In the meantime, OG, they're going to try and keep pressuring in here and forcing Team Spirit out of their base. They are underneath a ward, which does keep a little bit of the extra knowledge up into the favor of Team Spirit, but maybe a bit of a move down bottom. Soxa there with Seb. Thought about it. Decides not to go.
No, they have those tools back up on the side of Team Spirit, right?
Yeah.
Chrono's there, RP's there. OG, how will they decide to play around these? Are they going to try and force out some bad spells? Try and pressure a tower early? Are they just happy maybe holding a little bit to a higher percentage of the map than their opponents? For now, I think the vision game seems to be a pretty key factor now. You can see some of those deeper wards you'd expect starting to come out from OG, but likewise, great wards in that bottom lane that almost spotted the smoke that took down Yadoro.
And the wrap coming now. He's going to see if he can get on the board and find himself a kill, but no tail out and
those
away.
treants, dude, they're just going in through there. They kind of spot what's happening.
It's really good. Impressive stuff. And then the TP out afterwards. Team Spirit, now 2,000 gold down. Gonna have to try and deal with this as Mira is getting closer and closer to that Blink Dagger, and it feels like OG are comfortable with the state of the game, at least until they get those next item timings.
Yeah, that Shadow Blade out on the Tiny could open up some new exploration options, but there are Ob Sentry combos as well on the side of Team Spirit's map, so could go poorly for them. Sumil steps in the wrong spot.
They're coming over with these Treants to try and, we'll see if they try and block out the Ancients after they get the kills here. Yeah, they walk in and immediately Toro goes for the kill on those Ancients afterwards. Toronto Tokyo thought about going for the haste. Soxa there all ready to interrupt. Again, economic damage where they can on OG. Thompson. I'm curious if he goes back for that same build that we saw the other game. It was super solid, just into the E-Blade after the Sanj and Kaya. Very, very quick blow-up potential that they had going.
I love the way Thompson has played through this TI in terms of just like relegating his own farm a little bit lower, even more so than before. It feels like they're really trying to offer a lot over to Seb and Sumail.
Yeah.
And he just wants those playmaking abilities. So just trying to get something that keeps him like active in the fights, going for this Sanj and Kaya. Not too worried about the next like massive item, just wants to be always there for the team. And Right now, a big line drawn here from Mira. They want to go the whole way up top, perhaps hoping that someone's going to try and go for their Ember. Trying to bait his Remnant in here.
Oh, good job there. Gets on in with the Treant to block that camp again. Team Spirit having to deal with that. Thompson maybe in some trouble if they spot him. Oh, instead they're going to go for no-tail. Mira gets the Hex off, but caught by the Remnant, and then afterwards they got the Winner's Curse. Stun comes out afterwards. The full control Finger of Death, and dead.
That was a long setup there from Team Spirit, just like waiting and waiting, trying to bait out Toronto Tokyo, and then sort of just kicks off because No-Tail got a little bit too close. But best thing right there is that you're taking out a core hero on OG without the big spells. Very good sign for Team Spirit. The later this thing goes, games should get a little bit easier for them. Those big spells becoming more and more valuable as we progress. The RP, the Chronosphere, right? Some items, of course, not going to help you versus those. Even when Sumail gets his big BKB out. But mind you, his HP, even, you know, Magic Immune or not, he is going to be a beast in this game. Not a lot of very tanky heroes in this match compared to Sumail.
Well, and it's so interesting, right? Like, we think back to the matchup that we saw right before this series with Spirit. It was against Fnatic, and we saw very similar things, right? Nature's Prophet, Jabs was blocking out camps. They had an Ember Spirit on Team Spirit. Again, able to play very much together. The big difference is there's no Luna this time. They don't have that tower hitter. So we'll have to watch if Team Spirit can keep the action going and then, you know, potentially make a comeback happen right now, because OG, they're in the lead. But will they be able to find another pickoff? They do. Soxa goes down.
Yeah, I actually feel great about Team Spirit's game right now. I think that getting Mira to this Blink Dagger without losing too much of their like towers and everything across the map is incredible. Like, I'm really surprised that OG didn't try and push a little bit further. They might have just been a bit hesitant because they couldn't quite get like the best early farm on the heroes they wanted, or maybe they just don't feel that pressure. And they're just happy getting Sumail up to his BKB. That might just be the case. They don't want to make any big risks.
Right.
But I think there was a chance that Team Spirit could be in a much worse spot.
Right, it's interesting, right? Because like there's still that slight lead, but it's not a full item differential yet that's existing, with the exception of Sumail, and he's the one that's definitely having a very good game done with the Shadow Blade, the Echo Saber, and at this point, just about to get to 2 opponents that BKB. So it'll be something to watch for.
I mean, Toronto Tokyo is going to be in that BKB pretty soon. Nearly has it done. So a lot of pressure on pretty much just Soxa, honestly, to find that big play onto the Ember to get the chain stuns going, see if they can catch before that BKB, but they're going to get the catch onto Seb. Uses the Greaves, though.
Oh, tries to get out, but they're going to commit the Chrono for this one, and that's going to turn into a full kill. As Seb goes down, Yadoro finds the finish. So a big ulti committed for that, but they get a core hero.
These kind of games can look very confusing too, because the score, of course, is 2-11. You know, Team Spirit, they got all those kills in the mid lane, and you just look over at OG and you're just like, well, why do they have like, the gold lead? Like, what's going on here? But just being a little bit more efficient with the map right now. The experience isn't as varied. It's much closer.
We'll have to see if the Team Spirit can suss this out and realize what's going on right now.
The trend continues.
Yeah.
They're going to get objectives if you guys want to get kills.
Comes at a cost. Nothing comes free. But it is still going to be a really strong time with these BKBs done. And actually, Sumail has to go back out, pick up another tree here. Team Spirit have to imagine that something is going on, whether or not they realize that it's Roche or not. But starting to drop down bit by bit. Thompson going to come in and help finish this one off with the TE. Team Spirit not looking to contest at the moment. And with that, Aegis onto the Tiny.
Yeah, with the RP and the curse up. A little bit frightening, but of course they do have some great vision options here between the trains being thrown around. They have their flares. They even used a scan, so OG, slight risk, but calculated to be a benefit in the end, and they were correct.
And look at this, Seb showing on the lane. Team Spirit, they're going to run right into him. You don't have an Aegis, sir. Hello, hello. The jump forward, want to bring him down. Back wall afterwards, though. The turnaround coming from OG. Able to get the calls pushed back, but Seb already dead. Now Thompson looking for the pullback. Onto that winner. Wyvern going to get the kills. Sumail finds the back line, going to catch Mira and kill off that Lion. Collapse. Has to jump away. Toronto Tokyo goes for the Remnant through. TP out afterwards. Do they have anything else left in the tank? No! Toronto Tokyo able to get away from that one at the last second.
Yeah, only able to get the supports there, so Looks, you know, nice attempt trying to just go onto the darks here, but Soxa came through that hook shot right onto the Wyvern and the Mag. Those are like your two fight turners, right? So if he can catch those two, the options quickly dwindle for Team Spirit in that fight when you already know the Chronosphere is going to be down. Like they did a pretty decent job of disengaging there, but it's still going to be a victory in the end here for OGs. They feel comfortable pressuring in with the Aegis on. I say that, of course, they have those big spells.
Oh, and there we go. The winner's curse comes out. Collapse moves in afterwards. Does have a skewer to pull him on back on to Toronto. He's getting knocked down low. Has to run it out of there. Barely left alive. The jump through for another round. Winner Wyvern now dead. Sumail dropping lower and lower. Rooted. Can they find the finish? Needs one more hit, and they'll finally get him. But now Seb trying to chase down Toronto Tokyo, and the Aegis will be reclaimed as Choro caught. Has Chrono still.
Yeah, but I don't know.
Need to commit it. Has the jump away for the moment. It actually goes in. What? He want to turn this around. Finds Seb now, with Toronto Tokyo having another salvo of spells, and Mira being back alive, they might be able to find the rest of the finish.
Oh, yeah.
Sumail in trouble. Team Spirit are fighting back and trying to take down OG. He gets away again. No, Toronto Tokyo falls. Sumail is too big. And where's the detection? They killed all of it. Wait, is he hunting? Oh my god, does he know?
He's just hoping.
Literally just walking in vision. Oh, but they're not quite going to be able to catch him. God, that was so close.
What a play from Yadaro, going back into that fight with the Chrono, the Time Walk getting off there with the help of the BKB. And they find an even exchange, what was looking like just another victory there for OG economically. They will continue to hold the lead right now, and you can only imagine, like, if that Ember had Empower for that last bit of that fight, that would have been so much better for them.
I mean, it turns it around completely here. You can see this winner's curse.
He just got that BKB too. Yes. You can see right here in the replay.
So much damage coming out. You can see Sumail wants to stay aggro. You know, he's got this Aegis. Feels like he can fight, but they burn through it.
You can also see, like, even when he comes back on the respawn, they did such a good job of kiting around Sumail. They're trying to focus down all the other heroes on the side of OG, sort of trying to ignore and dodge. Of course, Sumail, you know, he picks up a couple kills in the end, and he lives there because of that, but something that you're going to have to do. And yeah, you can see right there, gets so low, 200 HP. But right back onto Soxa with the Chrono, hitting onto 3-2.
Back into the game, though. Back into the game. The jump. Avatos dead. Collapse caught. Winner's curse onto 2. Oh, but they don't have the Chronosphere. But Poshka down low, and Thompson eventually going to burn him down to death. So OG, when they don't have cooldowns on Team Spirit, it's time to party. They make it work. 6,000 gold lead now. Even with the kill advantage, it's OG that are the ones that are pulling ahead.
Oh, Toronto Tokyo, he's made some plays this game. Wants to try and push them off here. Feels pretty safe, you know, having the BKB and whatnot, but not enough to punish onto No-Tail. And now Soxa coming through. Has the Eggs, but both the hookshot and the overclock are both on cooldown. Not able to go for very much here. Of course, Soxa also wants to just keep following. That hookshot's coming back soon.
No-Tail here again. Sumail moves in, and they force the Remnant away.
Soxa's there just throwing out. He's thinking about it. Wants to try and catch him. Maybe before he has a Remnant timeout or something. Now the 5-hero group up now from Team Spirit. They're going to smoke. No vision on this from OG.
Have to be aware of
this is not the hero they want, though. Oh, and look at this. Soxa pops the smoke with the ward in the middle. He goes in.
Onto both of them. Catches onto the 2, but the skewer out near a limit, but not for long. Absolutely obliterated. Soxa did his job. Ends up falling afterwards. Now No-Tail tries to back away. Yadaro chasing. Right clicks. Has Chrono available. The turn. They've got Sumail if they want him.
They have
walk forward.
They have curse.
The chase. But they decide they don't want to fight. There was a buyback from that clock. Winner's curse to buy a little bit of extra time. That one tree and forcing him away, but Thompson able to find one kill. Yadaro backs away again. Without the rest of their lineup, Team Spirit don't want to take this fight. Gotta be careful, Seb. Backing back, jump away. And Team Spirit able to dodge that one.
Yeah, not quite close enough to get the overclock and go for some hook shots there. Did cost Soxa a buyback, only one to come back in that fight, but was a eventual slight goal game for Team Spirit. These fights have mostly gone even.
Yeah.
Near the end of this game, but again, still the lead for OG just keeps growing.
just feels like they get more gold from creeps or something. I don't know, man. It's just, like, how do they
how
do
they
it?
did it? That was the whole TI secret, it turns out.
How is this happening? They're killing it.
I mean, you can see it, though. Like, they just have heroes, more so on the map that can farm a little bit, right?
Right.
Getting some of the bigger, higher kills.
Oh, pull back. Thompson, this would be a big one. Yule Scepter gets off. Where's the Hex? They have it afterwards. So they'll find a much-needed pickoff by Team Spirit. OG right now still playing the objective gaming route. All tier 2 towers down.
That's also 45 seconds now where he's not farming towards that Aghanims, which is going to be another little power spike there for Thompson. And so, Team Spirit, you've held on. You did a good job keeping those outer towers out for a relatively long time. You're going to push this to at least that second Roche. But what is the key to really get back into this game? I feel like it's Collapse and Mapochka just not getting caught at the start of these fights.
Yes.
Right? Soxa is constantly hunting for them, looking to get in and just disrupt the easy flow of the team fight that they're hoping for from those. These are supposed to be your point and click winner's curse, easy setup for the single kill, and then of course you want to be lurking on the back as Collapse. And this is a good mag game in the sense that he has heroes that want to go in first, right? He has this Ember, he has this Faceless Void even that he can sort of play around with the RP, but so far Collapse not able to work that same magic that we of course know he has on some of his more preferred heroes.
You can see all the pressure that's being put on. Like, Toronto Tokyo constantly has to keep pushing out this bottom lane, and the tower is at half HP. This is a problem, and Snowtail is the one that's making it a problem. Going afterwards into the freaking Moon Shard.
Yeah, this is
something give that to Tiny?
All right, well, if you remember, we'll get to that in a second here. Speaking of Tiny, Sumail, BKBing.
Now, Avatos, Toronto Tokyo, Flame Guard keeping him survivable. Hookshot afterwards, a great one. Catches onto Collapse, needs to be careful there. Finger of Death out, they have the wall down, also Vacuum up to the high ground, calls push to the low ground, and on the other side, Mapochka goes down on the Wyvern. But look at the photo! Oh, Yadoro finds a great one, but where's the extra damage? Does he have enough on his own? Sep will end up going down. So they find that one kill, the buyback afterwards, has to jump away. Oh, and the Sprout Shard! RP gets on the boat! Do they have the damage? They need the Empower, but it's not quite there! They take down No-Tail, now trying to find Sumail. 7 in the area, they throw the Ion Shell. Still looking for that slow, the chase. Toronto Tokyo on the other side, found another one. Avatos, Vacuum, it's enough! Sumail! He did it to him!
The tree to finish it, it looked so good. Thompson gives him the tip, 8,000 damage from Sumail. Listen, the team throwing him on his back, call him Tiny. He's looking pretty big in this one.
Unreal. That's the thing, you chase this Tiny, you think you're gonna get him, he's down so low, almost dead, and in the end, it just wasn't enough. The Avatos combo too strong. Man. Can see now the fight breaking out afterwards. Toronto Tokyo focused the rest.
How is Soxa actually hooked on onto Collapse and Mapochka though?
Yeah.
It's every single engagement. Maybe he doesn't get the kill right away, but you can see again Mapochka goes down again without the ulti because of this. Because you create this panic. And Yado did everything he could to try to save this fight, but it couldn't be salvaged. And I swear, wasn't he just dead? No, Tim. Oh, he saw that stat. I think he's top 3 for deaths or something at TI time. And he's up there around with Puppy and everything. So, this guy, he likes number 1,
That's true. Gotta get it. Got to get it. As you can see, the damage numbers mounting out. Sumail definitely carrying the team in this regard.
No-Tail.
Okay.
He's gonna buy back here.
Interesting. Comes back in. Wants to help them clean this up as quickly as possible, but you can see movement. Hookshot afterwards. Finds on the one, force staff out. Jump bend afterwards. Doing a ton, but these calls again catching on the rope, and they pull them all in. Tries to skewer out. It's not going to be good enough. Soxa dead, and they manage to live through that wall initiation. Now the winner's curse to buy a little bit of extra time. It's the illusion that's keeping it the full range, but the BKB gets off a little bit too late as Mira. And Mapochka again dead on this Wyvern.
Fast fish.
So they claim that outpost. Toronto Tokyo thinks about going back in again throughout that remnant, but not going in as Roche 2/3 HP.
That buyback from No-Tail to kick everything off, throws out the ulti instantly, and honestly, the thing I'm saddest about is it's going to slow down that Moonshard gift here.
Yeah, true enough.
But now, Team Spirit, they see a possibility here. They have Chrono, they have RP, they have everything.
He's there to break it again. Sleight of fist off the mark, but they get the pullback. Horn toss.
Nice horn toss. Good free pick. That's a dieback.
70 seconds. No tail. No tail. Let's try to do something there. Do you like it? No? Okay. Mid-lane. Thank you.
Is there a rewind? Do we have that production? Can we avoid that? All right. Anyway, we're good. You don't have time walk. That's okay. You have to live with your mistakes. Yadaro.
Round 2.
A little luck here.
Jump in. Mira caught again. Thompson finds 1. Hook shot onto 2 afterwards. Collapsed on the other side. Does have an opening, but he runs into the cogs. Has to be careful. The overclock was used. Toronto Tokyo tries to back away. Sumail hunting, looking for a pick, but they find Thompson. Mira fought back right on top of him. Finger of death. Oh, but they dissimulate. And then the walkway silence out afterwards. Looking for the chase. Do they find him? Sumail misses on that avalanche. The Chrono on the other side finds Seb. Yadaro gets him for the finish. That's no buyback either on him. Soxa caught the winner's curse. Oh, it's going to take down Thompson. 1 by 1, they're getting pulled apart. Team Spirit working together as a squad and trying to finish it off. Can Sumail do it all on his own? That BKB, it doesn't have a lot of duration left. Winner's curse, another one dead. Sumail is pretty freaking large. Is he really going to do this all on his own? Team Spirit, are you biting off more than you can chew? The Rock Man is pretty damn strong.
This is a frightening scene that they're running from 1.
Oh no, you got to be careful. Sumail is scary, and he is mad.
All right, still.
I'm gonna do it myself.
Yeah, apparently that seems to be the only option left here for Sumail. Heroes and OG falling after that dieback from No Tail led to an advantageous fight from Team Spirit. Great play from Yadaro. And they sort of just like spread out in that fight, you know? As you can see on the replay.
We gotta keep our eyes on this. Back into the game here. Cogs push back afterwards. They get the Roche. Looking for more. Avatars, remnants away. Toronto Tokyo barely able to get out of that one.
Yeah, but certainly not able to interrupt anything there.
This game has no breaks.
Yeah, we have the Aegis and the Shard there for Sumail. So, did he get gifted it, by the way? Yeah, so he does have the Moon Shard. So now, if you remember, OG, when IO used to have the talent that gave the Aghanim Scepter, they were one of the first teams to do that. Tiny buys the Battle Fury.
Right.
Sorry, the Butterfly strategy. Not a Battle Fury. That would be hype. He would buy a Butterfly, and then by the time IO got the talent, you would just suddenly have Eggs and Butterfly, and it was absolutely ridiculous. So I feel like No-Tail kind of trying to do a similar thing here.
Right.
Where he's just like, I don't need items. I went this whole game on just regen. I'll just give a Moon Shard to my Tiny.
Exactly, and now look at all this extra net worth that he's got on the Tiny. An extra 60 attack speed, some of that night vision as well. And Sumail, we've seen how strong this Tiny can be. Can he keep doing it for OG here? They're up 7k gold, has an Aegis. And how do you stop him?
That's a great question. I believe it comes from this magical spell called Horn Toss.
That's a pretty good one. Can they do it though? Finger of Death afterwards if they want to use it, bringing him down low and dead once. Round 2 though. Coming back in for this one, Yadaro caught, does have the Chrono, gonna connect. They're trying to kill him off, hook shot in. Is it gonna be good enough? BKB out the wall, everything for Sumail, but will it be enough? The RP, they kill him. They take him down, no buyback. And now looking for more, Seb in trouble as they run him down 1 by 1. They actually did it to him. Collapse.
Well, I'll tell you, Tiny, he might be the hero of the tournament, but the spell of the tournament is Horn Toss. This thing, it's so ridiculous. It's like I willed it into existence because that's how easy it gets once you have this available. It's such a crazy tool on your high ground. You think Darkseer is good on the high ground? Mag with this spell is good on the high ground.
An unbelievable series of events. And to do it like this on the TI main stage for this youngest team at TI, Team Spirit, wanting to go up 1 game in this series, an elimination series against the 2-time TI champions. The Gall. They're absolutely wrecking here. 20-33. It's now down to a 2K gold lead, and more importantly, Team Spirit have an opportunity to try and take down these objectives.
The most impressive part is this is a game that's taken a lot of patience from Team Spirit, waiting to try and capitalize on what OG's up to. And now they're finally crossing the river.
Halfway jinxed it. Is there a problem here? Soxa gonna get ran at, misses on that hook shot to escape, and ends up going down. You can't give them an inch on OG for Team Spirit. We'll have to see if they can keep up this, but of course OG, they've got so much split pushing potential. You see No Tail pushing up top.
Yeah, OG, a team who are very capable of just shifting gears suddenly. You know, you think you've kind of figured out their game plan and something new sort of emerges and evolves as they're taking in the game state and adapting to what you're doing. And that's, of course, why they're so hard to beat. So now as Team Spirit, you know, they're trying to adapt, right? They're trying to say, like, okay, now how do we shift from always trying to pull back and then jump on top of OG? How do we become the ones who are actually getting that first jump and making these fights look successful? And, you know, sure, you can do it on your high ground, you can do the horn toss, but you got to find that out in the open map. That's a lot harder to do. It starts with the vision, and they have some great wards down here. Despite losing their Lion, they did get some solid vision, and perhaps that'll be what leads them into some better plays.
No Tail manages to take that tower down on the bottom side. And a butterfly finish now for the Faceless Void. We also saw the refresher done for Toronto Tokyo on the Ember. So massive amounts of damage.
Oh, Maposhka, he had to cancel his TP because there was a leveler sitting there on the ground.
Oof.
He had to drop the clarity. And can he actually survive?
He blinked off to the right. Nicely played.
Oh, getting the leveler back. The team needed it though, right? Like,
yeah.
They're going to miss. They try a hook shot. He's out.
What a play from
my God.
Oshka.
I mean, this is a leveler with Empower. You do not want to lose that.
Yeah, you have to get it because they are missing that hero
And
damage.
they
And now
know there's
the
no
smoke
hook
comes
shot.
afterwards. The pullback, they find No Tail. Gonna turn him in with that Impale. Finds the kill.
Stock's he wants it. He's
going for round
overclocking.
2. They're thinking about it. This is a dangerous go with the overclock. I mean, you can see that OG, they want to try and punish this moment where Team Spirit was a little bit separated, but they stuck together and able to dodge the initiation. God, what a
Spirit. Yeah, they're taking a look now. They don't know exactly who's up on that high ground right now.
They do have a ward back behind by the hard camp, but at least for now, Tadaro gonna beat away at the Sumail. Goes for the opening. Ava, toss, jump in afterwards, but the force staff, and they get him! Dead for 100 seconds! That's their chrono, that's everything! Well, Collapse is still a lot, but he's gonna be forced back again. Goes for the long-range skewer, now looking for more. Mira goes for the Hex, and now trying to go for the TP out, but in the meantime, Toronto Tokyo actually picking off these supports bit by bit, but Poshka will go down as well. So it ends up being a 2-for-1 exchange. And Yauro is just going to need to be a little bit careful on that initiation from Sumail. Too strong.
I mean, they hit double force staff on the Mag and the Lion, but it's just not enough to get the save there. You don't really expect how much damage is going to come up. That was almost 1,500 magic damage burst just from the Void Spirit throughout that, right? Like, you think it's going to be the tiny, you know, like, no, surely they can't get through like 4,000 HP-ish. But they did rather quickly.
That might be all OG needs. Again,
he's sitting on an Obs and Sentry right now for Sumail.
Wait, Hortos again! They got Sumail. They don't have Chrono afterwards, but they might not need it. Mira continuing to control, looking for another round of this. RP gonna get off the mark and collapse. Falls to Beckett. What in the hell? Sumail has a Ghost Scepter now inside the fountain. I don't know if he fought that or not, but Finger of Death out. Usually when OG is in the fountain, it's good. Not this time, as they pull him back down again. No Tail dies.
Yeah, you want to give him a moonshot, you can go right with them, all right? Joined at the hip, joined at death.
Caught again. The Hex is out from the Lion. And another round, another salvo, and Team Spirit will not be denied as they chase for more. But Poshka right on top of Thompson tries to jump out of there, buying some good time here. And Collapse finally tries to get him.
Good.
Oh my God, Thompson, what? Is
Yauro,
he really gonna get out of here? No, they're chasing. They're going. Everything for Thompson, but it's not enough.
Don't worry, we got Horn Toss. We're good. All right. Run it back, production. You know what we want.
Yeah.
No one else die, all right? Everyone else just go away. No more fights here. All right, look, watch this force staff. This force staff is so sick. All right, ready? Oh, turnaround RP. Skewer him into the well. Oh, Collapse. He can play more than Mars.
Unbelievable. And again, the Ghost Scepter trying to keep him alive, but it's just not enough. And just like that, OG now going to have to stare down a very long time without the rest of their heroes, struggling at this moment. Game number 1, Team Spirit testing the champs, and now trying to take this tier 3 tower.
I love this solution of how to get on the enemy side of the map. Just kill them all.
Yeah.
This is great. You know, wondering how do you kill them outside of your base? Well, if they keep coming to your base, well, you just keep killing them there. OG perhaps sensing that they were obviously much stronger, or they just felt like, you know, maybe we're on a bit of a clock, and they feel like it's just with this single unit tiny as it's starting to feel like for them that they don't have enough to take this really late. And it is starting to look that way.
And Roche going to be a long spawn this time around. So Team Spirit gonna have to buy some space and time as No Tail continues the split push. This is incredibly difficult to deal with, and Toronto Tokyo, the one that's sent to clean it up each and every moment. A smoke up now from OG.
Yeah, Sumail leading the charge here. Of course, still has that Ghost after he bought in the well. Yeah, might come in handy later with how Collapse is playing. Could find himself there once more, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Particularly if he ever gets to that refresher, because you got to imagine he's feeling after that. He's like, you know, I would really love to have 2 of all of those.
Exactly. It's not bad. And again, how many times is it, you know, that, like, thinking about where Sumail was when they were up on that top side, pushing that tier 3 tower, he had Aegis, he had the Moon Shard transferred over, he had all the damage in the world to cleave through those buildings, and it was Collapse. The carry, the real carry, putting the team on the back.
What's crazy is that right now his skewer is at 6.8 second cooldown because he's this Octarine and this Quickening Charm. So it's a very cool solution compared to the refresher, right? Because it's just going to be online far more often, obviously. Working with those big play potentials.
Well, Team Spirit playing around the Roche pit. They know this is where the fight's going to take place. And since it's such a long timer, they might even have to actually go beforehand. And it looks like that's what they're going to do now. So smoke up, but somebody needs to deal with bottom. And OG continue to put this pressure on. They're doing such a good job of forcing Team Spirit's hand.
Yeah, those big Treants are just going to clear out that range rat.
Yeah, it's dead. It's gone.
And they're going for the next one. Guys, there's creeps there.
Yeah.
Anybody?
Team
Tokyo, he's trying to get there.
This is some veteran stuff right here. Make the split push play, force Team Spirit to show.
And of course, you have the advantage of the flare, right? So you're just constantly sending that in. You're going to have Treants there too, so it's going to be very difficult for Team Spirit to deny any sort of vision around the Roche pit. Meanwhile, they don't have any of those options. There's no Helm on this mag, of course, because Claps has gone for a different build, setting up with the mechanism, so they don't really have a way to just like check the pit for free. Other than just like sending in Toronto Tokyo and hoping he doesn't get vacuumed or something.
It's true. Horn toss. They got him on to Thompson. They pulled him in too. Oh no, not like that. OG now looking for more. Sev got to run away. They buy back on Thompson. Wall down. Yadaro vacuum. Chase. Sumail thought about the rundown, but with the 2 buybacks, Team Spirit will retreat. And with that, Roche will also spawn.
Oh, they're going to smoke up here too. Of course, they still have everything. That, you know, these are the cheap picks that you get with Horn Toss. Still holding Chrono, still holding RP.
And that combo of like the Horn Toss with the Lion, and they get him again! Pull him back in, bring him on down, hook shot, try to salvage it, it's not going to be enough! OG don't have an answer for the mag, as Saksa also gets killed! Unbelievable composure and presence of mind coming.
They needed Team Spirit roster. BKB too, right? I mean, all that damage was magical. He took 382 physical damage.
Got him again! What? They find him another time, and the Chrono down! Collapse! The absolute madman! Wow!
He is looking for it right now. The bottom lane, sure, there's still creeps. Toronto Tokyo's going to go back and deal with it, but oh, he can't believe it! Says Collapse.
As they chase in, that's gonna be melee racks down. Might go for more. I mean, they're dead for forever. The turn now, looking for the tier 4 towers potentially. Our Team Spirit just gonna end this game. There's still Sumail, and he is a big, bad, mad Tiny. There, they get him. Collapse. What can this guy do? Horn toss in. Sumail wants to salvage this, and there's the winner's curse. There's no buyback. There's no help. It's Sumail versus the world, and this time it might be the world that wins as they find the finish. GG called. Team Spirit 1 game away from eliminating OG.
Not only is it a win, but it's the way that they won this game. Team Spirit recognizing that it was a matter of time. It was a matter of patience. They held out. They waited for the big spells. They waited till Collapse became the beast they needed and won that game. And we talk about OG. They're a team that adapt in the mid game. They change things up when things aren't working their way, but they didn't really see an adaptation this game. They decided that, you know, we have to just keep going. We got to keep going high ground. Sumail's got to do this for us, but Collapse said no.
Collapse indeed did say no. What an impressive performance. And again, I think that this is the type of team that's been gaining speed throughout the tournament. They're a young bunch. I mean, I'm just so impressed. They've looked so magical. What a run so far from Team Spirit. And OG, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board, figure out what to do in this game number 2.
Yeah, the composure there from Team Spirit, not even really like popping off too crazily either, I would say. You know, just kind of like, just like chilling, you know. Another day at the office, just getting a win. Well, stretch some legs a little bit here.
I think that, you know, obviously so much on the line. There's got to be so much that's running through these players' heads. But particularly for me, when I think about, like, how you keep a team in it throughout these breaks that they're going to have, like trying to get ready for game number 2. I feel like it's going to come down to Baposhka to really like settle those nerves and make sure that everybody's feeling good going to that game number 2. God, I can't wait.
Yeah, it's also important to consider how that game started, and maybe it wasn't necessarily always going that well for you, right? There were definitely a couple problems in terms of like, okay, we're being stormed. First couple fights, you know, they went pretty well, but then the map, you know, having a hard time controlling that. You're losing out on net worth, and you're just wondering, like, you know, are they going to get us, guys? Because this Tiny's pretty huge.
It's true. It was that moment to me that I felt like really turned it all around. And again, I'm sure we'll see the highlights for it when we get back to the panel. But the big catch onto Sumail as he was going for the tier 3 towers up on the top side. Horn toss, pull back afterwards. It was absolutely perfect from Collapse. MVP for me for sure. But we'll have to hear what the people on the panel think as we send it to them.
Thank you very much, Trent and Lyrical. And absolutely, it seemed to be like Spirit was saying, oh, you want to come near our base? Oh, would you like to come in? Well, we've got our friend Magnus here, and he's just going to skewer you to the back of our fountain. That seemed to be the late game strategy for Spirit, and they pulled it off, didn't they, Lizard?
It was that invitation to a very boring friend's house, and he just won't let you go. He just keep on pouring coffee for you. He just doesn't let you leave. That's what Magnus did. That's what Collapse did. He said no. Lyrical put it really well at the closing statement. Man, that was insane performance by him.
It was really good, but it was also his team. Like I think of that Top Racks fight where they skewered him back. They used their resources so efficiently. Skewer back, they hex him before he lands so that he can't BKB. They used Finger of Death, but they saved Chrono. They saved RP until after he respawns. Like, that was the crucial fight. And eventually, as time goes on, they just get too high in net worth, and Tiny isn't quite the same threat by himself.
But we do need to talk about Sumail's Tiny, because at situations where he's 3v1, he seems to be one of those players who never seems to panic and can actually turn the tide of the fight.
He was 5v1, I think, right? Like, there were 5 Team Spirits heroes alive. I think he killed a couple of them. They had to back off. And no, he really showed the strength of the hero. I feel like that game had everything, though. Lacoste was even pointing out to me, one of the times where they went on Yatoro in the jungle, he had skipped his 10 talent, he had 1 point in time dilation, and he lived with like only a couple hundred HP. I mean, I don't know the math on it precisely, like maybe the regen or the armor kicked in, but it was really close there. And it's like those small decision making that led to these amazing team fights with a skewer and a 5v1. I mean, I can't. It's a 5v1.
And when you see Notail playing Nature's Prophet, usually in the past, he doesn't die way too many times, even though he's a 5. But in this game, boy, did he have it rough.
I read that. I think he pulled a bottle to Thompson. I'm not too sure if that's correct, because I was on the bus transiting here. But I also saw that he went for Solar Crest into Moonshard. I think he fed Sumail a Moonshard. And OG's like ideology of the game is so cool to watch because they're all about stacking that net worth. Solar Crest, it used to be this auto buy item. It got nerfed a bit. He's still buying it just above net worth. And he's like, oh, I need to do a bit more. I'm also going to buy a Moonshard for my carry.
I'm just trying to look at my numbers here because I think it was something like 15-6 in terms of Spirit to OG kills. And yet OG was still ahead in net worth. And I was trying to do the math. So I was like, how the hell are they managing to do this when they're dead half the time?
It's tough, but as long as they can keep farming and they don't lose too many heroes every time that they do get those deaths, it's not that big a deal. Because for one team to get a kill, it usually takes at least 2 heroes, sometimes 3, to kill just one guy. So that's 3 heroes that aren't necessarily farming in that exact moment. So as long as the other heroes on OG are still getting stuff done and getting that net worth to pull towards Sumail, it's fine. And there were so many scary moments in the mid game where you could really see Tiny 3v1ing and he slaps like twice and they're like, nah, we just can't do this. It's way too hard to kill him.
It's just a product of how OG played too, right? When they go for these small skirmishes, especially when they have a farm Darkseer, they're playing it so that their heroes can farm. Like if OG are behind, they like smoke multiple heroes across the map and send someone else somewhere else to farm. It's never like an all-in move.
And it's also the way their whole lineup is distributed when it comes to farm. You have the Tiny that's able to clear all the Ancients, you have Nature's Prophet that's constantly cutting the backlines, and you have Seb with the Iron Shell. It's very easy for them to shove in lanes and get that farm, but it didn't look like it was very easy to transform all the gold that they gained into solid team fights. Seb, multiple times, he just gets chronoed, instantly dies. I didn't really see the contribution. He went for all the items that are purely utility, the mechs and whatnot, Greaves, Pipe, but it didn't feel like him and Saxa had the best game.
With that said, though, I think the restriction is that it's about Magnus being on the other team. And I think OG still targeted the bans correctly. They took out Collapse's heroes. They hit Tidehunter and they hit Mars in the first phase. So, like, that's probably his third hero. He hasn't played it much so far, but they got to use that to basically just pull the Tiny out of position. Like, when you get skewered by the tier 4s, like, how are you supposed to win the fight?
I completely agree. You could even see Saxa hooking in after he's being skewered, so he hooks in while the skewer is happening. But it just isn't enough. They kill both of them.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Hold on. I want to comment on Collapse's Magnus because he doesn't play as much as his Mag or Tide. But I think it was Maposhka who did an interview and he was asked to describe Collapse in one word, and he said patience. And I really like that about him because I remember I saw him go once on No-Tail's Nature's Prophet, and he wasn't range to Horn Toss, so he took the time to do the Shockwave into Horn Toss, into Skewer. It's just so methodical and like not panic, despite being against OG on the TI stage.
And he kept on finding him so many times in this game.
I'm really curious to see what OG are going to do with the draft this time around, because we were watching the picks and bans together, myself and Purge here. And it seemed like, okay, right, of course they're going to target Collapse. They're going to take out the Mars straight away. That's obviously the thing you're going to do if you've been watching any of the matches here at TI Den. And they removed the Tidehunter. But then they started to focus on the hero pool of Yatoro after that. But the thing is there any point in doing that? Because Yatoro seems to have one of the largest hero pools of anyone who's playing on that stage at the moment.
I think it's really common if you're the team that's expected to win is you take out comfort heroes against teams that are a little bit fresher, because you're like, a lot of times some of these players come up spamming 1, 2, 3 heroes, and you really punish them in tournaments when you make them play their 4th and 5th best tournaments. So I feel like that draft was like a skill check, basically, to say, like, let's take out your best heroes. Are you still going to play as well? Are you going to crumble under the pressure? And Spirit absolutely didn't that game.
I mean, you can just see that Yatoro was absolutely OP in that match. I also want to draw attention to Toronto, Tokyo's Ember Spirit as well. I think we're so busy looking at Yatoro popping that Chronosphere and just trapping OG in the base. But you know what? I have to confess, I didn't pay enough attention to what Toronto Tokyo was getting done with the Ember Spirit, because he was absolutely on fire in that match. When you look at the numbers, it looked like a pure carry performance from the mid laner.
So to continue on Aui's very nice point about the patience of Collapse,
there's a reason. Sorry.
Yeah.
There we go.
20 to 115. There's a reason why you can be patient on the offlane. It's because your mid lane is just doing all the heavy work. He's poking constantly, he's giving info, he's initiating with sleight of fist chains, and then it's kind of simple for you as a Magnus to realize which target you need to go on, isolate them, horn toss them back into the base.
And absolutely, Spirit's draft were based on that team fight potential. And Purge, you were telling me particularly about the fact that they had clearly planned for those AoE stuns to stack up. So tell me a bit more about that.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the issues with the game going so late is that OG's lineup was did what OG wanted to do, but the fact that they weren't able to just sit Tiny in the front and destroy buildings in like 6 hits, that takes away their win condition. So on the Spirit side, they just had so many good teamfight ultimates. They have Chronosphere, they've got Mag RP, they can fish with skewers as well, and they have Winner's Curse as well to like potentially get those solo kills that happen at various points. It's just harder for OG to win teamfights. So as the game went on longer and longer, the teamfights were gonna likely go towards Spirit's advantage. So it was just tough for OG that they got skewered back, because that kind of just like put them on the back foot.
Honestly, though, I'm shocked that OG didn't manage to get a bigger advantage earlier. Like, if you look at the heroes, I saw Seb's Darkseer. It was so high net worth. Whenever you have a Darkseer like that, he should be able to carry the early tempo. I'm not too sure what happened. Like, maybe Team Spirit were just setting up too well for OG and reading all the moves, which is incredibly impressive. But it's honestly not the OG I expect. Like, your Clockwork Darkseer Furion, I feel like the map should be free, especially with the Void Spirit mid.
It was pushed in constantly, and Team Spirit was forced to go back and defend a lot of time in the game. However, it just wasn't good enough. Like, the team fights, like you mentioned, were set up by Team Spirit really well. And I have to say that on the top lane around the tier 1, there was a team fight in which I thought Spirit was completely broken. They're playing this very stable Wyvern with the big ulti. Then you have the Chrono, then you have the RP. But what OG is good at is creating chaos. And they did that. They attack from all the sides. Nature's Prophet TPing back. But, yep.
Well, our teams are heading on stage again. They are ready to create chaos. You could see No-Tail backstage. He's having a little groove Seb is turning to his players and keeping them calm and doing exactly what Seb is known for. But can they take this to a full series? Well, it's OG. And you know what? After you watch this, you'll probably be thinking, yes.
Favorite memory surely has to be my TI 8 and 9 finals. It's a big culmination of a lot of hard work, a lot of history, all coming together in a very epic way, in an epic finale. I can only pick one. I will have to go with the TI 8 finals because of the finals, how it went down. That had been a very tough year and everything, and a lot of tough TIs before that, so finally getting it. My body was full of stuff, full of adrenaline, emotions, and I could only really think about the game, and it was like everything was getting channeled towards the game. And then when it's over, or after they GG out, it was crazy. Like, it was a flood, huge flood of a bunch of different emotions. All the hard shit, all the negative stuff, and then all the positive stuff. Kind of like, whew, you kind of break down I broke down for weeks after, where I could only sleep, wake up, eat, sleep. So it's like exhausting, but euphoric, extremely euphoric. Yeah, one of the highlights of my life, if not the highlight.
I defy anyone to watch that back and then not get a little bit teary themselves whenever I see Noto talk about that. And you can see it in his face as well. He's just reliving that moment constantly. It just brings tears to the eyes. Literally, anyone just has to say TI8 to me, and then I just start going. So instead, I'm not going to cry on camera. Don't worry, guys. We're going to save that until Sunday, or when we finally see someone lift the Aegis for the 10th time. And instead, we're going to be talking about what OG should be focusing on in this next draft, because it seems like this could be a last-ditch situation for them. Ari, what do you want to see them doing this time around?
I think they should not give up on their style. Like, honestly, I was on transit here, so I didn't get to see the first part of that game, but I think they need to run at them harder. Like, I think they should double down on what OG does and play their game. I don't think that game was really a result of them. Like, it shouldn't result in them feeling like they have to do a shake-up or anything.
Well, it does look like our teams do want to get straight into this match. That's an interesting one for me, because we have seen teams kind of taking their time when they get to the booth. But both of these teams are really keen to get into this fight. And this could be OG's last hurrah at the International 10. So don't miss a moment.
OG versus Team Spirit. Game 2.
Hello and welcome. The draft panelists back. They took my big table away, but they gave me two wonderful analysts to compensate. My name's Amo Plus. I'm here with Lacoste and Effie. How are you guys doing? You like that first game, Effie?
That was a great game.
So you told me earlier that you actually were not one of the analysts that was siding with the OG's draft. Can you explain a bit why?
Yeah, I didn't really get much chance to talk about it, but...
Now you do.
Yeah, so Team Spirit were one of the teams actually playing this Magnus method of just horn toss skewer as an initiation only, and like getting Aether Lens and things like that months ago, right? So it's something that they're super comfortable with, and I believed in it. I didn't quite think that the game would turn the way it did because of certain skewers, but I was very fond of them just for that, right?
I thought coming into this second game, they will address the Magnus issue that they had, but they will go with the same bans. Collapse Mars, collapse Tidehunter, maybe. Let's see if they just first phase this hero. I would not be surprised if they get it for Team Spirit one more time.
Yeah, what do you think they're planning on doing against this Magnus? What would be the traditional Magnus counters we could see here?
I don't know what the counter is to Horn Toss, as we said, you know, because it's like an instant hook almost that puts you in a tough spot. What they did at the Tier 3 tower when they were defending the base, going for that double skewer, That was just insane. This might be the best Magnus performance I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Like, not necessarily the 4 or 5 man RPs. It's just his play, his understanding what needs to be done is what won them the game. Just the timing, the itemization, where he needs to be on the map. Everything was 10 out of 10.
And he played incredibly well throughout this tournament. He's always been one of the standout players on Spirit, but my goodness, did he step it up.
Yeah.
I really have to say. So Magnus counters
There we go.
traditionally, I think there's no reason to never not first phase this hero if it's in the pool, especially after the past couple of days and what we've seen the hero is capable of. But I guess traditionally the way to quote unquote counter it would be to just not to pressure it in lane and to just respect the skewer. Understand that if you're in base versus Magnus, respect the skewer potential, right? And I think OG have the same approach. They're just going to be a bit more mindful of this hero.
Throughout the Dota history, sieging the high ground was always the hardest part. If you don't have enough tower damage, there's always going to be these repositioning abilities have been high valued lately. The toss, the spear, the skewer back. Unfortunately, Pudge not there. One of my favorite heroes, but maybe we'll yet to see him. It's always tricky going for the high ground because one misstep, one misplay could make a whole lot of a difference. If the team trusts you, which OG is known for, they are ready to back up the teammates. They go inside the base, results in 4, even a full team wipe.
So exactly the same 2 openers from both teams, which means they're confident in how the game went along and how they're going to approach it. OG just seems like they're going to tweak a couple of things in the overall macro of the game.
Like what? What would you tweak here in the last draft?
So I think laning went really bad for them last game. So maybe just either be more mindful about it or pick stronger laners, especially if you're going to play against a team fight heavy lineup, right? But the thing is what we highlighted before, you just have to be conscious of this hero's ability to turn the game around when you're in his base. And that's something you kind of forget about if you don't play against a new style of a hero as often, but eventually it does sink into the player's mind.
Do you feel like the last game they had, the lanes did not go as well as they expected, but the Darkseer Clockwork, right, NP usually considered pretty solid laners?
Yeah, they have got the job done. These 2 heroes, Seb was staying at the top of the network, so I think they should be pretty okay with what they've managed to accomplish. But to go back to the previous game with Nature's Prophet, I believe he bought him the bottle, level 1, and also bought a Moonshard later on. So, Sumail asked, or actually, who is it? No-Tail asked how many buffs do you want, and Sumail answers yes, because he just gave him all of them, going for that Solar Crest, buying the Moonshard later on. It's how Dota was played coming into this TI, all the high-level pubs, is how can I buff up my carry? And one true carry was Tiny, who doesn't rely on cooldowns, can be active early on. When I say early on, I mean post 10, 12, 13-minute mark when you get your items, when you get the Echo Saber plus Shadow Blade, because you do not want to be as active. You max out your 3-grab, of course, which means that you don't have your combo ready and you're playing for a bit of a later timing.
And if you'll notice something OG tweaked, which is just talking about changing little things here and there, is they banned out the Ember Spirit. So this hero was so potent in the early game last game, in that he rotated so well with the combination of something like Lion, right? And he just got so many kills on side lanes. They were, I think, 14 and 3 at kills, when that's actually not what we expected or predicted on panel. So they put respect on a hero like Ember, who can run into them early and feed off of something like a 5 Nature's Prophet.
So, what are other heroes that can fulfill that role of the Ember Spirit in the mid lane?
Well, typically the other Spirit heroes, something like Puck as well, could be really good, and it's a Toronto Tokyo specialty.
That is a Toronto Tokyo specialty. Do you think we could see his Invoker coming into play as well?
We could. We could see Invoker from OG as well, because it's a very good hero. When Winter Wyvern uses his heal, then you have a pretty good setup for the combo. It's a great way to counter-initiate against Magnus RP. Even the Skewer back and also Lion does not like to play into it.
Yep.
So they do pick up Lion again on Team Spirit. So same exact draft, but I suppose we can talk about individual heroes a little bit more now.
Yeah, just repeat what you said the last time.
Yeah, or just talk about Lion and what he offers. Lion in a draft is really nice, just because he kind of fills the role of hard lockdown on your team, but also it stops the possibility, or it lessens the threat of something like a Storm Spirit or a Void Spirit, right? You don't have to be so concerned about it if you can snag it early in your draft.
Oracle Lacoste, you predicted the Invoker.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, and I like the Night Stalker as a response to the previous game. Like they had more of like combo that's playing well during the laning stage and then transitions that into the mid game. This time around, Night Stalker, he completely ruins both Wyvern and Lion. Coming into this tournament, I thought Night Stalker is going to be picked. I might be a bit biased here because I'm a huge fan of the hero. I thought he's just going to be picked every single time.
No, I agree. I thought we'd see the Night Stalker a lot more, and the few times that we did see him, he did his job well. And not only does he make it hard for Lion and Wyvern, because Night Stalker is excellent at controlling these squishy supports in the back line, he can also potentially ruin this Magnus's game, because he pops his ulti, he's got this insane vision. He can see the Magnus setting up for something and just blink silence him, right? He's the type of hero who is so disruptive.
Does this hero fit the OG playstyle as well, of carrying Chaos?
It does, for sure. The laning phase isn't ideal, but he can do so much for his team in this game.
And there's the Spirit hero that you were talking about, Effie. Will Void Spirit be very similar to last game, where he fulfills the role of just the ganker whenever there's no cooldowns?
For sure. I mean, if Ember Spirit's banned, this is the next best thing, because, yeah, sure, you can also go for Storm Spirit, but he's a lot easier to deal with than something like a Void or an Ember, just because he's so easily counterable, right? So we'll see Void filling the role of Ember, not as effectively, because we've seen Ember completely pop off just due to how OP his shard and his ability to like buy BKB with something like a Magnus and just be so effective with only one item.
I like how Spirit players, when I say Spirit, Void Spirit and Ember Spirit players, decided to go for the shards early on. It's extra 200 damage on a Void Spirit, allows you to get extra ring, which means that you can close the gap or get out of much easier, and also if the game drags out, you get that level 25 talent, the 2-second dissimulate stun. It's insane amount of damage. Also combine that with his level 20 talent, 14% damage amplification. Makes a lot of sense that people are not just waiting for shard to drop from second Roshan, instead just buying it.
For sure, and I think the strongest Void Spirit build is actually just going for Kaya-Sanj, then Ags, and then Shard. That just seems really potent. But a nice thing about having a Void Spirit is he's a natural Eul's buyer. Like, when you buy Eul's on Ember, it can be good, but it doesn't feel as good as having it on Void Spirit, because it's the setup for his Remnant, right? And it gives him mana, which into his main stat and regen, obviously. But the reason why I bring up Eul's is because when you're playing Night Stalker, this is an item that you need to have against him. You have to Eul's him so your poor little supports can run away. And Magnus isn't going to build it, Wyvern isn't going to build it, and Lion isn't. So Void has a nice little thing he can do for his team here.
Okay. So for the last picks, what pick would you like to see, or what style of pick would you like to see for OG? What are they lacking here, Lacoste?
If it wasn't OG, I would say that Bane would fit pretty nicely, where you can play like position 4 Bane, but knowing OG, they're probably going to go for something more like strength-oriented, team fight-oriented, yeah, and they pick the Earthshaker in the end, so most likely they're going to stick with the roles. Nature's Prophet 5, Tiny position 1, Earthshaker 4, and Night Stalker 3. You want to give this hero farm priority.
And what OG did lack last game was team fight. They didn't have some kind of blink stun. They just had the Clockwork, which can function similarly, but not without being able to counter-initiate the same way that an Earthshaker does. So this rounds that out a little bit better. The lanes are just not very strong, unfortunately.
One reason why maybe they decided to go for Earthshaker is to stop the skewer horn toss type of a play, where you use a Fissure from long range to stop that kind of a play, and also Invoker makes a lot of sense with the Tornado. Go ahead, Effie.
Just Echo Slime is a very effective tool in catching Void Spirit, because when you play against Spirit heroes, you need some kind of instant disable to catch them out, and they don't really have that outside of the Blink Night Stalker silence, or the toss.
I want to break my role for a second because this is too exciting. For those people who have not watched Team Spirit all season, Team Spirit was the team that innovated the new way of playing Lifestealer, abusing the Infest with a low HP target and trying to like bait out fights as opposed to using the old Infest bomb. This was the only team I saw actually with success in Lifestealer during this DPC. So this is extremely exciting. If there's a team that you want to see Lifestealer on, it is Team Spirit. But now I want to move it to you, Lacoste, and tell me, what's the strength of this hero in this lineup?
They have no abilities that go through magic immunity, so that's going to be good. You also have a way of saving him with the Vibrant to split up the fight, so looking like a really good lifestealer game. What OG needs to do is, like, once your rage is down, it's going to become much easier because OG has so much burst potential coming up from Tiny. He doesn't like to play into Night Stalker. If Night Stalker gets the good jump like once we're talking about Blink Dagger timing, so that's going to take 25-30 minutes. Overall, looks like a good lifestealer game. I'm going to have to side with the OG one more time.
Okay. Effie?
I will believe in my boy's spirit. I think this lifestealer is going to have a nice time on the lane, and I think that if Toronto-Tokyo manages to carry the early game, similarly to what he did last game, we could see...
They did a switcheroo. Night Stalker's going to be played by Saksa.
Yeah.
So,
we're going to see something.
actually, I want to elaborate on that, right? Because it's always, okay, pick the winner. I don't care about that. I want to see what the game plan is for Team Spirit. If you believe in them, what is the win condition here?
So you're just going to have Toronto-Tokyo playing and trying to kill the side lanes with his supports, similar to last game. You're going to have Collapse empowering Yatoro and Lifestealer, and they're just going to look for the same openings, the same plays, and try to outplay in the team fights. Whereas OG have a more run-at-you style. They want to overwhelm them early on, and they do have the security of having Seb on a Blink Initiator this time. So it's going to be a lot easier to take these fights.
Well, the game is about to begin, and that means that we're going to be passing, to our wonderful casters. It's going to be Trent and Lyrical. Take it away, boys.
Thank you so much. Avo, yes, we're here. We're on the main stage again for game number 2. OG backs up against the wall. They've been in this situation before, although usually not before the grand finals.
True. Fair point, fair point. Yes, this is a rather early elimination match here for OG. And Sumail, he wants some help here, asking for the crowd's applause.
We'll have to see how this one goes for them. But yeah, the switch up that we're seeing there right at the end, they decide not to go for the position for Earthshaker and instead taking Saksa. And right off the bat, Thompson in some trouble found. And they give the kill to the man, Toronto-Tokyo, that's going to be laning against him. What a start for Team Spirit.
Yeah, some further momentum here, and even a decent obs ward here down from OG, so perhaps feeling a little bit safe in that area. And look, they're going to find it collapse.
30 seconds to
they know.
They definitely seem aware. And immediately get it.
Must have been that obs on the high ground there before we came in, probably spotted it out.
Right.
Got them an idea that was happening. So yeah, the panel mentioned at the end there, a little bit of a mix-up here. We're going to have the position for Night Stalker, something that used to be far more common with the previous Aghanim Scepter, where you could essentially get this massive amount of vision for the team, but since that removal, we've seen it not really as often. It's definitely more of just like for the sake of the draft and a flex pick, I would say. I feel like the lane could be rough here. Well, even the start of this game is a little bit rough here for Saksa.
Yadoro chases him down, and with that Arctic Burn slow, forcing back that Night Stalker as he did not start with boots. So off to a hot start for Team Spirit as they are looking to go one game away from moving on, placing much higher in this tournament than potentially a lot of people were expecting from them, and OG certainly on the back foot here. But they're on comfort heroes, a Thompson Invoker, Seb Earthshaker.
They like to be a little underrated too, you know, so
it's true.
That could also help them here being down one game. They're going to be looking for some early damage in this top lane. Seb starting out with the Enchant Totem. Don't have the benefits of the Aftershock, but he's trying to get as much harass on Yadoro as he can. Trying to start burning through this regen, but there's a lot of regen up here. There are 6 tangos, a salve. Yadoro's got himself a couple tangos and a Fairy Fire too. Already starting out with the stick, which is awesome versus the core Shaker, by the way.
You love to see that. It's going to be so much regen consistently given there. And of course, similar situation coming from that Invoker who doesn't end up getting one of those denied. Always frustrating to play against these Quelling Blade heroes. Although we'll get out that Cold Snap, get some good pressure on, pulls back in a little bit, but with the creep wave already passed and next to the tower, won't be any extra harassment there.
Yeah, Lyrical, this isn't a spirit hero.
Yeah.
What is this strange juggler of orbs? The Invoker here, ladies and gentlemen. So, Quaswex Invoker, by far the most common one that you're going to see these days. Likes to get around early on the map with an urn, try and set up some plays. But I would say, largely, at least in my experience of the Invokers at TI so far, falling a little flat on the early rotations, and it feels like they don't actually come online until they really get into that big Aghanim Scepter. Now, with the Philosophy of OG, though, I'm kind of expecting this is almost just like an Alacrity hero right now.
Yes. Given more and more, if possible, to that Tiny from Sumail and pullback. I'm a little bit shocked, I'm going to be honest, that they gave this to Collapse as Mira finds that kill onto No-Tail and
nice
finding
work
another
there.
one on the opposite side. 3 quick ones for Team Spirit.
Thank you, production, catching both of those at the same time. Very nice stuff here coming out. So again, yeah, I mean, this was similar to last game. The kills were definitely in favor of Team Spirit, but the economy kept moving forward for OG. But we mentioned that OG, they felt like they kind of stalled out a little in that mid game. Despite having the heroes that seemed like all they want to do was to fight and to kill, but they pushed out the creep waves and they couldn't actually secure those further objectives, particularly the tier 2 line. Tier 2 mid and tier 2 top stood for far too long and really seemed to be the point in which the game became a serious problem for OG. So we'll see if they try and get a little bit more aggressive this game, see if they can combat that, and once they hit those first round of items all around, just start getting a little wild.
Well, for now at least, it has been a very interesting one. What I was going to mention a second ago is I just can't believe that they gave Collapse Magnus again. A lot of confidence being exuded by OG here to give it back after the performance that he had. And you know, think about that last game. He was making those horn toss plays into the skewer back, into like a Yule Scepter, right?
Yeah.
Without a BKB or any of those things. He just made it work and had definitely the standout performance I've seen from him so far.
Well, he's definitely still feeling it down in that bottom lane. He's spraying the Seb down. He's throwing out No-Tail's voice line whenever No-Tail comes around him. So surely in a good mood after a game like that.
Can they pull it together for the second one, though? It's the big question here. Sumail so far on the Tiny 19-4 versus the 10-3. And then, of course, we saw Mira getting a good couple of last hits there as well on the line.
Yes.
Back by the Nature's Prophet. And just quickly up top, it happens.
What do you expect, you know? Your Night Stalker and Shaker into a Wyvern and a Lifestealer. Doesn't feel like this is going to go very well for you. I'm sure they're aware of that. Not able to really get any big pull plays either, you know? Maybe that's going to start happening here soon with the boost being available on Soxa. Soxa just sitting in a well like, do I have to?
Yeah.
I think I'm going to go mid.
He comes on back there. And that's just to, I guess, pick up the Bounty Rune instead. So goes to get that one. Obviously no bottle refill on Thompson. And then we'll try rotating around a bit, make something else happen.
Of course, No-Tail happy about that. Didn't have to buy the bottle, as thank you to our lovely brainstormers at home who told us that he also bought the bottle, which explains why he was so broke in that bottom lane, like literally just regens. So Invoker, not really a bottle hero all too often anymore. So No-Tail can start with the Blightstone and a Magic Stick this time on that Nature's Prophet.
Seb gonna chase back Maposhka a little bit, but hard for him to walk into the creep wave. Look at this, every time he makes that move, he's zoned back by Maposhka. This Winter Wyvern has been really rising in terms of the proficiency that we've seen from a lot of different players, but complete free farm.
Our Night Stalker did go and grab the wave, right?
Yes.
Success, use the boots, brings it back to Seb, and this is the kind of plays they're trying to do to salvage this lane.
0-4 start. Collapse keeps on just spamming out the lanes. No-Tail gonna give as good as he gets.
I find that line from Ava works a lot better once you've actually gotten a kill in the game. It's not as good with the giant goose egg sitting up there next to your hero portraits.
No, you're not wrong, Trent. They get the tornado into the EMP afterwards and a nice silence rotation. This is that power of that Night Stalker, but is it enough? I don't think so. They do burn through all of Toronto Tokyo's mana and will give a lane a little bit of a better time for this Invoker.
Yeah, Top's doing great here. Ahead of the Void Spirit.
Obviously,
very happy here.
One of the heroes that he's most comfortable on sort of came into prominence on.
Are you suggesting I can get a Meteor Hammer? Is that no, maybe not.
Maybe not.
Maybe not.
We
might be a little bit far past that, guys.
So 6 minutes in. So going to summon some more trees and focus back Collapse a bit more there. And you can see that taking over in the mid lane, at least for the moment, is going to be as they go on Collapse and Mira. There's nothing here.
This is such a...
and the thing
feels
about it...
bad Night Stalker game, dude.
Right. The thing about it, too, is that you're giving so much space from Aposhka to start soaking up levels mid, right? This Winter Wyvern is kind of been left alone, and now you're also walking back home for Toronto Tokyo. So they'll have a pretty farmed Wyvern, most likely. Already 4.5.
Yeah, if he can actually get there. It looks like Thompson is just holding the line.
Yeah.
Saying, no free XP. Get out of here.
So, still steady, slow beatdown
I mean, the best part is that there's no Wyvern up top right now, so Seb feels like he can actually like play a little bit more in the wave, right? It's like 1-2-2 build, actually has some decent tools now. Yadro sitting on 10 charges as well, so Seb is free to just cast some spells. Sox is coming back, but it is level 6 on Yadro, so this is a tough kill. No matter how you slice it.
Gets the rage off. Quick fingers. Knew that he was coming. Lifestealer not going to be punished there at all. Already has the Helm of Iron Will too, as well as the chainmail. So sitting on 16 armor.
Yeah.
Tops in, getting body blocked. Poshka.
They tried to set up on him, but Thompson hit a 2-hero tornado as well, so was able to start backing away, and then even with the jump through of the Astral Step, couldn't get the finish.
So not an easy one at all. The damage that you have right now from OG, it feels like these heroes don't really do that much, right? Like the supports don't have that much damage until Nature's Prophet gets level 6. Invoker's kind of just running unlimited bits as well. It's really all in Sumail, who has to obviously keep farming since he's position
Mid lane.
1.
Dropping low here, the silence comes in. Toronto Tokyo able to jump, get sprouted.
Assimilate, gets that little damage buff.
Yeah.
Able to back away from it. But Poshka, in the meantime, has a DD. The Remnant used out, they're actually able to get the bottle refill off that.
Nice defense right there. And now Mira coming in.
Has to be careful. Jump through 1-to-1 with this DD. Toronto Tokyo wants to go to work. Will he be able to get out of there? Assimilate, jumped into both! What? He turned onto them instead! They thought they were saving Soxa, but they were just dying themselves.
Oh, they can't believe it. Claps happily cheering on his allies from the off lane there. It's 6-0 as the supports contributing early here from Team Spirit. Mira Maposhka, a great series so far, and the greed.
Dude, Toronto Tokyo is not one to mess with. This man came here to play on this day.
I mean, he must have been really low there, like 400 HP or something.
Yeah.
Just got blown up, sticking around too long.
7-0 start. This young team, Eastern European, making the most of it. They're going to sneak away that bounty rune. And has the jump away, maybe. Ooh, low on mana. Dissimilate. Has to be careful. Maposhka nearby. They're bringing everybody the echo out, but the cold embrace keeps him alive. The silence afterwards. Toronto Tokyo trying to live, but won't be able to. They bring 4, but that's worth it.
Man, 7-1, but still only a 1,000 gold lead right now from Team Spirit. Sure, it's still early, but you look at those last hits and Sumail just towering above there. It's 70 right now, and a lot of those just straight up in the lane. Having a fabulous start. At the very least, did lose a courier, so that's going to slow down his acceleration for a bit.
And in the meantime, you can see Mira being chased away by these treants. Maposhka also in the area, able to sidestep that Tornado EMP combo. And also during this time, we saw the Night Stalker head on over to the Dire Ancients and place down one of those sentry wards. So it's going to be blocked out continuously. But back towards mid again, the taunt. Soxa silence wearing low. And Toronto Tokyo not able to find any extra follow-up there. Yeah, Sumail's just been AFK farming, hitting a heck of a lot of creeps. As we see Collapse also getting closer to that mech now.
Nothing phasing Sumail. Allies coming through, enemies, and I'm going to hit some creeps right now. So that part of the mission for OG certainly going well as this lead again just tapers off to pretty much nothing for Team Spirit gold-wise, but surely the comms are feeling really nice for Team Spirit right now. Up 7-1, you know? Just won game 1. Collapse has just been chilling on that off lane. Getting relative, you know, free farm for a Magnus at least. Sometimes you can have a rough time in the lanes, and now has his friends back here supporting him from the tree line.
Pulls in, RP, connect, Finger of Death, done.
That's a stack.
Mira gets the kill, and you can see that even though you have all these last hits onto Sumail, as far as net worth is concerned, they're starting to catch up on the rest of these cores and hopefully get into those first items for Team Spirit. RP down, smoke up, walk for Sumail, stunned. Right at the start with Yadro there, he gets the rage off, looking for the chase down. Collapse able to back out and get away.
They still have Curse here.
Oh, have to be careful. Toronto Tokyo showing up. They're going to use the Winner's Curse just to set everything up. The pullback with the Aether Remnant, but the walk forward. Have they bitten off more than they can chew? On the side of Team Spirit, looking for the rundown. The Fissure connects onto both of them. The jump through Sumail down so low. Mira, one more hit, it's not enough. They chase him, looking for a follow-up. Soxa onto Toronto Tokyo. Another cold embrace. They don't have much left in the tank at all. Echo is out afterwards. The Yule Scepter into Collapse Dead. Toronto Tokyo tries to get out. But do they have anything else left in the tank? Now infesting over to the side. Seb makes the kill happen. Mapochka getting ran down. The Lifestealer invested in and looked for a kill but couldn't find it.
They spent so much trying to bring down Sumail. I can't believe he's actually still around here, not able to get all the way home yet.
Mapochka, cold embrace, now the turn on to Thompson, wanting to finish him off. Run bit by bit with this armlet, getting after it's Tornado. The last second Mira needs to find the kill.
Mira, no.
Just off the skin of his teeth, he gets out of there. And Thompson tries to run, but Collapse moving in from downtown. Can he find the angle? Does he get lucky with it? They can try and chase this, but instead spot Soxa. Outer O, the run through, shows himself, and there's gonna be the eventual finish. Just mayhem in the bottom lane.
Well, there's a lot to break down there, and where do we even begin? I mean, the initial attempts on Sumail obviously failing. They spent so much, and I think Team Spirit probably just fortunate not to lose even more, considering how many of their resources they burned there. And oh yeah, we got ourselves a. You know, and also, oh man, Mira at the end there, when Invoker's running up the stairs and he didn't go for the spike because he wanted to give the kill over, and he was holding it. It was sitting there, and then he tried it long range and he missed. You're going to regret that one a little bit, I'm sure.
That's painful. A Sunstrike came in there, comboed together with the Nature's Wrath, and a quick pick on to the Lion. Keeping vision with those treants that whole time as well. But still less than 1,000 gold separating these two teams. And the fact that they were able to keep Yadoro alive and has now the Empower going to finish through these Ancients. Mapochka?
Oh, Mima on top, yep.
Jumped on. Fissure, Chant Totem, gonna fall. Winter's Curse, maybe a chance. Oh, the Sunstrike caught him right at the end. Well played by Thompson.
Eliminating any chance of escape there. They go right back to the tower and take that down. Thompson is pushing out this bottom wave, though. Any chance for a catch? Would be a tough one. Infest first. Oh, nicely done.
Now tries to move in there. And a couple more punches fingered. That Thompson tries to get out with a rage. Will be enough. So I am... Oh, wait a minute. Are they going for more now? Toronto Tokyo with the Haster and Tempt and Fate.
Yeah, he's under a ward right now, so has to be careful. Seb very willing to drop an Echo on him, I'm sure.
Non-stop action, 16 kills, 14 minutes.
The treant's actually bringing a wave over to Seb.
Yeah.
You know, in case he wants some farm here, that's nice. No-Tail always helping out his allies.
That Blink Dagger being done really opens up Seb's game, but obviously the Force Staff would make it that much better. The defensive abilities against that Lifestealer needs to stay up close and send personal. The damage. And Collapse in the meantime, with the mechanism done, gives them some more of this team fight potential, but also wanting to finish off that Blink Dagger.
Yeah, and you saw how scrappy that fight was, right? But now, you look what we got from Thompson. He's gone for that Rod of Atos and the potential bite here later on. So not needing that urn to like just try and go for the cold snap plays, really wants to ensure that you don't have the big playmaking potential. He wants to put some pressure on the itemization of Collapse to actually find that BKB or maybe a Dispel of some sort, right?
Right.
You don't want to give him that same freedom that he just had last game.
It is interesting, though, because it feels like as, well, the Atos comes out, this isn't bad here. Tries to get him in. The mech, though, keeps him alive, and with Mapochka nearby, they really don't have an opening.
Yeah, and the Arctic Burn onto Seb, preventing the blink.
Round two, looking for it. Seb, he has a big one. The Echo comes out, catches on to both, but the Hex is there to turn it in the Winter's Curse. Skewers them both together, tries to find it. RP, and now, do they have enough with the Empower? The big amount of damage coming out onto Seb. It was looking good for a moment, but in the end, it wasn't enough. Do they have anything else left in the tank? The chase down, another great impale onto Sumail, catching him now. They get the Sprout, but they've got him caught in there with them. Yadoro chases, right clicks, dead, done. OG, where you at?
Almost got no-tail there at the end too, but much like game one, it's these early plays into tier 1 tower that end up felling a couple OG heroes. They did get the tower in the end thanks to the trusty catapult.
But no, Lifestealer got the deny on it last second.
True.
Well played. And now?
Oh, Thompson.
Going for more. Seb, gotta be careful there. Looking down south. tried to find an opening there on the no-tail, and they'll get him. Maposhka ends up going down. Again, this absolute chaos there. Mira misses the stun. Seb jumps forward, gets the kill. Team Spirit, got to be careful with this movement now. Soxa wants to chase this. Another great fissure there, going to connect the Atos afterwards, but the Yule Scepter keeps him alive for the moment. Seb tries to hit the timing, but it's not quite there. And now with the Lifestealer back in front, he finds the kill on a no-tail, and then TP's out right in front of him.
No tools through that one here, of course, if you don't get that initial silence off, especially, right? Like, that's one thing he has to watch for sure versus the Night Stalker. Just make sure he doesn't miss out on that rage TP, but nice play there. Yadro will finish out that S and Y2, so ready to continue the battling and doesn't have to worry as much about scaling better into the late game thanks to the Empower on his squad. And now, well, Magnus, he's feeling personally empowered here with that Blink Dagger.
You're now starting to see a situation too with why this position for Night Stalker has kind of fallen out of favor, right? Like, you don't have a great farming mechanism, but he needs to get into that Blink Dagger and just doesn't have the gold. Aether Remnant gonna connect, and when you're out farming that far forward, you can get punished.
I do think he plays the... Oh, well.
Atos, winner's curse. Turns it around now. Thompson out in no man's land and gets punished as well. Team Spirit constantly right on top of the ball.
You know, the second half of that last game, we had to talk about collapse a lot, but I will say, I do think that Lion is a fantastic hero versus OG in the way they like to play, right? They love these tricky little plays. They love to tease, to taunt, and to sort of break you with the outskill, but it's really hard to outskill Hex Earth Spike.
Yeah.
You know, you get a little cheeky, a little bit fresh, and then one single stun, you're getting chained all the way to death.
Well, and I think that there's something too about like that horn toss into Earth Spike, right? It allows you to find kills without using RP that you otherwise would have to use that big ultimate for, and then you can save that for the big fights instead. It's just so strong if you can have, you know, a combo that play together as well as Collapse and Mira have been.
Yeah, for sure. And Mira, of course, last game putting a lot of emphasis on getting that Blink Dagger despite being a little bit behind with the map pressure. Mira, again here, just farming up neutrals. Gonna get that Blink Dagger at a pretty decent time, especially with that mid wave coming in through here too. I imagine they'll probably try and offer that over to him. And OG sort of falling into a similar playstyle as last game where things are just trying to be stacked on Sumail, but this game he's just not nearly at the same pace.
It really feels like there's a, you know, they have to play a little bit more passively, at least until these items come online. And Team Spirit, they're not going to give them that opportunity. They're keeping this pressure on. Smoke up. OG, do they realize what's coming? They're actually going to open up on the Yadro, but the rest of the team coming in time to try and save their carry. Is it going to be quick enough, though? They jump in! Oh, the RP! But he already died! And now the winner's curse afterwards. Soxa in some trouble. Toronto, Tokyo, and they are all in pretty deep at this point. If they can maybe find a couple quick kills, it could be good. Thompson down low dead. Rooted afterwards. Maposhka, Mira, right on top of Sumail. Jump forward, Seb, trying to save this. He's done it so many times to them before, but can they do it again? Sumail walking away ever so slowly, bit by bit, trying to escape, but Mira, he won't let him go. The jump forward, this Lion, and Collapse doing absolutely everything for Team Spirit here. As 4 go down, Seb tries to get away, but will it end up happening? No. The Yule Scepter lift up into the Remnant. Toronto, Tokyo having a coming out party, absolutely owning on this Void Spirit.
Sounds good to say and looks good to watch. Toronto, Tokyo, easy game. Is that a voice line? I don't think that was a voice line.
Wait, what? Oh my God! Observer, press enter and go up. This man just dropped it right in front of him. On the main stage of TI, an elimination match. Talk about
he's feeling
a hell of a moment.
Oh, this will be that turning point video if they lose this game, I'll tell you that much. Because
oh my God.
You know, you don't want to give any incentive to OG, but a great start to that fight, dude. That entire fight was without Yadro because they got the silence right away. And I want to say that Soxa, like, it's a very tough game for this position for a Night Stalker. He's doing a fantastic job of playing really well with the ulti because that's his only tool, right? He has to fly in there. He has to get that silence. He's providing the vision for these full team fights. And despite the fight starting so well, they still lose, like, almost everyone.
It's unbelievable. Team Spirit coming in. This team, they were started in the group stages 0-4 and then proceeded to just not lose that many games. They've been winning everything, and you can see here as we continue on.
Almost
Toronto,
everyone,
Tokyo.
everyone, as you can obviously see from
there
the top
it
of the
is.
screen. replays exposing. Gleipnir now done.
Radiant
That's like, did you just do that? Did you just type that in there? Oh my.
That was the moment for the Kyle chat wheel. You talking to me? You talking to me? Didn't do it. Didn't hear it.
True, after all that. Well, the chat wheels file a little silent sometimes.
Still less than 1,000 gold leads separating these two teams, 10 to 22. And Team Spirit, the ones in command.
Toronto Tokyo jumping in.
Certainly not out of it. Walks in, finds Thompson. Seb tries to salvage it. 4-step out, not enough. Now looking towards No Tail. They're going to pull in this Nature's Prophet. Just running them ragged on OG. Team Spirit won't be denied.
They're just making these picks look so easy. 100 to 0. They're falling. And that sucks. So this is with the ulti. He's under the obs, though.
Another round of it. They just keep dying, one after the other. Team Spirit claiming those kills.
And Toronto Tokyo moving under an obs here from Seb. I don't think he's going to try and go for anything too crazy. Knows that this Void Spirit's there, but some quick math, 2,000 damage, level 14 Shaker. Maybe with the Prophet, he's got a chance with the Invoker here, too. I think they're going to try it. Let's see. And we'll see what's set here, of course.
Looking to try and get something. And Toronto Tokyo, recognizing the danger, backs off. He knew. And in the meantime, you look at this. Team Spirit going to try and claim the Aegis.
Oh, the instant, the Sunstrike, and then the TB right away from Thompson. He wants to be here. Doesn't want this one going for free. Tornado now.
Starting the fight off. Obviously has the rage afterwards, but Roche down. Aegis claimed.
Not lucky enough to get the damage there from the meatball either.
Right.
Yeah, maybe just hoping he could force a snatch.
Team Spirit gonna smoke.
Try and get the bounty for OG.
Infested Lifestealer inside Collapse. Doesn't have the shard yet.
Oh, and Collapse this time too, eh? Yeah, Toronto Tokyo, of course, setting up for the easy one last time onto Thompson.
Follow the couriers. They're gonna take you to the heroes.
Oh, I love that.
Right on down the way. No Tail is there, but they jump and find the back line. Able to catch onto Sumail. That's a pretty good target. Hex afterwards. Yadaro eaten up this Tiny as Sumail eventually falls.
Oh, and they were so close to just running into No Tail too. That could have been so much better for OG if he was the one to fall, but grabbing the King instead. He has fallen and now collapsed. Well, they might just find No Tail anyway.
Even gonna drop the RP
This is from the laning stage. This is from all the voice lines and the sprays.
Stay together.
Team Spirit putting on a performance here. Showing everything. And did he find him again? Collapse runs into Seb.
Screen. Seb.
What? Just like that. They find themselves. Seb trying to give him a high five. And find the kill again.
I think he was changing his chat wheel binds. He got caught in the trees there. Snagged by Team Spirit, just finding everything right now. And now able to pressure with this Aegis. Still 3.5 minutes left. 4 staff, 4 collapse. Now we just gotta wait for that shard to come out and he'll be back in full force once more here.
Look at this. I mean, this is the thing. You know, you start the laning stage off even, but kill after kill after kill, and off the back of Collapse, this mag that OG gave to them in game number 2, they felt like they had an answer, and so far it hasn't looked like it.
All right, there are no doubt incredible tools in these team fights for both teams, though. We have a total of 5 Blink Daggers on the map now.
Yes.
So everyone's, lots of opportunities to make your play here from both squads. Most importantly, Soxa, I think, able to be more valuable in these team fights by trying to get that silence and getting right on top of Yadaro.
This could be incredibly important for them. And they need Sumail there too. Like, they really don't have the damage otherwise.
Yeah, and I mean, there is the 4 staff as well from Collapse, as we mentioned, so that's a great counter to Soxa, just because he just needs that little smidge of I'm not silenced, right? For Yadaro, and he can get the rage off.
Gonna walk in. It can start heading down bottom to pressure this tier 2 tower.
I love the use of this Aegis, just closing in on the map. They're using this gem. They're moving through, looking for every bit of vision, every sentry, every obs. Just taking them down one by one. Team Spirit want to take away the map from OG. But you gotta imagine they're feeling I would think a little nervous, starting to shake a little. Like, it feels like you're doing so well, right? This is OG elimination.
That's true. Do you start to feel the nerves? Do you start to feel the wind come in their direction? Can they keep up the momentum?
You question yourself more when you're winning. right? When you're losing, you're looking for solutions because you have a problem. You see the issue. In a game like this, like you're ahead and you're just trying to keep that momentum going forward. You're scared a little bit sometimes in terms of like what can they do to come back.
All right, and we've seen OG come back from bigger deficits than this before, even in the grand finals. They've got heroes that can make the plays. Will it happen, though? Looks for the silence, not going to get him. Toronto Tokyo playing that one safe, and down bottom, they got a lifestealer that OG need to deal with. Throws out that tornado, gets the lift up, the pullback. Skewer, catch, Thompson in trouble. On the other side, they're also battling it out with Seb. The chase is there, and Thompson going to fall. Mirror jumps in, gets the finger of death finish. Collapse off to the side. Maposhka not going to be found. They get the skewer, or rather the shockwave into the kill, and they force out that buyback. NoTill's going to pressure top.
Yeah, he's got no other choice. Just going up there. Gonna perhaps send in some treants here.
Fissure, the only thing that can slow down this lifestealer right now. Will get hit by the tornado now afterwards. But again, that pressure, it's going to be mounted top. We've seen this before where Nature's Prophet can force back heroes, but will they happen now?
They're so weak in comparison though right now. Like
It's true.
He's got the solo cracks, he's got a couple of the big ones, but I mean, there's Yadaro just hitting your base. 30 seconds still left here.
Yeah, and they still have Glyph available on Team Spirit if they need to use it. Yadaro hits it, range racks down, takes the first, backs away with the team.
Dire's structures are fortified.
God, what a match. What a series. Team Spirit came out here punching the champs in the mouth.
I will say he got more damage down than I expected.
Yeah.
He's sending them back in and no one's TPing. They don't want to break the formation. So they're just going to sack the tier 3. Now tier 3 is not as valuable as they used to be, but look, the fight's happening. This is why. They don't want to break it up.
Catches there. Stun afterwards. Pull back in. Dead. Done. Looking for more.
He blinked in.
Collapse. This guy's a little bit crazy. Thompson, Sumail looking for an opening there. They spot one. Avalanche walk forward. Mech, but the save is out. And now Sumail BKB'd. It's going to wear off soon. Has to back out of there as Yadaro chases the winner's curse. It's going to connect. And afterwards, Soxa, he just has to disrupt it, but no, he can't get there in time. The jump in. Seb tries to salvage it. Isn't enough. The Evil Scepter lift up. Mira goes down, but they pull him back in for more. Yadaro too strong on this lifestealer. 3 dead, no buyback. Is this going to be the end for OG? As Soxa also to fall. Everybody's gone. And look at this Team Spirit going in for more. Oh, Yadaro, are you tempted fate? Are you thinking about going into the fountain? They regain some focus, but with no buybacks, can they just try and end it?
It's tempting. There's in the other lanes.
This is, could this be the downfall? Team Spirit, they can sense an end right now. A chance to move forward, get top 6 in this tournament, and you've got 25 seconds with no Sumail.
They're not hesitating.
Trying to end this one. Team Spirit looking to go all together. There are racks that are being taken up on the top side of the map, but they've got their eyes on the prize. They want to sage it, the Sprout. They'll walk inside of it. Oh my God, he's just going for the spider legs through. They get the vision. Oh gee, there's nobody left alive. It's only NoTill. There's nothing left, and GG is called. Team Spirit end the game, taking down OG. What a Cinderella story here on the main stage.
Absolutely incredible Team Spirit. And look at them, they're cold. There's cold stone in there. They just knocked out the champs.
Unreal. From going 0-4 at the beginning of groups to now getting top 6 for this young squad. What a magical, magical journey for them. And OG, it just wasn't meant to be this year.
And it's just early, of course, for Team Spirit. It's important that they're not getting too excited because they still got games later today.
You're not wrong.
Staying alive here in that lower bracket. Going to be facing off later this evening as well. And I'm sure a lot of people probably didn't expect them to be there.
No, absolutely. I mean, this is the thing, right? Like, you play now, and you've got Eastern Europe playing Eastern Europe in the next round for a potential top 4 finish at the very least. And Team Spirit, an incredibly impressive performance, coming in as one of the dark horses in this tournament. They made it work here in this game number 2, and like you said, absolutely stone cold walking out of the booth. Toronto Tokyo throwing out that easy game in the midst of it as well. He was one of the standout performances for sure.
Yeah, he really was. And of course, OG, a team that maybe not the highest expectations coming in just because of like how the season works and everything, but everyone knows that they're a threat. Yeah. There's no doubt, right? You know how they can perform in pretty much any situation. And with bringing in Sumail, that wasn't going to lower their pedigree whatsoever here. So we will say goodbye to our champions.
And just like that, we'll head on back to the panel.
Well, it's certainly an unusual sight to see OG walking away at such an early stage in this tournament. I'm sure they're going to have a regroup. But my word, team spirit. Let us remind you that they have the youngest player at TI in their team in Yatoro. And what a performance he's pulled off. A 19-year-old collapse, clearly the anchor of this team. This is absolutely phenomenal just to see them come here and to completely defy expectations and to do it against OG Lizard.
It's incredible. Something just clicked after the group stage for this young team full of pub stars, and they're having fun. The game versus OG, it looked like they were just enjoying themselves, all chatting a little bit. But in any case, collapse on that Magnus 2 games in a row, switching up the item build a little bit, but looking insanely strong.
And I don't think it was just him as well. Their whole team played fantastic. I feel like they had a bit of a draft advantage. They had what they wanted to beat OG. Those early skirmishes, even something as simple as a cold embrace, buys them like 2 to 3 seconds of time, which is effective against Earthshaker as well. A big part of his damage is that enchant totem hit. And if it forces them to overdive for that extra 2 seconds, buys them time to turn it around. So I think those early dives and fights from OG were shut down partially because of that Winter Wyvern. It was actually really key to their win.
A very good pickup, right?
Yeah,
it was in PSG LGD as well.
Yeah, I think Winter Wyvern has been sort of like a hidden sleeper pick because I think she was like 90% win rate in groups, so people weren't picking her a lot as well. I think Team Spirit, just how they're ready for OG's moves was really impressive because they're such a young team, but they seem so composed, so calm, so ready to actually take the right fight, take the right engagement. Like, usually when I see OG goes for those wraps on the tier 1 mid, they're overwhelming their opponent. But Team Spirit, they're all there and ready, and they just wiped them.
Well, it seems weird to be saying this right now, but we do have an exit interview with OG, and Avo is on the sidelines with Seb.
I'm going to slide you guys over. I mean, you can ask me the question if you want, but...
No.
I can definitely hear that they're on the sidelines together, but I believe that they're actually just getting ready. Again, we're not used to this situation here at TI. Seb's certainly not used to this situation anymore, but I'm sure that interview is going to be well worth the wait. As you guys were saying, an absolute team effort from Spirit. And the draft from OG just wasn't good enough. But that's the strange thing. I thought that the OG, they are the master drafters, and I'm not sure what's going on.
It felt stubborn to me. It was kind of a repeat of the first game draft-wise.
Pretty
Both
much,
teams
yeah.
were like, oh, we're confident with our openers. I would say from the Spirit side, their draft improved a little bit. Their mid player was on a hero that buys a Spirit Vessel. That's a percentage-based damage item, very effective against Tiny. That was one of the things they had trouble with in the first game. So that gave them an even better advantage than they had in the previous one. And who was their other new hero? It was... Don't remember. The carry, also percentage-based damage, very good against Tiny. Yep. And so it just felt like they had a better draft against what OG played than the first one, and from my perspective.
And do you also think that Spirit are going, well, we know OG likes to fight, so because we are coming into this situation knowing that, we're just going to practice doing it better?
I really want to be hyping up Spirit for as much as possible. I wasn't impressed with OG's draft in this second game, but they're OG. They always have a plan. Sometimes it doesn't work. This was sadly for them one of those times. We've seen that through the group stages and the main event. The Hoodwink didn't work out on the mid lane. If they do get all the pieces right, they dominate. If they don't and they have a Night Stalker that's lowest net worth and in position 4, it gets a little bit trickier.
But it seemed like also the focus was off. Like there was one moment when Seb was in the trees, maybe he was shopping, maybe he was checking his map or something. But it was just like it wasn't even a gank, really.
I feel like when your draft is off, sometimes you'll make mistakes because you're trying to figure out how to win the game. Like it's very confusing for OG. Like for me, I think Night Stalker should have been 5, Fearon should have been offlane, and it would have been a lot easier to play the game. But Dota's weird like that. Like you play so many hours into the game, you commit so much of your time into it. The smallest thing being off can make it so that you're not able to play your normal game. Like a lot of pros, they always say, I want to play as if it's a pub because you feel so comfortable. You know what's going to happen. It feels so natural. If you're thrown off, this is sort of what happens.
Is it fair to say that Spirit were playing like a pub?
I mean, no, I don't. I mean, they're playing
I'm not saying you
right?
are. It's just that we keep referring to them as pub stars, and they're top 6 of the international. And I just want to, I guess, put some respect on their name, just because when we talk about pub stars, listen, it's no surprise. I come from Counter-Strike. If we talk about pubbers, we're not necessarily talking in a positive light. So I just want to double check now I've come into your space, that we are giving them the credit that is due.
I would say calling somebody like a pub star is not really as negative in Dota because it's like that means you're like insanely good. If you're a pub star, you're beating pros in pubs. I think the problem that usually translates is you need a captain, and maybe in this case this is an advantage. You get this experienced captain in Miposhka who can make sure that they're playing the right heroes for the game and that he can kind of like corral them. So still let them play their pub, but also make sure you're checking those boxes for how to compete against other teams that are organizing as a cohesive unit.
So making the most of that raw talent and then making magic on the stage.
Exactly.
Perfect. Well, standing by right now, we do have Avo with Seb, so let's hear some final words from Team OG.
Thank you, Frankie. I am here with Seb. Thank you for your time, Seb. I wanted to ask you just your thoughts on the last game.
I mean, it was a good game, hopefully, for people to watch. I think Team Spirit played a very good game and they deserved the win, and I wish them best of luck further. As for us, I mean, we did a lot of right things in terms of preparing, in terms of keeping a good mood, you know, and fighting as much as we could. I don't think we let the toughness of the game affect us, but definitely the Dota was not good enough to win this game, and I think you have to also accept that. So.
OG always talks about being a family. What does family do in moments like these? How do you recover?
I mean, we are still in family. We always will be through wins and losses. What family does is support each other, of course, for those who need support, and also give each other space. Just, you know, like, be loving and caring. This is a big deal for everyone. It's a big deal to lose, in the sense that so much effort put into it. So yeah, we're there for each other. At the same time, you know, losing is part of competition. We've been on the winning side, and we celebrated that, and we were grateful for that. I think the wins don't taste nearly as good if it wasn't for the losses. And I think that, you know, losing is really rough. It feels really rough. We feel all very down, and but you have to stay strong through these times, and you have to learn, and there's going to be time for that. Everybody needs, you know, have different ways to process everything. What I do want to say is I want to thank everybody that supported us and followed us. What is really special about OG and about OG fans and just the community like around OG is that there is support. We feel the support through, you know, the highs and through the lows. Today is a low, but as I said, there wouldn't be any high without lows. So we appreciate that, and we are very thankful and grateful for the support that we get. And yeah, this is something that's much bigger than a tournament.
Well, you heard it. Celebrate the highs, accept the lows. OG's run at TI10 ends here, but OG will continue to exist, and there are going to be much more highs for this team, right?
Of course, OG will continue to exist. We will see what the future is made of. I want to also give a special props to everybody, like my teammates, everybody around us. I know everybody gave it really their best. They did everything with their hearts and all the, you know, the love and the talent that they're capable of. It wasn't enough today, but it is what it is.
Back to you, Frankie.
Thank you very much, guys. I know it's not easy to talk so openly after a loss, and we do really, really appreciate it. But right now, we need to go to Sumi, who is on the sidelines with a top 6 player here at TI, Miposhka.
Thank you very much, Frankie. I'm here with Miposhka from Team Spirit, who have just won their match. Welcome and congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
My first question for you is, what are your thoughts on being the team that has denied OG the three-peat? They are no longer able to be 3-time champions because of your team. What are your thoughts on that?
I guess I didn't understand exactly. Can you repeat, please?
You eliminated OG from the tournament. How do you feel about that, since they're such a strong team?
Actually, I don't feel like something special. I don't know, like we prepared for them. They are some usual team, and who we're gonna meet. So I don't feel anything special, you know. Like, so that's it.
You don't feel anything special for eliminating one of the strongest teams?
I guess I can feel only that if we win TI, it's gonna be like legal win, you know.
I like it. They are already looking at the next step and looking at winning TI. So one question that a lot of people have asked is, what's up with Yaturo's hair? What happened?
Actually, I don't know. Like, there was a moment he came and he like, I didn't even hear this, that he said that he want to cut his hair, but I listening to my teammates, they told me something like, Ilya want to cut his hair, something like this, and I'm like, what, why he want to do this? I have no idea. So I don't really know why he did it.
So Yaturo's hair is a mystery to all, including his own team. All right, final question. Your next team, the next team that you'll be playing against are Virtus Pro. You have a lot of experience playing with them. Do you have any words for them as their next opponent?
I would say that it's kind of sad that we meet our CIS team in that stage. So I don't know. I think the game is going to be interesting because we played a lot with them, and some series was pretty fast because they playing really aggressive and they know how we usually playing. So I think right now we are playing much better than we usually played, and then we played before the tournament. So I don't really know how it will be, but I think the series will be interesting.
Got it. So they've played each other a lot, but you better watch out because Team Spirit is on their game. Thank you very much. Back to you, Frankie.
Thank you very much, Sumi. Harosh Mikoshka, we will see you later on today. I'm very excited for that CIS derby. It's going to be so exciting. Do not blooming miss it or I'm going to come after you personally. And I'm a very busy woman, but I will make time. I do want to circle back to OG just quickly. What is next for this team? Obviously, Seb said we're a family, but we know what happens after TI. The roster reshuffle does occur. Aoi, do you think we're going to see them move forward as a 5-piece, or do you think there could be some rotations?
Honestly, I have no idea. I didn't even think about that. Like,
are you still in shock?
I mean, yeah, but the roster reshuffle, it depends on the entire shuffle, you know? Like, if they think something really important needs to change, then they'll change it. But I think Thompson actually said he was going to retire after this, or retire, take a break, I don't know, after this TI no matter what.
But they kind of did that after the last TI as well, right? They went into coaching, OG seed and whatnot, but the fire in those guys is a little bit too strong and they had to come back. So I expect something similar this time around.
I think the nicest thing for them is that traditionally they win TI, then they just have kind of a crappy like 4 or 5 months, you know. So I think the fact that they still qualified, but it was a tough road, and they did okay, but obviously below expectations. I think it's going to really help them going into maybe the first DPC season, knowing that like they still have the drive, they still have the talent, but like, hey guys, let's be a little bit cleaner throughout the year potentially.
And what do you think about Seb as well? Because Seb is someone who seems to come in and out of a player position. And I'm wondering if he decides to step back from the offlane, will it be for good this time?
I can't help but think that because they underperformed due to their expectations, that it's going to increase their drive. So I won't be surprised to see if he wants to stick around and keep playing.
Yeah, well, I hope he does. I rather like seeing OD Pixel casting Seb's matches, and you know exactly why. Let's head to the bracket and see where we're at after that first lower bracket match now of the day. Now, as you can see, Secret versus LGD, that is a feast for the senses. That's coming up tomorrow, because today it's Heartbreak Central. We still have to say goodbye to yet another team in our next matchup in the lower bracket, which is going to be T1 versus Vici Gaming. The winner will be playing Invictus Gaming. That is a task I do not wish on anyone. And later at the end of the day, we're going to have Virtus Pro versus Team Spirit, that matchup that Miposhka was talking about to Sumi earlier. And I think he hyped it up pretty well. Right now, we're playing better than we usually play, and given that Virtus Pro, they did get the DPC spot, and Spirit had to come through the Eastern European qualifier, that is going to be a much more even matchup than we were expecting. So again, I keep saying it, but it bears repeating, don't pull them and miss it. Right, if you want to know the magic of the International, to be honest, you just need to keep watching, but it's always a treat to go down memory lane. So we're going to head back a couple of years to TI9.
So when people think about mistakes when it comes to Dota, people think about the things that happen inside of the game while the match is live. You don't really think about mistakes happening in the draft, but this is one of the biggest mistakes that has ever happened at a TI. So it was TI9, Alliance versus RNG, and it's the lower bracket best of ones, where there's the most hype and the most pressure. One screw up, and you are just out of the international.
You know, going into that game and seeing how the draft progressed, everything was kind of working out how we wanted it to go. Then it goes towards the end of the draft where Insania wanted to ban Naga.
We had these papers printed where you could see like their drafts and what they had been playing a lot, and Mickey was like, I don't think they really play that much Naga if I recall correctly. And then I don't know if I was too caught up in the moment or what it was. So I started looking at the papers, I forget about the timer, and then I'm like, all right, you're right, we should ban the gyro. And I move my mouse, pull it over to gyro, don't look at the timer, and just click it. And right as that happens, the clock takes over. And I picked the gyrocopter.
We didn't ban anything.
Oh my god. Are you serious?
Whatever.
Did this just happen?
It's fine. Right, we gotta deal with it.
Oh my god. I don't know if I really was angry so much. I was more like shocked. It was hard to like understand because even though you see it with your own eyes, like it's just like, how could this possibly happen?
Yes, I was on the panel. I was on the panel for Insania picking gyro. None of us noticed. Even when Lanem, like pointing at his head, he's just like, are they, I don't know, I always want to hear what he was saying too. That's probably something really interesting.
空霸
，nice，
他妈他选慌了，空霸。
三位虚空，三位虚空。不是，我跟你说，不是他想搬飞机，你知道什么意思吗？他想搬飞机，他选到飞机了。我觉得对面好像真这样，我跟你说，他要搬飞机，他双手插头了，他没了。
就我们犹豫了片刻，然后后面反应过来，他们可能是点错了，然后点错了以后，我们就感觉有点搞笑嘛。
You were inside the pod at the time?
Yeah.
I can fuck. Why don't you know? Okay. Sorry guys.
How about offlanes?
I can play mid gyro. Let's see what they pick. Okay. Let's see what they pick. Don't pick your heroes, guys.
Don't worry. We got this.
All right, Loda. How are you feeling?
I think they're gonna do really well. Yeah.
Feel confident?
Yeah, I feel confident.
First thought in my head is like, it's fine, we can fix this, right? I can play gyro mid. And three of us are like yelling, I can play gyro, it's fine.
I can play gyro against the lane top with Aiden. It's actually not that bad.
This is gonna be a story to tell, boys.
Yes, and if this works for
any fucking team, it's our time.
Listen.
How they react, what they do when they're put into this like near impossible situation, their first reaction is, it's okay, we can figure this out. I thought that was like just a beautiful moment.
When you're in the moment and someone like clearly messes up and there's no going back, the decision is done, you gotta help him because he's gonna feel bad about it, and the worst thing you can do is have him suffer alone.
So thanks boys. I appreciate it.
We're gonna have to play like...
Give him 0.
How do you think? It's fine.
I mean, I've always known what kind of people I'm playing with. We make mistakes, maybe not of this like magnitude, but whenever we make mistakes in games and stuff, there's still the same 4 guys that are behind me, backing me up, and like, I feel like someone messes up, that's the kind of attitude I want to show towards them too. So, I mean, life moves on, right? Like, this is something that happened. I mean, if people get joy from it, then sure. I mean, why not? Like, I'm down for the joke. Let's make it something fun. More than anything, I feel like it made me feel good that other people can see it, and they can see like, this is who we are, this is how we treat Dota, and this is how we try to be like the best team we possibly could be.
Welcome back, everybody, to more Dota 2. That was a fantastic series between Team Spirit and OG. But we still have a lot more Dota coming up. Gentlemen, tell me what to expect from this upcoming series, Vici Gaming and T1.
Chaos. Utter chaos. And I don't think that will be Vici's doing. Vici so far, to me, has looked like a really patient team. Not really chaotic. They know their timing and they're willing to wait for it, even if that means like playing in their base for 30 minutes. And T1 is the type of team where if you give them an opening in one fight, even if they're behind, they'll just keep killing you over and over. Like these guys are just, they smell blood in the water. Can sharks smell blood? They smell blood in the water like a shark, and they'll go at you. They'll go for you.
The shark's been knocked out of the tournament, my friend.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have said that.
Not good.
Yeah.
But no, I think this matchup's going to be two very slow teams matching up against each other in my mind. I think T1 is a team that they like to farm up all three of their cores. They don't really want to get into your face too fast into the game. And I think Vichi's going to let them do that. I think Vichi's completely fine with letting you sit back and, you know, they're going to hold their side.
I wonder how that'll go, though, for them. Because I feel like T1, anybody that lets like car farm in on Doom just loses.
Even OGD, right? Like that's how
Even
T1
LGD.
beat OGD.
Yes, exactly.
I think Vici, I think coming into their matches, I don't think their team atmosphere is very good, for what I've some secret sources. But they just beat EG. Like that's a huge confidence boost. And I mean, T1 versus Alliance, I think they sort of stomped them. So the both teams, I think, going on a high.
All right, well, it looks like the teams are ready to come out, so let's welcome them. Vici Gaming featuring Poyoyo, Ori, Old 11, DYW, and DY is also a team known for playing patiently and for the end game. Taking third twice in the DPC and placing fourth at the Annie Major. This team full of incredibly seasoned players has somehow managed to stay low on the radars of other teams, but blink and you'll miss it. Their objective-taking strategy and trio of supports will hit you when you least expect it. T1, a strong team featuring a multinational team of 23 Savage, Carl, Cuckoo, Zephyr, and Whitemon have been dominating the Southeast Asia DPC, placing third and first, respectively. When the points started tallying up and SEA looked like only one team would make it to TI, T1 proved them wrong by taking first in their region and an impressive third place at the Annie Major. Known for their late game focus and momentum-based playstyle, our own analyst Jenkins has said that if you make a mistake and give them an opening, your advantage will disappear. T1 is here representing Southeast Asia. Gentlemen, the teams are ready and the stakes are high. What are we going to expect from this game?
I think a lot of killed creeps.
A lot
For
of
the first
killed creeps?
15 minutes.
A lot of killed creeps.
A lot of killed creeps. Probably the most efficient creep slaying game so far.
I mean, I feel like T1 fights, though. It's like I really liked your description of it, actually, Aoi, is the fact that they like build all of these Midases, they pick all of these like crazy late game heroes, but then they will defend their towers, they will defend their areas, and they'll slowly poke you, and then you know that like you have to fight them because they're going to win the late game with all of these farming items. But then they usually have some sort of like save hero or some like team fight. They have something that lets them fight you if you give them an opportunity to fight.
Yeah, and in my mind, I think T1 are actually favored in this matchup. I think just how the playstyles match up, I think they're looking good coming in. I think a lot of the match will come down to Ori because I mean he sort of got almost embarrassed by GPK, I'd say, in the upper bracket, but he made a really good return in their series versus EG. Yeah. So it'll be up to him to be able to set tempo. Because, you know, Vici as a team, traditionally, they were like really quick movements. They would always pull up 515, bring double support to mid. They haven't been doing it as much as I expected this tournament. Maybe it's a patch thing, but if they return to that, like that's the thing that I think can maybe let them beat T1.
Yeah, I think they're going to have to move out of their comfort zone. And I think that's exactly what goes back to what Jenkins says too, right? Where I think if you play slow and you let T1 just sit back and defend their objectives, they're going to be really, really happy about it. I think the natural playstyles of both teams, you would see Vici trying to do the same thing that T1 does, but I think they're less greedy. They're not as efficient at getting the most out of the map, and I don't think they pick as many late game heroes as T1 does. So I would expect Vici to be like, hey, we need to actually change up our playstyle a bit if we want to have a good chance of beating them.
That's definitely interesting because one of the things that I've heard a lot in these lower bracket matches is that comfort is where you would go to because you're facing elimination here. So this is where you pull out all the stops and you play heroes that you're most comfortable with. You know their matchups, you know how they play against other heroes. But in this case, you're saying that they should not do that.
For me at least, I feel like based on what I've seen so far during TI, I think T1 will outgreed them if they both sit back and play to farm.
Well, DY did say in an interview that they have other heroes and they just haven't been forced to pull them out yet.
Yeah.
So, according to Vici themselves, they can do that. But the question is, like, will that even work against T1? Because I feel like in the EG Vici series, as the game went later and later, Vici did a really good job being patient and figuring out how they needed to take the fights. I remember, like, RTZ was on Razor, and there were, for the first half of the game, they, like, weren't killing him, and he was just popping off in the fights, like, killing everybody. And then at some point, they had identified that, like, he had no Satanic. All he had was magic immunity, double magic immunity from the refresher, and they just started focusing him with right clicks in every fight. And then if they did that, EG had no damage. And so the thing is, like, Vici were figuring it out as the game went on, but T1 is a team that is famous for being good at team fighting. If you need to doom this target and this target, like, they'll figure out how to do that. They'll have a smoke wraparound, they'll do that. They'll, you know, bait somebody, and then they'll doom the two targets. It's like, this is the worst team to try to beat in team fights.
Interesting. Let's take a look at Vici's averages for this tournament. So for matches, they are first in I believe they're wins, like number of matches played.
Yeah.
That surely must mean that they've played the most games.
They played the most games, that's true.
And their record is 39th, which places them at 8th, which is...
It makes sense, right?
Yeah.
You're in the lower bracket, you played a long group stage.
Their games went to 3 games.
Precisely, you've played best of 3s.
Tell me about this hero pool. A hero pool of 42, that's across all 5 players, right? And that puts them at 15th. So does that mean that they have a smaller hero pool?
I mean, if you
compared to
played
other
the most matches too, I feel like that's even amplified, right?
Yeah, that is definitely amplified.
But it might
That's
tie back to what Jenkins had to say, right? Where they don't feel like they've been forced to show their other playstyles. They haven't been forced to play another style of Dota. They feel like every single game that they've played, they've been able to, you know, outgreed their opponents. And maybe that's why they feel like, you know, the smaller hero pool has been good enough for them.
Yeah.
And now it's time to branch out of that.
Potentially, right? We don't know what kind of approach Vici's going to take. Maybe Vici's like, you know what, T1's greedy. We like to be greedy. We're going to outgreed them, and then this is going to be a 95-minute game with 10 kills on each side. We don't know what kind of approach the teams are going to take.
So on the other side, if both teams are playing for late game, they're both really farm heavy. All of you have agreed this is going to be a farm heavy game. What kind of heroes would you pick in this case? Because
Magnus.
That's a good suggestion. You should play. You're really good.
I'm really smart about the picks.
I know.
Thank you.
oh my god. Magnus had an extremely good performance showing in the last series, but is that because of the last series or is it just overall? Like, what makes both of you just say Magnus is very smart?
Definitely overall. He's, I mean, I have theories. The best thing about Magnus is definitely... Yeah, they're 80% win rate. No surprise there. No surprise. And this is just for T1. I feel like the win rate is good for most of these teams that are picking Magnus. They're just really good at it. But just the fact that, like, everything is so structured at TI, everybody's trying so hard, you're keeping these formations, and Magnus is just like, yep, there goes your formation. I'm skewering, you know, Puppy sitting on some high ground. It's like when you're skewered into the fountain from some high ground, it doesn't matter what damn formation you're holding. He just breaks it.
Yeah, and I think Doom's going to be a hot hero for T1. I think anyone that has been watching this tournament is like, all right, T1 Doom, you have to consider it, and I'm sure Vici will.
I think they should straight ban it.
I think so too, but I think if you're not banning it, then you need to have an answer for it. And I think that's the way Secret, you know, has figured out their opponent so far. So I think that is also an approach that I could see Vici taking. I mean, they have a really experienced coach, who I don't think we've talked about, and Fenrir.
Yeah, I was actually thinking when we were talking about the playstyles matchup, I think of Fenrir. I think of, like, Vici, TI4, Deathball.
Running around, fighting.
Because Vici, they're laning traditionally. Like, it has been pretty good. I mean, Ori had a couple of rough ones, but usually, like, it's at least solid. And then if you apply a Deathball to that, that should hypothetically be good against what T1 does.
You're not wrong. I mean, against EG in like all of the games, they were winning the lanes, right? And I think if they can, like, some Beastmaster Helm Dom sort of style would work with that, or some like offlane Lycan or whatever, which we've seen Old 11 play. That would be fine.
Do you think so? We just saw the favorite heroes for T1. Lina was on there. Lina was also like the favored pairing with 100% win rate. Do you think that we'll see that coming out at all?
What do you think, Jenkins?
Yes.
Yeah?
I think so. I mean, Carl is for T1.
Yeah.
I think Carl is like the Lina player. It's like him and nothing to say. I remember at the Animajor, they both were kind of like simultaneously. I don't know if like one copied it from the other or what, but everybody was picking these like spirits, Void Spirit, you know, Ember Spirit, whatever, and like playing this fast style of mid. But then Carl was just like, no, I'm going to be Doom every game, or I'm going to be Lina, build into a Daedalus, build into a Satanic, Scotty, and like essentially carry the game. And it's like, you know, oh no, 23 Savage is having a tough game. They're killing him in every fight. Well, guess what? You have Carl to deal with as well. He's the real carry. You look at the damage numbers at the end of the game. It's like Carl always has higher damage.
Okay, now on the other side for Vici Gaming, one of the things that you were quoted as saying, Jenkins, is that you expected Vici to take the whole thing because of their incredible consistency on LAN. Viewing their performance in TI so far, do you think that answer has changed at all?
Stop giving me these looks. Okay, this was 2 weeks before TI.
Why would you choose Vici over LGD?
I just know I said I think Secret LGD is going to be upper bracket finals, and Jenkins
really
was like,
smart.
there's no way it's going to be Vici.
I'm not 10K MMR, okay? I'm sitting here because of fart jokes. That's why I'm not 10K MMR. But I will explain myself. So my reasoning behind Vici was that I thought that they were a team. They were under the radar. They would always get like third, fourth place. Nobody would talk about them. Everybody's talking about the question mark. Everybody's IG. Everybody's talking about LGD. Everybody's talking about EG. Nobody's talking about Vici, but they have this consistent record of doing better and better on LAN. And then also they do extremely well online as well. And so they have this improvement. They do really well on LAN. And then also I thought that the way that they played prior to the stack nerfs would be better in a non-stacking meta. And I think that's true. Otherwise, they wouldn't be here. Whether or not they'll win, I mean, LGD's looking pretty damn scary, let me tell you. And T1, like, T1 was not looking like they were in their T1 form prior to TI. They just weren't. I actually thought Fnatic was going to do better than them, and Fnatic did very well, and I'm super happy that T1's doing well, because when they're playing like this, it's fun as hell to watch.
Right.
But now they're in form. So, yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say. I have no idea. I don't know.
But they did look good in groups. Like Vici and T1 did not look nearly as good. So I think there are things that back up what Jenkins actually has to say. There's more than just fart jokes inside this man.
He doesn't. He doesn't make up everything.
No, exactly. Some of the stuff actually comes from somewhere. And I mean, you saw it in the group stage. Vici Gaming looked really, really good. So.
It's so funny because
Thank you, Insania.
I do want to say that before we started this panel, I was talking to Jenkins about this matchup specifically, and he was giving me so much good information. Like he taught me so much, and I'm able to ask these questions largely because of him. So I do want to give him a lot of credit for that. He always gets self-deprecating, but seriously, Jenkins is really awesome.
No, Insania 2 is the best. I think he outshines the Prime version in many ways.
Can I join your team?
Yes, absolutely.
Wow.
I don't think
Victor?
History was made here today, everybody. Insania and Insania 2 will both be on the next team. At the next
binding
TI,
contract.
you can you just caught it here.
Verbal agreement. I have lawyers.
All right, back to the match. Jake said, Sir Action Slacks had said that Vici is, they are really good at taking objectives. Like they're good at taking Roche and they're good at capitalizing on those timings. Tell me a little bit about that and how that would compare to T1.
Honestly, I don't... Okay, so I have to think about it, because I've never looked into how T1 think about objectives. I know they like to defend their towers a lot.
They do.
Yeah. They're one of the teams that play Treant quite a bit. So they definitely like to hold their side.
Does Vici take that early towers dispatch? I feel like traditionally they have. Like when they rotate both supports with the wagon mid for 3 years.
I think in this tournament they've been slow, though.
I think so, too. I feel like LGD and Vici have been holding their towers and not taking towers that fast and focusing on making their game work.
Yep, absolutely.
All right, well, it looks like the teams are ready to get started, so let's go with Game 1.
Vici Gaming versus T1. Game 1.
Hello and welcome to the draft. As we start the draft, I would just like to throw myself under the bus to recover Jenkins because I also thought that Vici Gaming was going to do very well. So, you know, Jenkins, you're not alone. And some people in the talent pool, Trent, also thought that. They're going to hide now, but they believe it. I'm here in the draft panel with Lacoste and Effie once again, and we're here to analyze the first draft between Vici Gaming and T1. So, expectations for what we could see for Vici Gaming here, Lacoste.
Vici Gaming, I want to see Ori pop off. I want to see Ori put in a spot where he is able to dominate the matchup, because he had a couple of rough ones, especially against Virtus Pro. What are you laughing at? You see Magnus are like, all right, T1, they have this one in the bag.
That's Master Cuckoo's Magnus as well, and the pillar of the team, very often one of the most veteran players. That's scary.
Cuckoo has been impressive on the Magnus. I remember one play where he grabs 3 heroes, I believe, from Fog. He saw one, but the rest of the team was also backing him up. And Horn Toss and 3 heroes skewer back into RP. He's also one of the players that really grew on me throughout Season 1 and Season 2, being able to interview him as well. So he's just like, they're like a family, all of them are able to bond together, seeing them happy when they win. I think this is very important, and they coming into this matchup, it's just a bunch of friends who love to play Dota and enjoy doing it together.
Typically, the way that Vici have drafted throughout groups is that they first phase Old Eleven's hero, but when they played against Evil Geniuses the other day, they actually opted to not do that and just secure the 2 strong supports that they want, and last pick 11's here.
Whoa!
So this is...
Oh, he's been picked! Finally, my Crimson Witness is worth something. I mean, sorry, Omniknight, yes.
I believe, yes, this is the first Omniknight pick of the tournament.
It is.
And
why,
I was
by the
wondering,
way? Why is he so bad? Can you just explain it quickly?
He's not necessarily bad, but when he did have his time in the sun, it was because Heavenly Grace just got that buff where it gave him more strength, and it was an undispellable spell, right? Yeah. It got changed to be dispellable, which doesn't really make it as strong as it used to be, especially in first phase. And Sven got nerfed as well, so Omniknight rose to popularity of Sven, and they kind of fell together too. But I want to talk about Rubik more than I want to talk about Omniknight.
Okay, sure. Talk about Rubik.
I was wondering when we would see a Rubik versus a Magnus, because there have been so many Magnuses and not that many Rubiks. And just traditionally, Rubik is, I wouldn't particularly call him a counter, but he's capable of stealing RP and instantly lifting Magnus with telekinesis if he has vision on him and he blinks in, right? So it's cool to see this come into play. But so far I'm looking at the support duo, and they don't look that strong, right? But then I look at this Magnus plus Lina, and I say, wow, right?
Yeah, this looks super strong. To go back to your Magnus against Rubik point, because Magnus these days, and from what we've seen today, also they tend to go for the Horn Toss at one point, into Skewer, the instant Rubik lift could break out that play you were going for, and also the cast range that you build naturally into Aetherland, so might be one of the ways to actually counter the Magnus, because we've seen in the previous one where OG tried to potentially counter it with the Earthshaker Fisher. Wasn't really as effective as we expected, but yeah.
Imagine stealing Skewer, and then, okay, so your method of doing it is telekinesis to Skewer back, except your Skewer is much longer range than Magnus's.
Yeah.
So if we could see something like that happen this game, that would be really cool.
Also a faster cast point even, so there's a lot of tracks. For people that have not been watching for a while, like what Omniknight, Heavenly Grace, what is this, right? If you're an old Dota 1 player, you remember Repel, right? Now it's Heavenly Grace, of course. Give you stat resistance, strength as well, and a bit of regen, I believe.
Yes.
And much like the old Repel, now it's dispellable for some reason, because Icefrog really hates this poor hero. So that's why we're very surprised that we're seeing this on the main stage again.
I don't think Omniknight is a counter to Magnus, because his playstyle changed. It's not about, I'm going to go in RP and then he will pop his ulti, everyone's immune to damage. This time around, Magnus is more about repositioning the key hero into LSA, into Hex. There is still Lion available for T1. This hero has set them up for so many successes throughout both seasons, even the Major and also ESL 1 event, where I remember the Snapfire plus Lion combination when Carl was not having a good time. They also managed to get the game back on track with the 2 supports.
So something this Omni does have going for him at the moment is that they didn't pick a Shadow Demon or any kind of natural dispel. They just went straight for the Monkey King. And I'm going to assume it's a mid Lina just because I don't feel like support Lina is that strong at the moment.
Yeah.
And that's why they go for the Leshrac. If you pair up Omni and Leshrac, it makes him very, very hard to kill, which is something that Leshrac enjoys, right? Because he's one of the highest DPS heroes in the game, but he needs to run in to be able to do that. So he's always been best paired with the security of something like an Omni Knight or an Oracle. And yeah, still no. There's the Enchantress as well.
I was wondering if they're going to go for like Oracle or Enchantress type of a hero. They will go with Enchantress, so it makes a lot of sense. We saw Team Secret having a lot of success yesterday with the hero. One of the heroes, you don't like to play into Leshrac. I think in general Leshrac's one of the better heroes against Enchantress because she becomes super tanky early on, especially if you don't have any kind of like big spell damage or a lot of attack speed. And also, they pick Ursa into Enchantress, so your overpower is dispellable, which could be a bit tricky and slow you down.
But if you're dispelling overpower, then I guess a good Omni Knight can wait and cast the Heavenly Grace later and just, play around it a little bit. But the Enchantress does look very strong here. Also, the Leshrac has this pretty good lane versus Lina mid, so I suppose it justifies the pick this early on. But what I'm looking at from Vichi's draft is actually not their typical late game style at all, right? This is a run at you. We're going to take your towers and try to get the first couple of Roches and just overpower you. And we have not seen Vici do that.
No, we have not. Ursa versus Monkey King, also a matchup Lacoste loves talking about.
Oh, yes. We don't know if this is going to be a position 1 monkey. Looks like it because it's paired up with the Magnus, which is the combination that I really love. You come online so quickly. Most of the time it's just the Echo Saber build where you become so tanky, double hit. You're also able to clear the Ancients with, but Ursa one of the few heroes that can stand inside the Wukong's command and actually fight you. This time around, Vici Gaming, they will be playing the Radiant, which means you have Ursa. Once the tier 1 towers, your safe lane tower falls, you can push like the top part of the map and threaten the Roshan, because where you're going to be playing is the top part of the map, which means that you're always going to be around the Roche. There is like one fight that breaks out, you kill 1 or 2 heroes, allows Ursa plus Leshrac, which is a ton of damage, to kill the Roshan. So T1 will need to be very careful about it. Enchantress can be that hero that scout things out inside the pit with one of her creeps, so this is what they will need to do.
And this would have been a really good Doom game, but T1 banned it out. Also, interestingly enough, Vici banned Faceless Void, so they don't actually think it's the carry Monkey King.
Yeah, because as Lacoste says, you can always flex it out, and if this matchup is bad, just go for a better core-to-core. And if that's the case, Lacoste, what will be seeing against this Ursa? What kind of carry do you want?
Do you want to pick? I still feel like this, should be a position 1 monkey. Sometimes what we see from the bans is they like ban a carry hero that they don't like to play into, and then they play, and they cover some of the weaknesses of the draft.
Right.
Fair enough.
So, something Vici lack right now is a proper way to take a fight, because yes, you will have your Leshrac running in, but you do need some kind of Jenkins. You do need some kind of blink stun, and they ban out the Doom and Earthshaker, so they're going to need some kind of tanky offlaner who can take these fights for them. There is still Mars left in the pool, but he isn't that synergistic with the heroes that they have at the moment.
Is Lycan still in the pool?
He is, I believe.
Yeah, and the Ursa Lycan is a combo we've seen before. It is an old 11's hero pool.
The Wolf Bear.
The Wolf Bear.
Will it make a return?
Do you think that this is a decent Lycan game? I know he's not great against Monkey King carry.
Yeah, so as we've said, they covered the weaknesses of their draft, so they decided to go with the Faceless Void and Shadow Demon, so that's position 1 and 4. Another way of dispelling things, Shadow Demon has a built-in dispel, also one of the heroes that kind of ruin Ursa, because you can put him down in the disruption and also slow him, which is not dispellable, so I really like what they did. I don't think they would go for Shadow Demon in this situation. I would love them to get like a position 4 that can fight, maybe something like, Lion's still available, right?
Do you?
No, I just wanted to say, because you brought up Lycan, the thing that made their Lycan so successful versus Evil Geniuses is that when he ran his units at the Skywrath Mage, he instantly died, right? But if you run your units at Enchantress, they're max move speed, but they don't have max attack speed or anything like that. It's not like you're going to clear these backlines out instantly. And if it does end up being a support Monkey King, he's just going to be in the trees, and I hope it isn't, right? So, and if they do have this last pick for their 4 hero, I don't think it'll be a Lycan.
Oh, it's gonna be a Razor instead.
So it is.
That's the carrier Razor.
Okay, so Razor is very good versus Ursa for obvious reasons, but to those at home who don't know, Razor can just use Static Link on Ursa and drain all of his damage, and Ursa's a melee carry, so he doesn't necessarily have a means to disengage. Also, Omni Knight and Ruvik are not natural 4-staff builders, but they're going to have to go to that if they're going to play versus Razor.
That's a very good point. Could we get shot on Rubik to fulfill that role of a 4-staff?
Eventually,
That could be
maybe that would do well. Thinking about the offlaners that can lane against Razor, there aren't many, because yesterday we saw Magnus was like the great pick. This time around T1 already has the hero. It's very hard, and that was the EG series that I'm talking about. Sometimes it feels really hard because most of the offlaners and what Vici wants is something strength that can like get the jump.
Right.
Because they don't have a way to start a fight. You know, Ursa running in, possibly Leshrac running in with the Omni Knight's Heavenly Grace. It's a tough one. I'd say they're in a spot where I don't see the hero that could go like, wow, yeah, this is it. He's gonna have a hard time. So they might need to play for like, sack the off lane, but still get some kind of initiation.
So the lane and the game are in contention right now.
Yeah, maybe like a Legion commander, because I really love 11's positioning whenever he's playing. It's still not a good matchup against the Razor, but you gotta have something. At least you have a spear to like push Razor back.
Yes, I wanted to say that Mars has become an obvious pick here because we see the Razor carry, and that's the only thing left in the pool that can be the Blink initiator, right? Elsie is just too defensive and doesn't really help with them running in. But they do pick it out. He rounds out the draft pretty much. Like, he can clear the trees of Monkey King, which is a bonus, so he can just knock him down, and it seems like a fine pick. I'm just concerned about VG Gaming's ability to outscale or outgrade T1.
For you, Lacoste, tell me this. She's worried. Tell me the strengths of...
I don't like that they also picked 2 range cores with the Empower. I would prefer if it's something melee, so that's a big downside of their lineup. With this Mars, I think VG Gaming that they have, I think I misread the situation with Mars being available. So yeah, I like that. And also threatening the Roche kill, choosing where you want to fight, resetting multiple times with Omni Knight and Ursa, like they like to go in and out of the fights. So yeah, I'm slightly favoring VG Gaming.
Do you think that the strengths of the temple that you talked about T1 are still true?
Sure, but Vici Gaming also has no cooldowns. They can keep fighting all the time. There's Mars Arena and Omni Knight's ulti, that's it.
I didn't say T1 would play tempo, I said VG would.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Apologies. Right. As we're getting into game number 1, we're going to get the coach interview that we usually do with Frankie, as she is standing by with T1's coach, March.
Thank you very much, Avo. I've got March with me now, and I need to ask your reaction to that Omni Knight pick. It's the first time we've seen it here at TI10.
Yeah, it is the first time we've seen it, but we were actually brainstorming ourselves too. And then we were kind of predicting that hero.
So you didn't have to adjust your draft in any way to counter it? You already had it in the game plan?
I don't want to say so much, but it's not a surprise for us. The meta has been developed around the Magnus, and it was something that we were thinking about it as well.
Well, thank you so much for your time, March. Good luck. We are going to head it over to Cinderin and Sunsfan to get game number 1 underway.
Thank you very much, Frankie. Sunsfan with Cinderin here. Vici versus T1. Best of 3, Cinderman. Are you ready to see Omni Knight?
Yes.
It's been about 2 months since he's been nerfed, and everybody forgot he existed until he was first 2 picked.
Yeah, so...
Tell me why.
Yeah, so what's interesting about this is that, there was some speculation about, okay, what's going to happen to Omni Knight with the nerf that came in. Obviously, the biggest nerf for Omni Knight was the fact that Heavenly Grace can be dispelled. Used to be an insanely powerful ability. It is still a hard dispel. It still gives all the bonuses from before, but now you can itemize against it. You see for T1 in this game, they have Enchant, for example, that could remove it. But yeah, why is it first 2? Good question. Maybe Vici Gaming see it as a counter to Magnus because of the hard dispel, which is definitely very good. But yeah, I also see some potential pitfalls for the hero. Like Omni Knight, sometimes when played as a 5, which will be the case this game for DY, ends up not contributing as much in lane as you would like, and then if you're playing against heroes that just run at you, it can be very difficult to fight back. Like heroes with silences, heroes with burst, heroes with magic damage as well. And I feel like T1 have a pretty good mix of everything. So we'll see how it goes. I'm excited to see Omni. I thought it was a shame if the hero just disappeared entirely off that one nerf.
Yeah, no doubt. As we can see, an early split art here from Ori in the mid lane. Seen a lot of Lesh versus Lina. But to refresh everybody's memory, Cinderin, how do you like this matchup for respective sides here?
I think it's slightly Lina favored, but Leshrac is one of the heroes that fares the best. We need to keep in mind Lina wins almost every lane right now, so if you can somewhat break even, that I would consider that almost a win in a way. So Ori should be having an okay time here. Early on, however, Karl is managing to double wave him into the tower, more or less, so should cost some CS there for Ori unless he has really good last hitting. Karl even finding denies too, so off to a great start in mid. Ori has had some... For a player that had a reputation at previous TIs of being a stellar laner, this has not been Ori's best event from a laning perspective, and we're seeing here that Karl is just dwarfing him so far in this game, 6-4 against 2-0.
Yeah, still very early, and of course, Ori has bounced back in a lot of these games regardless. We'll see how this ends up transpiring for him, but I mean, you haven't even talked about the lineups yet overall. We see Magnus again. This seems to be the hero of the tournament, which originally thought it would be Elder Titan. Tiny has had his time in the sun as well, but it seems like Magnus is getting the better of Tiny in a lot of these engagements. We saw in the last series, skewers into Fountain, reminiscing of the old Pud Hook a little bit there.
Oh, Cuckoo is actually almost killing Toyoyo here.
Yep, as we're going to see first blood. All right, old 11.
11 here.
Yeah, taken out by 23 Savage on the position 1 Razor. So picking Razor, again, I mean, obviously in lane against any melee hero is going to be pretty successful, and then late game, it feels like more of a anti-hero or anti-carry against the Ursa, since it is melee as well. As Toyoyo taking so much damage, has to force out the Fairy Fire here just to survive. So getting punished pretty early in the laning stage here.
Omni Knight does not fare well in this lane. You're going to be hard-pressed to help your Ursa with anything more than a Purification. The Heavenly Grace can be dispelled by Enchantress, so Cuckoo will have a total free time down here, and that's bad news if you're playing Ursa against a melee hero that you can't even pressure him, but I just don't see it right now for their lane. Maybe with some more levels. But there's like the double whammy even with Enchant, right? You can also purge off Overpower, so
yeah,
got to be really wise with how you cast your spells for each gaming in that bottom lane. Pressure top again, Zephyr almost getting the Jingu stacks.
Yep, of course, seeing that position for Monkey King, which, again, one of the big heroes of the tournament as well. I mean, I guess the biggest difference with him and Magnus is we've seen him position 1, so he has a lot more flexibility. And we've seen mid Magnus before this tournament, not so much in the last month or so, but interested to see like what hero flexibility they'll be going for, because as the tournaments typically progress, it becomes narrower and narrower in scope.
Yeah,
but considering how flexible heroes are now versus even 2 years ago, expecting that to perhaps change a little bit here.
I will say one of the things about Magnus that just makes him so incredible is that almost no matter what role you play him in, Horn Toss is just proving to be the shard of the game right now. It is incredible. And honestly, it feels like RP is kind of a luxury at this point.
Yeah,
like, Horn Toss is the real RP. Oh, good damage onto DY, gets the skewer.
Shockwave into skewer, DY, TP's away to safety. Oh, okay, never mind. Impetus, just enough damage there.
He didn't get sent to safety.
True.
He'll be back to safety.
The fact that he used the TP is very sad for Vici, because he has to do the old walk of shame.
Good old big bad news. Oh my god, Ori is getting owned.
Yeah.
I just realized how bad it is.
9-3 to 24-14.
If you're new to Dota, this is not a slight win. I said it's slightly Lina favored.
Is that a Gaben level win?
That is a very, very stompy performance so far from Karl.
What about the comeback potential from Lesh? Because typically you want to be the one pushing the wave and doing some damage to the tower here. Okay, they're going to trade stuns here, but the tomato coming in from afar. We'll see DY, forcing back Karl, but doesn't really offer that much or any harassment because he is an Omni Knight after all.
So in terms of
Zephyr, yeah, he's going to get pinned to the tree and brought down. So Vici Gaming getting their first kill of this series.
In terms of comeback potential for the left track, the way you usually get that is by farming some camps in the jungle with Pulse Nova. The problem is Lina has found 14 denies, so Karl is 3/4 of a level ahead, and once he hits level 6, any rotation from Enchantress with a creep, or even without, just with an enchant, should be enough to set up a kill on the Lesh for Lina. Even gonna get a bottle refill here brought in from Zephyr.
Yeah, Karl absolutely crushing right now. We'll see if he's able to actually snowball this. I mean, we've seen some great performances in the laning stage, and it kind of tapers off because they don't end up getting that kind of little extra...
Poyoyo bottom.
Poyoyo again, getting the shockwave applied. I mean, look at his CS. He's at 20-2 versus the 22-7 of 23 Savage's Razor. But that is a Razor. He's not really that great of a farmer. I mean, neither are really. As there's the Heavenly Grace applied to Poyoyo.
And Whitemon is going for that rotation mid now, so is pinging out. He wants to go for Lash. He has the boots on Ench.
Yeah, the old
He'll walk through a ward.
Ripper.
So Ori knows that this is coming and this rotation from Whitemon will not be successful, but if nothing else, Ori is not farming the wave right now. Carl will get the rune as well. Illusion bottom whenever he wants. Whitemon gonna start pressuring PYW. Zephyr actually cutting in behind as well.
Yeah, now they're gonna clear the trees a bit here. DY showing himself Laguna Blade, and down goes the Omni Knight, only level 3. So setting himself up there to just get killed right off the bat. But as long as it's not their mid hero, then perhaps they'll be fine with that.
Middle tower
This is still looking really bad for Vici. 2 minutes in. 6 minutes in, sorry. It is 2K.
2K already, yeah.
You're
Look
losing
at the damage to the
tower
tower
at
as well.
6, almost. You're not fully losing it here, but it's going to be pretty damn close, so any move later will get it done. Oh, actually, wait, that's an enchanted creep, not a normal melee creep, so a lot tankier, but they will still hold. Yeah, it's just all T1 right now. One of the biggest leads we've seen in the whole tournament, minute 7. Winning all 3 lanes, almost getting mid tower. Yep. They have a strong scaling lineup with some of the strongest heroes of the tournament, in Magnus and Lina. It is... We're gonna need
Ori trying to catch up in the jungle here. Nice telekinesis onto Whitemon. Will the Pulse Nova be enough? It looks like it will. Wait, yep. Just in range for that last tick of damage as the Wild Wing Ripper doing some damage in turn. So, at the very least for Vici Gaming, another mid laner starting to get back into the fray of things a bit, but again, it's really about Carl right now. Has only found the... Actually, it was an assist. He didn't actually get the kill on the Omni Knight.
He gets the mid tower there. 11 tried to TP in for the deny, but got stunned immediately on arrival. The creep wave got the tower, so...
Another bottle refill for Carl.
Yep.
He's getting everything that he wants right now.
Absolutely. I mean, he's over 1,000 net worth ahead, or exactly 1,000. No, more than 1,000 ahead.
Just going to provide procs for Zephyr.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you for the Jingu, my friend, as Poyoyo. All right, from Vici Gaming's perspective...
Nothing.
Thank you, Cinderin, for the great commentary as always. Like, what's the plan here? Obviously, Blink Dagger is what I would assume you want on Old 11, but he has not gotten the greatest of farm this game.
It's still better than Ori's, though. And that's honestly my biggest concern. I know I'm harping on it quite a bit, but Leshrac needs a comeback in this game, so I like the smoke from Vici. Yeah, you got to get Dagger on Mars. You need some way of setting up fights so you can start snowballing a bit with the lineup you've picked. I think it's more tempo-reliant. Whitemon here will break the smoke.
Tanking the gank here. As Poyoyo trying to get credit for this kill, and he'll do so. No, actually, that went to Ori.
Are 5 heroes down here killing a measly end.
Yep. Oh, wait.
Maybe they get
Mars Arena, Spear, sets it up onto Cuckoo. TP is coming in. Purification doing a lot of damage. RP not going to go off in time. Maybe for the best, honestly, from T1's perspective, that did not go off.
Yeah, I don't think that would have really led to anything good. So... I think you're right about that. They're losing a couple of kills, but keep in mind from an efficiency standpoint, Vici Gaming are not farming 2 lanes for that full minute that they're making moves bottom, whereas Razor and Lina are just going to town on creeps. Carl gonna get what looks to be a 9-minute 30 boots of travel here with the next wave. For comparison, Leshrac sitting on brown boots and 400 gold on the way to a first item Yules he's hovering right now. And you gotta wonder, from Vici again, I understand they make this 5-man rotation bottom because they're a little bit desperate to find fights. Their lineup needs to play fast. I don't know if they can just sit back and farm a Dagger on Mars so that, okay, now we can make a move finally because we have a reliable catch.
You're just gonna be down by even more than 3k
exactly.
At that point.
You draft it in a way that puts you under pressure inherently, and if your lanes go badly, if you play a snowball lineup and you lose all 3 lanes, times are tough, you know? Yeah. I don't think Vici Gaming are gonna win this game.
Not to harp on the Omni Knight pick either, but the fact that you're
helpful.
behind, Omni Knight's not really going to help you get back in most cases.
No, he
not
helps
like a big
sustain,
ganker.
but not set up. Exactly. He doesn't make plays. 11.
Whitemon is going to find Old 11 here. Cuckoo with the shockwave. Old 11 might be resigned to his death, but Ori comes in with that Pulse Nova, doing quite a bit of damage, but the RP does come out. Laguna Blade, not enough to kill Old 11. Dies shortly after the Boundless Strike onto Ori, now completely out of mana. Shockwave back into the fray. This is going to be a 1-for-1, or a 2-for-0, as T1 just continuing their dominance in this early game.
Wait, which one was it? Was it 1-for-1 or 2-for-0?
It depends on... it's a 2-for-0.
Okay. Depends on why.
It's an exchange of 0 for nothing.
What?
I don't know.
0 for nothing.
Cinderin,
pleasure doing business with you.
Just move on, okay?
How does that interaction work? How do you trade nothing with another person?
Well,
is there even
stealing?
a trade?
That's something.
Oh, then they have to steal it back, or it's nothing.
You got to figure that out for yourself. Don't get that.
Does not compute.
Yeah, runtime error for Cinder. It's okay.
That's fine.
Sometimes
5K
things don't
lead.
make sense.
5K lead. Surprisingly enough, good old Statsman Gaben only gives them 62% off this.
Okay.
So does believe in the Vici Gaming comeback in quite a lot of games. This is a monumental lead for a Magnus lineup, minute 10 usually, but maybe it's the potential teamfight prowess of the Radiant lineup once the right items come out that give them a decent amount of win probability here still. So all eyes for me are on Ursa as well as the Mars Dagger. You need to get a good timing on the Omni Knight Heavenly Grace onto the Ursa so that he can go and find kills. He needs the Diffusal Blade that he's working on. Still far away though.
Yeah.
And the Mag Dagger to set them up. So maybe we see them do a rotation top, however. They are starting to move some heroes up toward that area to begin a siege once
Honestly,
again.
it feels like BKB for T1 is almost a game ender in a lot of ways. There's not much you can do from
It
Vici
is
Gaming's
very
perspective.
good.
Like, their big setup is the Mars Arena, because, like, look at Ursa's perspective here. Razor is a terrible match at late game. Razor is just so fast, he can just walk around and static link you. And Lena's super fast as well. So really, the Mars Arena is the big setup, but once BKBs come online,
Radiant's
it's
middle tower is under
going
attack.
to be really hard for Vici from a draft perspective.
Dire are scanning.
PYW and company in the triangle, trying to get Poyoyo back on track. 4th in net worth right now, but top of his team.
I love Rubik Tree Dance. It looks so goofy. I'm sorry. He looks like
You
he
wanna
never
get
jumped
a-
in his life.
Get a highlight of that one, Cinder.
I can relate to that. I'm not a very athletic person. This is how I would imagine myself tree dancing.
Middle tower is under attack.
I don't know if that's true. I feel like Clockwork doing that would make more sense for you, but that's just me.
Yeah, that isn't just you.
Maybe not. Carl's got his boots of travel, working on the BKB now. And I mean, you talked about the fact that Empower doesn't necessarily have to be for a melee hero, especially with Lena's attack speed. Magda will find
Definitely
work there.
evolved from a hero now that was picked primarily to empower a melee carry to now being a utility hero with catch, and then the empower is the icing on top, right? Like, you can pick melee range carries like Razor and Lina because empower still gives you the damage, and the main aspect of Magnus for the most part in the mid late game is Horn Toss as well as, you know, occasional RP. Empower not necessary for the hero.
And
to
the fact
feel
that
attacked.
Empower is more effective on yourself as well allows you to get some of that farm that's needed for the mobility. And smoke comes up from Vici. They were thinking about going for Roche, but have changed their mind here. Poyoyo going to show himself. 23 Savage in the vicinity as well. 23 Savage has the Falcon Blade going for BKB.
He is very tanky.
He has a refresher queued up after BKB. That's pretty fast.
He knows what he wants.
Absolutely.
He's so tanky though. 2k health, minute 14 on Razor. He has about twice the health of Ursa for comparison. So an exceptionally hard kill from Vici Gaming to get. And if they want that tower, they got to get through this guy. So he's just posturing aggressively up here, Plasma fielding out the waves. Ultimately, Vici Gaming just called the play off. Like, they don't see any potential move right now, which is very concerning. Old 11, at least for them, close to the blink now. 300 to go. Maybe that can set something up.
PYW has his queued up as well, so they're going to have double blink not too far away. And from Poyoyo's perspective, Diffusal Blade and still kind of a ways away. Still basically the recipe to go from here.
Yep.
So his farm has not been particularly good. And he's not exactly a farming hero either, because once you get the Diffusal, obviously you can get Roche anytime, but it's all about getting the kills for Ursa.
The good news for Poyoyo is that PYW is stolen power, so at the very least, he's gonna,
that's handy.
He's going to have a little bit of help here with finishing up side of
Laguna Blade. DY's dead.
Had enough for you. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Cuckoo and Carl now in the bot lane. They probably will go for this tier 1 bottom. See the win probability here. T1 off to an amazing start in today's lower bracket game.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Do you remember that trivia question I asked you?
Oh my god, here we go.
Yesterday or 2 days ago about which hero has the same abilities that they've had the whole time in Dota?
Yes. Oh yeah, we got a lot of tweets about who that actually was.
I believe there's a couple, but from my perspective, there's one hero in this game, I think.
I guess Leshrac.
Yes, correct. I think Lina did not always have Fiery Soul,
No, I
but
don't think so.
apart from that, the kit is very, very similar.
Yeah.
And then it's also about like how do you define what's changed, right? Is Lightning Storm the same ability now that it has a slow? It didn't used to, but like in essence, it's the same hero, which honestly is a testament to some really cool hero design, right? Like a lot of the heroes have been rethought and reworked a little bit and changed skills, but some of the very, very old core heroes are still the same. Leshrac, honestly, one of my favorite hero designs of all time, and it's never been changed. So, very, very cool hero. You would imagine that as Dota develops, a spell like Diabolic Edict would, perhaps get reworked.
It did change damage types.
It changed damage type. if
Recently.
you go over damage type changes and everything, I think 0 heroes are the same.
Yeah, most likely.
It is very close to being the same.
Except for the hidden gambler that's in the file, Cinderin.
Right. Let's see if I can find another example. Maybe Juggernaut is also the same. Did he always have
Omni? I mean, yeah, Omni Slash is. It does a different type of damage now.
Right.
It used to be a set amount every time.
Set amount of hits.
Based off of
Set amount of hits with bonus damage.
It is the same idea though. No, that's true. Anyway, back to the game. Vici Gaming obviously took Roshan. That's their big advantage. That's the one silver lining of this game is they do have Ursa to be able to do that. But what can they do with this Aegis in this time frame while being this behind? They do have the double blink daggers that we alluded to, so Ult 11 and PYW kind of ready to go here, I would assume.
I think the play call here is you need a blink arena set up with a spear onto ideally Lina, but just BKB, so that one's hard to accomplish. So I guess second best target is Razor. He has BKB, so that's hard to accomplish. So that leaves the third best target to probably be Magnus. But more than anything, I think you need to group your heroes up a little bit if you want to start taking some buildings. We're 17 minutes in. Leshrac has not taken a tier 1 tower. As a matter of fact, the best one he's got is half in mid. Or actually, they're a little bit ahead now bottom, but don't know if they're going to be able to finish that off. So.
Well, yeah. I mean, that mostly comes from the level disadvantage that he had in lane. Just
23 Savage.
PYW. Oh, Ult 11. I mean, he did force out the BKB, which didn't look like it was actually needed, but still, not the initiation you want if you're a Vici fan.
It's something. At least to force a BKB, right? Like, it's better than sitting back and just letting T1 do whatever they want. It's a lineup that is inherently relatively greedy. I think T1 are still super happy with what they managed to accomplish, and all of it really, the majority of what they've managed to do in this game happened in the first 5 minutes, right? It's just been set up for everything. And now Vici Gaming are like, screw it, we're gonna go for a big play. We're gonna bring all 5 heroes top. Leshrac has a bit to go though, Ult 11.
Yeah, Puka getting caught out, the spear into the trees, but he's gonna be left to his own devices. Zephyr gets out the Wukong scheme in the meantime. They're soloing up Puyoyo. Meanwhile, they're going to be able to take out the Mars pretty quickly here, but here comes Ori, almost out of mana. Carl pops the BKB, dodging the splitter. As a result, Cuckoo gets off the RP just at the last moment. Ori gets bursted down by the right clicks of his counterpart, Carl, in that mid lane, and Ursa looks to be next. That's first life down. T1 has only lost Magnus right now. Puyoyo wants to try to take somebody with him to the grave, but the LSA will shut that door. So 3 for 1, T1 advantage again.
If we do get a replay on that, pay attention to where Leshrac is when the fight breaks out. They get the lift, they get the spear, but Ursa's in front of the tier 1 when they spear the Magnus below the tree line, and Leshrac wasn't even there. It's like, I'm not sure what Vici Gaming were expecting to accomplish with that move without bringing their main damage to it. They will get a spear mid now.
Arena, this could be a really good pick for Vici. 23 Savage pops that BKB, and will live as a result. So they force out the second charge.
So essentially, Vici Gaming with that push, they opted to go for the tower because Razor didn't have BKB. You're going to see it here, right? So you get the spear in the bottom, but Ursa's caught in the top area of the map, and Leshrac still wasn't connected yet. They will go on Whitemon in live, though.
Yep, he's healing up quite a bit.
They got his
Is he actually going to live through this? All right, the spear into the tree again. Stolen Plasma Field Splitter. Goodbye. Takes them a while, but they'll take it.
All right. It is something, but still, no tower. I don't know what the stats are for this tournament for a team that has Leshrac to not have a tower in 20 minutes, but it's got to be... I feel like you never see this. It's just been total domination from T1.
Yeah, I mean, even if you don't get the mid tower, which we have seen from
at least get it safely.
Don't get off to a good start, but yeah, the top lane specifically for Vici, typically you see like the trade, right, in a lot of cases, but just not off to that good start that Vici Gaming has been accustomed to in this tournament for the most part.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
So from T1's perspective, 23 Savage, obviously he's had that BKB for a while. We'll be going for Halberd, so it changes it up a bit. Not going straight for the refresher. But I actually love players that queue up like 10 items ahead of time, just so they don't forget, you know, what item to go for.
Where am I?
Where am I indeed?
Okay, trivia time.
Oh boy.
Is there? No, there's no trivia. There's been
No
Mars.
trivia.
Who's
Will
dying
Mars
first?
die? Yes. Gets off of Arena. And still relatively low cooldown.
Okay,
so
well. Right.
Does buy a little bit of time for Vici to make their way here, Cinderman. I know you're really excited to do this trivia.
I
You have to
am.
wait.
I'm so
Telekinesis, BKB by Carl. Trying to turn this around now. Zephyr getting way too close.
That was a bit naive, I think. I don't know if he was just making sure to bail Carl out of trouble there by going in.
Yeah.
If that was the plan, at least it worked. But yeah, maybe he also had no trees to jump on. Look at this tree line in the right-hand side of the map, bottom right. All of it is just gone from the arena of blood.
Yeah, that's
That's just no trees.
that's actually quite
What are
massive.
you supposed
a lot
to
of
do, right?
deforest. Timbersaw would be really happy about that one.
Yeah. All right, Shannon. It's trivia time. Okay. You know my favorite trivia for this tournament so far has been, what is the name of neutral items' passive abilities?
Yeah.
What is it for good old Horsey?
Tumbler toy?
Yeah.
What's the active call?
Yes.
Nay.
That would be a great name.
I know. I think of good names.
Okay, what if I tell you that it's very simple and it's exactly what it does?
Bounce.
Vault.
Vault? Okay.
Vault.
That makes sense with horses as well. See the skewer onto PYW. Okay, he gets one of his own, but only going to delay the inevitable here.
All of Rubik's funny animations are in this game. When he's skewering, he's literally just surfing.
We're just missing a Bat Rider.
It's like he's lagging. This is like going in a straight line with 1,000
I was a
ping,
little
but-
confused that there might be some lag there, but luckily for us, not to be. And 23 Savage not wanting to give
He
up
is
the
just
first
a
tower.
rock up here, standing there again.
All right, there's the arena. Whitemon stuck inside with the whole Nova from the side as well. Looks like he'll finally go down. Takes a while though. 23 Savage getting us aesthetically off of Yo-Yo. We see the RP onto 2 from Cuckoo. Shockwave to fall. Beautiful balance strike onto 3. LSA to follow. T1. Unbelievable synergy here. Triple kill for Carl. Old 11, the last remaining member for Vici Gaming, but not for long. Just absolute god tier layering, Cinderin. That was nice.
Zephyr with the BM Yules as well, just for fun. Maybe he was trying to set up for Savage to get the kill.
And guess what? They defended their tier 1 tower still.
Again.
At 24 minutes, Cinderin. We see the replay here.
Okay, so this spear missing, it's not that big of a tragedy. I think, you know, Whitemon dies 2 seconds earlier if it hits, but they can't effectively get anything onto Savage. And as soon as he links up the Ursa this fight, Poyoyo has no damage and that boundless. Just beautiful, right?
Oh, that was sick.
Wonderful follow-up to Cuckoo.
Absolutely filthy play.
Yep.
See the Guardian Angel come out a little bit too late. Obviously was just stun locked the entire time. But
All
just-
DY can do is smile. I first faced Omni Knight. That's the face of someone who
I misclicked Omni Knight. LSA onto 23 Savage. Can they burst him down? Poyoyo's going to get Yules. As a result, 23 Savage will live. So good attempt from Vici, but I mean, it seems like Ursa's bane, the bane of his existence, is Yules.
Yeah, it is a great item against him. Also, Yules is one of the only items in the game that doesn't get affected by status resistance.
Didn't used to be the case.
I believe that was indeed not the case at one point, but with it being, it's just a great counter to Enrage. Just heal him right away, buy yourself the time.
They're coming back in. Is T1 trying to build on his 10k lead. Old 11 jumps in. Big BKB by Carl. Poyoyo and company stuck inside the arena, trying to right-click down 23 Savage. Gets off the static link though, and my goodness, Ori just melts every single way as Poyoyo looks to be next. And T1 just absolute domination. That's a full team wipe with the buyback coming out from the Rubik. But PYW, all he can do is try to push out these lanes just a little bit. And T1, I mean, Roche won't be up for another minute. It's a little bit unlucky on the timings here.
Yeah.
Because denying that would obviously be big against any Ursa lineup in general.
There will be a chance for Vici Gaming to find a fight there, but again, Vici Gaming haven't won a fight all game. They're trying their best to set something up, but they're just too far behind. Both 23 Savage and Carl are so absurdly tanky. This is a 3k health Razor with 13 armor. The Lina has 2.3, BKB Shiva. What damage do you have on Radiant? Like, how do you kill these heroes? I don't know. But what I do know, Shannon, is that I have another trivia question.
God! Hold your horses, Cinder, and PYW's dying! Alright, go ahead.
What is the name of the active of Arcane Ring?
Arcane. Oh, I used to know this one actually. Is it a dumb one?
No, it is very much what it does.
Okay, mana refresh.
That's not even correct grammar. Try again.
That doesn't always stop the.
It has a verb in it.
Cinderin, why are you doing this to me?
It's an active.
Are you trying to embarrass me on live Twitch?
I would never do that.
Okay.
Never. It's called replenish mana.
Has been killed.
Okay.
So
I mean, refresh mana is not that wrong.
You said mana refresh. Like you were some sort of open sesame, like trying to chant the ring into working.
Well, we already talked about this. English zero language for me is there's the Yule setup. Zephyr. He's going to have the Boundless Strike and an easy kill for T1 again.
All right, I was wrong.
Well, Ori does buy his BKB before he dies, I believe, so doesn't really lose much gold there.
That's true. That's something. Roche is up here, though, for T1 if they're so inclined. Their heroes aren't exactly the best for killing Roche. They have a medallion on Ench, which helps, but Razor, well, with Lina in the fountain, you probably don't have enough damage. Oh, Carl just got himself a Scotty. Wonderful.
Yeah. He is an absolute beast.
Look
Look
at
at
that.
It's 27 minutes in the game. Look at his items. That is sickening. Poyoyo in the mid lane. Let's see T1 trying to play with him a bit.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I mean, you still have to fear the bear. This is a hero that, if given just a little bit of time, can burst anybody down despite being so far down in net worth.
Smoke on smoke action. This is Vici Gaming's last chance in the game. If they lose this fight, they're going to lose.
Yo-Yo smoke gets popped here. Heavenly Grace applied, going on top of the Enchantress, but they still can't burst him down. Yo-Yo has to pop that BKB, gets the enrage up, the RP comes afterward. Yo-Yo finally will get one kill, but it's just on the Enchantress, and you see the Wukong's command on the downside. Ursa dies, flies back into the game. Zephyr will be bursted down as well, so it's a 2-for-1 with a buyback onto Ursa. A stolen RP by PYW. Do they have enough damage to actually clean this up? Vici Gaming finally winning a fight. 23 Savage is dead. Triple kill for Ori of all heroes. That is exactly what they needed. And into the Roche pit, Vici goes.
Yeah, so Ursa does have to buy back for that, but that is a huge win for Vici Gaming. And the key part of this whole situation, Kuku's RP on the Ursa, honestly, in my opinion, felt unnecessary. He was fully drained by the Razor. You're going to see the replay here, so watch how Poyoyo goes in. They try to get the Ench burst down, it doesn't work, and here comes 23 Savage with the static link. So Poyoyo's fighting potential is almost non-existent. They RP into the Enrage. He still gets to do a little bit more damage before he ultimately does die to the Laguna Blade, but you gave Rubik that RP by setting it up in this way, and Vici Gaming are going to capitalize on that big time, pulling back about 4k of the lead.
Oh, that was sick.
Radiant's top tower.
69% win chance now for T1, down from, what's that, about 90, I think. 91, just a moment ago.
Yeah, and that, I mean, again, looking at the net worth for the heroes themselves, you can see that that Carl is so far ahead of everyone.
Honestly, though, Rubik is going to have another RP if Vici Gaming set this up well. He has a 1-minute cooldown on it. Spell Steal is lasting for another 2.5, I want to say, roughly. So they have a window of opportunity of 90 seconds where their team fight is so much better than it has been for the rest of the game just with that steal in hand. So it looks like they're very eager to look to squeeze as much out of this as they can, getting their first couple of towers in addition to the mid one now, finally opening up a little bit more space by getting bottom tier 1 and tier 2. Carl will respond by taking top tier 2, however, so it didn't come for free. Yeah, and T1 are rotating down. Does he have travels on Ori? He does not. If this fight breaks out, there's no Lesh Kuku. Smoke behind will seal 11. He's scared, though. He will blink away.
There's the DD on Ursa as well.
Shepard doesn't care.
Yeah.
That was a little bit
jumping
wild.
in and out, but not going to find anybody. At least not yet.
11. He has to BKB here.
Yeah, old 11 is in quite a bit of trouble. Pops that BKB, gets the spear off as well. Guardian Angel from afar. Poyoyo comes in, trying to burst down the Lina, but Carl pops his BKB. She'll be able to get out just fine. Kuku and company trying to take out the Ursa in the meantime. You can see the Eye of the Storm. So much minus armor against this Ursa. He's stuck inside that Wukong's command, but the stolen Wukong's from PYW. And Poyoyo looks like he's going to get out just fine, but Leshrac is just getting decimated despite having the BKB. Yules himself to safety, but not for long. Drops as a result. And this is turning into a fight for T1. The skewer back on Poyoyo. And despite having that Aegis earlier, they still lose this fight, Cinderin.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if they used RP. I'm guessing they did on the Rubik after he...
He did, right. So what's really crucial in this fight is Zephyr on the Monkey King getting into the backline. So he forced PYW to just RP only the Monkey King, and that makes that fight so much easier. So he RPs and then he steals the Wukong's command, and that just doesn't cut it. They need that RP on the big course that Ursa is hitting. So it's off camera right now, off screen. You see the green marker in the bottom left on the minimap connecting in. Yeah. And just sitting on that Rubik. Back to live though. Carl is getting kind of low here, so maybe T1 can't actually get this tower.
Satanic is on the way, though, Cinderin. Don't you worry.
Where did that come from?
I don't know. All's 11. Oh, he gets off the BKB. Gets a little bit of space there. A couple more right clicks should do it. Nice heal from DY. So Old 11 lives as a result of that.
Stolen
LSA stolen. Is going to connect. Sphere onto one. Double rebuke as well. That's going to be 2 cleanup kills for Vici Gaming in their own base.
They really, really wanted Old 11 there, but Neck God will escape.
So, yeah, a little bit of gold going the way of Vici there, obviously. But, and we didn't mention, of course, that the shard was picked up from Roche on Poyoyo, so does get the enrage buff every time he earth shocks. But I feel like the story is about Carl, who... Wait, what did he drop? I thought he had another item on top of this. I mean, he had the wand, I guess.
Bottle. He just swapped the wand out.
Okay.
The bottle was in the first
So has a
there.
DD bottled.
25,
Man,
gets the attack range talent. Carl is absolutely beastly in this game, and that's honestly still the story. Like, let's think back to 30 minutes ago and what happened in this game. Dota is a game of snowball, and a lot of the reason Carl is in this position is still what happened in the first 5 minutes. So Vici Gaming, honestly very impressed with their ability to stay in this with how grim it was looking. That fight close to Roche really gave them a second life in the game.
It does feel like Rubik is that big wild card in these fights.
He is, for sure. If PYW gets a good RP, you can never count Vici Gaming out in this. Will be a pretty big difference maker if they find some sort of better solution to the Razor life static draining the Ursa as well.
Wukong's command, Boundless Strike, trying to create some space here.
Okay, that's
alright, being forced out, but there's the Horn Toss back into the Wukong's command, and the right clicks from Carl, but Ori's going to live for now. In fact, going to turn this around completely onto the Magnus. So despite a good setup there from T1,
Old 11 could get an arena.
They lose Cuckoo. There's the Mars Arena. 23 Savage has to refresh to get that BKB off, but they're just going to kill Mars in turns. It's a 1-for-1 now. Ori trying to play a lot, as much pressure as possible onto Carl. He's getting right-clicked down by Poyoyo. Now pops his BKB. Carl just getting stun locked. That was a stolen LSA as well. Boundless Strike to follow. Carl has to stand his ground with that Satanic. He's doing a lot of damage, but will finally go down in favor of Vici Gaming, but they do lose Poyoyo. 23 Savage has to stand his ground as well, but it's not going to happen. DY and PYW, the last 2 remaining members of Vici Gaming, an absolute bloodbath of a fight. It's just the supports left over, but Monkey King is so strong, he gets lifted by PYW. Oh my god, that heal! Zephyr! Jingu Mastery for the freaking win! Has the high five to nobody, but well-deserved. My god, that was sick.
Can you believe that ended up being 2 supports versus 2 supports?
Dude, epic showdown. I love that.
And then T1 wins it by 2% health on the Monkey King. And then gets off that. He took the Jingo Mastery talent on level 15. I don't know how many levels Zephyr got in that fight. I think he got like 3 or 4 with everything that just happened on that Monkey King. So is approaching a potential level 25 here.
See
he has 20 here before this final fight. Now
all the cores die. It's just the support battle of a lifetime.
And
God,
I
this was
totally understand why Vici Gaming thought they could kill him here, right?
No doubt.
They have that. Chris, I don't
and
want
boom! Oh god, that must have felt so good.
That honestly, that is one of the most satisfying spells to use in the entire game. Boundless
there.
Strike with Jingu is that is very, very nice.
See the dismay here from Vici is T1 still holding on to a pretty sizable lead, and Vici, off the back of a couple good team fights, have kind of brought themselves back in addition to the 2 Roches. Let's not forget that probably had some good impact on the game for them. But win probability, I mean, it's not out of reach for Vici. And again, this is only game 1 of this best of 3. Knew this was going to be an absolute bloodbath. Did not know it was going to come down to the supports just tickling each other at the end there. That was great.
Now with things calming down a little bit, Shannon, you know what time it is. It's time for trivia.
Oh, all right.
Are you ready?
Sure. I feel like my percentage on this is like 10.
How old is Carl?
I have no idea.
Same.
Okay.
That would be impressive.
So that
if
was
you
the
knew
right
that.
answer then.
Yeah, good. That you get.
I just
you
have
get
to
a
match
point.
you.
You get a point.
Thank
the
you.
correct answer is what I think.
Yes.
Yes.
Even if it's incorrect.
Very good. I'm not sure how old Carl is, but old 11.
T1.
I'm sure he's in trouble.
Oh.
Okay. Got up. Pretty quickly
Plasma
there.
field for a little vision there, and they're not going to run into anybody. Vici very, very careful right now.
Effectively did break the smoke, so nice job there from Old 11, and they back off. And like I said before, I kind of can't believe that Vici Gaming is still playing here. Not in the sense that they should have given up, but in the sense that how on earth are they still in the game? But
yeah,
super impressive stuff from them. Still massively a T1 favorite game.
I should mention, of course,
good
23 Savage, in addition to the Refresher, has an Ags and his 25 talent, so that's 3 Eye of the Storm procs.
Yeah.
And then Refresher on top of that, so...
But also important to note is that a huge portion of T1's damage is physical, right? It's Lina right-clicks, it's Razor's Eye of the Storm, like you pointed out. You have Guardian Angel, Solar Crest. Leshrac is finally getting a Shiva's Guard now. You have Satanic on Ursa. There is the potential for T1 that you run into damage issues, actually.
Zephyr does have Nullifier. So
okay.
Guardian Angel
That'll
and Heavenly Grace, goodbye.
Oh, it's also tier 4 neutral items time.
Oh,
Let's see if anyone
baby.
gets the fabled,
Witch
what was
Bane?
it called again? That was what
Witchbane.
it was called.
And if they can get that, that's another Dispel for Guardian Angel. And
Telescope for Carl.
Let's just say it's a Dispel against Omni Knight as a whole. That's pretty much, that's pretty accurate, I feel.
Well, you're going to put Telescope on for the Dire. You probably put it on Whitemon, right? You just want that attack range and spellcasting range for the team, and Lina doesn't want to give up the Titan Sliver.
Oh, now Refresh. Ooh, Ags. Wow. All right, we're seeing some items here. So Old 11's going to have double BKB, double Mars Arena, and all that good stuff. And DY gets Aghanim Scepter. So Global Guardian Angel. And
10-second duration.
And works on buildings, lasts longer. I was not expecting that one, not going to lie. We'll see how it works out.
Yeah, that Refresher on Old 11 can make a huge difference. He has a very good chance of surviving. If he blinks in Arena's BKBs and gets GA'd, he can't die, right? Because they can't nullify him during BKB. So I have no real way of killing this. Okay.
Oh, Whitemon might run into Poyoyo here. There's the preemptive Heavenly Grace. Roche is not up.
Dewarding.
And just pivoting across from each other. They
Poyoyo
both have
is-
idea of where they are.
I don't know. I'm starting to question how far T1 are actually ahead right now. Just
It's
from a
starting
damage
to go
perspective.
down here, no doubt.
It is just concerning that the Vici Gaming cores went from being easy kills to now all being exceptionally tanky, and then you add GA on top of it that can't fail to go off. All they need to do is pop their BKB in the meantime. Effectively, I think T1's strategy needs to be changed to a little bit more of a weaving nature rather than just a hard commit. They will maybe catch some picks here mid, though. Old 11 will blink away. Get the invis. And back off.
Good to go. All right, so a little bit of downtime here. You know what that means, Cinder? Just kidding.
Hey, why
As
don't you
Roche,
ask me something?
number 3, being attempted now by T1. That's going to be the Refresher Shard, so no Ags this time around. As I might see a connection here. Poyoyo is going to be spotted by the Plasma Field of 23 Savage. And Roshan getting close to half HP. This is a fight I feel like Vici has to take. They're going to scan, so they know that this is being attempted right now. Old 11 jumps in with the first Arena, BKB by Carl. He just walks out to safety. Old 11 procs his passive now, 23 Savage. Gets on the Plasma Heals. There's a Refresher from Old 11, able to blink to safety. Poyoyo getting kited on the back line right now. And you see Cuckoo boundless strike into RP! T1 decimating this fight, but that's a buyback onto the Rubik. Ori inside. This Wukong's command just getting kited with that Nullifier. Easy kill goes the way of T1 again, and DY basically the last remaining member. There is a buyback from Rubik, but ultra kill from Carl into second Roche, I would assume. And T1 might have just won the game off of this fight alone.
Vici Gaming, I am so sorry for believing in you. The moment I said you had a good shot, you get absolutely crushed and get no kills in the fight.
It's okay.
I got run over. Feeling a little bit like Kyle here. Oh man, that was
I don't think he got
fight from
Yeah, he
T1.
didn't get off the second arena. I'm not sure if that would have made a difference.
Right, so first of all, he doesn't get off the second arena, and I think they didn't layer their Guardian Angel with the BKBs too well, and there was nothing, like, there was no clear target for VG Gaming in that fight that they were able to get on top of. They just kept being, you know, kited around. Some insane Boundless Strike cast there.
Yeah, into the throne.
Oh my god.
They know that these buybacks are likely not here. It's going to be a tier 4 tower, and you can see 23 Savage. Yeah, GG's called. So T1 take game 1, and I mean, they got off to an amazing start, but you got to give Vici credit for making some sort of a comeback when we didn't really see much avenue for it, but they played really well despite not having the laning stage advantage.
Still feels like overall, you know, a deserved win here for T1, even though they had to grind for it a little bit. They were the better team in this game, Vici Gaming with moments of brilliance, but not enough. And again, I want to come back to this, and I think this is something the panel is going to talk about as well. How do you enable Ori to have a better laning stage? Do you ban the Lina just so he doesn't get crushed? Because that kind of start at this level of play recovering from just takes so much extra effort that you don't want to have to funnel into the game. You need to pull heroes around to even give your mid laner a chance at playing the game. And Carl just masterclass on how to win as Lina mid against the Leshrac. Yeah, outside of that, you know, if T1 don't get off to this dominant of a start, it definitely looks like this can be a very competitive series for Vici Gaming. Imagine if they're not 10k gold behind when they start getting team fights, or 15 as it actually was around that Roche pit. They definitely have what it takes to take down T1, but they're looking great in this first game.
Yeah, I mean, this was a series that I was expecting to go 3 games, and I'm still expecting that going forward, but we'll have to wait and see. I'd like to give a huge shout out to Shiver for tying my tie today. I think she did a wonderful job, so really appreciate that. And with this game number 1 over, Cinder, let's see what the panel has to say about this start to this amazing series.
Good job, Shiver.
We're on camera.
What a great game. T1 took the victory, and now they are standing at a nice 1-0. Now, one of the things that the casters had mentioned is that it was definitely a stun game. Lots of stuns coming out. We had Monkey King doing Monkey King things, Rubik stealing Monkey King's spell, and also doing Monkey King things. But what would you say was the winning point of the game? Wait, actually, forgive me. Because we have a special guest joining us on the panel today. We have none other than the one and only Saberlight from Team Undying. Welcome to the panel. Is this your first panel ever?
It is.
Oh, I'm so sorry. You have me overdosed. Apologies. But anyway, sorry. Back to the question. So, Saberlight, I'll ask you first. What do you think was like the winning point of this game for T1?
Honestly, I think it's just their gameplay. I think the way they executed and the way they pressed spells was incredible. Especially like the fight at the top tier 1, when they stunned 3 people after 3 people, it was incredible. I think, and secondly, the draft. I saw the Omni, and I think this hero is very sus. Especially if the enemy team has Purge, which they did. They had Nullifier and they had Eng.
So, would you say that the Omni Knight was a very unideal pick? But if so, what would have been better in that place?
Well, maybe more stunts. I think the Omni Knight hero, it can work in some cases, but I think some regular position 5 could maybe work better in this game. But, you know, Vici went with their strat, and props to them for trying it.
All right, so AUI, what do you think T1 did very, very well in that game? I mean, it's a very high kill game. You can see that 21 on Lina. Who would you say the MVP is for this match?
Who drafts for T1? It's Cuckoo, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's Cuckoo. I think the draft was just...
Also probably March. I mean,
Yeah.
we talked about this the other day, but I think Korean coaches are just
That's true.
OP. And they also have one, right? It's just how it goes. You have a Korean coach, you're off to a really good start.
I feel like, though, if you see Almanite Rubik supports, you're able to just abuse it with Enchantress. T1 is just so well set up for success. And they did it. I mean, at the early part of the game, they took over the map, and then they played T1 Dota. You know, they slowed down, they got their timings, and Vici, they're trying to mount a comeback. They took some really good team fights with good coordination, but it just wasn't enough against T1.
Yeah, we actually have one of those team fights. Let's cue it up. I believe it was the one in the Dire top lane when it was shortly after Mars was in the base doing Mars things. So, Insania, can you explain to me like what the key point of this team fight was? I know that people were kind of yelling a lot when this fight was happening, especially toward the end.
I mean, I know generally speaking, Chinese teams really like this Lina into Lesh matchup because she just could sit back and just auto attack, but it didn't really seem to play out that way this game. If I'm being perfectly honest with you, I don't remember the exact key points of this team fight, but it looks like it's just going to be a very dragged out fight where Ori's dealing a lot of damage. The Leshrak's not really in a lot of trouble with Alina taken out so early from the fight. He just seems to be able to output damage like crazy.
So there's like a lot going on here, but it seemed like T1 had the upper hand, and then they kind of didn't at the end of this fight. What happened here?
Well, this is the one where Zephyr actually manages to turn it around. It was a epic support fight.
Right.
Yeah, this fight, like Leshrak, even though he was 15k behind, I think he managed to do 12k damage this fight.
Yeah.
Which is insane. I think it's a lot of what you said. It didn't feel like, I mean, Lina's good versus Leshrak not only in the lane, but he also runs in and you just hit him a lot.
Yeah.
And he doesn't get to do that damage. This fight, I think it was actually really well executed by Vici. But at the end, Zephyr, it was just clutch, right? Like he manages to get that stun off and full heal, team white.
I also think it's the Mars versus Lina matchup. It's like really good for Vici that they had Mars, but once the arena is down, the Lina has free reign. So they need to kill him in the arena, otherwise they're in big trouble.
So is this match a prime example of 5s and 4s being really, really, really strong in the meta? It seemed like supports were really the deciding factor in all of these fights.
I think they were doing a good job of surviving. I think both team supports had really good positioning. And I know we talked about this before, but I think T1's team fighting is amazing. And usually, I think core players generally are fairly consistent in how well they team fight. But supports are really like, you can notice a massive difference in how they're used, how the teams use them. Some teams tend to sack their supports more, send them in early, have them die, make the fight easier for their cores. Other teams, like T1, you see both the supports are surviving all the way till the end of the fight. So I think there's the way they use their supports for both Vici and T1 stood out to me.
So they both stood out because they did the same thing in that they were aiming for survivability, and when everybody else was dead, it became a support fight.
Right.
So do you think that when they draft for this next game, do you think that maybe they should be drafting for these supports instead? Because like Saberlight mentioned, Omni Knight was very questionable. So do you think that you'll see supports being picked in first phase, or?
I think they came in with a prepared strat. It felt like they were ready to give away the Magnus, and then the idea was we have Omni Knight to respond for the physical damage, we have the Purge for the RP, and we have the Rubik that can steal it back. And we did see it come into play at some point where the Rubik steals the RP and he gets a massive turnaround somewhere in the early game. But it just seems like at the end of the day, the Mag just does so many other things that are so valuable. I feel like it's not even about the RP anymore, or even the Empower to some extent. Like they had 2 ranged heroes. They didn't really have anyone that uses Empower. So just like Horn Toss back into Skewer just seems like a very, very hard thing to deal with.
Do you have anything to add to that before I ask another question?
Yeah, I think the strongest part about Magnus is what Jenkins said before the game. It's the skewer, and you can break the formation of the other team. And about the supports, I think it's also this game. Both teams, they kind of need to kill the enemy mid laner. The Lina and the Leshrak are the main damage outputs for both teams. So the supports can like sit in the back and enjoy, because everyone wants to kill these mid laners. And then like once they're dead, they can start focusing other people in the fight.
So if you were to put yourself in the minds of Vici Gaming, who are now on their back foot, what would you do to like kind of reset, refocus your mind, and be like, all right, we can turn around and do this? What would you do, AUI, as a former coach?
I mean, from a coach's perspective, I think Fenrir should try to, even if he doesn't think it's really true, he should try to say like, hey guys, I made a bad pick with the Leshrak into Lina mid. Let's just reset. If we play the same way, but we have a more robust draft, we'll win the next game. Like that's the type of mentality I think Vici should try to have going into the next game.
Is it very common for coaches to just be like, my bad?
I feel like it's person specific. I feel like, for example, I think Insania would take blame even if it's not really his, just to prop up his allies and like give your team the higher percentage to win. Is that true?
Yeah, I think after game 1s you kind of have to sometimes.
Yeah.
If you notice
someone
that your
has
team
to do
is,
it, right?
yeah, if your team is uninspired or they feel like they don't know what to do, like sometimes it's good to just go in and be like, hey, this draft sucked. This game's on me. Forget about it. Let's move on to the next game. And I think when you do that, you kind of take people out of their own heads. You make them not think about the mistakes. You make them focus on, all right, you know what, the draft wasn't great. There was nothing I could have done differently. It's somebody else's fault. Nothing to do with me. And I think, especially in big tournaments and big moments like this, that can be really, really useful just to make sure that you're thinking about the right things.
Interesting. Saberlight, do you have that kind of experience as well?
Yeah, I think even this TI, whenever we lost the game, I think whenever Moon or Febby said that it's like kind of their fault, even though it was like, for example, mine or someone else's, it helps you think about, all right, this game happened. I for sure like did some things badly, but it is what it is. It's like the next game that counts. So it helps you reset and focus on the next game.
Interesting. So it really shows like that team perspective, right? Because Dota is a 5-person game, and even the one person can have a point of failure. It isn't always the fact that, you know, they're the only reason. So the team kind of takes that blame together, or you take the blame for everyone and just say my bad, or
honestly,
the coach.
like competitive Dota and pubs, it's very rare that it's one person responsible for the loss.
Right.
Like as long as everyone's trying their best and putting the work in, like the main job of the coach is to make sure everyone's going in with a good mentality.
I feel like we've heard mentality a lot in a lot of these series, especially with like EG and Dr. K and, you know, the teams that are like hyping each other up, you know, like a team spirit, for instance. One of the things that both of you told me, and you were there too, we talked about it too with Jenkins Saber, like, you know, like they're really good at keeping that mentality, like positive mentality and hyping each other up. It's definitely do you feel like that's super, super important, or do you think that maybe like being like, oh, well, I can learn from this instead?
I mean, I think when you're playing during the season and when you're playing scrims, having like learning attitude and talking about what goes wrong is really important. But once you're at TI, you want to put that aside, because at this point, it's like, it's too late. You're committed. Whatever you came in with, that's what you got.
But that's so hard.
Yeah, but the beauty of Dota is that, right, even if you get absolutely destroyed game 1, when you play game 2, it's even again. It's not like there's some like World of Warcraft where somebody has better gear than you at the start of the next game. It's dead even. So you get a reset and you get to play for free again from the start. So.
All right, well, before we get started with this next game, let's take a look at some TI memories for Vici Gaming.
就是整个 TI 生涯里面最伤心，或者说最惋惜的一个场景，应该是在。
那可能是 TI 6 那年我好像在以后面打的 TI 嘛，然后那年小组赛也比较顺利的。
然后我们赢了 A 队以后，我们已经锁定前6了。然后在下一场的胜者组决赛那个比赛中，我们就是那一场比赛对我们来说很关键。我们在那一轮遇到了一级战队。
当时其实我们觉得一级并不是很强，我们挺有信心拿下那场比赛的。
This range track, that's going to be mega. EG going to need a miracle, not a position you want to be in if you're an EG fan right now.
纣王，然后当时场面我记得我们还是挺优的，甚至一度破了别人的3路，已经出了超级兵。
EG might just not have the bodies to do this. Can they get PPD out? He gets a more tap away, but no! The extra damage comes down from the Warlock as the Fatal Bonds eliminates him, but Zeiss! He almost dies! They're any pickoff on a core might enable them to still win this game. EG might be able to do this. Jenkins is holding. They're holding it at the vent here again. If they kill him, he'll take him out. Then revives back into tier. Oh, the throne's going down. The throne down to half HP. Game
1. 然后就被超级兵翻盘了嘛，然后就作为史诗一直被大家吐槽嘛，就领先特别多，然后被超级兵翻盘了。
TI 上的超级兵翻盘，
因为我跟ICS 的关系也好嘛，然后我就打完特别生气，然后就非常生气的指着他说：“哎，你小狗实在让我太失望了。”
然后直接影响了我们那一把输了以后，直接影响了我们第2把的心态和操作，直接导致我们第2把输的很利落。
As As we had just talked about, the mentality of the players will really matter in games that are high stakes like these Vici Gaming, showing that, you know, they were down a first game and it was rough for them to take that loss, but that emotion carried over into game 2 and they lost swiftly. So like you guys mentioned, all three of you, they really need to take a step back and reset, regroup for game 2. Now, what are we expecting to see in changes? You said swap out the Omni Knight. Other than that, what do you think Vici Gaming can do for game 2 to really turn it around?
Yeah, I think you tried giving away the mag. It didn't work out. Most likely, you know, this game, you're going to be like, okay, our prepared shot didn't work. I don't think we can deal with this unless they've got first pick now and they can first pick it themselves.
Interesting. Well, I don't know if we're going to see this Magnus ban. They have 2 bans left. We're currently in the ban. In the ban phase, we see Io and Tiny getting banned out. We are going to go ahead and... Oh,
they want to run them over, right?
What do you
we are going to get started with this game. Apologies, sir.
Vici Gaming versus T1. Game 2.
Is that pretty well? So you might want to just, we already, that is already
Hello and welcome to game number 2 between Vici Gaming and T1. We're with the draft panel and we have changed Lacoste for Effie, Canadian Effie, sorry, my apologies. And we have Effie here.
He had some issues, if you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, so we decided that for this draft we should get people who play Dota till 4 a.m. as opposed to studying the team so you can get the best information about the heroes. Jenkins, how do you feel about that statement?
I think you shouldn't put people on blast for a million people.
Right. Well, you know. I'm the host.
If he's Canadian Effie, I'm Jordanian Jenkins.
Oh, look at this. These guys actually behind the scenes are best friends. They spend the whole time outside of the panel holding hands. So, Vici versus T1.
That is not COVID safe.
That's not true.
And
They socially distance.
Exactly.
Vici Gaming versus T1. What can you tell me about the expectations for Vici Gaming this game? Because they need to win this.
I think the Omni Knight was interesting. It was an experiment, and it's likely that that experiment, they've decided that it was a failed experiment. I think it's a 39% win rate guy. And
you mean in Dota Buff?
On Dota2ProTracker.com.
Did you know that he has a 0% win rate in TI right now?
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. You can purge all of the spells, which is quite an issue, and there's an item that you can buy that chain purges. That's one problem.
Yes, he lost 1 out of 1 game, so absolutely 0%
It's awful. And those stats are not good.
Yeah, no.
No, but I'm glad that Vici's going back to basics because Weaver is one of the best heroes that they had during groups, was one of their highest win rate heroes, and I don't know why, but during main event, Vici just strayed from their comfort, right? They were first phasing 11's heroes and they were picking their Weaver whenever they could, and it feels like they tried to be a little bit more experimental, maybe because they thought that they were studied. But I think for this game, they have to just play what they know.
Actually, a little tidbit for you, Effie, about PYW. He was one of the innovators of Weaver support back in the day when he was on Serenity, and that the hero started getting picked up a lot. So that's why he's so comfortable on the hero. It was back, and he's like, this is my TI, which I know you believe, Jenkins, because you have a great belief in Vici.
May I say something?
Okay, sure, other Jenkins.
There was, I think, Jordanian Jenkins, thank you.
I apologize.
But there was a tweet that I remember by Jenkins. He said, I think Weaver is overpowered.
Jenkins, what do you think of that tweet about you?
I was right, and BSJ claimed that tweet immediately, as he does with things. He claims things as his own. He claimed he was North American, all of a sudden claims Europe as his main region.
He did show me a European passport, which he had just taken off some random person.
Biased against everything. And so with Weaver, you know, the most annoying thing about this hero, honestly, the Aghanim Shard, that's probably the most busted thing about the hero. You just can't counter it with Ghost Scepter. Invis doesn't counter it because it literally reveals. Yules doesn't take it off. Like, you have to sit there and hit the bug, which now that you have the bug hit talent, you get both the bug hit talent and the minus armor talent. Before, you had to choose between them. So the bugs are just incredibly powerful. And yeah, that's...
I know you said before, or you can answer this, Effie, that Swarm is one of the strongest minus armor abilities in the game.
It is.
Absolutely, and with the whole Invis reveal that it does, it's just given it so much more utility as a support, which is what you want. And before, when Weaver was played as a support just for his Aghanims, not the Shard, the Scepter, the issue with that was that it took time to come online, and then if they had some kind of draft that could hyper-focus on him, it would negate a lot of it away. But now that he's not even being played for that, his Vessel or Urn plus Shard timing is really fast. So I consider him a fast hero now.
We've spoken about Lina a lot here. We get a comfortable pick for Ori, and also a hero that has no bad matchups. Do you believe that, Jenkins? If he likes to say it.
I think that's true. I do think that's true. So I think over the years, mid laners have gotten a lot better at playing in general. I remember speaking with Gunnar about Lina versus TA back when there were like no changes and TA was considered to be like somewhat of a Lina counter. But then just it progressed with no patches so that Lina countered TA. And I remember him telling me something along the lines of like, you buy an extra Fairy Fire, something like that. Like you literally just need that little bit of extra damage, something like that specific. And I think the mid lane has been optimized to that point. And then on top of that, the runes also really help Lina. Like she abuses the runes. Worst case scenario, she hits you and just pushes the wave and then farms jungle.
Can I add to that? Because you were actually making the same argument at a point where we were starting to say that Ember Spirit actually beats Monkey in the lane. And you were saying that exact thing, that it was because of the optimization of Ember Spirits and the armor, of course.
Did I say that? That sounds smart. I don't think I said that.
You did, actually. It was in the DI broadcast last year when you did it with Moonduck.
Oh, all right. Yeah, no, that's another one of those matchups. I mean, I'm not a mid laner. I'm terrible. But they've figured it out. They've optimized it. I think the big thing with the Ember matchup was that they would push out the first wave with Flame Guard and like take the hits from Monkey King, but then just choose to push it. And that sounds so simple now, but like back then it wasn't. That like wasn't the thing to do.
Effie, can we look at the T1 draft now? Monkey King Lion. What are the strengths of this opener?
So this opener is incredibly versatile just in the Monkey King pick alone. We've seen it succeed as a carry, and we've seen it succeed as a support, right?
Yeah.
But vision has been so important throughout this tournament in that we've seen Beastmaster, who typically hasn't performed that well, excel in certain games where vision is the name of the game, right? We've seen Monkey King be able to just by scouting the backlines and choke points or Roche, just give so much control to heroes who like to hit from a distance. So we can see it paired up with something that's kind of long-ranged, like Alina in particular, but things like that. Or maybe a hero like Shaker who needs a setup for some kind of jump. And the Lion, he ticks a lot of boxes, right? He just gives you the hard disable that you don't need to worry about in your draft, but he's also a bit of a deny pick because then you're more concerned about picking the Spirits, who are incredibly popular mid laners.
So, now we're seeing Vici Gaming's draft. We have the opener back again to being a safe. The Weaver Lina, very typical Vici draft. How would you follow this up? What is it that they do, Jenkins, as a team?
I think they need some setups done. That's pretty important. Lina, the Yule's build is something you just like never see anymore. So, Monkey King, obviously it's picked on the other side. That's a decent. Okay, that's all right. So you can like have the Elder Titan sitting in a side lane, and then he's obviously going to throw the Spirit out occasionally and maybe try to sleep you. And then like one of these times that you get slept, Lina shows up and kills you. So it's nice to have a few heroes to play around. I remember when Lina was being picked as a 4, some of the best teams would pick it where they would have a mid laner that could set up and then a side laner who could set up too. So they'd have like a DK and then Lifestealer back when he had the slow. And that was how they would combo, where like Lina could go to either lane and get a kill. And now I think the same thing works for the mid lane because you rotate from mid.
But now also just consider all the damage amp that this Lina is going to get. I really hope it's just a core Lina. Like there's no way that it isn't at this point, but Elder Titan, his aura removes armor and it increases magic damage, right? So Lina, a core with mixed damage who does insane physical damage but also magical damage, these kinds of cores like Luna and Lina benefit so greatly from having an Elder Titan on their team. And paired up with Void, this is a tested combination. You just are a splitter into Chronosphere and then you throw out your Spirit and it just buffs everything that goes on. It's looking pretty solid in terms of damage output right now.
Minus armor on the Weaver bugs too in Chrono. That's like nothing to scoff at for sure. Like I really like this Vici draft so far. It seems like easy to execute. There's a lot of combinations that they have. They do damage. They have team fight. Like it really does tick all of the boxes. I hate to repeat.
No, you're right.
It's like all of the boxes are totally ticked.
So they do pick DK, and DK's a durable type of hero who also just provides the tower damage that they didn't have going for them in the draft so far. But the thing is, like, we were talking about all of this damage coming out of Vici. Dragon Knight's gonna get shredded. They're not gonna have issues dealing with him later on in the game. So now T1 have to play for a bit of a timing where they can kind of push behind this Dragon Knight before he just dies. Because Lina is typically a hero that loves to build Silver Edge too. That's usually her third item after BOTs and BKB. So I I'm not sure why they liked this DK so much here, but I guess they really did need to fill that gap. And now they have 4 stuns, which is nothing to stop
that's always good. The more stuns, the easier it is to play.
And very reliable as well, like Hex, Dragon Tail,
yeah.
Even Fissure. Echo Slam is one of the few 0 cast point stuns in the game, so it's not hard to be able to stop any initiations.
I think we actually saw T1 playing versus LGD, I believe, and they picked Dragon Knight mid, and it was the only time that we saw Lina lose mid was to Dragon Knight. So maybe that's the thing. It's like, this is the only hero that deals with Lina.
There could be an idea here as well, because Elder Titan removes base armor, but that's not how Dragon Knight's armor works.
True. It's added armor.
So it's actually it counteracts ET's armor in that sense.
Yeah. Is DK a Carl hero though? Is it the kind of hero you'd expect him on? Because it is similar to Doom in a sense.
You know what? This is going to be maybe a stupid prediction, but I feel like Carl might actually go for a Midas, because I remember him doing this at the Animajor, and I know that is the last thing that like Dragon Knights, I mean, people aren't even playing Dragon Knight, but that is the last thing that Dragon Knights have been doing prior to this patch. And like Blink Dagger into Midas maybe even, just because like I remember Carl distinctly doing that, and like that is just what T1 loves to do.
So T1 ban out LC, and I was actually thinking that would be a pretty nice pick, because when you have 4 stuns, you need some kind of cleanse or something like that, which is what LC would have provided. But now that that's not available in the pool, they need some kind of blink initiator on Vici, some kind of follow-up, because typically Void can go in for you, but he works best when there's someone to kind of draw attention to themselves, so he can set up for a good Chronosphere.
Yeah, like a Spirit. If we didn't think the Selena was going mid, I'd say like Ember Spirit or something like that. Is it banned out?
Does Doom work here? Because they let him through, and I know that's one of the Old 11's favorite heroes.
That is one of his favorite heroes.
Oh no,
Beastmaster.
Beastmaster. It's been a while since we've seen Beastmaster for Old 11.
Okay.
This is a good Vici draft. I really like this draft.
Okay, why?
There's a lot. I mean, they've got tons of stuns. They've got tons of setup for the Lina. Like if this Lina goes to any of the lanes, you have the Beastmaster Roar to set up for her. You have the Faceless Void Chronosphere to set up both of the supports. Amplify the Lina's damage. You have the Snowball from the Helm Dom creep on Beastmaster. It's like there's so many ways that Vici could win this game.
Yeah, and to add on to that, when we were talking about Monkey King earlier and how his ability to provide vision is so good for a hero like Lina, who just likes to sit far back and hit things, now you have the Hawk to scout out the Monkey King in the trees, and you have Elder Titan Spirit just running around. So not only do they have the superior vision, but they just have the damage to deal with the durability of T1's heroes.
So what does T1 what hole do they need to fill in this last pick?
I could see them picking a Morphling, and I guess against ET it's not so good. They need something that lanes
or
decently
Lina.
against. Yeah. Phantom Lancer doesn't seem that bad. But then again, you could go for the Axis build on Beastmaster. You're an Agi hero against ET.
And a Dawnbreaker.
Okay.
So is this a Monkey King?
23 Monkey King. Maybe that's not so crazy.
Yeah, of course, that's what I was assuming.
Yeah. I thought it was going to be a Dawnbreaker carry.
No, you thought it was Monkey King carry too, right, Jenkins?
Yeah, of course. Right. I'm a professional here.
So Dawn Ags could actually be incredibly good in this game if Zephyr manages to get it, because of the added evasion and the added healing, but it can heal through Chrono and through Roar pretty well. So if that's the idea that they were going for here, some kind of save, but also a strong laner, I think Dawn fits the bill pretty well. I like Vichi's draft more though.
So to Effie's point, in case you don't get this, when you deal with Chrono, it being such a strong ultimate, you have 2 options. Phantom Lancer, for example, that just eludes it or avoids it, or alternatively, you mitigate it. And Dawnbreaker is trying to mitigate the damage in the Chrono, right?
True,
Jenkins?
of course, yes, of course. Dawnbreaker, very good against Faceless Void, although you don't stun when you ult into the Chrono, which is a bit annoying.
Yep. Well, we're going to go now with the coach interviews. So we have Vichi's coach on the sidelines, and Frankie is ready to ask him some questions.
Indeed, we've got Fenrir here, and we've got Helen to translate as well. And Fenrir, I have one question for you. How important was it for you to secure Lina for Ori's mid lane this time? And was it also very important to deny Carl from having her?
只有一个问题，对你来说，抢 Ori 的 Lina 有多重要？同时，把对面 Carl 的 Lina 抢了，也会不会很重要？
怎么说呢？可能第一盘他的丽娜确实打得还可以吧，但是主要第一盘失利的问题，我觉得是我们对线犯了比较大的失误吧，跟丽娜没有关系。
Well, how do I say it? I feel like in game 1, his Lina was decent. However, I feel like why we lost game 1 was due to our lanes not going so well. It's not really about the Lina.
But very quickly then, is Ori's Lina better?
所以有个问题 ，Ori 的 Lina 会不会比他的更厉害？
那是肯定的。
That's for sure.
And you know what's for sure? That this game is underway, so we're going to head over to Cinderin and Sunsman right now.
Thank you very much, Frankie. Suns fan with Cinder and Vici Gaming versus T1 Game 2 of the best of 3. Vici Gaming, of course, have to win to stay alive. If T1 wins, they face off against... They get the pleasure of facing off against IG, who's the top of their group, coming into the main event. Your thoughts, Cinderin?
I think I really like both drafts this game just in isolation. Like when I look at both strategies, it's very clear what they're trying to go for. You've got the T1 strategy with some good team fight between the Monkey King and Shaker with some reliable setup from Lion and Dragon Knight. Dawnbreaker following up is amazing on all of these stuns like we've talked about before. Basically has 4 good friends in this game that just have stuns that help you get into the fight.
Yep.
You look over at Vici Gaming's lineup, they have a nutty teamfight combo of Void plus Elder Titan. And I think Lina is one of the best mid-heroes to play together with Void this patch. You have insane overwhelming damage in the Chronosphere of 2 damage types. You have the position 4 Weaver that's going to probably get a save against these single target stuns from T1. And then Old 11 on a Beastmaster high pressure hero that can get them ahead, get them vision. So really think this will be a closer game than game 1, even though, you know, Vici Gaming kind of pulled it back and made it competitive. I think this one we won't see like a 15k gold lead minute 30 for either team.
Unless Carl... no, I don't think the DK versus Lina matchup, I mean, you might end up even if you're really good, but...
I do want to talk about this. It's good that you mentioned this, because we had another game this tournament with this exact matchup where it was Carl's Lina against Nothing to Say on Dragon Knight, and Nothing to Say won the lane. So I think that is the only hero this tournament I have seen Lina lose to a single time in that mid lane in the first 5 minutes. So gotta keep my eyes on this to see if it's a consistent thing or if Nothing to Say is just that good.
Yeah, might have just been an anomaly, but yeah, we'll have to see after this. I mean, still a small sample size with 2 games, but either way. This is something I do want to mention now because I'm just really interested, as you might know, Cinderin. The idea of Dawnbreaker against Faceless Void. Do you go for, like, do you prioritize Ags this game? Because of the evasion, the extra HP regen that you get, you just have to not be chronoed yourself.
Yeah, so this is why Axe on Dawn is so beautiful against Void, is the problem that you face a lot of the time is when Void uses Chronosphere, if you ulti right away for the save, you end up, your hero physically comes from high up in the sky and falls down, but if there's a Chronosphere there, you get stuck on the top of the Chronosphere and your stun never lands.
Yeah.
So, but if you have Axe, the channel time is so long, you can just sustain it through the entire chrono, effectively giving, like you said, the 60% evasion and the healing. So yeah, absolutely, I think it would be an awesome choice this game. It would also kind of force both Ori as well as Poyoyo to get MKBs if they won't even kill in the chrono. So yeah, I think from my perspective, Sepher should actually rush it. He shouldn't get a mech this game. It's just straight Ags. It's that good, yeah.
First item Ags.
I would love to see it. Wow. Optional Locket, maybe, but yeah, I think the Aghanims is just that good here.
Very cool. As we see Carl versus Ori, as we already talked about, pretty even. I mean, 6 denies though for Ori. That's going to give him the level advantage for now, but to be expected between this particular matchup. Old 11's going to be playing the Beastmaster this time. I haven't gotten to see a ton of Beastmaster on him this tournament. It feels like that hero has tapered off a bit with the nerfs to Helm of the Dom. Well, Helm of the Overlord specifically. What are your thoughts on this choice this time around?
I think it's good. It fits well with their lineup, like the panel was talking about. Getting the vision advantage for your heroes is extremely powerful. And as far as Old 11 goes, he can sometimes be a feast or famine kind of player. I think this is the kind of hero that Old 11 can take charge on and get a lot of stuff done. Push towers, initiate fights for his team. His Mars in the last game was given, dealt, I think, a pretty bad hand. Like, it was a hard lane. I was playing against Razor, and overall their lanes just went horribly. So this is a different approach, and I think it's going to work very well here.
Whitemon is going to get the Swarm applied to him, but the Earth Spike with the Hex and the Dust, PYW looks like he'll live. That takes heavy punish just for existing as a disgusting bug. Sorry, I just really hate bugs. So LSA is going to connect onto Carl. Ori. And once the rotations come, if Carl is still at this low HP, that's going to end up being an easy kill.
Okay,
but
nothing to say. It's just that good. Confirmed.
Yeah, I think so.
Ori is very far ahead of Carl this game.
It's not as bad as last game, though. The reverse is PYW gets caught off by that fissure. Cuckoo, a nice enchant totem. Trying to turn this around, but it looks like, one more right click will do it, but they can't reach him. Poyoyo will turn his sights to Whitemon instead. Swarm comes through, is going to connect on Whitemon, and he's going to tick down to those beetles. As Cuckoo just barely survives as well, so first blood goes the way of Vici Gaming this time.
Could you imagine that? What a way to go out. You've been to hell and back, and you didn't die there, and then you get killed by a little scarab.
Yeah.
Those scarabs have to be really nasty. That is...
Have you seen The Mummy? Why am I asking you anything? Carl getting chased by DY.
You fought and died.
We'll be fine, though. And it's just one of these mid heroes I find interesting, because a lot of these players that play mid are very mechanically skilled, and DK is like, you blink, you get a blink dagger, you blink, you initiate. You're almost like an offlaner where you just get kind of expedited levels.
Really high pressure here mid from Ori again. Carl will sustain, but will struggle to even use his soul ring to use mana right now without dying, and just keep getting, keeps laying into him there.
Living on the edge right now, which you kind of have to do if you want to get this XP. Now you can see Ori. Another LSA connects, and he's about to hit level 6 here in a couple
11 is in
creeps.
trouble top as well. This is a
lane. 23 Savage has the Jingu.
Pretty tough position to be in.
The favorable trade.
Ooh,
Starbreaker not going to
though.
fully connect. 23 Savage and company just forcing them out of lane at the very least. Swarm
bottom lane.
again in the bot lane. Poyoyo gets the bash. Cuckoo continue to get chased and harassed by PYW. They're going to jump in with one more time walk, and the right click from PYW is enough to secure yet another kill for Vici Gaming.
Dilation is so good against Shaker in lane. He will always need to use Enchant Totem to farm, and that means if he has used the Fissure and you dilate after, you have such a long time where you can just run him down. And make very quick work of him there with these two heroes. You know, this is a Faceless Void Weaver lane. It's not exactly a traditional lane, but they are winning this bottom lane as well. So this time around, Vici Gaming, totally different situation. And as we talked about, if they just don't get crushed like last
Carl.
time, maybe they'll be fine. Oh, whew. Well,
That's Dragon Slave. Oh, 50-50 Cinderin. Eternal Envy would be proud. Ori is going to spot out Zephyr now as the hammer will come back from whence it came. Looks like Whitemon takes a tumble in the bot lane, though. As Ori looks to be fine. Still has Laguna Blade to work with, but no mana to speak of. Was not able to secure the rune this time around. But a lot of pressure to this tower. I mean, 3 heroes here with the catapult as well.
And let's see how Carl does when he's playing from behind. I feel like it's been a while since that's been the case, that Carl lost his lane this hard. Even in the game when he was Lina against Nothing to Say's Dragon Knight, I think Carl was still having better conditions than this. And Dragon Knight, in my experience, doesn't perform very well from behind like this. Like, you really need some key stuff. You need boots. You need arguably upgraded boots into Dagger.
Chronosphere in the bot lane with the swarm from PYW. Cuckoo looks to be super dead. The question is who's going to get credit. It is the Beetle.
Yeah, he's going to get earn charges as well here, so going to drop one on Poyoyo immediately too.
Oh, 23 Savage. Ori's in the vicinity. Oh, all right. Preemptive jump here from 23 Savage. Good instincts. Gets salved.
He's still not safe, though. Okay, now he is. Ori's showing.
Well, they're going to push with Beastmaster Hawk giving some vision here. Catapult doing some damage as well, but it looks like it'll be mitigated here.
They have no glyph, so they can't keep it alive until the wave connects. And they will respect the potential play of T1 there.
Yeah, Carl just trying to catch up. I mean, that's the one good thing about this rotation from T1's perspective is Lina wastes a little bit of time in that top lane, which means Carl can apply some pressure to the Tier 1 tower, which is obviously Dragon Knight's prerogative as a hero in general. Poyoyo in the bot lane, 38 and 12 for CS. And you can see 23 Savage just a little bit ahead with 42 and 11 in the top lane. Oh, Echo Stomp will connect onto Carl. It's going to set up the LSA, but a nice counter stun from Whitemon. Going to try to turn this around as Carl gets some save from Zephyr. Gets off the Starbreaker. That's a big kill onto Ori. T1 finally on the board for game number 2.
Yeah, they brought a lot of heroes to ensure this kill, but it's big. And Carl loves to get that help, and it allows him to also start laying into the mid-tier 1 tower a little bit here. He needs to push out this wave ASAP if he wants to get more attacks in. Is working on it with the Breathe Fire. And I think we'll be able to at least get one more swing in here before Lina comes back, so that will be another nice amount of damage here with that Corrosive Breath.
Good ability.
Yep. It's very strong.
And it scales with each level of the ultimate Cinderin. Trivia for people that have never played Dota before. 23 Savage. It's not on the same level as your trivia.
Nothing is, though.
That's true. Zephyr trying to stop this push in the top lane. We see a TP coming. There's the Boundless Strike. Starbreaker does connect successfully into the Echo Slam. Ori's dead again. And now the Earth Spike to follow as T1. Great defense in the top lane. And this is 2 early deaths now on Ori, despite getting off to a really good start.
Excellent spell casting. They used the Boundless Strike. Okay, that was not excellent spell casting. Zephyr throwing a hammer to knock him out of the tree.
It happens.
That was on purpose. He was just griefing him before going back to base. Even on TI main stage, you know. At least what Jerax used to do was to ask before he griefed. Zephyr just doesn't, but... yeah, great defense. They get the Boundless Strike into the Starbreaker, and that allows for them to just barely connect with the Echo Slam. So very well done by T1 and on just delaying their stuns perfectly to get that kill. Shannon, we're 10 minutes in.
Yeah.
It's time for trivia.
Okay.
What is the square root of the sum of the cooldown of Roshan's abilities?
All right, that's a stupid question. Next.
It's a whole number.
Say it again.
What is the square root of the total cooldown of Roshan's abilities?
I don't know. 2.
That is very,
4,
very bad.
8, 12.
They're dying! Cast the fight!
Carl! Looks like there's going to be a trade. Cinderin is trying to sabotage this cast. As you can see, the faceless boy dies. What is wrong with you? This is TI-10 main stage, for God's sake.
Yeah, we get to have a good time, though. That's important.
That's true. No, I agree.
The correct answer is 5.
Very not... that's the least interesting one. You know what? You're banned for 10 minutes from another trivia. That was terrible.
That's pretty good. I would have probably waited 10 minutes anyway.
Okay.
I'll take it.
But that's a pretty big kill. Yeah, Puyoyo.
They traded a support for getting the Void, so now both big cores on the Radiant side have died. Lina twice, Void once.
And neither of which have a kill, actually, which is actually more surprising on Ori, with only 1 assist. So taking part only 1 kill overall this game. Whitemon, oh, he's going to run into a lot of heroes, but looks like he is more than fine. Zephyr going to chase them out here. Starbreaker actually does connect with the Finger of Death from Whitemon. All right.
Oh, it's such a satisfying spell.
I mean, getting a kill in general is satisfying, so if there's flashy particles and a nice
It's
sound.
just something about Finger of Death.
You say that about every spell.
No, I don't. I say it about Finger of Death.
You said it last game about something else. It was Boundless Strike.
That was Boundless Strike with Jingu. I mean, you can't argue against it.
I'm not
That
arguing.
is really
I'm just saying.
You know, it's also
You're an
really
easy man to
satisfying.
please.
Trivia in 10 minutes.
Oh, boy.
But not yet.
Down. Carl doing more damage with that Corrosive Breath, which will cause
Gets denied.
Puyoyo to deny the mid-tower.
So at the very least for Vici Gaming, they denied that. But again, given Carl's start, getting this mid-tower minute at 11:30 is honestly pretty good. You know, he was pressured a lot, lost the lane to Lina, they ganked as well. But Carl still hasn't died in this lane. Has found his own fortune. Okay, Illusion Rune will go the way of the Dragon Knight. Obviously, keep in mind these illusions also have Corrosive Breath, so if Carl wants to, he can kind of do a little bit of a rotation move here. I believe at least they have the full Corrosive Breath, so he could send them to...
I actually don't remember. Do they stay in dragon form when he turns back?
Yes.
You sure about that?
Yeah. The reason you're not
Terrorblade
sure
is
is
the one that's
Terrorblade, but that's because his is an aura.
Yeah. Okay.
So they should stay in dragon form the full duration. Yeah. And I do believe I just saw that. Okay, they don't turn dragon.
Trivia: do they turn back to human or not?
I could promise you they used to.
Yeah, well, you're a freaking boomer.
They're still in dragon form. It's just visual. They're attacking.
Oh,
from
you're right.
No, go to dragon Knight.
Okay. Damn it.
I told
you.
you.
Well, technically, I'm right. They are human form. They're just attacking in range form now. So we're kind of both. I mean, technically, I am the right one here, Cinderin. So human form in visual aspect only.
I don't really want to give you this one. I don't feel like you're right.
All right, Echo Stomp. Ooh. All right, Mischief not able to dodge that. But it's not going to turn into any fight yet. So Vici Gaming, they have some crazy team fight. Haven't really talked about this much, but the Chronosphere into the Earth Splitter as Cuckoo jumps in with that Blink Dagger Enchant Totem. Here comes Zephyr as well. Starbreaker should cancel that Echo Stomp. That ends up being a freebie for T1. But yeah, a lot of setup, or not a lot of setup, but a lot of chrono damage once that's placed. And then once Weaver, Mr. PYW, I would assume goes for Ags next. If he's on the outside, you can mean, there's just so many options for Vici going forward. I really like their lineup.
It's pretty crazy, by the way. Carl is second on net worth now.
He's made a comeback.
Fully recovered, yeah.
I mean, part of it is
impressive.
because of the deaths on Lina have set her back a bit.
For sure. And the big breadwinner currently is, of course, 23 Savage on the Monkey King. No big surprise there. It's a good lane for him against the double melee hero. Weaver,
Swarm onto
PYW.
Zephyr. 23 Savage is in the area, though, so looks to be fine. As Poyoyo on the Faceless Void has the Orb of Corrosion, excuse me.
Yeah, the other item doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, Orb of Destruction was deleted, in fact.
PYW.
PYW might be in some trouble.
He got
Sentry
dusted.
is for the other side. Oh, the time lapse, but right back into the arms of T1. So another finger charge for Whitemon as Earthsplitter actually coming in. He's going to connect on Cuckoo, trying to kill this annoying Wild Wing Ripper before his untimely death, I would assume. But 23 Savage has other plans. He gets off his ult with the Boundless Strike. Roar is there to keep them at bay, though. But it's going to be a second kill in favor of T1. And despite having that Roar, looks like this is going to be the death of Beastmaster as well. But here comes Poyoyo. He gets a big Chronosphere. Not that much follow-up, though. They're going to find one kill onto the Earthshaker. As Ori being pursued by the Monkey. 23 Savage has the Boundless Strike, connects Whitemon in the vicinity. This is going to be another kill onto Ori. Just such a rough game for him after that really good start.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll get to why I'm laughing so hard right now. Let's see if he gets help.
Carl looks
No
fine.
dash.
All right, tell me why you're laughing, Cinder.
All right, so Carl blinks in for the follow-up when they're on the Lina, and he shoots his Breathe Fire like 500 range away. Misses it completely and plays the sad trombone.
Nice. Well, at least it's a good effort, though. That's
yeah, and he is clearly having a laugh at it. Unfortunately for them, it didn't really matter, but that was funny. Oh my goodness. Well, it does happen. Misclicks happen even at the highest level, so it's a good thing that he can just laugh it off and continue on with the game. But yeah, another good overall sequence here for T1. And I was gonna say, Weaver with this Vessel, you would imagine that, depending on when you get this item, it can have like varying degrees of importance, right? You're playing against both Dawnbreaker, Monkey King, and Dragon Knight, and you got it early on your Weaver, so you really want PYW to be involved in kills. It helps so much until they start getting the BKBs on DK and Monkey. Unfortunately for him, though, he was the start of that fight. He got killed first as, they found out DY.
Yep.
He is toast.
Tons of stuns. Disabled for an eternity, so another death for DY. So T1 kind of withstanding I want to say the very early laning stage, and have bounced back to a very high degree now. As 23 Savage is top of the net worth, as we see a replay. This is what you were talking about?
Showing us Carl. I like that in this highlight, we're all just looking for the
Let me see this
fail.
Breathe Fire. There he is. And all right.
It happens.
I mean, if you make an SFM on this and just change the angle, it ends up looking really epic, I'm sure.
Yeah. Make sure you play the sad trombone in your video, though.
True.
It happens. All right, next move. I think it's time for Ichi Gaming soon to get something done here. 30 seconds on Chronosphere cooldown.
You were right. Zephyr is going for the Aghanim Scepter straight
away?
up.
Nice.
He's halfway there already.
It's a great choice in this game.
I mean, the cool thing about this hero is the support. I mean, we've talked about the lane pushing and all of that, but the fact that she can actually farm without really needing much. Just the hammer alone allows you to take out waves. And very tanky to boot. PYW. Looks like he's... is he actually
Carl
working on
connecting
Axe
top
himself?
here.
Yeah.
They're looking for another kill on PYW. They might get it with Dragon Tail.
Yep, Dragon Tail initiation. Zephyr with the Starbreaker. They put Vision down a little bit late, so PYW is going to take a Breathe Fire in the trees, but won't be pursued any further. Yep. Carl's going to get roared. Laguna Blade to follow, but here comes the Solar Guardian. That's going to heal him up to a decent amount. Ori just can't finish the kill quite yet. Carl getting pursued by PYW. One more right click should do it. Fine. No, he's alive. The Chronosphere comes out, actually catches his teammate. Earthsplitter to follow. Whitemon is dead. Stomp onto basically everybody here, but 2 dead already for Vici Gaming, so advantage for T1. 23 Savage gets off the Wukong's command, trying to pursue a little bit further. They're going to find yet another kill. How has T1 stayed alive with everybody? And now trying to go for Poyoyo. Do they have the setup? Boundless Strike to start, and the Time Walk to safety. I actually cannot believe Carl lived. That was
got
insane.
a stat for damage taken in that fight for Dragon Knight. That was crazy. He took so much damage for his team, and they don't get the kill. The thing is, not but, you know, he baits Weaver in, doesn't find the kill, then he baits Elder Titan in, doesn't find the kill, and Vici Gaming just end up spending the entire time just desperately trying to at least get the kill they wanted to begin with. And Solar Guardian coming in clutch there for sure.
Yeah, that
Zephyr changed everything.
And imagine when that gets buffed.
And imagine if they have one vessel charge. That's what I mean, right?
True.
They just don't have it for that kill on PYW, so they don't get it. And it snowballs the whole fight. With one vessel charge there, he gets the kill, gets another charge. They can go on to the next hero and keep that fight going. But yeah, just not able to. T1 clutch with the saves.
So T1 rocking a 2K net worth lead. Not quite as big of a lead as you would think, considering the 14-6 kill advantage right now. And of course, Puyoyo, we brought this up, but has had that Hannah Midas for a while, so we'll see if that ends up paying dividends. Still working on the BKB, though.
Yeah.
About 800 away from finishing that bad boy.
Has found a Quicksilver Amulet. Nice item on Void. You get that quick swing timer for an early bash, which helps you get bash ready again faster.
Oh, double BKB just picked up by T1. So
that's big.
2 cores now.
And it's close on Dragon Knight too. Only 600 to go for him as well. 700, pardon me.
Dire are scanning.
Took your math class last week. Didn't help.
You're making fun of the American education system as Laguna Blade. Going to be used to destroy Zephyr, who, again, still... I mean, they're going to actually... Once they get these 3 BKBs up, they're only 800 away from that Ags on Dawnbreaker. That feels like a very big power spike.
It is a really big item this game, for sure. All right, Roche is opened up here for Vici Gaming with 25 seconds on Dawn. They do have Swarm level 4, which is really, really good for killing Roche. PYW is just going to tank Roche so the bug doesn't. In comes Puyoyo, so...
T1, though.
Are aware.
They have Echo. Oh my god, this would be a disgusting Echo Slam right
Smoke
now.
breaks.
Yep, Cuckoo in the vicinity. His blink gets canceled, but there's Carl with the initiation to start things out. Gets the Dragon Tail off, but Roshan looks like it's going to be taken out easily for Vici Gaming. They will lose the Elder Titan in tow, but there's the LSA actually catching the Earthshaker, so Cuckoo not really able to get off the initiation he was looking for.
Very good for Vici. They didn't have to use Chrono to secure the Roche either, so it means there's another play opening up for Puyoyo. He's going to get enough gold for his BKB with that bounty rune picked up from Ori. So next move is on the horizon. Something else on the horizon. We're now past minute 20, so it's time for trivia.
Okay, I should have said 20 minutes.
You're gonna like this one, okay? What is the passive aura of Ring of Aquila called?
Is that in? Is somebody equipping that item right now?
They took it off.
The passive aura. I have no idea.
Give me your best
Ring
guess.
of Basilius aura. That's what I'm calling.
Aquila aura.
Oh my god, that was actually not that bad. Not that far away. I get half a point for that?
No.
Okay, thanks.
I mean, you got aura right, but it's an aura, so I don't know if that counts.
That's half, technically.
It's like
you know
saying,
how you
what
feel
kind
about
of ice
technically?
cream is this? And then you say licorice ice cream, but it was orange ice cream. You're like, I was close. I got ice cream right. I mean, come on. Of course, it's ice cream.
It's still true, though. Carl. Oh, we
Echo.
got the Echo Slam come out with the BKB's activate. Can they blow up? Faceless Void, absolutely. Earth Splitter does a little bit of damage there, but a big kill on Puyoyo by 23 Savage, who's still top of the net worth right now.
Very swift kill, and of course they do find the core on Vici Gaming that does not have the Aegis in that Void, so would not have gone for that play onto Aura with Shaker, I'm sure. They do find Puyoyo, so very nice here. Gonna delay that timing of the Aegis. There's still 3 minutes 20 left for Vici Gaming to try to use this Aegis to get mid-tier 1. I still think that's what you really want to try to grab with this, but unfortunately for Vici Gaming, struggling a little bit to get in, right? Like, that's the problem. There's no dagger on Old 11. Your catch is pretty limited without it. Void can commit a time walk into Chrono attempt.
But they have the Helm of the Overlord Center. Old 11, he's got the big, juicy golem. No, it's the golem. There's no
They used to have a dragon.
Now it's a golem.
It died.
Yeah, this guy uppercuts like none other in the game. One of the best animations, in fact. Absolutely love this guy. As we see...
I wonder if his eyes glow in the dark.
That's a very random question.
They probably do, actually.
Okay, good to know.
Trivia.
Ori has the invisibility rune here. 23 Savage in the area with Wukong's command available, but of course they don't have Echo Slam, so this will be a little bit of difficult to hold, but 23 Savage does use the Wukong's command, gets roared inside his BKB form, but you can see Kuko and company just focusing on Ori. That is the Aegis down. DYW looking for a potential Echo Stomp here, but there's a jump in, a quick BKB by Ori, trying to turn it around. Laguna Blade takes off the head of Lion as Carl now trying to retreat, but there is the Chronosphere and the counteract from that Solar Guardian. I believe that is the Echo Slam Solar Guardian. Cinder, or the Agnum Center, I should say. The evasion comes through as 23 Savage getting pursued now, completely surrounded. It's going to end up being an easy kill, surprisingly enough for Vici, as they continue to try to take T1 out. Echo Stomp onto 2. Now onto the high ground, they will attempt this as that Ogre is still beating the crap out of a dragon.
Hey, it's a golem.
What did I say?
Ogre.
Ogre golem.
I'll give it. That's okay. It's
yeah, it is.
Let's
That's
say
true. That's true.
Crazy fight. Like, what's really important in this for Vici Gaming is two things. First of all, the amount of spells that T1 need to use to get the Aegis in the first place. They use Monkey King's ult, which ends up expiring. So they just run out of damage on T1. They really need this Wukong's command to continue that fight. Echo Slam was not available, I think, for Kuko, or at least didn't find a good one. And they were hoping to instantly hex Ori out of the Aegis. He popped BKB faster than they could hex. Yeah. Lion dies instantly. You have a Dragon Knight out of position who's trying to Dragon Tail the Lina, so effectively you just put yourselves in a really bad position when your spells were down. And in hindsight, it's easy for us to say, just take your Aegis kill, be happy with it, back off and lose the tower, but that was not going to work with the way T1 set that up, and they got punished for it pretty hard.
And keep in mind, they didn't have the Echo Slam still, so just came back off cooldown as they used it earlier to get a kill prior to that. But you can see the confidence from T1, not having a big ultimate like that, still feeling like they can take them out, but the quick fingers from Ori.
And you did see the impact of Solar Guardian in that fight, by the way. He used it on the Chrono Dragon Knight, who took no damage from Void.
Yep.
He was actually healing while Dragon Knight, or while Void was attacking him. Just nothing coming out from Toyoyo onto that DK. So if things are set up a little bit better for T1, you're going to see that Solar Guardian play a really big role.
Top of the net worth, though, after dying a couple times, Cinderin, Ori doing very well now. His score doesn't look that great, 3-4-3, but considering he started at 0-2 and 1,
yep,
has definitely bounced back, going for the MKB, which
Big item
he went Crystallis first, so I'd assume as the Shadow Blade or the Silver Edge was planned, but switching it up now.
Yeah, he has to solve this Solar Guardian problem, as we talked about. Both Lina and Void will likely be going that route, and they do indeed. Void is going to finish Sanj and Yasha, and then he's got it planned as well here, Poyoyo. So,
yeah.
You know, you can look at this from two perspectives. You can say glass half full or glass half empty. It's like, yeah, when they both get MKBs, how good is my Ags? But the other way of looking at it is, wow, I made 2 cores by MKB. Right?
Yeah.
So I feel like that's
like
worth
MKB
4,200 gold.
It's not like it's bad.
It's not a bad item, but it's not what they want, right? It's not the standard build that these two heroes will go for. They're doing it out of necessity here, not because they really want to.
Right.
So you force their hand with one support item, which is pretty nice for T1.
Vici Gaming sporting the 3K net worth lead. Now this game is super close, and again, just to reiterate the implications, if Vici loses this, they are out. And if T1 wins, IG is their next opponent. That is technically correct, Cinder. Thank you.
And what do we say to that? Technically correct is?
The best kind of correct.
Thank you, Chan. You've been paying attention. That's very nice.
I feel like you're a puppet.
I asked you earlier today, and you said terrible. And I was like,
because I'm sick of interacting with you. I'm just sick of your shits. And
understandable. Have a nice day.
Zephyr in the trees. He's being spotted out right now. Old 11. I mean, they're just trying to ensure that they will find this kill. They have to expend the roar, but it's going to be an easy one.
Yep. No problemo here.
It's like, hey, Poyoyo, would you like a kill by any chance?
Don't mind if I do. And yeah, the roar is a relatively low commitment spell, right? It's 80-second cooldown on level 2 here for Old 11. So they just want to use that whenever they can to get a pick. And this is a very reliable place to find Dawn, by the way. Like we talked about the last couple of Dawnbreaker games we've cast, this hero will often gravitate to the top area on Dire to just push out that lane while the team plays together as 4. And then you want to connect with them with Solar Guardian. So Old 11 can keep sending Hawks up here in the tree line and has a very high chance of finding that Dawn. PYW with the Ags completed has found a Psychic Headband as well, so good cast range.
Oh, yeah, that's
on
fortunate
that. So
for him.
it's 700 instead of 600.
Yeah, so time lapse can be used on allies with a very low cooldown of, I believe, 20 seconds. And the extra cast range now to follow. So this is, I mean, I feel like we talked this item up so much, and then in the games, at least the ones we've cast, it has been basically a non-factor. But theoretically speaking, it is super strong.
I feel like even in the games that... So we had one game where the LGD found this amazing chrono with Ame, right? Where Weaver couldn't reach.
Yeah.
But in the Secret versus... Who was it? In the
there was one
Secret Elephant, that marathon game where the Weaver Axe did so much work for Elephant. They did lose though, but it was super impactful in that game for sure. PYW hiding off to the side here. If 23 Savage were to get eyes on him, this could be trouble, but he's going to TP out with Shukuchi.
Yes, 23 Savage just continuing to farm up. So, any items of note, Synderen, that we should be looking forward to? I mean, Old 11, we already talked about the Helmet of the Overlord and the Blink Dagger, of course. Looks like Refresher. It's, I mean,
he can
not
barely
a huge surprise.
support that with his mana, to be honest, but it might just work out.
That's true. Oh, we got the Dragon Tail to start things out on the PYW. Do the burst damage indeed. PYW with another death to his name and another charge for
the hero you want to
Finger.
find as T1, because anyone else could get saved by Weaver at any point. And your single target burst on T1 can kill one hero one time. That's basically the limit, right? You have Finger of Death, Dragon Tail, Boundless Strike, and maybe a Fissure. If the target gets time-lapse, you can't do it all over again with the lineup that you have. So very important, if possible, to get on top of that Weaver.
Oh, double damage bottom.
Yep. Ori is
the Hex from Whitemon. He's actually going to leave him for 23 Savage, and that is another death now for Ori. Very unfortunate. It's Cuckoo.
So cocky.
Echo Slam BKB.
I mean, from our perspective, obviously this looks crazy, right? He doesn't have the exact vision that would allow him. I mean, okay, let's take a look down there again, right? So they do have an Observer Ward in the Radiant, but they only have the one that oversees the river, not the enemy side of the river. So Ori just... How to say, he gets a false feeling of safety there from the ward. If he didn't have the ward, I don't think he would have gone for the rune.
Right.
So the ward actually working against him here and giving him that safety feeling that wasn't there. And T1 punished very quickly with the Blink Lion, get a huge kill on
This is still scary. I mean, 30 seconds death timer for Lina, but you're going against Chronosphere, you're going against Elder Titan, quite possibly top 3 Roche defenders in the game.
Yeah. And you're going against Void ET, and they're going to give up.
I just said that.
Yeah.
Yep, they're against Void ET.
You didn't say they gave up.
Okay, true. Old 11 just biding his time here. Can obviously gain so much vision with these Hawks. He does have the Shard as well, by the way, which reduces the cooldown of the Hawk and gives you the... What is the actual ability called?
Dive Bomb.
Dive Bomb for the suicide mission for those Hawks.
That is an awesome skill name. Yeah. I like that one a lot. That's good.
I agree. Because we now have a smoke from Vici. Looks like Carl did finish his AC, so very, very tanky.
Okay. Or he just walks into the pit and looks around the pit and walks out.
Nobody here.
It's like he saw Roshan for the first time. Nope.
Yeah. Both teams very cautious right now, for good reason. This game, obviously, a fairly big deal. Echo Stomp from afar, Poyoyo. He's going to get Dragon Tail to start things out, but Carl looks like he might be regretting his decision, just waddling away right now. Time dilation on top of him. Has to pop his ult along with the BKB, trying to turn this around onto the Void. They get him to about half HP, but doesn't look like they can actually finish off Poyoyo.
They're worried about committing because they don't see PYW, so they don't want to throw spells into the air and get no value. They need some insane burst catch there to kill him before the Weaver can react, and they don't have it.
So. I like this. They need to fight now. They've already popped the Dragon Form and his BKB.
Elder Titan is going to see them, though. Astral Spirit, if he is paying attention, he gets the feedback there.
Ori showing himself. Oh, the initial. Oh, they actually missed the stun there from Cuckoo. And he'll have to hightail away here. 23 Savage does get off his ult with the Boundless Strike as well. Poyoyo pops his BKB. They're going to blow up the Lion, and Cuckoo's dead next. That means T1 likely will try to fall back, but that is the buyback now from Cuckoo. 23 Savage on the trees. He gets roared mid-leap. They're going to see him. They're going to drop that tree, and down goes the Monkey King.
Huge fight for Vici. They find 3 kills, and one of them buys back, and on a core, they're the Shaker. And if T1 want any chance of holding this Roche, they're going to need more of those buybacks. They can't hold that with these 3. There's not enough damage between them.
Yeah.
Unless all 5 of Vici Gaming's heroes go together in a huddle and get Echo Slammed, you're not winning this fight, and Vici Gaming will not do that.
So this is Roche number 2, Vici Gaming. Gonna get the Aegis likely on Ori. Poyoyo, I would assume, takes the Shard. And he does indeed. So that's gonna give him the extra cast range on Time Walk and the reverse Time Walk, which looks funny, but is actually not bad for baiting spells.
It's a very good way of getting vision. I think that's the most underappreciated part of the spell, is that you can jump in, gather information and jump out.
It is a little bit hairy against the Lion, though.
Yeah, it can be tricky for sure. But against most lineups, you will be able to jump in, get a little bit of intel, jump out, and maybe that sets up your team for success. Maybe you break a smoke, maybe you bait a spell, like you said. There's a lot of upsides to this.
Vici Gaming taking control of the outpost now, and you can see in terms of the tower pressure, they have top basically down. The tier 1 and tier 2, so the tier 2 mid will likely be their next choice. But bottom lane, the tier 1 is still there. So, see what they want with this Aegis. If they attempt to go high ground, again, with a Weaver, with that Axe, I feel like going high ground is not that risky, depending on what T1 can try to do to counteract that.
That's true. You could put the, as long as Lina has vision, which you can give her perhaps with a Hawk from an angle, she can just hit the tower from the low ground even.
Oh, they have vision here. They know that. Oh, actually,
Carl.
that's T1's vision.
Carl gets
He's going to be spotted. Yep, that's no blink dagger for you. Poyoyo jumps in. Laguna Blade, goodbye, Carl. And even if he bought back, he will not have Dragon form for quite a while.
True. Earth Splitter for the fireworks as well. They didn't want to give him any chance there. DY, they throw everything at him, and, well, most of it sticks. The only thing that doesn't stick was the one that was too late. So a nice kill for them, and that's going to be at least tier 1. I don't think tier 2 is possible. Obviously, the wave bottom Zephyr has done a great job pushing that all the way into the enemy tier 2. But honestly, what Vici Gaming could do here is go high ground mid. Like,
I thought they would do that, yeah.
They can definitely do that now. 3 minutes on Lina's Aegis. You know there's no DK. Force that buyback and go with it that way. They're going to cut this wave first, though. Still have enough time. They're going to just try to backdoor the tower. Okay. Well, DD and Lina will do that with Beastmaster Aura.
Can they?
There is Glyph if they want to, but they're probably going to save that for high ground, you imagine. Yep, they're going to give it up.
Oh, no.
They're not.
So it's going to regen a bit as a result, and Vici Gaming
is going to regen.
Wondering whether there's going to be a hold here or not, but as we can see, that is not going to happen.
We can watch this tower regen for another 10 seconds if we want. It's going to take a while to heal up to full. But they're going back
even longer now to heal up.
Okay, they can do it without the DD.
I mean, imagine uppercutting a building. The fact that he can uppercut a building is impressive.
Yeah.
This granite golem.
Very big boy.
Big boy indeed. All right, we got the Scotty online for 23 Savage, but Poyoyo has one of his own, which against this lineup, against Dawnbreaker, Monkey King, and Dragon Knight, extremely good for the counter regen. Carl jumps in, has his ult activated as well. They will go. The time lapse again, saving Ori, but he's going to get bursted down very slowly. The Aegis goes down despite using the BKB. Chronosphere on top of 2, but there's the Solar Guardian. You can see how much Cuckoo is healing, but the Laguna Blade just rips right through him. No buyback on the Earthshaker. It's a 5v4 just like that.
Splitter.
Yep, we got the Earth Splitter coming out. Trying to apply this pressure to Zephyr right now. A nice Starbreaker, but Poyoyo should be able to finish him off as most of T1 just hightailing back to base. Carl gets taken out. No Dragon form for you. And Vici Gaming look primed and ready to force a game number 3, Cinderin.
23 Savage having a bit of an identity crisis, saying, I'm not scared, bro, I'm Cuckoo. No, sir, Cuckoo is your teammate on Earthshaker who died before you, trying to find a kill on a Weaver.
Yeah, GG's going to be called. It is
nice game for Vici Gaming.
So difficult to play into Weaver, Aghanim, Scepter. I mean, they had to kill Cuckoo several times over, but they did so regardless. And T1 now potentially, I mean, they're both on the brink of elimination, technically speaking, Cinderin.
Loving the adjustments from Vici Gaming this game. I really think they got a much better game. The key part for me, even though Ori got ganked a bit, again, the tables were turned in the game from the get-go, right? He's winning his lane, he's forcing the rotations onto him from the enemy team, and it just opens up for both the Beastmaster to maybe get a better game than you could have expected, especially both Faceless Void and Weaver crushing the bottom lane as well. As a result of that, they just end up getting so many victories across the map. And that really, to me, is one of the key parts. And Vici Gaming's lineup, just both drafts are great. But ultimately, Vici Gaming come out ahead with that awesome team fight, and of course the Weaver save to close it out in the end. But yeah, What a nice game. Honestly feels like Game 3 is anyone's game. These two teams are very evenly matched. This game was close a lot of the way. So.
That's right, Synderen. Very well said. My goodness, you are such a good analyst. I'm so lucky to be right next to you right now. But game number 2 is over, so let's see what the panel has to say about this as we head to a game 3 very soon.
Vici Gaming has taken game number 2, forcing us to have a game 3. And one of the things that both Synderen and Sunsfan were saying was that Vici Gaming really shaped up that in this last game, and they had a lot of control. So tell me what they did. How did they shape up AUI?
I think what's a control on top of having the heroes to. I mean, it's not like they pushed the tempo, but. Insane, you help me because I completely blanked out.
I'll tell you
there.
what
Sorry.
It's all my boyo-yo, po-yo-yo. That Faceless Void itemization was top tier. I think him going for a more tanky-oriented build was probably the solution, because I think generally if there's Alina in the backlines, then you don't need to worry about damage yourself. You just need to worry about the initiation. You just need to worry about surviving Dawnbreaker Solar Guardian. And so he was able to pull that off. Lina was chucking the fireballs in. It was a good 1-2 punch from Vici Gaming.
Yeah, I feel like for me, these two teams, what I learned from watching Game 2 is I feel like neither of them really have a good way of shutting each other down. And I think when you have the heroes that are enabled by that in the early game, which I feel like Vici had more of this game, their heroes scaled nicely against T1s. The team that is going to get that condition on their side is favored. And that's what I feel like this Game 2 was.
To be honest, I know Carl, like I was looking it up, his most played hero in competitive is actually DK, but I don't think it suits what T1 want to do this patch. Like when I think of Carl in this tournament so far, he's had some Lina getting Omega farms to farm fast, some Doom with Midas. When I play pubs with him, he would go Midas on Queen of Pain and scale like a monster. Like if they look at their matchup versus Vici, I think they should go for what's already sort of the style and sort of commit to it.
Yeah, I mean, I assume if we can see it here on the panel, they'll figure it out too, right? You've had 2 games now, you got to see the outcome of these different types of games, and then for Game 3, I would imagine it's going to be a scale war. Who can scale up the hardest, who can get the timings, who can get the matchups, and then, because I feel like once the teams hit their timings, they're both really good at using it. And that's why you see these like really tight team fights, and you see these like potential comebacks coming into the games, and where the game swings back into their favor.
Would you say that this was a close match? Like, if you were to look at that stat screen, it's very hard to tell who the definite winner is, right? It seemed like it was going back and forth a little bit with all those team fights.
Yeah, I'd say it was pretty close. I think, like a different team in those drafts, like I think either draft could have won. But for these 2 teams in particular, I think Vici ended up pretty dominant.
Yeah.
I think in particular, I think like Beastmaster's vision that game with all the suns, like it just lets you play your map better.
Yeah, I think Beastmaster, if you can get him past the laning phase with a decent game, and they definitely did this time, you're just setting yourself up for success because you're controlling a lot of map space with a Hawk. You have a BKB piercing stun. And why that is important is because as the game scales up, people start buying BKBs. Right. And one of the biggest struggles that you have is if you're not able to kill a hero, then you have to ignore it, and it's 9 seconds of free damage. But when you have the Roar, whoever's BKB still has to keep his positioning in mind. And I think, Old 11 played this game amazingly. I think he really, really shined on that Beastmaster.
So these stats are up, but for someone at home who may not know if 227 last hits and 557 experience per minute is a high number, can you just kind of explain these stats? Like, are they good? Are they average? Are they TI average? Or what are your thoughts on them?
It can be relative to the length of the game, so the per minute stats are always a little bit tricky depending on how you look at it. From Old 11's typical offlane performances, I don't really consider him to be as greedy as Cuckoo, who's on T1 right now. Old 11 is a little bit more sacrificial. Generally, offlaners right now are all edging on the greedier side these days. Old 11 still less so on the spectrum compared to Cuckoo, but these numbers are more reflective on how dominant Vici Gaming were across the map. I know AUI, you were noticing like it's been 30 minutes and they're only just now taking the mid-tier 1 tower. The fact that he was able to find
tier 1 at 34 minutes when they were winning the game. Like they're up 9k at 34 minutes before they took the tier 1.
And in comparison, Cuckoo has a surprising number of last hits on an Earthshaker in a losing game from an offlane position. And again, I think that's a testament to how he's typically more of a greedy offlaner.
Yeah, and just look at the stats, right? You had a 3-1-9 Beastmaster, so he's only died for about like 20 seconds of that game. He was playing most of it, whereas Cuckoo has 6 deaths, and he's keeping up like fairly well in CS. So that's
Especially considering the two heroes, right?
Right,
Beast
as
Master
well.
just kills more creeps. You have a board to push out waves.
Precisely.
It's very interesting to see these comparisons because the game is really complicated. Like I've said it so many times, the game is so complicated. The numbers are there, but it really matters like what heroes are picked, how long the game went. Oh gosh, trying to wrap my head around it is pretty confusing. But now we have 1-1, right? And Vici Gaming has managed to tie it up, and now both teams are potentially facing this elimination, right? And the winner will go on to guarantee themselves 5th or 6th place. So it's really important for these teams to reset, like we mentioned earlier, and like Vici Gaming said, they want, like the last time that this happened, they didn't do well in their next game. Now, on the other hand, what can T1 do to really reset this? Do they need to change up their strategy a little bit? Aiden, you mentioned earlier that they needed to break out of their comfort zone. Do they return back or do they keep going out?
I thought going into this series that if Vici didn't break out of the comfort zone, it would be very, very hard for them because I thought T1 was better at doing. Basically, I felt like both teams do the same thing, but T1 does it better. But I think proven by the second game, you know what? Vici actually can stand their ground in playing like the slow game or whatever you want to call it, the patient game. For me, I feel like if I was in either draft position and I was like looking at it objectively, I'd say we both are going to just have to try to outscale each other. And when two teams are trying to outscale each other, it comes down a lot to the matchups and what kind of timings you can hit in the game. Because you want to hit a timing that's usually slightly later than your opponents, but stronger. So if they're aiming for like an 18-minute timing, we want to hit a timing at 19. So like our timing comes later, but it's slightly stronger than theirs.
That's so specific. To go 1 minute later in timing, how do you figure that out?
That's extremely difficult. And I think it's one of the hardest parts of drafting.
I think it's all about like Dota's like a relative game, right? Like
Right.
You talk about these timings, you talk about team fight, anything really. If you can do it just slightly better than your opponent, or you have slightly more of it, you just have all of it more than your opponent. And I think I agree with Insania. That's what's going to happen in this game. I think there's like a choice to be made here. Like, do you double down on this slower pace of Dota, scaling team fight, late game comps? Or do you try to like throw a fast one and just like go all in with a strategy and like, oh, they're gonna have an 18-minute timing, we're gonna go at 10 minutes. You're not even gonna make it to your timing. But I don't think either of the teams will actually do that. I think they're just gonna double down.
I say I want to see them split the average. I want to see T1 split the average. I want Carl not on a DK type hero. I want him to carry the baton early on for early to mid game timings. And I don't want 23 Savage on a mid game hero like Monkey King. I want him on the scaling core. I want him to be able to be the late game insurance that T1 might need. And then Cuckoo, Zephyr, and Whitemon can help out accordingly. I imagine Cuckoo, being as greedy as he is, will edge more late game. So let Whitemon and Zephyr play with Carl earlier on.
You mentioned Monkey King, and when I think about it, Monkey King is one of like the most picked, most banned, like most contested hero, right? So if they don't give Monkey King, or if they don't pick it, would they ban it because he's been so strong in multiple positions?
He's been strong in multiple positions, and it's a Poyoyo favorite as well.
Right.
So I think targeting it earlier on. I don't remember what the first phase bans were in this game number 2.
From Vici?
Yeah, from Vici.
Trent Wisp.
Trent Wisp, okay. And then T1 banned out what?
Tiny and oof.
Was
I
it
don't
tied
remember.
or Tiny?
I
It was
don't
Tiny
remember.
+1.
I don't think Doom was banned in the first phase.
No, I don't think so either.
And yet T1 didn't pick it, which was strange. But
yeah, I think T1 should. I mean, that's the ultimate scale, right?
Exactly.
Sorry. Please finish your point.
No, that's exactly what my point was.
So what your point was is that they should have picked Doom.
Oh, yeah.
But why?
Because the Carl signature. I need to
Well,
see Carl operate.
It's about the gold, right? Like
Right.
if both teams are playing this slow, methodical style, Doom he literally creates gold from nowhere.
Right.
Like usually you're limited on your map resources and you assign farm to different heroes. That's you know
Right.
the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 system is how much farm you're supposed to accumulate on each player.
Mhm.
But there are heroes that break that, like Alchemist or Doom, who just create gold out of nowhere. And if the game is slow, you're just getting more than your opponent.
So on the other hand, you mentioned both Alchemist and Doom. Why not Alchemist? I'm trying to run through like the mind of draft.
I think it's very, for me, it breaks down to this. If you have two teams that both want to sit on their own sides of the map, then there's only so many camps, right?
Right.
If you think about a team like OG, they'll invade the other side of the map and they'll take camps away from you and take them to their own side. So they're basically increasing their size of the map that they are farming. I think for these two teams, since neither of them are very willing to do it, they'll do it when the timing's right, but generally speaking, they will try to avoid it. Items like Hand of Midas, they're increasing the gold that you get from your side of the map. And Doom's Devour does a very similar thing because you're just getting bonus gold every 60 seconds or whenever you finish devouring that creep. So for that reason, I feel like it's going to be a strong hero for the series. Plus, his ultimate scales up very well into any game. So it feels like the right hero for T1. If I was Vici, I'd be really scared about going up against it.
So one of the things that I've heard you guys mention a lot is Midas. Jenkins mentioned it earlier that Vici Gaming is a Midas fan. How has Midas been doing in this meta? How has it been doing in this tournament?
I don't have the stats on it, but I would imagine it's not been very popular among the other teams. But I think specifically for this series, and this is why TI is such a cool tournament, because you can look at two teams and be like, hey, the meta doesn't actually matter here. This is just about the styles of these two specific teams and how they've done. And you've had so many games to watch because they've been playing forever. Like there's so many games of like data to look at and be like, okay, this is the way they're going to approach this. Most likely, they're going to approach this game in this set way. And suddenly, an item that probably isn't that popular becomes very, very good for this specific series.
Do you think that Vici Gaming had any modifications to their gameplay against EG? Because coming into it, I thought that for sure EG were favorites, considering the two stylistic differences. I thought that EG lane mechanics superiority would prove to be too difficult for Vici to deal with.
I felt like during I think it was first day of main event or maybe second day, I felt like taking control was the most important part of the game. But then Secret showed that you don't have to do it.
That's right.
And that kind of, for me at least, broke up the meta. And I feel like ever since then, the teams that are hitting slightly later timings, I feel like are having an edge, or the teams that have a very, very good answer to what it is you're trying to bring to the table.
All right, Tsunami. We have two teams that are facing elimination right now. Can you drum me up like a nice narrative for this match?
I like how you asked the one person who hasn't played at a TI to do it, but sure, I can give you the...
But you have the emotion.
That's true.
I want to hear the storytelling voice from man who's dressed like a video game character.
Listen, it's Friday night, all right, and I wanted to celebrate the occasion. Exactly. Southeast Asia versus China. I know for T1 specifically, immense amount of pressure for their entire region right now. At least Vici Gaming, I'm sure they're still intra-regionally competitive, but China as a whole has been aching for a TI for years, since TI 6 by now. They had to wait. 2020, no one really knew which region was the best. Everyone was just assuming that Europe was leaps and bounds above everyone in terms of competitive mechanics and strength and stuff like that. And then as the DPC rolled around, we saw China and Singapore and Kyiv.
Right.
Now someone needs to solidify it here in Bucharest to really make this China's year. T1 are looking to make the highest placement for a Southeast Asian team since I think a Fnatic from TI 4 or 5. And so I think just in terms of the regional pride, that's what I'm most excited about between these two teams. Facing elimination, that's just another day at the office here at TI. You're going to have to do it anyway.
Another day at the
Another
office
day at the
here
office.
at TI. Now, we don't have any draft yet, but I want to know which team you three each have for taking this series. And I know that that's very hard because there's no draft, but I would like to know anyway.
I think coming into the series, I would have given T1 the edge. I think the way that they approach Dota is, in my opinion, it felt strong against Vici's playstyle. But I feel like based on game 2, I think Vici might have something good cooking. And I feel like they kind of understand what it is they need to do in order to win the series. So I'm just going to make it very political. I think if Doom is picked by T1, I think they have a great shot at winning this. But I think this is a really, really close series, and the picks are going to matter a lot.
Very diplomatic answer, Tsunami.
I would have been the opposite. I think coming into the Vici EG series, if I hadn't seen that, then I would be like, I don't think Vici has what it takes to be a game 3 winner. But after seeing that, I see that they are willing to adapt, and I don't know if T1's been tested as much as Vici has quite yet. So I think Vici's got this for game 3.
For myself, I also thought T1 was going to take this series, actually pretty easily, to be honest, coming in. But they were covering one of TI losses with Vici. I feel like they've learned a lot from that experience, and they'll bring it into this game 3.
We will see what happens in this game 3 right now.
Vici Gaming versus T1. Game 3.
Welcome to game number 3 between Vici and T1. Before we start with the draft and we present the panel, I'd like to apologize for a production error because we thought we'd give Insania a chair to sit on, but it was actually a fence. So we're sorry about that last segment. Jenkins and Effie are here with me. What can you tell me about last game, Jenkins?
I can tell you that that was a great Vici gaming draft. I liked it a lot. In the draft, it's good to know that you're not that stupid because they. Well, I'm just saying.
What are you saying?
Not you, me. I'm saying, I had this idea that it was going to be a really easy game for them to execute.
All right, yeah.
I thought that they had all of their bases kind of covered, and it looked fairly easy. I mean, I hate to say it against T1, but it really did look like, cut and clean. That's what they say.
What about you, Effie?
I think the Lina versus Dragon Knight and Monkey King just had a really great game, honestly. It's like what we predicted. The longer it went on, just the more items she would get, and she just naturally does so much damage, especially when she had the ET to amp her up and the Weaver insects. So.
Damn, they first phase banned the Lina, too.
And they got the Tiny as well, and then they have to give up the Magnus. So, in terms of strong heroes as TI, Magnus or, Magnus and Tide.
Oh boy.
So Magnus or Tiny, Jenkins, what would you lean towards?
Oh, 100% Magnus. This is the most OP character in the entire game currently. I wouldn't pick it in pubs necessarily. I totally agree with what Saberlight was saying, that it's like a TI specialty. BKB piercing, team fighting, that's all stuff you want during TI. And the repositioning element is just, it's absurd. I mean, we've seen like numerous fountain skewers that literally knocked OG out. Was fountain skewers.
Yeah, actually.
I mean, it's insane. You probably shouldn't be able to do that. But, play Magnus while you can.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Play it while you can, get your MMR. Anyway, the opener and T1, these are both really strong and contested heroes, but we pretty much know that Tidehunter is a support now, right? And while he can be effective, he has to be paired up with a strong lane to make it so that the pick is kind of worth it at this point, because it can be a little bit redundant, but I hope they pair it up with something to amplify it. And I say that it's pretty much a support at this point because there's no way between a Magnus and a Tide you assign the farm priority to Tide, because we've seen how effective Magnus can be in the hands of players who play him well, such as Collapse, who we've been singing his praises for all day.
Could we see it as a Carl hero perhaps, and then see the Tide in the offering still?
We could. But you're just showing 2 cores in your first phase, and that's not really ideal, I would say.
Okay.
So the safest bet would to say that it's a support Tide. But the option is always open, and that's the nice thing about having flexible heroes in your first phase. You can go where you need them to go. On the flip side, Vici Gaming's heroes, Tiny, incredible carry. He hits his timing so quickly, and he can honestly feel like the strongest hero on the map, especially when it comes to hitting buildings. They die so quickly. And Monkey King, we've talked about so many times before in this tournament why he's so potent, but just the vision game is so strong, and he's flexed to all 5 roles, actually.
I'm gonna ask you a question, Jenkins. I know we're both fans of Vici, but one of the criticism this team has gotten is that sometimes they take a bit too long to adapt to a patch, right? And right now I'm seeing group stage meta versus playoffs meta, essentially. Yeah. Do you think this is the case again, or do you think there's something magical about these picks?
No, I mean, I feel like Vici's done in both the series that I've recently watched, well, the EG series and then this one, they're showing me that they are very quick at adapting. Okay. I thought the Omni Knight pick was kind of crazy. I also thought that they needed to pick something fresh and new against T1, and then in game 2 it's like, well, okay, that didn't work out, so that's obviously not right. And then game 2 they changed that around. They didn't pick anything too crazy. It was a bit of a different style, but it worked out. And so I feel like Vici's just what they said in the interview about having pocket picks and not having to reveal all of their heroes, it actually did turn out to be true for them.
And sure, you can say group stage meta versus playoff meta, but the reason why Tiny hasn't been that prevalent in the main event is just because he's been banned out so much. So I really do still think this is the strongest carry in the game, and if you can get your hands on him, you should.
We saw it on OG actually, where there was a moment, I will never forget that play because I think it's ridiculous, where Samael was alone and there were 4 heroes around him, and they decided the best option was to retreat.
To run away from him, yeah.
So Enchantress is kind of rising up a little bit throughout today, but it's because she was picked up against an Omni Knight, which makes her all the more valuable. But in terms of laning, Enchantress is incredibly strong against Monkey King because you can dispel the Jingu stacks, but also you can just get a creep and whack away at him, right? Ideally, you don't want this Monkey King to play on Tide's lane. So just have the Enchantress follow him.
Yeah, true. Even if it's a 5 position, you can still put your 5 in the off lane. Even if you're not giving a farm priority, you can do that just to like win the Monkey King lane, which would make me think that the Monkey King will probably end up being a support. But then there's another way that you could go with that, where you just say, okay, it's a core, but you're just not going to level Jingu. You're just going to play to like push out the creep wave, which I imagine would just depend on what T1 picks. Like if you're playing against Tide as Monkey King, you probably
that's an Ori hero we haven't seen in a while.
They said they had other heroes. Other teams just haven't beat their initial heroes first, right? And we're seeing the Shadow Fiend. But just to quickly touch on the Disruptor, he's such a good hero versus Tidehunter because you just drop Static Storm on him and he can't really dispel anything, he dies. And he's a very good catch. Also, if Magnus finds a good RP and Disruptor isn't in it, he can drop the Static Storm on top of him and stop the skewer back, which is always really nice, right? And obviously Disruptor, one of the best catches in the game.
Same with Horn Toss as well.
Yeah, I agree. Horn Toss is a great ability.
No, I mean like same with Horn Toss, the Static Storm point. Like, you don't need to RP anymore. You can just Horn Toss. That still takes a second. You can drop Static Storm.
Yeah, true. Yeah, the Disruptor can. You just looked at me when you said Horn Toss is all. I like Shadow Fiend. I think Shadow Fiend's an underrated hero in my opinion. Because the minus armor right-clicking build only started like a month or so in pubs prior to TI, and obviously like there was the occasional, like at some point there was like drums SF, but I mean like this one where you're going for Daedalus, where you're like trying to one-shot people essentially, where you're playing with like the Dragonlance, the Satanic, essentially playing like a Lina, and I think that style of SF fits this meta, and for a long time people have been doing like the Yule's Blink stuff, which it's cool and it's flashy, but it never works out. It never works out.
I agree.
Shadow Fiend is a hit or miss hero, and I know some people in particular, if they see him, they say, I will not root for this draft, right? But think about it in the bigger picture. Like right now, do they have the damage to take down Shadow Fiend? Not really, and they're gonna have to correct that, right? Because Magnus, sure, he can blink on him and skewer him back, but Tide support and Ench support aren't really going to kill him. So I think maybe we could see something like a Leshrac come out of T1 just to correct the damage issues and play on these big cooldowns. But also, because of Shadow Fiend's enjoyment of buying Silver Edge, he will enjoy Tidehunter and Enchantress, right? Right-click them, kill him. Simple as that. Batrider's that damage hero we were talking about.
I want to point out that Cuckoo was revered for ages as being one of the best Batriders in SCA, if not the best. Carl was also considered that. They have two of the best Batrider players in SCA in this team.
Agreed, and actually, Carl was playing Batrider when nobody was playing Batrider, right? Do you remember that DK patch? And some people would say, hey, this looks like a good Bat game, and they'd play it and they'd lose, and they said, okay, this hero is not good.
I remember that. That was rough. Yeah.
Until he got buffed a few patches later and was a monster, and then he got nerfed again. But Carl believed in the hero from the get-go, and
he won.
He would always try to go for the Batrider games whenever he could, so. This is a comfort pick for sure. And he does function similarly to Leshrac in that that's the damage we were talking about. They really need to fix it. But I think they still need a little bit more damage.
This is like the perfect Batrider game, and every single time I say that, I jinx it, and then the Batrider just gets horribly owned. So that was at the Animajor. This is TI. It's just maybe going to be different.
With Disruptors, not most.
Yeah, he can't.
Well, I was going to say, following that, but I don't think that's what makes Batrider good anymore. I think that's an old-fashioned way of thinking about Batrider. The way you play Batrider now is you get Boots of Travel, you get BKB second item. People don't even go for Blink Dagger anymore on Batrider oftentimes. It'll be like Octarine Core, Shiva's Guard, things like that, even like an early Refresher. And it's all about just doing tons of damage, and he's one of the few heroes. Have you ever played Tiny versus Batrider? He doesn't care that you exist. He doesn't care that you have 3,000 HP, because Batrider, it doesn't matter. You need like magic resistance to deal with the Batrider, and you don't get that on a tiny carry.
True, and if you just want to look at the laning picture, just Batrider should have such an easy time versus Shadow Fiend. And you know, Monkey King support has to set up on trees and side lanes, right? That's typically how you fight the hero. You look for that good opportunity, you give vision, you drop the Wukongs, but Batrider's just going to break through all of those
It's a hard counter. Yeah, 100%.
It functions similarly to Dawn that we've seen being picked against Monkey King, and you just throw the hammer and all the trees are gone. So looking rough for our boy Monkey King.
Yeah, this is like arguably the worst Monkey King game, at least that I've seen in this tournament, because you have the Enchantress. If you're playing a core Monkey King, you have the Enchantress to purge the Jingu, and then if you're playing a support Monkey King in the trees, you have a Batrider that's just going to break you off of the trees and kill you. And you can. The thing with Monkey King is like, the way that you play it is you sit in side lanes and then you push waves out. But Batrider builds Boots of Travels. He's literally one of the best heroes in the game at killing people who are sitting in side lanes. Like, you cannot play that style of Monkey King versus a Batrider. You can't play. It's really rough.
Last pick, Vengeful Spirit, which I'm assuming, judging by the draft, it's an off-lane Vengeful Spirit?
Yeah, so the first thing that you can see here is you swap and you save the lasso target, which is incredibly valuable. And there's also that extra minus armor that they're going for with this SF. And of course, the Tiny is going to benefit from it as well. My issue with VS is just, she's going to need to have a good start, right? But so far, like, you look at these two supports, Tide and Enchantress, and they're not that scary. They're just... Enchantress is very strong on lane, but Tide is a Ravage, basically. So she should have an okay time.
I agree with that, and I feel like that's why they're going to put Tide off lane, Mag mid, or Mag carry, and then... Just kidding. Nope. Okay, just kidding. Okay, that is a Tide support, or Magnus support.
I don't think you want support Mag at all. Like,
Is that for Tide?
That hero needs farm priority. Okay,
I mean,
so
I'm just guessing.
Jenkins. So 23 Savage, who loves his Wraith King, one of the only players who really believes in this hero and asks for it. And the way that T1 have played it in this tournament, they just go for Armlet, Deso, and they just run you over, right? And if you pair it up with this Batrider, he gets his timings, and this Magnus, who's going to empower 23 Savage to hit his timing earlier, I can see them actually succeeding in doing what they want to.
Tell me the strengths of Vichi's then.
The strength of, I was going to say I really favor the T1.
No,
T1
tell me the
draft.
strengths for Vici
The strengths for Vici Gaming, well, they have a ton of minus armor and right-click damage in the late game. If the game goes late, they're definitely going to win, but I don't think it's going to go late.
Okay, that's a traditional Vici thing.
Their Roche potential is like quite high if they get a good fight somewhere, right? And Shadow Fiend can farm quickly enough to hopefully match Batrider if he doesn't get ganked, right? So Enchantress and Tide aren't the best heroes in ganking SF, so you can actually guarantee that he's going to have an okay time, right?
Well, now that we have gotten the game, we need to find out how to break this game down. And that's why we have the last word segment. And what do you need to get rid of the last word? You need a purge.
Incredible throw. I'm really impressed. It's going to be a pretty cool game. We saw the Bat come out at an interesting point in the draft, which is going to put a lot of the Vici heroes on the back foot because Bat is so effective against the enemy lineup. Against SF, you get on top of him, you don't give him that triple raise. Yeah, he's got some right click, but it's a bit of a downside. So I think the Bat is really going to be the core hero. We got to watch this game. How is he going to do in the laning stage? How is he going to do in the mid game with these ganks? Vici did try to offset that a little bit with the Venge pick so that they can actually swap Bat out of position or save whoever gets grabbed. There are tools that they can use to end it, but let's hop into the game here. Take it away, casters.
I love it when people throw it always like just casters, just a very anonymous purge. I thought we were closer friends than that. Is it because I berate you for not asking for bacon? Suns fan here with Cinderin. Game 3 of this best of 3 Vici Gaming versus T1. Loser goes home. Winner faces off against the dominant IG. Cinderin, thoughts on this lineup? We get to see Vengeful Spirit. It's been a while.
Yep.
The minus armor strat with the Shadow Fiend. Looking forward to this one.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of upsides to both strategies here, honestly. I will say, from my perspective, I've had a couple of games in this tournament I've been like, wow, this is just an amazing Batrider game, and it just hasn't really shown up that much. I do love the way Carl usually plays it, though, so that has me a bit hopeful for T1. I think Batrider has to own in this game for it to really work, because if he doesn't, I just foresee the problem of T1 that the damage just becomes overwhelming. This Vici Gaming lineup has so insanely much damage. After they get 1 or 2 key items, we know what Venge Ags does to the game. She will be a terrible target for the RP for once. There's a hero you really don't want to RP. There's a hero you don't want to lasso. And Old 11 can effectively just play as like a frontline vision hero once he gets that Ags. So would imagine T1 will try to play very aggressive around their Bat and see if they can get off to a good start off that lane primarily.
I mean, again, Magnus makes it through, Cinderin. Tiny makes it through, in fact. Treant Protector Band. Obviously, we saw T1 use that. It didn't have the biggest impact in the game that we specifically cast, but you can see the respect for T1, one of the few teams to bring something like that out. But Magnus, again, hero of the tournament for sure. As Payoyo is playing the position 1 Tiny this time around, and looks like Cuckoo, again, Magnus. no surprise. But we're looking at Carl mid against Ori. This is Batrider versus Shadowfiend. Shadowfiend feels like very susceptible to an early death here, but he has the advantage going right off the bat. Heh. Oh, deny. All right, as we have first blood. Whitemon actually takes out PYW. It's an unexpected kill, Cinderin.
Yeah. Obviously, Enchantress rotating down here for the 3-man gank will yield some sort of success, and Vici Gaming maybe not expecting this rotation, but yeah, I think it's important for T1 to help out this bottom lane. You're playing Wraith King Tide at the start against Monkey King Venge. I think that's going to be, you know, Venge usually a hero we talk about how much are you going to lose the lane. Can actually win that one, but
Zephyr
do the same thing
gets brought down top. Cuckoo still only level 1 right now, just getting completely harassed out. Throwing the tree, getting him very low. I mean, Monkey King just against any melee hero, pretty rough, in addition to having Tiny to have to worry about.
And now the swap again. Vici Gaming are going to send the Disruptor bottom now to Venge instead of that Monkey King with the rotation that Monkey made top. And what this means is you now have double range against Wraith King, something he also doesn't like facing very much. Ench can't find a creep with this enchant. All the camps are blocked here. He has to go very far left to the Centaur camp that is currently presenting itself. Probably will see Whitemon do that, and maybe see if he can look for a backstab move with that into the Wraith King, or off the Wraith King Wraith Fire Blast. But yeah, Whitemon just looked and he was like, oh well, guess there's nothing for me. Comes back to lane, and this is good news for Vici Gaming in that bot lane, I think. Venge should have an okay time. And
yeah,
okay
and that's
is enough for Venge a lot.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of games with Venge off lane where it actually does horribly in the laning state and still has huge impact once you get the Agnum Scepter. So if you're able to not have a terrible start, then that's just going to make your game even better. But, I mean, what is the reason we haven't been seeing Venge as much? I mean, there was a slight nerf to the Axe, but I feel like it wasn't that big.
I still thought Venge was going to be a pretty big pick this tournament. I'm as surprised as you are. Like, I don't know if you're surprised. You just asked the question.
Very surprised. Whitemon and company going on top of Old 11. So we talked about the laning stage for this hero as DY looks to be next on the list for T1. Now, one more right click will do it. In fact, the Wraith Fire Blast being expended, so 23 Savage with an early double kill for T1.
Yeah, they bring down the Tide there to get that extra kill, but as a matter of fact, Venge just died to the dual lane. They were trying to kill Whitemon, but he obviously has Nature's Attendants and a Fairy Fire, and Venge Disruptor did not have enough in the tank, so regretting that go. They don't necessarily have to kill in this lane. You just need Venge to farm, and you can maybe poke and prod a little bit at the Wraith King, but I think going on Ench is a recipe for getting countered. T1 with a very good response there. It's going to find now a Wild Wing Ripper. Very annoying creep to lane against.
Yeah, it almost feels like you kind of want to stun that thing.
Yeah.
The tornado is super, super annoying. As you can see, Ori obviously aware that Zephyr was bot lane, so kind of weary of a potential gank here because, I mean, Shadowfiend, one of the mid heroes that just has zero escape mechanism, and if you have enough sticky napalm stacks, it just feels like an inevitable death.
Ganking SF feels very, very good. He doesn't have... He's very snowball-y, right? He needs to start.
Looking like a kill going the way of Vici, so kind of left to his own devices, and 23 Savage gets punished.
Yeah, this mid lane gank... Oh, he's almost dying to the boys. Old 11. DY's going to block the boys. Oh, he canceled the salve!
Okay.
Salve too early. Bit of a mistake there from DY. It's going to cost Old 11 effectively 400 health. That he didn't just wait another second, and that's big, because now that Wraith King is coming back to lane, he's very confident and very in a great position to just challenge. Whereas before he would have to be a little bit careful, and now the rotation's coming in from T1. They're going to find DY.
Yeah, Whitemon and Zephyr making the rotation bot. This is looking like potential another kill onto Old 11 at the very least. You can see the fat, juicy, tanky Zephyr taking a lot of damage. He will be brought down thanks to the rotation of PYW. So it's a 1-for-1 exchange. It's like a roaming Tide Hunter in this game. You don't see that every day.
The dynamic in this game is very interesting. There's two heroes in this game that have good farm. Wraith King and Tiny with 27 CS.
Yeah.
Everyone else, it's getting okay now. Both Batrider and Shadowfiend just got a decent amount of influx from some stacks, but the CS number is relatively low for what we usually see. Magnus sitting on a measly 9 here. Cuckoo has been very having a hard time top from that early tri-lane, and Tiny, of course, challenges him very well in terms of just raw last hit damage with that Quelling Blade on 85. Cuckoo trying to try to cut the wave, will succeed.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
As mid lane, the push continues now. Zephyr still roaming as this Tidehunter. Whitemon's going to find DY with the tomato creep. He's doing a lot of damage thanks to the Hellbear Smasher ability. Is DY getting chased? Looks like Cuckoo took a tumble in the top lane and getting tipped. Oh boy. Yeah, that is not good. Cuckoo having a really rough time right now. And that is not something that we're used to seeing from T1. It feels like he's one of the more, I mean, everybody's relatively stable, of course, but from their offlane perspective, very much so. It's Carl, Firefly onto PYW. Boundless Strike going to keep him in place for now. Zephyr with that gush, slowing him down to a crawl. And with a bunch of heroes from T1.
Absolutely no problem for Carl. He has haste. He could have soloed that Monkey King, no problem. But the reason this rotation is so good is that they have extra reinforcements against the defense to try to hold this tier 1 tower, and you really want to push this if you're T1. Might even see Enchantress start tanking it and get a second point in Nature's Attendance, but I guess he also would like to have an impetus point at this point. No, he's going to skill it now. So 2 in the heal for Whitemon. Looking to perhaps backstab Ori. Zephyr was coming in, but...
Yep, Thunderstrike is going to spot out Zephyr. He's going to take it 3 Shadow Fiend raises. And
Meanwhile,
Ori
in top lane,
credit for that. Poyoyo, okay, going a little bit too deep. As this tower looks to be falling, it will be a deny in favor of T1.
He got the enemy offlane tower minute 7 as Tiny.
But he did die.
He did die, but
which is something Cuckoo really needed.
Very unusual this early in the game.
Yeah, especially solo.
Yeah. So Holly feels pretty good about that.
We got the glimpse out. Carl at least will get his bottle back.
No, he didn't.
Wait, he didn't actually give the bottle in time?
Where is the bottle?
It should be on Tide. It's on
Tide
anybody.
doesn't have the bottle either.
Okay, it
it's in the
disappeared.
base on the courier.
Oh, okay. He doesn't want to walk back to the mid lane, I guess. All right, well, he's got the bottle charged, Cinder. Just delayed, you know, for weather. That's a very common excuse from delivery people, I'm sure. PYW finds Whitemon in the river, gets up the Boundless Strike with the kinetic field. This is going to be an easy one for Vicha. Wait, healing up now. PYW continuing to chase. You can see the Nature's Attendance. That's the Crimson Witness, Cinder, and giving extra heal, I'm sure.
I think a bit of a mistake there from Ori. He started with the long raise. I think he needs to use the kinetic field to connect the mid raise so that he can hit the long raise afterwards, but doing them in opposite order effectively gave Whitemon a chance to escape, and he will get away. So, nice escape from him there. And a very even game right now, which I think is overall pretty good for Vici Gaming. They weathered the storm against the Bat. Carl hasn't really been dominating yet. They're going to find this time Whitemon will not get away. Oh, that second raise was...
a little off.
Pretty much a tribute to the Breathe Fire.
The Breathe Fire.
Some fair play here from Ori. The 2 mid laners might need to warm up their mice a little bit, but again, inconsequential in the big picture here. Still find the kill, but the gold will go to Old 11 instead, and honestly that might end up being a blessing in disguise that he misses this raise. I think Venge's Aghanim Scepter is the single biggest item for the Dire to get in this game.
It's true.
So...
Yeah,
Ori gonna deny mid.
Looking to finish his Echo Saber with another 1,000 gold or so. But yeah, you're right. The Venge Ag. I mean, do you just go straight for it these days? I guess so. He already has the Blade of Alacrity. So just treads into Ags is the choice here.
Yep.
Can't blame him for that at all. As we look for the farm on 23 Savage right now. He's going for the Armlet into Deso build. Hasn't quite finished the Armlet yet.
Heavy minus armor is pretty good against, I would say, Tiny and especially Shadow Fiend. It allows them to... You want to have a hero on this T1 lineup that bursts in Lasso so that you can find that kill during the lockdown that you have, or bursts in RP. And when you have Deso as well as Armlet together with Empower, your raw damage output... We have a funny clip from the other day when T1 was playing Alliance and FNG was getting literally one-shot by Wraith King as Lion. You can reach that stage again in this game for Disruptor.
Feel like we've seen this before.
Whitemon is effectively a scout in this game, kind of playing like a bounty hunter. Trying to invade and get vision and information, gets punished there, but could set up Carl. They have Ops Sentry though, they know Carl is approaching.
Yeah.
And they're kind of trying to bait him. There's the glimpse.
Oh, the glimpse back into the static Storm Kinetic Field combo. This is going to be a really big kill for Vici. And Carl getting absolutely punished.
Goes to DY though. Disruptor will finally be getting his boots of speed.
Wow, that's quite the purchase.
DY has been pretty poor this game. It's 11 minutes in for boots, and honestly a pretty important item for Disruptor. This hero is all about keeping up so you can reach the glimpse. So feels good for him to get that. 23 Savage just getting eyed up by Old 11 here as well, but they're not going to go for anything just yet.
Yeah, he is... Actually, he just put a point into his ult now.
Shannon? We're 11 minutes in.
Nope, it's not time yet, Cinderin.
It's trivia time.
PYW gets lassoed. That's going to be the cancel of the TP. So Carl looking to have... I believe that's his first kill of the game here. Sorry, he's 2-1 now.
Yep. A nice pickup on a support there. Not the biggest kill ever, but obviously going to take what he can get with these travels. Has to expend the lasso, which means for the next minute and a half, can't really find a core with it, but for the most part, Carl right now just wants to push out waves and farm and get toward the BKB, which is a true game changer against the Dire lineup. Still needs to respect the Venge swap, but that's pretty much the only problem he'll have for a bit until the right clicks become too powerful.
And we had a glimpse out, 23 Savage. It's not going to be a rune to take because it is top. And Carl gets it. It is the haste rune. Cuckoo's still working on... He actually did not finish the Helm of the Dominator, did he? He's just going straight for the Blink Dagger, despite having the Helm of Iron Will already built there. Is Old 11 going to be caught out? Oh, the swap out. It's going to keep him alive now. Or he actually pops a Requiem of Souls, mostly for zoning purposes, but Whitemon takes heavy damage, will live though. Ravage comes out, the Static Storm on top of him is a little bit too late. Anchors match into the skewer, 2 dead for Vici, as they are now on the run. It looks like Ori is next on the list, and they're in 3 dead. Very good fight for T1. Looks like PYW will be the 4th if they can catch him here. Zephyr looking for the high 5, but PYW not looking to reciprocate here. Oh, Flame Break off of the tree.
Pick pull so good, almost got out.
Yeah, pick pull not quite good enough now. He would have need like 110% movement speed buff on that one.
Yeah, that was just a kind of panic mode from Vici Gaming there. I think if they keep their cool a little bit more, they can find a better Requiem than that one, but obviously he was trying to save Old 11 so they could reset out. Just not happening against this Magnus Batrider combination. They just catch up, find picks, and 23 Savage gets a lot of gold out of this as well, finding a tower. He got the kill on Old 11. So now making a significant gap down to the Tiny here. 1,500 gold ahead. Glimpse.
Glimpse back.
Oh, look who it is.
Indeed. Cancel TP. Not tanky enough yet.
It's only level 5. 14 minutes in. Gave over the tome to Tide. So Zephyr's level 8.5.
Well, the Ravage did pay off, to be fair.
Absolutely.
Carl was taking out a pretty big stack of creeps there. And just working on his BKB. It's funny how the Batrider build has kind of changed over the years. Used to just be about getting Blink first.
Yeah.
Then there was an Aether Lens build with Ags. There was drums. Now it's just pretty much every game is Boots of Travel into BKB.
Yeah. Travel's BKB is just an insane build in this patch. It is, in my opinion, almost always the best build. Sometimes you can deviate from it if there's a lot of BKB counters or if you feel like you can't really connect, but just this hero is completely based around movement inside a fight where you get on top of heroes, and these are the perfect items, right? You want the speed and you want the immunity so you can move freely. So logically it just makes a lot of sense to build the hero like this. And interestingly, it took quite a while before players really caught on to this build. I don't remember who pioneered it in this patch, but we saw a couple of players still go for the Blink 4 staff for a while until eventually now we reached a point where almost every bat will default to this style of play.
We now have a smoke from Vici, but I'm not sure if they're going to catch anybody. Although 23 Savage is in the general area, but looks like he's going to the bottom jungle in all likelihood. So just be more of a warding expedition for Vici. So the triangle is now envisioned for them. 23 Savage, top of the net worth right now by 1,000 difference actually between him and Poyoyo. He does have his Echo Saber now.
A little bit. It was almost 1,500 2 minutes ago. So he has caught up a little bit on the Tiny, but definitely Wraith King is in a great position. DY with the Glimpse. He's still going to get
Wraithfire Blast still connects though into the Flame Break. Static Storm on top of himself.
Nice try.
Not going to save him.
What? No cigar.
And now Deso officially online. I feel like he just finished his armlet.
All right, I know you're about to
23-7.
burst in anticipation of the trivia, but you have to wait a little bit longer. Whitemon gonna get open bottom. Old 11. Oh, that's some
Kraken shell
serious
activates, but
damage.
Avatos from Poyoyo is enough. Old 11, though, is going to get the swap off. It's a little bit extra damage mitigation now. 23 Savage. Oh, the right click, not quite enough, and now the Requiem Assault with the fear. Double kill for Poyoyo. This is going to be the first life for 23 Savage. Wukong's command is inside Avatos again. 23 Savage armlet toggles, but there's the magic missile. Triple kill for Poyoyo. And Vici Gaming win that fight in spades.
It is so important that Batrider is involved if these fights break out, and just couldn't find a way to really get anything done there. Carl is at least going to finish his BKB momentarily, so that will help for T1. All right, Shannon, you've been asking for it all day. There it is. What is the passive ability of, what's it called? Chip Vest called?
Oh, Return? There's no way.
It has no name.
Oh.
It is called passive. They
Nameless?
forgot to give it a name.
Oh,
it
that's
literally
sad.
says passive.
I mean, they could use Return because Retaliate is now the ability for Centaur, so it's
true.
available for the taken. Yeah, this isn't technically trivia is supposed to be it's an interesting anecdote. This is literally just a fact.
I found this pretty interesting. It's like the only one of the neutral items that has a passive ability that says passive and then doesn't have a name.
God, I don't even know I don't want to know what you do in your free time.
The name itself is
passive. Poyoyo looking for Zephyr. Boundless Strike sets it up. Shadow Blade proc into the Avatos.
All right.
And the tree toss.
Good
on
damage.
top.
No siege creep though, so don't think they'll be doing much to this bottom tower, and mid tower as well has been pushed out by T1. So effectively, all you got there was a 4 tide. Not the end of the world for T1.
Yeah.
And they have approached their first very strong timing, in my opinion. Batrider is now way stronger than he was 2 minutes ago, and you want to start playing around that as soon as you get the reincarnation up. Maybe try to find a fight close to Roche. Wraithking obviously very adamant.
Carl, he wants to start this fight. There's the lasso.
Swap.
The swap immediately. The great counter from Old 11. Whitemon first to die again, as is tradition in this game. That's something we really didn't mention, but obviously Venge is just generally a good counter against Batrider if you're in the vicinity.
Definitely didn't mention that, both me and the panel.
Nope.
So
I don't think that's ever
that.
been mentioned before in
It's
Dota.
good that we got that highlighted.
I think
I
just created that.
Yeah. I made this.
I made this. Cuckoo, by the way, does have his Blink Dagger, so very late, based on what we've been seeing from Magnus's as of late. But better late than never, Cinderin.
Yep.
We'll see if they can set something up. But Reincarnation, like you said, not quite online yet for 23 Savage. Did he die in the level 1 ult?
I think so.
Yeah, so
it must have been, yeah.
45
sure.
seconds to go still.
Yeah. But yeah, you probably wait for the next lasso here for Carl, and then you're aiming to take a fight outside the Roche pit, get Roche with Wraith King, but you have to pay attention to this Venge. And the problem is, for Bat, you can't just kill Venge first because she has Ags now. She'll still have a swap again. So even if you kill her without lassoing, you're going to have to kill her twice before you can use lasso. It's kind of a big problem for Carl.
Yeah.
I wonder if this is the kind of game where you even consider a Lincoln specifically for that reason, just so that you can go on another hero. But so far, Carl is aiming for the default Shard, which is obviously an incredible item on this hero, giving you 2 Flame Break charges as well as Sticky Napalm on both of them.
Yep, and Old 11 not just done with the Ag Syndron, on his way for an Aether Lens, so we'll have the extra cast range to work with. And for people that haven't watched Venge in a while, the swap gives 30% damage mitigation for both Venge and her ally for a couple seconds, so it's really good spell.
Yeah, 30 plus 10 per level. He's currently level 12, so that's 2 points in the ult, so 40%, and will ultimately be 50. Okay. So very, very strong. This is going to be a high ground push. High ground mid tier 1 tower, of course. A very little high ground. I don't know, I'm just trying to save this. That was the wrong word. You know, sometimes you can play it off. They're trying to push tier 1, Suns fan. It didn't work, but they find Zephyr.
Yep, here's Swap. Static Storm on top of the Tide Hunter. Old 11 sets things up again. That's going to be a death of Whitemon as well, in case you were wondering. So 2 kills. Vici pretty healthy. And again, Old 11 doesn't really care that he's dying here. Carl gets credit for that thanks to the Flame Break Shard.
Are you really dead as Venge if you still have your Ghost form?
Undead, maybe. I don't know. Carl pops the BKB, getting the Firefly off Poyoyo. Oh, was that the lasso used? I think it might have been Krakened off.
Ran out of mana.
Okay, well, Kraken's on his own team, so that was the trivia. You missed it.
Good trivia. Has Tiny ever had a spell that Tidehunter currently has? The answer is no.
Right.
That's
very good. Maybe in another craggy exterior though. That is a very interesting ability from past times. I could have used that as a potential trivia for you, Cinder, but it's not to be.
I definitely don't remember craggy exterior.
It's one of the
very
best
iconic spell that everybody loved.
I actually did like it.
Of course you did.
I just seem to be
actually
in a minority.
I kind of liked it as well.
I mean, they did make it. They brought it back briefly with the shard, but now his shard is just amazingly good right now.
Yep.
So,
for sure.
Yep. Carl in the
He
Firefly
might-
right now.
he doesn't have
DY.
PKE.
He whips
He's
himself,
actually in
gets off the
trouble.
glimpse inside the kinetic field. Flamebreak goes up, but Pioyo's in the area with the Avatos and the easy kill for Vici again. They've created a 2K net worth lead now. Boundless Strike. Looks like they'll take that Satyr Tormentor to the grave. Yeah, this is, look, I don't know. I know it's only a 2K net worth lead for Vici, but it feels like a really hard game for T1 in general.
I agree. I think it's challenging because they...
Ooh. Trying to find the Jumping Monkey King as Roche is already at half HP. Remember, they don't have their Bat Rider, which is their mid laner. Wukong's command used just for zoning capability here. And yeah, Vici Gaming will get the first Roche of the game.
Interestingly, they give it to the Tiny. I thought they were actually going to give this over to Ori. I find Aegis on Shadow Fiend to often be more valuable than on Tiny. Tiny's first life is so difficult to get through anyway for T1. Now they will obviously just be targeting the SF instead. I mean, Tiny even has a Satanic, but maybe the logic is, you know what? We're planning to go high ground with this Aegis.
Right.
Just as long as Venge is in position for the swap against Lasso and Skewer, you can probably hit the tower as Tiny. But yeah, that Skewer is something you really need to keep in mind. And of course, Horn Toss probably on the horizon for Cuckoo.
Yeah.
500 gold away from that if he wants it.
But keep in mind, because of this game, it's still really early. Level 20 talent is the big one for Magnus with the extra range. That's
true.
when we see it kind of get to the point of like, what is this?
Yeah.
This is like a global skill almost at this point. I mean, it's not the old Aghanim Scepter with basically no cooldown, right, on the Skewer.
That was wild.
We're going to see the jump from 23 Savage, old 11. That's the first life. Gets skewered back into the fray again, and they'll take him out officially.
He's dead.
And I'm not going to lie. It does feel bad to have to do that in certain cases, but when you do it, it feels good at the same time. You know what I mean?
You have to do it, I think.
It's just satisfying knowing that they actually have to come back from the fountain. Have you seen them actually bait it when, like with the timer, where they get respawned on top of the illusion and they're just surrounded? Those are the best moments. Haven't really seen that in pro play too much, though. As 23 Savage and company are smoked up. As he is getting closer to his BKB, still about a recipe away. And Carl obviously has his BKB working for a Shiva's now, has the plate mail already in his inventory. See, this is warded up here. Carl not going to find anybody though. And now counter smoke from Vici, knowing that I think they did spot the original smoke from T1. That is the shard from Disruptor. So Thunderstrike applying extra movement speed and attack speed to the target briefly. And the glimpse back White Mon. Wouldn't be a start of the fight without a White Mon death this game. So 5 versus 4. That's not even including the Aegis. It's a huge swap. My God, that range must be the Aether Lens online as Carl has to pop his BKB. Just barely gets out, but at the end of the day, Vici didn't really expend much.
No, just the swap. And keep in mind there, that was he BKB'd instantly, right? This was raw physical damage, and he has a plate mail. That is concerning. That he doesn't have the sustain to really stay into the fight against these extremely hard right-clicking heroes. So Carl will struggle to perform bat duties in this game at 25 minutes in. Just that is very, very much a problem. I wonder what he's going to do to try to salvage that. He's obviously eyeing up a Shiva's Guard now, which is one of the best solutions, but it might not cut it. I don't know what you get next then. Aeon Disc?
Yeah,
sure.
maybe. I mean, all right, talk to me from T1's perspective, because I myself am struggling to see how they can kind of get the grip back on this game. Again, the net worth is not that far off. It's just, it's such a hard lineup to fight into, especially with the Vengeful Spirit Ags already being online, and you have so much of this minus armor coming out from Vici Gaming.
Yeah, you have to, again, I think you somehow have to find a fight where either you get on the Venge and force her out so she can't get the swap on the lasso, or you have to kill her twice and go from there. But again, just talking about it makes me feel like, how do you set that up, right? It's really, really tough for them to accomplish. Taking some good damage, but also dealing some. Almost took down 3/4 of that tower in 4 attacks with the Venge Aura, of course.
Still a minute to go for that
Huge
Aegis.
amount of base damage to the Tiny.
And Pioyo can just... My God, absolutely destroying that tower, but a big swap onto the Batrider, plus his BKB again, Static Storm onto 2, but there's the lasso. Can they find the time? This is just going to be the Aegis if they do so. But he's Satanic up and is perfectly healthy for now as a right-click attempt coming for 23 Savage. That is Reincarnation out. Requiem nicely timed. 23 Savage is dead. 50 seconds with no raging. Skewer back from Cuckoo. We see the Ravage on the other side of the map. Zephyr dies shortly after, so 2 dead with basically no response from T1. 5 versus 3, and with a Tiny, that means buildings will be going down, Cinderin.
T1 just have no solution to this right now. They did their best in that fight. It wasn't enough. They never found an RP. And again, whenever someone gets swapped in like this from the Venge, it just gets really difficult for Cuckoo to do what he wants.
That's going to be 2 sets of racks. Yeah. They can't go for Megas just because there's not... just because there's a tier 2 tower still remaining. And the Aegis is gone, so Vici Gaming can kind of reset and come to grips with this massive lead that they have accumulated now in this game.
Already PYW is heading up top.
Now, Pioyo almost done with his AC, 300 away.
He's super strong. I don't know if Vici Gaming want to slow this down and wait for next Roche. I think it's the right play, theoretically speaking. Take control of the triangle, get some good vision out, hog the area. When Roche spawns, you go and fight it. You're going to have Monkey King ult again. You're going to have Requiem again at that time. Early Roche is in 2 minutes, 30 seconds. If they're feeling themselves, they could just go for it. But there is the connected risk here that Horn Toss Skewer, if the swap isn't instantaneous from Old 11, you could find a positioning advantage that could get you a core kill on SF or Tiny, and that's when you can build something. Carlos pinging the Tiny. Oh,
still no reincarnation for 30 seconds.
Did he just 4-shot the tower? I mean, he has AC and Venge Aura. He hits for 500.
A lot of damage, whatever the hell it is. There's the Horn Toss, like you were talking about, Static Storm used for zoning capability. You can see Thunderstrike applied as there's the swap back from Old 11, so Tiny is super safe. Boundless Strike now into the Batrider. Looks like he's broken, trying to get out of the Wukong's command. Will be successful, but the swap again, and 23 Savage is dead. And that is mega creeps for Vici Gaming, as it looks like they are on the way to continuing to play in TI-10. Oh, big RP, but the Skewer back on only 2 heroes and brought down simply with the right clicks of Poyoyo. Buyback now from Cuckoo. Gets glimpsed back into the fray. Gets off the Horn Toss, but brought down again. That's a dieback now as GG is called. T1 is out of TI-10, and Vici Gaming goes on to face IG in the next round.
What a godly managed pick that was. That was absolutely incredible. Really, Old 11 stepping up in this game. He came out of the landing stage. He got a fast axe. It counterplays Batrider pretty much the entire game. See a little bit of drama there with the GG Cuckoo coming out from Ori, specifically targeting Cuckoo with that GG. So a little bit of a remnant of times past, you could say.
A lot of alt chat this tournament, actually.
Yeah. When there's no crowd here, you feel like you're at home.
That's true. It does. Yeah, I guess that's an interesting theory, Cinderin. Probably incorrect, like most of the things you say, but you know, to each their own. But yeah, Vici Gaming goes on to the next round. I mean, T1, you have to give them credit. They played. Again, I've said this in past games from previous days, but they got off to a really rough start in the group stage, but bounced back with a vengeance, and they can still be proud of their performance overall. But with that, let's see what the panel has to say about this series, and Vici Gaming moving on.
What a series. Vici Gaming managing to take it 2-1, and they will be moving on into the tournament with a guarantee of 5th to 6th place. Meanwhile, T1 will be unfortunately going home. Gentlemen, well, actually, Tsunami, I'm going to ask you because it was what you said. You said Poyoyo needed to Go Yo-Yo, I guess. And
I didn't actually use that one, but that's a good one.
Ah.
I was thinking he was my boy Yo-Yo. But
yes. Okay.
He was popping off, and Game 3 Vici Gaming is now something that I'm very afraid of. I think that this is the lower bracket run that people are always intimidated by, and usually it comes from the first 2 rounds of the tournament, but so far all of the upper bracket teams have prevailed, and they will continue to prevail, at least out of China. However, T1 will unfortunately be eliminated, and that is the end for Southeast Asia. Not all Southeast Asian players, though. We still have some Malaysians like Nothing to Say still hanging around on LGD, but the region will no longer have representation at TI-10.
Do you think that this is a good placement for SEA?
It's one that they should feel encouraged by, because I think in TIs of the most recent TIs of 8 and 9, Southeast Asia has not had like that favorite, like how Eastern Europe has been riding on VP for so long with the solo crew. They at least had like one strong representative at TI's past. Southeast Asia didn't really have that squad, and I'm hoping that at the minimum this T1 squad sticks together, because whenever a Southeast Asian squad does do well, it usually falls to pieces post-TI and the shuffle era. And so this is a T1 that I've been encouraged by the growth of over the course of the DPC, and they've got a good head on their shoulders with Cuckoo, and hopefully they continue this in the upcoming year.
Do you think the shuffle's already started?
I think probably, yeah. Back at the hotel, I would imagine it has, yeah.
Back at the hotel. Maybe he's saying that he saw something. Who knows?
I'm staying out of it.
Yes, okay. So Aiden just confirmed that he's staying out of it live on broadcast.
Oh, it's true.
So, for this game, who would you say the MVP was? If you could choose one person on Vici Gaming to be the MVP AUI, who would it be?
Honestly, I think it has to be Ori for me. It's about his recovery from, I think he's had a rough tournament. I think he's not had the best perception in the community even, but I think rising above that and just solidifying his team in this game. I mean, he played a really good last game. I think he won his lane of Xiaofeng. He was having a good game, and I think that really speaks to the mental confidence he brings to his team.
Okay, well, they did fantastic. Unfortunately, we also have to send someone home, so we will have an interview with Avo and Cuckoo.
Hello, thank you. I'm here with Cuckoo, the offlaner for T1. I'm going to ask him some questions. So, you're the TI veteran in the team, but many of your teammates is their first TI.
Yeah.
What was it like seeing TI through their eyes for the first time?
I think they play good, everyone, and we make them comfortable. March and me, it's like keep saying, no need to think about anything. It's like just play the game.
Yeah.
Even in the drop, something like that. So I think they play good, everyone. And at the end of the day, there's always one winner and one loser. And right now we're kinda lose that game. Yeah.
I know you care a lot about the SEA community. Is there anything you'd like to say to them?
Shout out to SEA fans and SEA players. I think we need to come back next year again. Yeah. And maybe now we feeling good. It's like our performance is not really bad for this TI run, and we just fell short. I think it's like, yeah, they just better team for now. Yeah.
Well, you heard Cuckoo. He's coming back next year, and you're coming back stronger, right?
I think so.
All right, back to you.
He said that they were the better team this time, implying that they will be coming back in full force next year. Now, let's take a look at the winner's side with Frankie and Tsunami's Boyoyo, Poyoyo.
Thank you very much. I'm so excited to talk to a player who has carried his team into the top 6 here at the International 10. Poyoyo, first of all, you're a relatively inexperienced player here. You have been to a couple of majors earlier this year, but now you're top 6 at your first TI. What does that mean to you?
首先恭喜获得胜利，然后你相比来说是比较缺乏经验的选手，之前去过几届 TI， 然后几届 Major， 不好意思，然后今年第一届来 TI 就拿了前6，感觉怎么样？
赢了肯定是开心的呀，别的也没啥感觉吧。
Of course, I'm really happy after I win, but otherwise, I don't feel much.
You don't feel much at all, apart from bloodlust for your enemies, it seems like.
What have you learned from your teammates? You have Old 11 and Ori on your team. They're very experienced players. Have they taught you anything?
你队伍里面有 Ori 有老十一，都是非常老道的选手。从他们的身上，你有学到什么吗？
就学到了，就刚来的时候吧，刚来的时候其实也是刚从 KG 那边过来 VG，就老十一经常帮我看录像嘛，也教了我挺多东西的。就 OI 就生活上也比较照顾我，我挺感谢他们两个的。
So when I first transferred from KG to VG, Old 11 would watch replays with me, and he taught me a lot. And Ori takes care of me in real life.
Oh, well, congratulations. I need Ori to take care of me, I think. I need it right now. Thank you so much. We're going to head back to the desk, but congratulations once more to Vici Gaming.
Thank you very much, Frankie and Poyoyo. What a nice, heartwarming story, right? Like, he said Ori takes care of him, and you just get that team feeling. But, you know, everybody at this desk knows that when you're playing Dota, there may not always be that team feeling. And for those of you who may, you know, be experiencing a little bit something different, please enjoy this piece. You will definitely relate to it. Let's check out Overwatch.
These lanes. These impossible lanes. I've solved over 322 Overwatch cases on this map. But this one was different. Come in. She floated in like she owned the place. Fiery attitude, fiery eyes. Kind of fire fueled by those who'd done her wrong. But something about this one told me she weren't a stranger to making her own wrongs.
So, Miss Lena, you reported every single teammate in your last match. Says here you even reported your own sister.
Cold-hearted bitch.
All right, take it easy. Look, I'm gonna take your case, Miss Lena. I've seen my fair share of smurfs and account buyers, but I don't work like those other schmucks. I'm not gonna just sit here and watch some no-context VODs. I'm bringing your teammates in for a full interrogation. No one gets away with this stuff in my town. I'll bet my behavior score on it.
Thanks.
Stuns on creeps, meme hammer rush, and look at this, 2 different kinds of boots. I know you're a smurf, your teammates know you're a smurf, now I want to hear it from you, so talk. Don't play dumb with me, look at this booster account. 150 friends, 10,000 hours in TF2, hundreds of games on Steam.
I saw Dragon Knight on the anime.
Minute 10, minute 20, 30, 40, 60. Ringing any bells here, champ? How about a little story about sitting in lane the entire game with a shadow amulet? And you're not a griefer? Huh? I know you're there, you son of a bitch. You're going down to low prio for this. Now get your filth out of my office. Tell me what items you see here. Power treads? Okay. Magic stick? Checks out. You see, the post-game report shows you buying a Daedalus, but I don't see a Daedalus. You didn't destroy your own Daedalus, did you, sport? Did you just break that stick? Oh, you just couldn't help yourself, could you? You people make me sick. Says here you're being accused of stealing farm. That's a pretty big accusation for a support Crystal Maiden.
This farm's all natural, bro. You've got nothing on me. Look, I rotated mid to help my sister like 3 times. Maybe I took a range creep or 2, but that's TP tax.
TP tax?
Yeah, TP tax.
Get your frosty, new meta ass out of my office.
Okay. Hey, do you guys validate parking? Because I rotated mid to help my sister like 3 times.
Rotated mid.
Bet you thought that was pretty funny. Lightening me up like that. Getting me to chase my own tail. But I don't need a clarity to see straight anymore. Because I took a look at your file too.
No comment.
It says here you were playing a support, Lena.
Yes.
With a Vanguard?
Yes.
And a Butterfly?
Yes.
And you went mid?
Yes!
Harold? This is Harold? The trench?
What did you expect?
Oh, shit.
In the end, some cases you close don't bring closure for you. But you gotta let it go. That's Harold Town. That's Harold Town.
What the? Oh. Ah! Get out of here, you son of a bitch! Ah!
Well, I'm very happy to have Ari Porter on the case here of all our Overwatch cases. We've swapped things up for our final series of the day. I'm here with Lizard, Tigov, and Tsunami. Tsunami, do you do your Overwatch cases?
Every day.
Do you actually?
I log in for them dailies. I do it for the love of the game. I don't need any incentives. I do it for the justice. That's all. That's all the reward.
How many do you get?
I do the 3. I do the 3 a day.
Really?
Oh
Wait,
yeah.
And every
you know
single-
you can do 5 a day if you have max behavior score.
Well,
Lizard.
I mean,
Yeah, I definitely know that
I
because
do.
I get 5 all the time. No, I started doing them right when they just came out. They were fun, but then I realized people are mostly just reporting people that they disagree with. So I gave up after a while.
But no, that's the whole point.
not guilty.
Yeah,
Are just as important
but
as
I want
guilty.
someone guilty.
I know you do.
That's the point.
If I don't get to send someone to Dota jail, then what am I doing this for?
Exactly.
I still feel like our Dota jail should be, you know, if you play unranked, right, and you're 7-8K,
Yeah.
we should be playing up against the people who have been reported. So rather than having single draft or whatever as your low prio, you should have to play against people who are like 5K higher than you. So then just getting, like, you know, don't smurf.
Well, so you're
don't be
saying,
bad.
like, if I report someone for smurfing
Yeah, and they
they get found guilty,
Yep.
then their punishment should be that other people smurf?
No, then they
Because
play
then
up
they
against...
report that, and then,
Oh,
you know, it's a
vicious
never-ending
cycle.
circle.
Ban them all. Get rid of them. Gone. Done. Easy as that. Bye. All people who play with them. Bye. See ya. That's it.
That's
Simple.
harsh.
No,
You're
get them out.
you're looking like a very sweet person, but
I
you
hate
rule
those-
with an iron fist.
That's why I actively play unranked. I'm basically there's like Wagger, Sing Sing, and we're like the 3 groups, and we kind of sift through unranked, going through, finding the bads, and we're like, bam, get out of here, bam, get out of here. It's our go-to mission. And then watching Wagger, Sing Sing, they know us 3, the group, we are there purging the Smurfs from the community. So
Well,
get rid of them. Bye.
Tikov is very passionate about the culling, which is a good thing because today it is a day full of cullings. We have 3 series in total. We're about to head into our final ones, but all 3 series today are in the lower bracket. We've already said goodbye to the first start of the day, to OG, just now to T1 as well. And I want to take a moment to say, like, that of course there will be more eliminations because at the end of the tournament there's only 1 team left standing. And I know that there's a lot of people fans of players, and they're very excited to see their team do well. And when they're doing well, they're very excited for them. But I'm here to tell you that when your team's not doing well, they also need your support. And I think it's sometimes a little disappointing to see people just abandoning ship the moment something goes wrong. All the players we've seen today, they've had a long road their entire career leading up to this, but it's not the end of their career. They'll move on, they'll move forward, and you gotta support them through thick and thin. What good is it if you're a good weather supporter? Then you're not a true supporter at all. So get your stuff together and support your idols even when things get tough, or rather more like the best, support them the best you can when things get tough. And Tsunami, things get tough at TI.
Don't be a bandwagoner.
Yeah.
I think Dota's kind of unique in how people are more likely to follow players than teams.
Mhm.
People are like, oh, this is my player. You know, he goes to other teams, then I'm going to start supporting this thing. And so as a side effect of that, I think we don't have that same galvanized team pride that a lot of other sports and esports both do. But then support your player. You know, just because other players on the team you may not care about as much, they're all a unit. Your player is the one that you support, and the team that they're a part of is one that you should support as well.
Yep, and I know that there's tons of people supporting the following two teams that will appear on the stage. Our next lower bracket series, Eastern European Brawl, VP, and Team Spirit. For the second time today, Team Spirit will take the stage. We saw them earlier today having a clean series against the two-time champions OG. They were able to just waltz their way through, or rather skewer their way through from the looks of it. We also have a little bit of a change to hairstyle on the Yatoro. We still don't know what it means, but we will find out eventually. But this squad is one of the youngest teams here at the International, but they don't look it. They look like veterans. They've been playing like veterans, and we can say the same thing about their opponents, Virtus.pro. Virtus.pro here also already guaranteed top 6, but they really want to make it further here at the International 10. And in their way is Team Spirit, of course. But Virtus.pro, there were some question marks before the tournament started. Were they, or were they not, going to be able to deal with the pressure of playing on stage? We saw them 2 majors before this where it didn't look as good as people were expecting. Well, it seems like the lessons they've learned in this year, they put into practice, and there is no sign of those nerves. These guys are all first-timers, and it's the only team with all first-timers that is including their coach. But they have no cares. They are fine. They are golden. They are top 6, and this is the first time since 2013, since TI3, that there will be guaranteed an Eastern European teams in the top 4, Tigov.
Whew. It's really good for the region and also for Spirit as well. You know, throughout this entire season, VP's had Spirit's number. Spirit has lived in the shadows of VP. It's like, maybe we could be the best. No, bam, VP's there. A little bit of trivia, guys. When do you think Team Spirit last beat VP? Organization-based, not players, just...
And do we beat a game or series?
I mean series. So in regards to series wins, when was the last time Team Spirit as an organization beat Virtus.pro? And Spirit was formed in 2015, so that's the earliest you can answer. Go.
He's using his brain right now. I trust Tsunami.
Never.
Okay, and for you, dear Lizard?
2015.
There we go, good lad. So, in the 6 years that they've played, they have played 30 series against each other. VP has won 29 of those series. Spirit has won a single series against Team Spirit. Close. And fun fact, it was the first ever series Team Spirit played against VP when they formed, and that was a Ramses roster back in 2015, MDL 2015. Since then, Team Spirit has never beaten Virtus.pro. So this series, it means so much for the region, because Spirit, of course, want to try and be the #1 team, but also as an organization, they can maybe finally beat VP in their current form.
Eastern Europe has a pretty solid power dynamic. You know who the top dogs are. Team Spirit were pretty much up to this TI, never that team. I would still, I guess 2015, because actually Tigov told me about it earlier, but if he didn't, I would never actually do it.
I see how it is.
I had to check with someone. I was like, okay, my man, you think this is cool? Oh, I forgot you're on the panel, brother.
You got so close that you weren't previously informed.
This is, I'm already very, very distrustworthy of this people now.
All right. Also being from that region, right? Playing with a lot of those teams, I had some insight for sure. That's it.
But they did, okay, just to add maybe, they have won at least 12 games. So it's 59 games to VP, 12 to Spirit. But in series count, it is still very gruesome in regards to Spirit being able to actually match up against Virtus Pro.
Yeah, because I want to talk about that because, of course, this roster of Team Spirit has only been around since December 2020. So everything before that, you know, this team, they don't care about that. But this team has, of course, faced Virtus Pro in the DPC League. They played in the same DPC League. Virtus Pro, as many of you know, they came easily first in both seasons. And Spirit was actually one of the few teams that was able to take a game here or there, Tsunami.
Yeah, in grand total, VP lost 3 games throughout both seasons of the DPC.
Crazy.
And Spirit didn't even get second place in Season 2. It was Navi
Correct.
that got second place in Season 2. And so the fact that Spirit is in spitting distance maybe 3 months ago would have been impressive to me. Now, on the main stage, I would never have a favorite in this situation. You asked me like 3 weeks ago, I've been like, VP got that free. How's Spirit even going to make it to top 6 in the first place? This isn't even a discussion to have. Now, after seeing Spirit 2-0 OG coming in hot into this series.
And type. Easy
and
game.
OG. They typed it. They're feeling themselves. I might have to consider Spirit to be the favorites.
You
now.
could hear it in the interview as well that Miposhka gave. He literally said, we are not the same team that Virtus Pro has faced earlier. We've improved a lot, and this is going to be a different series than those that they had during the DPC season.
Yeah, we could take a look at the playmakers of Virtus Pro and Team Spirit. And I say playmakers, I both basically mean the position 1 and 2, so the carry and the mid. Both of these players for each team have had tremendous success. Toronto, Tokyo, 2 rampages, 5 godlike streaks. It's very, very impressive.
They need to update Yatoru's profile picture, however.
They do. They do.
Shave that head. Let's get some Photoshop on that job.
I want to know why.
Gotta know. Maybe it's their secret power. I'm also curious. This must be one of the youngest main event matches.
I tried to look this up.
Okay.
I tried to look this up. It is very difficult to judge this because obviously TI 1, 2, and 3 had a lot of first-timers, but it's been so long that there were 9 first-time TI players on the main stage at the same time.
Wow.
And then also playing for a guaranteed position 4 on the main stage. Like, that is unheard of. It is incredibly good for the region, as we already pointed out, incredibly good for the game, and incredibly good for their wallets as well, because top 6, top 6 is nice. You get 1.4 million. It's not bad. If you lose here, you're still good. However,
feels good, man.
This series on the line. $1 extra million.
Oh, just an extra mil.
Just an extra mil.
Just a house each, lads. Off we go.
Easiest BO3 of my life. Give me an extra mil.
I mean, Virtus Pro got to practice yesterday. When they played in the upper bracket semifinals, they were playing for an extra 2.2 mil. And obviously, they lost that series against PSG LGD. But I hope they learned something from that with the pressure tee.
Yeah, that's the key thing, is the fact that VP is coming into this series getting completely swept out of the upper bracket compared to, Spirit. They themselves were doing, kind of the dumpstering the number on OG. So it is kind of the tale of 2 different paths to get to here. Normally, the upper bracket teams, it's a bit more of a fight, right? It's more like a 2-1, or at least there's something close. But that was a VP that we've never really been seen thrown out of the game that quick. So it really puts VP to the test in kind of, the additional coach they have, how they're kind of preparing, and they failed at majors before with this type of thing, so they need to really bounce back because you do not count Spirit out in this game.
Are you guys just expecting a bloodbath? No
Yes.
VG gaming, just standing, defending the high ground, defending the triangle, none of that.
Although,
just full playmaking constantly.
I will say that there will probably be a similar thing to like we just saw with T1 versus Vici, where it's not a tournament meta, it's just an internal series meta.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. I would like to see that definitely as well. There's a fun fact for Team Spirit. We have, but before the event started, Team Spirit, the organization, did a couple of rapid-fire questions for all their players, and one of the things was they basically named 2 things, and you had to choose one of them. Pizza or hot dogs.
Word
or
association.
like that. I will tell you what was said very soon, because first, it is actually time to get the draft going.
Team Spirit versus Virtus Pro. Game 1.
Because that is also us. Hello. All right, so Before this tournament started, one of those two options that were pointed towards most of the Team Spirit players was upper bracket or lower bracket.
Okay.
And I mean, most players answered upper bracket. There's no surprise there.
Sure.
However, I think star player of this morning's game, definitely star player of this morning's game, Collapse, he said lower bracket. And I think we saw this morning why I feel like that extra pressure. I mean, obviously the hero helps. Of course, the hero gets banned. Look at that Collapse
Instantly.
with the Mars and the Magnus removed from the pool. But that extra pressure, for some players, Lizard, it just propels them to the next level.
Not only for Team Spirit, it looks the same for Virtus.pro, I would have to say. They are just looking so much better under pressure, and they're youngsters, which is insane to say. They're inexperienced, both of these teams, and yet millions are on the line, and it doesn't matter. And this Tidehunter Weaver opening, it was obvious. It was coming because Mars and Magnus were banned out. Magnus had to go after the OG series, so they go with the standard minus armor meta, but bam, Virtus.pro, they answer it with the Medusa after the opening of an Elder Titan.
Yeah, I like this from VP just because of VP is a very aggressive team, and it's like OG and VP are the kind of same vein in how they play. So for Spirit, just beating OG in that kind of counter-aggressive playstyle, then moving into a VP series, you can kind of feel the same theme in their draft, right? So just pick up this kind of bigger hero, be it the Mag, the Mars, or a Tide, just park that in front and you're going to be able to play a pretty secure game. And that's why when VP, they pick up a Medusa, they're not playing the same style that they played yesterday, right? They're not going for these bristlebacks and these kind of run at you, try and break down the map quickly. It's kind of that game security style here, and I think that's what VP need to lean on in the low bracket right now is don't try and be that over-aggressive team. Try and play like how the upper bracket teams are playing and just give yourself that security.
And Tsunami, do you like VP more when they have this bristle, or do you like when they actually have late-game stability?
I'm trying to remember what they leaned on heavily during the DPC, because I think that's what's going to help them most if they can get back into where they were kings. So I feel they were more often than not going for more early mid-game style, but that's also probably due to the competition that they had in the Eastern European region was not quite as high quality as they've faced now. So I appreciate the idea of maybe taking a page out of the upper bracket books, but I think that they should stick to their guns, and a Medusa first phase gives me pause for sure.
Well, I will tell you that this will be the 5th time that Virtus.pro has picked Medusa at TI, so including group stages, of course. And the previous 4 times were all wins. So they got good memories on this hero.
Were they all first phases?
I do not know that, because that is something I do not write
So
down.
this is a mind game. It's not only the fact that Medusa has been pretty strong throughout the tournament, in some games at least, it's the fact that you're throwing a problem at them that they didn't expect very early on. Like you're instantly picking a Medusa, here you go. Now, are you going to stick with your guns and go with the same game plan that you had earlier? Or do you actually have to reconsider a little bit and get yourself out of your comfort zone just to be able to counter her? That's a real question here.
And it also, sorry, I was gonna say, it also helps with Toronto Tokyo, right? Like he's been popping off with these Void Spirits, and again, like the spirits of TI. You pick up these carries that don't really care, like a Lifestealer or a Medusa, an Ursa to some degree. They're gonna be able to shrug off this type of mid lane pressure. And unless, of course, the game goes really bad at the start and they snowball over you, but like it does give VP that security. And you know, they ban out these more annoying heroes that can just get on top of Medusa and remove them. Also buying Diffusal Blade, right? Slark, the Ursa. If you get on top of that Medusa, you're not really going to have a good time in that first 20-25 minutes before you maybe get that butterfly.
And I would actually like for Team Spirit to take your advice and pick any one of these spirits so far. Storm and Void Spirit that they've banned out. I would love to see.
Okay.
Never mind. That was
good.
Yeah, it's still good. It wasn't really my idea. I thought they might go for something like an Ember, just play with Medusa and Elder Titan, skip the backlines. They don't have a support that can catch you, but obviously Virtus.pro, they do have 2 extra picks now to deal with that.
And the key thing for Spirit right now with these heroes, it's the Invoker unlocks their ability to move towards objectives. If you don't have that innate mana burn on Medusa, if she gets that like Manta +1, she'll be able to park herself there. The value of the Ravage, the value of Weaver, they're fully removed because you're never going to be able to kill this kind of tanky hero. So you put that Invoker there, it gives you that window. You get the early maybe Vessel, a Solar Crest, a Drum, and you're just going to be able to really amp up that one carry to throw into the Medusa. And that's why you see VP, they go for a Kunkka because, you know, he himself can stand in front of these early
Kunkka
fights.
is, don't you think, Tsunami, an unsung hero of the last 2 days?
Yeah, but that's because we haven't seen Eastern Europe play as much. Eastern Europe loves Kunkka, and so them relying on it is fine. But yeah, I will agree that for as anecdotally successful as I've seen Kunkka be, I don't know what the actual win rate stats are. I'm surprised that he's not emerging more as we see more team fight oriented comps show up. And on the topic of team fight, I would not be surprised to see a Faceless Void be paired up with this Invoker, depending on how Team Spirit want to play this Weaver.
Well, this Weaver so far for Team Spirit has only been played as a position 4, and they do really like the Tide Weaver lane in itself. So I would imagine, unless there's something crazy going on, I think, game 1 of a best of 3, stick to your guns,
you see
play
this
what works.
Kunkka, you probably don't want to have a core Weaver. There's Catch with the X marks the spot, there's Lion to follow up. You still could go for something crazy like a lot of minus armor plus electricity plus Weaver, but it's not that necessary for you. And they go with the Bane. I think this is one of the strongest position 5s for Team Spirit. They've been playing Bane on Miposhka, dodging those Laguna Blades. And
so
Lion's finger of that was dodged. There's actually a clip in which he saves his carry with a Shadow Demon Disruption. With Bane, it's even easier.
Yeah, especially because players, of course, like to do like the 1-2-3 build, so you're trying to get Nightmare as high level as possible, have that additional cast range. It means you're going to be able to, from a safe distance, have that save. And right now, it just feels like they're going to pick up this one core on Spirit that's going to be kind of pushed into the engagement, cushioned by the Tidehunter, with the Solar Crest or the Ags on Weaver to kind of save the core, and then you got that Bane as well. So very much Spirit looking to just group up early after an okay laning phase with their pretty decent heroes. And that's why you see VP really just kind of doubling down on anti-aggression.
Yeah, but the issue is them going for the Bane now means that the Faceless Void was banned out, and Yatoro's options... I guess, like you were saying, so there are different approaches on how an Invoker could enable a carry. You said that, Alacrity just buffs in general are nice. I still feel like you want a strong teamfight ultimate, because I imagine the main incentive for picking Invoker was EMP against the Medusa, burn off the mana shield. She's going to be able to walk away from most of this, because, yeah, the Tidehunter Ravage should be able to keep things in control for a little bit, but I want the carry to be able to provide some control.
You're 100% right. I feel the same way that Virtus Pro's team fight actually looks way stronger at the moment. Meanwhile, Team Spirit is a team that needs to outplay you and stretch you out in these team fights. And they do have spells and abilities that allow you to do that. You sleep one target, Weaver is completely somewhere else, Invoker is isolating a Lion, let's say. The Ravage follow-up is decent. I wouldn't like seeing a high cooldown defended carry as their last pick.
Could do something like a Sven, because against ET, Agi cores aren't great, but with Warcry...
Let me just toss a hot take out there. Versus a Medusa, always like a sniper.
I was thinking a Drow, but yeah.
Drow also
I mean,
an option.
with throwing out hot takes, I think Team Spirit is one of the few teams that pulled out an Arc Warden.
Oh,
That's
there
true.
you go. Actually, that's a pretty decent idea.
So right now, like if you look at Yatoro, he's played 16 different heroes in the 23 games that Spirit have played. Like he has a very wide pool in the carry, which is very helpful in this scenario, right? Like the heroes that we're mentioning, Arc, you can delay the game against a Medusa. You can never really siege as VP. If you go for a Drow, you have really good kite in the fight to try and kill off that Medusa. You don't really care about her items, but you are afraid of a
I just
Kunkka
like
or a
Arc
Lion.
so much now that Shiver has mentioned it. I really like the pick. I would love to see it on the side of Team Spirit. Arc for me is not... He's not a real carry. He's this niche pick that you can pick in 1 out of 100 games and this feel like that one.
What Spirit is GPK playing? Because of course, Spirit has last picks of VP right now. They need to pick the generic hero.
I believe all of his options are pretty much banned out. Do you really think that he would get his hands on...
There's Ember, Storm's banned already.
Wait, GPK, he's playing Kunkka.
Yeah, Kunkka most likely
yeah,
for
of course,
GPK.
yeah.
So I think we're looking for a
it's
DM
offlane
hero,
DM, yeah.
and they will go
Underlord,
for an
yeah, sure.
Underlord.
But DM did play offlane Kunkka in the DPC. Whew, getting myself out of that one. So yeah, carry time for Yatoro. What's he thinking? This is the best part of any draft, because you set your carry up to pick the hero he wants to play, right? So if you lose, you can blame him.
You know what's interesting? Monkey King is still in the pool. Like that hero has been touched.
Like I said, it's a series meta in this one, not a tournament meta.
You were completely right. I still wouldn't mind the Arc. We're probably not going to see it. They picked it only once so far. Monkey may be an option. Not perfect, but could work for them as well.
other highly contested tournament heroes also. Like Terrorblade's completely MIA. I don't know if you would. I don't think you would pick it.
No,
this
you
game.
wouldn't. No. So right now, the reason why Spirit's taking a bit of time is one, the tournament lies on the line, and they do go for the monkey. Yeah,
it's easier, right? This hero is way easier to execute with than it is with an Arc Warden. And it doesn't put you on this weird timing later on in which you're defending high ground versus a Medusa, you're not even pressuring her, and the moment you go towards the low ground and abandon your defense, you get picked off. So Monkey is much easier to play.
I guess with the Monkey King as well, like you still can buy that Diffusal Blade to really punish the earlier timing of Medusa. The question is, like, we've seen Echo Saber, Basher, BKB be like the staple of the games at least we've seen today. So it'll really be on Yotaro. What type of game is he feeling? If they're winning early on, maybe they do go for it and just try and force that timing that they get, or he can just farm up.
And isn't Monkey historically been extremely good versus Underlord in the lane?
Yeah, for sure. And also Medusa, because Medusa, you see her as a hero where she wants to stand her ground, A-click, get the split shot everywhere. Of course, Monkey King, you put down the Wukongs, you don't really want to stay in that area. So yeah, this is an excitingly close draft, and I think Spirit, they need their good lanes to kind of catapult themselves into the game.
All right, Team Spirit need good lanes in this game one. How about you, Lizard? What are you most going to look at for this game to come?
I can agree with that. I think that on the side of Virtus Pro, you need GPK to be making those moves because no one else on his team can. So it's all on him.
I think the cooldown dependency on Spirit is going to be their downfall. I think every single time that Ravage is down, then VP are just going to mow everything down because there's nothing really stopping them from proceeding down lane to lane.
Yeah, we've very much seen Spirit and teams like this sometimes struggle against these big defensive style of lineups. And VP right now, like, they just lost to this exact kind of ethos in the draft, right? That's true. You farm your lanes, you park up, you wait, they run at you, and you just kill them over and over again. And then when you get that one fight where you have the advantage in resources, you cross the river and you assert your dominance. And that's kind of on Spirit now. They've got to see this type of gameplay, which is currently dominating all of the TI meta, and they are now up against the wall, up against the strongest kind of strat. And they have to make sure every move they make is, disciplined and executed to the highest level because they will get punished.
All right, it seems like the pressure is on Team Spirit for game one of this best of three. Let's find out how it's going to play out together with Odie Pixel and Insania.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, game one here between Virtus Pro and Team Spirit. Insania, what do you make of the two drafts here so far? Are we going to get all the action that you'd expect from two teams of this region?
I absolutely think so. I think this is probably the opposite of the last series where you have two teams that are going to be running at each other non-stop. So, and they have the heroes to do it, right? You have this Elder Titan that's going to be really, really strong. Weaver and Tidehunter that are matching up against each other.
Well, let's see. Let's find out already. VP ready to rock and roll here with a smoke straight off the bat.
Yeah. They want to get aggressive, make sure, so what's important here for them is to get vision out in the start, right? They want to try to get the right setups so they have the lanes that they want.
And what sort of specific matchups are you trying to avoid here, do you think?
I think they want to try to avoid getting like any sort of weird lane setup from Team Spirit. They have the Monkey King that they could match up 1 versus 1 against the Underlord and try to get an edge that way. And I think they want to make sure that, everything's going to be normal, everything's going to be standard, and they're getting the vision they want in the start.
Well, we'll come up and they will spot Miposhka up here. Not quite able to start a play there, save holding back on the stun. Just in case Spirit did have much more waiting round the corner.
Yeah. You have the Tidehunter Weaver, which I think is their answer to this Elder Titan. We saw Enchantress come out earlier, but this is like a different approach where you're going to try to kill him when he runs at you instead.
We'll see if Mira thinking about trying for the bounty rune steal, but not gonna go for it there.
They had a little bit of a poke here on Miposhka. They're trying to set up some damage, but there doesn't really look like anything's going to come out of it. Monkey King's close by to cover him.
And then we'll get the information on how the lane's going to start. Itura on that carry, Monkey King being backed up by the Bane here. No surprises in that front. And then this mid lane matchup, GPK on the Kunkka. This Kunkka versus Invoker should be pretty good for GPK right early on.
Yeah, I think generally speaking against Kunkka, you want a hero that's like constantly putting harassment, and Invoker doesn't really quite fit that bill. He's more of a passive hero that tries to like out-sustain you to the lane, so I expect GPK to have very good fun.
I see, so VP indeed deciding to start things with Nightfall farming on the top lane, with the backup of Kingslayer constantly running at Spirit to get that space that the Medusa needs.
Yeah,
DM.
This is the ET, right? They were trying to dodge the ET into Tidehunter, and just by putting their heroes top here and doing this initial smoke move, they forced Team Spirit to react to them and then move the Tidehunter up top. And they're already set up here with 3 to try to punish.
I mean, Poshka, he's going to be in a bit of trouble here. Save, gets the stun, and that'll be the setup. First blood for VP. As the musical lanes may have occurred, but VP, they'll still get that first blood to start things off.
I think in any sort of CI Eastern European matchup, the laning phase is always going to be really, really important. And this is why this initial smoke move came out. And you see VP rotating up their heroes towards top. They don't want to let that Monkey King just dominate the Underlord in a 2v2 situation.
No, absolutely. And as you say, it's just something that we haven't really seen as much in sort of previous tournaments, that sort of willingness to move as early as these two teams are.
I think that's a reflection of the fact that they know each other so well, right? These two teams have gone up against each other a bunch during the DPC. They probably scrimmed each other a ton before this event too.
CS-wise,
has been killed.
so the courier here being sniped. As mid lane.
It's kind of playing out like expected, right? GPK is just managing to out-sustain the Invoker for now and sit there and farm creeps. And now he finally has his bottle, so, you know, he's going to be good. I think that's, like, really the only tough part of the lane, if you're able to maybe shut him off before the bottle. But from this point onward, it should be smooth sailing for the Kunkka.
Absolutely, yeah. Pressure really mounting here for Toronto Tokyo early on. As you said, GPK with the levels, he'll be able to clear up the lane and the small camp. Hasn't been blocked this game, so lots of potential golden XP for GPK to clean up quite early this game.
Yeah, and DM is managing just fine bottom against the Monkey King for now. Like, you see the Monkey King is starting to... Once he gets lane control, it gets a little bit trickier for the Underlord to lane. But Save is here to pull back the lane and just make sure that the lane is constantly swinging back and forth, so Underlord can use his fire to secure CS.
14 for 5, 13 for 4, the 2 cores. Oh, VP off to the slightly hotter start here right now.
Yeah.
Save. Well, we'll get taken out by Mira. I'm going to push back the line in a lane where I'm going to constantly see these two supports try and go at one another. DM, of course, will be much safer as the Underlord. A little harder to go on.
Yeah, I expect to see the Lion TP mid here and refill the Kunkka's bottle. This is something that I think VP do a lot. Actually, he didn't. So, okay, so they've deemed GPK's fine without it. He does still have that bounty rune to go pick up, so...
Yeah, that's true. I guess, yeah, he's just having such a good time. He said he doesn't need that sort of extra refill.
Yeah, seems like they're really valuing DM's game, right? He doesn't even want to go mid to refill the bottle. They really want to get that back down there and make sure the Monkey can camp pressure.
That makes sense. At the moment, DM, the one that's just a slightly bit more behind than the rest.
Yeah, he's also been put in the toughest matchup, right? You got the Monkey King, you have the minus armor from the Weaver, so it's a tough lane to play in. And you notice they're just constantly shoving the wave out to be able to pull these hard camps on the small camp. But Mira's really on top of it. He's going to run over to block the small camp, and then DM's in perfect position to pull the hard camp. Really, really smart play by them.
See another go here onto Save. Save. He'll be able to hold back Mira, but Yatoro jumping in with the Primal Spring. That'll get the kill done.
That's a huge kill. He doesn't have his teleport ready yet, so that's 20 seconds of DM being alone in the bottom lane. But because they did this pulling thing so well, you notice that DM's going to be under his own tower, and he's going to get all the farm anyway. So great play from Team Spirit, but VP were set up for it, so it doesn't really hurt them too much.
I mean, and what's sort of the game plan for Save in this early game? Because it seems like this bottom lane it's sort of guaranteed death. It's very hard for him to stay alive as a Lion against these two.
Yeah, I think what he's aiming to do is just make sure that DM gets some sort of farm out of the lane. We see No Tail from OG do this a lot, where like he will die a couple of times, but once you take a glance over at the CS, you notice that the Underlord he's doing fine. He's managing, even though he's 1v2, because a lot of resources are being burnt in zoning out the position 5. Or 4 in this case, in Save.
Indeed, Save. Straight back over here towards the bottom mid lane. League continues here for GPK. 36, we'll see. Again, Save. That's got the Hex. Let's see if they want to try and bring the Monkey King over. No, they won't. The creep's getting pushed in now underneath the tower. DM with the levels. The Firestorm able to keep that wave pushed in. There's top lane. Collapse. I'm going to go down there. Kingslayer getting away with that one. Not even losing his life in return.
Yeah, and in the middle lane, as expected, right? You see the Kunkka is slowly starting to edge out the Invoker. This is a lot due to the fact that Kunkka can both farm out the lane with his Tidebringer and then rotate himself over to the small camp and farm it out while he's waiting for the wave to push back in.
I mean, and as it goes for these two mids, who's going to be looking to make the move first?
I think once Kunk has 6, you could expect some sort of support rotation over. It's pretty hard for the Invoker to pair up with any of his 2 supports to really get kills here, but with the right rune, you know, double damage, they might have some sort of threat, but without it, I think it's almost impossible. So expect VP to make the first move towards mid.
See top, they try and go on to Nightfall. Good cover here from Kingsley. Stomp out onto the 2 of them. We'll look to force them back off away from his Medusa. Yes, Nightfall will be able to continue to farm safely. Bottom lane, not going to be the same story for Yatoro though. This time round, Save and DM will manage to kill him off underneath his own tower.
Yeah, and this is huge for them. This, you pick this Monkey King to zone out the Underlord, right? You want to make sure you shut him down, but they're managing to find this kill. And I think this is a lot due to the fact of how Save played the lane. They've managed to pull XP into the Underlord, and once he hits level 5, they have the damage to take out the Monkey King.
Do have a smoke here from VP, Kingslayer.
Dire are scanned.
Looking towards this mid lane, but Toronto Tokyo, he's playing very cautious. A scan comes out as well. He's aware that VP likely looking to try and get some sort of setup onto him mid.
So an interesting thing about the smoke, he timed it with when you would normally go to stack the triangle, right? And since you see a Medusa and a Kunkka, you're probably expecting this ET to go stack the Ancients. So it was a really smart play from ET coming out, but even smarter by Toronto Tokyo, who read that move.
Bottom lane. Look at the setup onto Mira, and with a stun and a hex, all maybe with the stick charges, Mira actually is going to live through that attempt there from VP. GPK not quite in range to follow up to that setup. So Mira will manage to get away.
And you see they get this ward out behind them as a consequence. I think VP spotted it out though, as they have a ward right next to it that should have seen the Weaver place it.
I mean, look at this move shot. Setup's been here from Miposhka. Toronto Tokyo. TP's over. Mana's gone. Nightfall getting burst low by the EMP. Tornado as well. As Toronto Tokyo leaves no chance for Nightfall to get away. Very good move there from Spirit, knowing that VP had left Nightfall on their own.
I think they really need to make sure that they keep these moves going. And once you have earn charges on the Invoker, it becomes a lot easier. So this first TP is really important for him that it pays off. I think if the game continues going stale, you see VP's cores are just getting more CS for every minute that passes by, and their heroes farm faster, so it's on Team Spirit now to really try to enable the Invoker as we move into the mid game and get some moves going.
I mean, I'm going to see a bit of a move up from the side of the map that DM wants to play. So he's now going to look to start sitting up on this top lane, holding back some of the pressure that's been put in and swapping things around with Nightfall, coming down to farming the other half of the map.
Yeah, and just continued stacks coming out from VP. They know what their objective is. They just need to get items and try to hit their timing in the game. They want that Manta on the Dusa. They want the Kunkka to come online as fast as possible, and then they'll be able to fight back. But up until then, I think Team Spirit's going to look for pressure.
All right, Toronto Tokyo, he's managed to come into VP's jungle and set up onto Nightfall. This time round, TP backup will be coming in. Nightfall gets low though. The Boundless Strike comes down. They take out the Medusa once again. Toronto Tokyo will die for this. But Mira and Yusoro, are they able to make it out of here? Mira, he's been found, caught out by the X-Mark. They'll drag him back. The vision's out, they take him down. Miposhka, he's come over, but he can't do anything to help, but he's only going to end up losing his life as well. We'll start, Yutoro, he was tempted to commit for save, but opts to keep his life intact there as he will back off. But a kill attempt this onto Nightfall, but this time around, a very dangerous place to make the move. VP easily able to respond and taking 3 heroes down in return.
Yeah, and one of the advantages of having a greedy carry like Medusa is this hero can farm fast, right? So even though you're punishing it, he has the ability to come back into the game.
And look at this, they want to go for GPK. Cold Snap, and the setup, they'll be able to sidestep the Torrent. GPK, they'll catch him on the retreat here with the Tornado, and GPK goes down.
Yeah, this is a massive kill. He was trying to come in and evade and try to take some stacks while he thought the enemy heroes were dead, but Team Spirit really fast on the response there. They know where to move their heroes. During all of this, you see Collapse just sitting in the top lane, and we've talked about Collapse a lot on the panel. This guy kind of likes to play like a carry. He is like one of the big players for Team Spirit that tries to stay uninvolved in the early game, and then once he hits his Blink Dagger timings, you can expect a lot coming out from him.
And do you think that sort of is it early game greediness from him is going to be to pay off this game? How necessary, is it that he joins the rest of the team? Can these other 4 heroes make enough moves to allow him to sort of AFK in that top situation?
I think that's their game plan, right? They want to try to set up Collapse to be some sort of win condition for him. And I think so far the way the game's been playing out, it's feeding into that, right? Collapse is not really playing as a disruptor. There's nothing that's stopping him from allowing him to get Ravage off. The Kraken Shell will always purge out these stuns they see from VP's side. The burst damage is fairly limited. They might be able to combine some Elder Titan with Lion at some point, but it's a hard ask. So I think it's a good idea that they got going.
A lot of lines being drawn down at the bottom. Save. Just able to pick up the 6. Mira just trying to keep eyes on him. Also has GPK around him. Mira in quite a bit of trouble here unless Toronto Tokyo can do something big. They got the X mark into the boat. No detection out though at the moment, and Mira off to the side, but the angle is there. GPK finds them with the Tidebringer. A nice little kill there, and still having that finger of save ready to use if they want to try and push on for some more action. Yatoro.
You notice how Yatoro is really active for Team Spirit, and he's constantly like putting himself in positions where he could potentially join some sort of play. This is something that I think is very unique to Spirit, where Yatoro will be more active in the early game, and then later on he'll start taking the farm as Collapse comes online. And he's reaching that point. The Tidehunter is getting pretty close to finishing up his item, and you should see this Ravage fight come out soon for Team Spirit, where they look to take some tower.
Lively now. Your Admiral is on board.
Yatoro will back out of this area for now. Top lane, they're looking to try and get the kill onto DM. See DM trying to get the ultimate going, but they've got a lot of disable. Cold Snap kicking in. DM can't get the ult off.
So by moving all these heroes top, they brought 4 heroes top. Let's see what VP can do on the response. For them, it looks like they're going to try to invade into the triangle, secure some sort of vision, or check the stack situation. And during all of this, you see Medusa's just slowly farming away at the Ancients in the triangle. The space created from DM.
It certainly is, and now we'll see the other 3 members of VP look to continue to grow that space. Kingslayer, GPK, and Save. Off with the smoke, but as it is, Spirit very much grouped up. Not going to be caught off here, and we'll see with Spirit strength from the farm that Collapse has. It's a little careful and you know, difficult for VP to make moves into Spirit's 5-man lineup as Collapse. He'll always be there ready to pop that Ravage and potentially turn things around with a good combo from Toronto.
So one of the counterplays to, you know, a lot of TPs being used here is that the VP knows that Spirit are now stuck wherever they show on the map, wherever the heroes are showing. They know that they can play on the opposite end of the map. So at this point they realize, you know, a lot of heroes bottom. We can move in, pressure out this mid tower, and set up for some sort of weak reaction where you know there won't be 5 heroes.
Here with the tower trade. As soon as they take this, TP already coming up top. Gonna have to be a little cautious though on the Bane. Still look to try and hold on to this mid. This top lane, Miposhka will be seen. No, not quite able to get the setup. Even with the rest of Spirit coming over, Miposhka, it's gonna be hard for him to close in for a Nightmare lead in. As VP, they'll show their faces and back off as soon as they know that they've forced a reaction from Spirit, and Spirit are backed over to their half of the map.
Yeah, and if you take a look at the net worth, you'll notice I think VP are quite happy with this pacing. They're getting the farm on their 2 cores that they want. Medusa already has a Dragonlance Yasha finished up. Their Kunkka is extremely strong. He has Armlet, which is currently one of the strongest items in the game. We were talking about it back in the panel.
I mean, the stats, right? The damage.
It's crazy. It gives you 75 damage on a strength hero.
GPK gonna try and start things off here. They've got the grip to lock him down. He needs help. Have they got anything to stop this grip? They don't. GPK caught out from the high ground there. And top, Yatoro, he's going to look to try and pick something more out of this as well as he's heading over to Save. See the tornado angle coming from Toronto Tokyo, and he lines it up brilliantly. Another catch here for Spirit.
I mean, Team Spirit are playing this game extremely well. This is the pace they have to play with. They have to continue applying the pressure because they're getting out-farmed. If you look at the gold ticker, it's constantly moving in the favor of VP. So these plays are needed for them to slow VP down. But as of right now, it's not really working out. But they need to continue this aggression. And once the Tidehunter is strong enough to join them, that's when they really need to take out some towers and then start controlling map space.
Sure. I mean, that's sort of the big thing we've seen, or not seen so far from Spirit, just fighting with Collapse involved. He's still sort of kept to his own devices.
Yeah, and he's about to finish up the Blink Dagger, so expect the smoke coming out.
the timer's certainly ticking. Nightfall and GPK getting serious farm so far this game. Spirit, what sort of setup will they be able to get here with Blink Dagger ready to rock and roll?
Yeah, VP are doing a good job of only showing their cores on the lanes, while they have Medusa farming a stacked up triangle and the camps that are safe. You only really ever see the Medusa walk up to creeps if there's a hero nearby to keep him safe. And in this case, that's Save. As they're attempting a kill on Collapse mid.
So new setup. Split coming in, Collapse. Finger as well. And he's got Nightfall moving into position with the Stone Gaze. Collapse can't get out. At the same time, the fight kicking off the side. GPK has been caught in the Wukong's command. The boat comes crashing over there. GPK, he's still alive. He's able to armlet toggle himself back out. He's getting away. He walks out of the whole team fight. They can't kill the Kunkka. And VP, they've managed to move themselves on top of Toronto Tokyo. He's trying to run, but the damage not going to quite be done here. Toronto Tokyo also surviving somehow. Finally, GPK goes down in the river. And Shitoro will manage to wrap around and get on top of the Kunkka.
Yeah, he sniped him with a stun there at the end, but oh my god, those armlet toggles, those are crazy. He kept staying alive and then he keeps baiting Team Spirit into a bad position.
Well, we're going to see them continue to try and fight here. Nightfall and DM, they turn towards Mirror, but now the chase from Yutoro comes out. VP, they've decided to bail out of this. They see Spirit just chasing them down. Save has been left over towards the mid here. Lead forward, big hit coming in with a boundless strike from Yutoro. As Spirit, they're finding these fights that, as you say, they've got to keep going. They've got to bring this action. And my goodness, they certainly are. They'll take the team fight, and by the looks of it, they'll take this mid tower as well. Pretty much nullifying that lead the VP had began to create from the farm they're able to pick up on the map.
And the best part of all of this is they didn't have to use the Ravage. The Ravage is still up, so expect to see Team Spirit to group up and go for another move here. They still are stronger than VP. The Stone Gaze is going to be back, but they're missing the Finger of Death, and the other Titan ulti is still down for another 20 seconds.
And Miposhka, he's got grip. CPs are going to have to come in here, surely, for VP as Spirit. Do they want to commit for it? This they do. Save will be able to come in for the trees, stop the Fiend's grip channeling.
That was beautiful spell casting from Save.
And they have to keep GPK safe. We've seen in a few fights, really, GPK very much trying to be the front man here for the team. But with the damage Spirit have, the Spirit Vessel as well, it has been enough to really threaten GPK.
Yep. Team Spirit are aware that heroes were committed to the bottom lane, so they decided to smoke over towards the mid now. And they know that there are not a lot of TPs ready. So.
GPK, again, he tries to walk down to see what's going on, but they find him immediately, drop the combo. GPK's trying to run Collapse. He'll go over towards Save. Stomp from Kingslayer, holds back Mirror and Collapse, but Yutoro leads in with the Primal Spring, closes in onto Save. As Spirit, absolute killers here as they continue to just roam the map and keep VP completely on their toes.
Yeah, and like I said, the best part of this is Ravage is not explained it. Oh my god, 4 TPs to the top.
Oh my goodness, yeah, indeed, and Collapse. Can you get in for the gush? Not quite. DM just out of range there, but I mean, you see it. It's Team Spirit just completely on the same page here with the franticness of the moves that they're pulling out.
They're absolutely in control of the pace of the game, and I think during the group stages, it felt like if you don't control pace, you're going to really, really struggle. I think in the playoffs, we've seen some teams that have been able to, you know, come play away from that and start playing more to just play reactive. But in this series, between the two of these Eastern European giants, I feel like whoever has pace control is going to be determining the pace of the game, and that's going to allow you to get more farm. So, yeah, it feels like Spirit are really doing everything they need to do to stay ahead here.
Getting over and taking a bit of this triangle as well away from VP. VP playing a bit more cautious now.
Top tower is under attack.
Not seeing GPK being the one to lead sort of the movements now.
That's so hard for them to kill the Tidehunter. So wherever the Tidehunter shows up, they kind of have to play away from. So Tidehunter goes top, you see VP swing over to the bottom side of the map.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
See over towards the mid. TP's coming in as Miposha's looking for the setup. DM, he's looking to play it safe. He's looking to take them out straight away over the rift, and he makes it just in time. Gets the both of them out of there this time round. Nobody will fall to Spirit, at least not yet. Spirit, they are chasing on. Again, just feeling so confident when they're fighting around their Tidehunter here. Collapse, very, very strong. Jump on the Yatoro there, they found him up in the trees.
That was a perfect Blink reveal for them. He just finished out the Blink Dagger, TP's mid, and snipes out the Monkey King.
Let's see if they can get anything more here, VP, whilst Yatoro is down. They're certainly going to look for it. Smoke up straight away from VP. Now it's their turn to hit back with the action.
It seems like Nightfall decided to skip the Manta, and he's going to go straight for that Eye of Skadi. It feels like he needs the stats to survive.
Step lively now.
We're running out of time a little bit here on the Monkey King respawn. 10 seconds or so. So they're going to make a move quick, save. We'll get the opening, straight in. Get the setup. And it's going to be Toronto Tokyo going down. Mirror. As the bugs out. They've got the grip onto GPK. TP's coming in. Spirit. They may have lost their mid, but they will be able to get the trade onto VP's mid in return.
This is all great space though. You see Nightfall's just farming the jungle, up top lane DM's just pushing out the waves. I think even though it's a mid for mid trade, VP's coming out on top because they have both their cores farming out the side lanes and they're closing in on items that they really need. So, great delays from VP. They're managing to keep this game even.
Still coming out alone on this map, proving to be rather scary with Yatoro and Mirror as actively hunting as they are.
Skadi finished up for Nightfall now.
Yeah, things have definitely become a lot more difficult for Spirit if they try and fight close to this Medusa. Nightfall ready to stand tall.
There's also Lotus Orb just about to be finished on DM, so this is going to be a big timing for VP. So if Team Spirit are not careful and try to run into them, VP are definitely ready to fight back now.
Smoke out from the Roche pit. Starting off things in the mid, no jump. Collapse, committing with the Ravage. They want to blow up Nightfall before any sort of backup comes into play. Stone Gaze is used, but they'll quickly avert their eyes, and they'll be ready to turn back in and slam down the Medusa as Nightfall goes down. With them out of the game for 50 seconds, the space is going to be there for Spirit to head straight into the pit there. Nightfall maybe feeling a little too confident with the Skadi complete, pushing out quite far from the rest of his team in that mid lane. No hesitation there from Collapse to start off the action with the Ravage.
Yeah, and this is great to see. I think you gotta be on your toes here, ready to make that jump. I think a lot of teams probably wouldn't have made that jump, assuming that there's cover. But Bane is top bottom lane now.
I see bottom. A little bit of an attempt from a setup from Miposhka. I mean, Miposhka is still alive. Brain Sap onto the creeps. Is that going to keep him living? It's not. Goes down, but time's been bought. DM, he'll take the two of them out of there.
I think in this game, you see both teams really able to punish each other's timings. Right as the Tidehunter had his blink earlier, VP took a great fight in the mid lane, and now, as soon as Dusa finishes up the Skadi, Team Spirit interrupt that timing by using a Ravage to blow her up and just constantly delaying the game, but I think that really does favor VP. So even though a lot of things are going right for Spirit, I think this is really their time to shine. So once they get the Ravage up, I expect them to go try to take over the enemy side of the map and really force VP into their base, which I feel like they haven't really quite been able to do, even though they're getting a lot of really good kills.
VP, smoke up for the low ground, save straight up with the initiation. He's got the opening onto Collapse. Collapse is pretty tanky. Have they got the damage to take him out? It's back up on its way. It is Tornado, not going to hit anything. Misses them all. Collapse still being run down here. I mean, he's falling low, but he's not quite dead. He's finally going to go down. They will get the jump done, but now Yatoro's in with the BKB, jumps along the backlines. He has the Wukong's command out. As Nightfall Stone Gaze and has attempted to escape. GM also able to head off to the side. Mirror keeping themselves on top of the Medusa. Just got to be careful of Nightfall with that Skadi. Hitting back hard, so Mirror will back off.
So you're noticing in every single team fight, once the Monkey King ult comes down, Medusa's going to want to respond with Stone Gaze to force both teams to disengage from each other. It's a great tool for VP to just zone everything out, make sure that they can't get chased down, and just get out of that Monkey King ulti and force Yatoro to chase out of his ult.
I mean, such a close back and forth game. Exactly what you would hope to see between these two teams. It's 1k gold in it, 13 to 17, 25 minutes in.
And my only worry is about the scaling. I just feel like VP's draft just keeps scaling up so nicely into this game. And if they can already kill the Tidehunter, that means that, you know, as the game goes on and the Medusa starts buying items that actually allow her to deal damage, it's only going to get easier for them.
Absolutely no, as you said, Team Spirit's attitude this game, and has been in many others, was to put that increased priority on getting Collapse's game going early. Has had a couple of solid ravages, but other than that, the fight's not looking easy for him to perform.
Yeah, I just think VP's been doing a great job of just disrupting Team Spirit's game plan. Even though Team Spirit's been getting these kills and, you know, they're applying the pressure, which their draft should be doing, there is always an answer back. And I think Save has like really been leading the charge. As soon as he got the blink on Lion, it felt like the momentum of the game kind of shifted. And you saw VP have the ability to fight back, and especially for map control.
Dire are scanning. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Spirit. Still 2 minutes left on Yatoro's Aegis. They want to get something done. But VP, as strong as they are, they're right up by Spirit's tier 2 tower, so quite the walk Spirit's going to have to take if they want to run into them.
This is great discipline coming out from VP. Their vision is in the top area of the map, so they're only willing to fight here. So they're just basically setting up their heroes top, and they're saying, you know what, even though you're damaging 2 of our towers, we're going to take out your top tower faster, and this is where we are willing to fight you, so you need to come back to us. They understand that these 2 towers that they have in both the mid and the bottom lane aren't that valuable for them, as it is to fight under their own vision. So just gonna happily give it up while they keep farming it and reaching their timings on their heroes.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, both are trying to force the others back here. It's VP getting us close to the tier 3 right now. What's Spirit going to do about this as Nightfall starts knocking at the door? Spirit, they're going to have to answer. Miposhka will turn up. Nice little sleep dodge at the stomp.
Yeah, even gets a voice line from GPK.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
But yeah, the way that Team Spirit have set up their wards right now on the map, if you take a look, they have 1 ward in almost every lane of the map. And this is because they know that once this game breaks up and both teams start resetting back and it's a map control game, this is going to give them opportunities for pickoffs. Whereas VP set up 2 wards up in the top jungle, expecting Team Spirit to come to the top side of the map and try to fight them. So once we move into this map control state of the game, Team Spirit are going to be favored.
Quick jump on a save. What more can they get? Got to keep eyes on that Aegis timer. 10 seconds. Spirit trying their best to force some action. For VP. Will GPK and DM get caught out here? Very tanky now with DM having the Crimson Guard. And DM, he's taking the 2 of them out. He can sense something's coming.
Yeah, spider senses are tingling. No heroes showing on the map for too long a period of a time, and just decides, you know what, I'm going to take it safe.
I mean, they really are. I mean, as expected, but you know, this game, you can absolutely see just how much these 2 teams know each other.
Yeah, you can feel the tension too, right? Like the way that they're moving around. Team Spirit's very grouped up, so is VP. They don't want to make that mistake that might cost you the game. VP noticed that the Invoker's alone as the Monkey King shows top, and I think this might be their cue to try to make a move once Save is caught up to his teammates.
Miposhka. Not sure that he's got the grab there from the low ground. So VP, whether they're being spotted, and with the information that the vision's up to the top half of the triangle, they smoke up from the bottom half of the triangle, knowing it's much less likely that Spirit would have eyes there as well.
Yeah, they're trying to attempt the wrap around, but the tier 1 middle lane tower is still up, so this might be a difficult wrap to have. It's so low though, it only has 50 HP, and this 50 HP just might make the difference. And you see VP back off, recognizing that, you know what, we can't make this move. Now Spirit instead. Trying to fight into VP, but they have a ward up, so this could be a difficult fight for them, if they're not ready. As you notice, just the standoff between both teams, this is respect coming out for the understanding that, you know, if we fight into the enemy team's vision, it's going to be difficult. Miposhka's pinging out these, like, I think they have a ward here on the minimap, and they're really, really careful about not fighting into the enemy team's wards.
I mean, when are we going to see them run into? It seems that they're just reading each other too well.
It's just none of the teams are willing to fight into wards. I think it really comes down to that. And if you're Team Spirit here, you recognize that Roshan's going to be up within the next minute or so. So you want to control the top side triangle. And very likely we're going to see VP fight back for that Roshan. Because if they don't, it's going to go down so quickly.
Looking down bottom again, but DM
He's out before anything happens here. Spirit might get the chance to just take this tier 2 tower. It's Toronto. He's looking for Kingslayer here. We'll commit with the BKB. See how much further they can chase. Oh, that was a great read there. Toronto, you knew that Slayer was going to stand still to avoid the Sunstrike. It ends up coming straight down on him. He reads him like a book.
A beautiful play right there.
That was excellent.
But you can tell how tense they are, right? That BKB usage from the Invoker just indicates, like, you know, they're always scared that someone might be there to back them up, as DM is caught mid.
I mean, yeah, straight away in the mid. Miposhka's caught him with the grip. And they turn that quick kill on a Slayer into something a little bigger. DM now out for a minute.
Yeah, and Roshan's just about to respawn, they think, but it seems like he's not. So, no Rosh on the first timer tick. They're just going to continue to sweep the map here, I think. When they have the dominant, they have the numbers advantage, this is the time for them to just make sure that they keep applying the pressure to keep VP in their base. They're finally getting that map set up that they were looking for in the earlier portion of the game. And it's reflected in Monkey King's farm. He's caught up to Nightfall, which is huge for them. They need this Monkey King to be able to stand his ground.
See if they answer them this time here. VP. 20 seconds until DM's back in. And Spirit. I'll certainly try and finish this tower before anything comes in regarding DM. And it will be theirs. Another objective taken. Closer and closer now towards Collapse being able to pick up his next item. That's the next one done for Yatoro. Skadi on the way. In fact, it's just been delivered. So Skadi up for him. Evasion's going to be online very soon for Nightfall.
Yeah, and VP are so lucky that this Roshan hasn't spawned. It's going to be just long enough for Nightfall to finish up his item before it comes up.
Both teams just so patient this game. And it really has. It's just kept so close. Normally we see some sort of lead up and then swing around, but it's been a few thousand gold in it for the last 30 minutes or so.
I just think both teams are doing exactly what they're supposed to for their drafts to play out, and getting into this late game, I thought that, you know, for sure VP is going to have an edge, but I think with how the game's been panning out, you know, it feels really even. Either side could really do it.
I mean, it's just that, you know, this whole game, Yatoro is the Monkey King. He's been keeping right up with Nightfall's Medusa. He is massive. And now into the pit they go.
So far. I think Yatoro's really been playing out of his mind for the entirety of this tournament.
This is an very impressive carry. Monkey King here this game. VP, they are going to want to do something about Spirit getting this Roshan, but the Wukong's command is down. Yatoro daring them to step up into this. GPK will lead things up with the bow, but Yatoro commits with the BKB. They get the kill, VP, but Spirit, they get that Aegis secure. Ravage out onto the four of them. DM trying to take the bow, but the grip is holding him out for it. No, it's not DM. He's able to step over and take everybody out of there.
What an unbelievable play by DM. Crazy! What an attempt by VP. Like, when you think about it, how crazy you gotta be to pop that Stone Gaze run into the Monkey King. They did get the Roshan kills.
They got the kill.
Gold, so yeah, they got something out of it.
They're straight back out. Yeah. They know that the Aegis is on Yatoro.
But the Ravage is down, and so is the Monkey King ult and the Fiend's Grip. So this could potentially be an opening for VP to try to do something.
They've still got the finger, so they've certainly got the burst if they can get that jump from Save. He's been pretty good at it so far, very willing to just throw his body in to find that initiation.
And look at this, they send Nightfall top to show on the top wave, trying to give Team Spirit the false sense of security here in the bottom area. And then Save goes in, drops a ward, not going to find the initiation this time.
Oh, Slayer.
Oh, what a stun.
Oh, he's got the two of them here. Save. Forced out to the side here, but the bugs are upon him. He'll turn. But Save, he's just dying to the bug of Mirror.
Yeah, if you get the initiation on the two supports, it's just very hard for them to fight back. Both ET caught, Soul Save, and you notice Team Spirit, Virtus Pro recognize that and they immediately back off.
Let's see what they've got here now. That's GPK. He's going to charge him with the bow straight down onto the beam, but Poshka, he's gone. See what they can get from the jump from Collapse. Collapse, he's trying to get in on top of Nightfall, but Nightfall's focusing now Toronto Tokyo. The BKB comes out from Toronto, trying to run. GPK looking to try and get the catch on him, but he's too fast. DM, he's been left behind by the rest of his team. This time, DM out to start off the action. See the buyback from Poshka as he's already heading immediately over to see if he can get some sort of grab onto the two of them. They're watching for the high ground, but the stone comes out for Yatoro. The Balance Strike straight in on top of them. Sunstrike's going to miss. GPK's got to reset for now, falling a little low. Yatoro looking to get on top of Nightfall, but the stone gaze is out. Yatoro jumps back up to the trees. The finger straight in onto Poshka as it's a dieback on the Bane. But this was 2 buybacks from VP committed to make this play.
Yeah, they needed to. I think if Nightfall goes down there, they're in a very, very hard position to play the game. But now they have a dieback situation going on the Bane. So that's 60 seconds where they can try to set up the lanes and get map control back and try to finish up their round of items. Because you see 3,000 gold on the Medusa isn't really helping her do anything. But as soon as that 3,000 gold turns into a BKB, that's a pretty big advantage they have. Because she's really getting controlled by this Invoker.
We'll see a recap of this fight again. I mean, what sort of stood out to you the most about this move here?
I mean, it's a great initiation they find on the Bane. As soon as the Bane is taken out, you notice VP feel very comfortable standing the ground. And there's no Ravage, so you can see Nightfall's just very easily able to chase. But as soon as a Bane buyback comes out, their position here is kind of broken from VP. You see DM on one side of the screen, and you have Nightfall and Kunkka on the other. And this is just a little bit of miscommunication, I think, coming in towards the end of that fight.
We've seen a few times now where DM's ability to disengage has been huge. And without him there at the start of things, a very, very hard fight for VP to back out from when things don't start to go their way. As now, Spirit able to push up a bit of a lead here, up 4K. Yatoro still standing there, I said, pretty much dead even this whole game with Nightfall. Both of these carries just on the completely same level.
Yeah. Medusa finishes up the BKB. Now this gives her 9 seconds of where the Invoker can no longer Deafening Blast her, because that's been her biggest problem in the team fights. Just constantly getting Deafening Blasted, not allowed to output any damage. So I expect this next team fight that comes out, eyes on Medusa, because she's finally going to be able to be allowed to deal damage. As top lane save is caught.
No, he's going to be gone for sure. Saves out.
Yep, and Spirit's already in position to make a move with both Tidehunter and Monkey King here. Smoked up, gonna jump on the Kingslayer.
Whoa. This time off the mark with the Boundless. Bit of a rare miss there from Yatoro compared to some of the fantastic stuns he's hit so far.
Yeah, absolutely. We have an Aghanim Scepter also finished up on the Tidehunter, so anyone that's caught in the Monkey King ult with Gush on top of them, that's gonna be real tough.
Oh my goodness, the physical damage coming out from those two. I mean, even just sort of a Gush and a Boundless. Some of these squishier heroes are going to disappear in a flash.
Yeah, absolutely. If you see either DM if you see either Kingslayer or Save get caught by that Gush,
yeah,
they're gone.
It's a lot of minus armor really across the board when you factor in the Forge Spirits and the Weaver as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Nightfall. They're going to commit, collapse, in with the Ravage, he's back, caught the fourth of them, this is giving them good time to fully focus onto the Medusa, the brilliant grip there from Poshka as well. There's no way to VP to stop it, and now they've got to run. The guy shout onto the two of them, Torrent off the mark, but Toronto Tokyo's how do you get to the high ground with the BKB, Shim's got an Ice Wall, he's got the 3 of them, Balance Strike down, the pushback for the Deafening Blast into the meatballs, as DM dies inside the base. And they're not even done yet, they're looking towards the tier 4, Shitoro is going right up to the ancient, GPK's back to the fountain, go quick blink into the Mental Sunstrike, it'll hit, they're diving in, they want to. They've got to be a little careful when the fountain dies, but my goodness, the power there that Spirit just charged in with. And I mean, Toronto, Tokyo, he guarantees them those extra kills, just going straight in with the BKB Shivas. There's no escape from VP from this Invoker.
But they're not scared on Team Spirit at all, right? They're just charging up the high ground, showing no respect. They don't care if Deuce has the buyback. They're glad to give up the Invoker kill if there's a buyback on the Medusa. But I want to say, that's all started off with great initiation coming from Collapse, right? Does not hesitate at all. You see the Medusa up in front, blink Ravage, that allows Poshka to keep that perfect position to get the Fiend's Grip off. And just overall, the team coordination coming out from Spirit right now just looks really, really nice.
I mean,
the way they're playing off each other is crazy.
And straight up the top lane, no buybacks on the members of VP here. Spirit taking so much away from Virtus Pro.
That's his Mega Creeps for sure, and maybe even more.
I see Spirit, do they want to stick around for further fights, or will they chill out for a bit? Looks like they'll back off. Yep. Very happy, of course, they are with what they've achieved here. No need to push it. as this game has just gone completely in their direction right now. 93% on the win probability, 16k lead. Mega's out. I mean, VP, they do have the Dusa and the Kunkka. You know, these are cores that aren't too bad at pushing back the Megas, but no doubt about it, a tough position for VP to play from.
Yeah, the Mega Creeps, the real advantage that it's giving VP right now is, Team Spirit right now is just that it's going to keep VP in their base and allow Team Spirit to kind of decide, what do we want to do with this? The Mega Creeps themselves aren't going to actually apply that much pressure outside of just making sure that VP can't freely move out on the map and make any moves that they want. So Spirit, they're just going to wait for Roche. It could spawn in about 30 seconds. So from now on, just expect Spirit to try to farm out, play together, play grouped up. You don't want to give anything away for free. Maybe even potentially try to set up on these lanes as they see VP heroes pushing out of their base. I would imagine the communication right now is just like, hey guys, we just wait for Roche. If I get the Aegis, I'm confident that we can easily end this game, but for VP's sake, you know, you got to be thinking, okay, can we defend our base and potentially contest this Roshan, or is it too hard?
I mean, what do you do here if you're VP?
That's such a hard choice.
Like, do you get out or do you have to sit back?
DM Scott, I mean, who knows? It's hard. It's a really hard decision to make, and I think it's like, comes down to your attitude as a team. What is it that you want to accomplish here? It looks like they're trying to come out. They don't want to give it away for free, but Team Spirit's on top of it, and they're not letting them really gain any ground to try to set up for a potential Roshan fight.
I mean, what's the best hope for VP in these team fights? Like, which of these heroes are you saying, Save, you got to get in on top of, we've got to blow them up to start off the action?
I think ideally you want to get on top of the Bane, but he has a full BKB finished up. So
oh my goodness,
if you don't catch him at the start, that's a full grip that's going to go off.
Yeah, and we've seen so far Miposhka's grips. Fantastic.
Oh, beautiful by Mira. Pops the smoke here, and this should force Nightfall and VP to fall back, but it looks like they're going to try anyway.
I mean, they're coming out. Putting on a bit of a brave face here, VP. Toronto Tokyo. It's going to give them a bit of a tickle to start the action off. Yutoro, he's ready to jump in, there's collapse! Immediately with the Ravage, a second Ravage, locking down the four of them as Nightfall, completely out of mana, trying to run away with the BKB. The Earth Split will hold back Yutoro for now, but Nightfall, can he really escape this? He cannot! The Medusa dead! No buyback for Nightfall, as this should be the window that Spirit need to charge down mid and end this game.
Yeah, this is, I don't know how you hold this off. VP thinking they're like, you know what, this is probably the best fight that we have. So they decide to move out of their base. They feel like the Aegis is too much to hold, and it just doesn't work out for them. I think for VP to have a good fight at this point, they really need initiation. And showing two heroes on the middle lane like that, I'm just not sure that's going to give it to them.
We see actually a Spirit that they're going to hold off from pushing down the mid. Obviously we here at home, we can see Dusa dead for a minute. It is on the monetary side of things, so maybe assuming that the buyback was there and not wanting to make the mistake of pushing into a potential buyback from Nightfall. So they'll hold back for now, and VP, they will get the breathing room to keep this game going.
Yeah, I mean, they probably assumed that the way that VP came out of base, right? You don't really do that play unless you have buybacks. It's too crazy otherwise, but you know, VP are simultaneously not showing any respect to Team Spirit either, right? They're looking for the opportunities they have to win the game.
It's all right. BKB committed here for a quick one. Kingslayer's gone, but Toronto Tokyo is already in the base. He gets the lead in onto GPK. 20 seconds and Nightfall's back in action. Right, the buyback from Kingslayer.
Yeah.
Well, they're looking for save.
He knows
looking
he's
pretty
just
dead
apply
here.
the damage that he can in the form of mana drain. Yeah, Roshan about to spawn in about 5 seconds. I expect some player of Team Spirit is going to go check it out, and once they get that Aegis, it should be a pretty easy high ground push where you just drop the Monkey King ult to cover your heroes, and then you fight on top of the Monkey ult as you have 2 refreshers, I believe? No, it's an Agnum Scepter. Still very good though. I expect the Monkey King to pick it up now that he's 6 slotted.
Just a case, of course, for VP. Sitting back in the base there. There's not a lot they can do to stop Spirit from getting this. A lot of money being built up on some of the cores again from Spirit. I mean, Toronto Tokyo just walking around with a straight 5k in the bank.
Dude, he's eyeing up an overwhelming blink on Invoker.
I mean, we've seen, you know, the way he jumps in. You combine that sort of jump with the Shiva's Guard, the Ice Wall. When the BKBs are down, you're not moving anywhere.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's no instant disable, right? When he pops his BKB, he's safe. There's only that Stone Gaze that will slowly take him into a stone, but the way he's been playing it, he's going to have all the time in the world to reset back after he blinks in. So really nice crowd control coming out of this Invoker, which is great against what VP has to defend with. So.
Yeah. Oh, he's been having a fantastic game, Toronto.
We have a Dagon on GPK. They just want that one kill, right? They're recognizing that we need to kill something on initiation, so Dagon GPK on Kunkka. I did not think I'd see that on the TI main stage.
Oh, not at all. Nightfall, how's the Divine Rapier progress looking? 2600 right now. He's going to need a fair bit more time, and I don't know if that's going to be given to him as the smoke ups here from Spirit. Behind him up the rear to get collapsed. Straight in with the first round. He pulls the refresher into the second. Nightfall is gone. Has got buyback this time round, but the GPK has been caught by the grip from Pochka with the lockdown. GPK's out of the game for 2 minutes. TM, he's trying to take it back to safety here with the rift, but the Ancient's exposed. GPK dead. Yatoro and the team looking to close things up. There's Nightfall. He's trying to draw their attention away from the Ancient. Can he do so successfully? Yatoro's committing. They want to just close it. They're looking for the game. They're looking for the objective. They'll get it. GG is called. And Spirit will get the game 1 victory here against VP.
That was a beautiful game. I think the part of the game where you saw both teams standing off, not really being willing to run into each other's vision, that was probably my favorite. You saw a lot of high-level decision-making where both teams recognized that, you know what, we're stronger if we're fighting on our own vision. And VP even giving up 2 towers just because that's how unwilling they were running into the enemy team's vision. So a really, really cool strategic game and a lot of action. I really enjoyed watching this. This was great.
No, absolutely. I think fantastic sort of read from Spirit. I feel like a lot of other teams in that mid-game position would have maybe continued to push it a little too much, maybe worrying about the threat of the Medusa here from Nightfall. But they knew. I mean, Yatoro 16-2 and 11. This man's carry performance on the Monkey King was flawless.
Yeah, it's been absolutely amazing watching Yatoro. I think this is just a breakout first TI for him.
Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. As the series begins, it will be Spirit starting off with the first game victory, up 1-0 against VP.
Thank you very much, ODPixel and Insania. Yeah, what a crazy start to this first game of the best of 3. We were expecting these 2 teams going head-to-head and basically having a brawl from start to finish, and I'm very glad that that was on point as well. I want to start with breaking this game down by talking about the fact that we said after the draft, Team Spirit is the one that has to bring the aggression. They are the ones that, based on draft alone, should be the ones setting that tempo. Lizard, that is exactly what they did.
With what style did they do it as well? I was impressed. Toronto, Tokyo, and Yatoro on their 2 heroes on Walker and Monkey King were able to dismantle the enemy team throughout this game. It did look a little bit scary at the beginning. You are playing versus a Medusa. You don't know what's up, what's coming for you, even with the MP. But the coordination that these high mobility heroes allowed them to have in team fights and just separate GPK on one side, Medusa on the other, and just pick them off one by one. I loved it.
Oh, it was the beautiful balance, right? Minute 16, you see VP with the armlet toggles. Big fan of armlet, by the way. There, wait, there. Big fan of armlet, by the way. Anyway, so it's really close where you're having this one fight where VP goes aggressive, and then from that point, it's in this kind of perfect balance of who has cooldowns. If they don't, they're then smoking in, trying to make the plays. And I think the biggest undoing for VP in this game was, I think it was around 23 minutes, when Medusa died mid lane, you give the Aegis to Spirit, and that gave him that confidence of, we know how to play this game now. We know how to run at them. We don't have to really respect timings. We can just be in their face and just kind of ping-pong around the map, kite them out. And I don't think I saw Medusa at any point stand still and A-click properly in these fights. It was, very, very good from Spirit.
Yeah, she wasn't allowed to stand still and fight, Tsunami.
No, but VP didn't take it sitting down. Half the time she was disarmed because of Deafening Blast, and then once she finally got the BKB, you saw VP trying to take advantage of the gaps between Tidehunter Ravages, or they would even fight into Yatoro's Aegis half the time because they were like, it's okay, I think we have the capabilities necessary to win a fight, but I have never seen so many return trips in a Dark Rift before. That dude was just going from the airport back and forth. He doesn't go around the city. He just has one destination in mind, and it was the fountain for 80% of his Dark Rifts.
I must say, some of those were very on point.
Yeah,
I do like seeing Underlord being utilized in the proper fashion, even if the only stop is the fountain.
The proper fashion, I think, is using it offensively and defensively.
That's fair.
You wish you kind of maybe done some in, but again, I think it boils down to Spirit, and I think their ability to just decide when they want to go Roshan, it is it's what's gotten to this kind of position of top 6, right? Yeah,
Yes.
whenever this is top
They're
4.
already guaranteed top 6. They already got 1.4 million. We're fighting for top 4 right now. That's an extra 1 million, by the way.
That's a lot of money. But it's just, like their ability just to go to Roshan with confidence. Like, even if spells are up on the enemy team, they're like, okay, cool, sure, fight us here, please. We want you to come to us. And they just go there, they mark their territory, and it has carried them through multiple games now.
It has carried them. I mean, we saw that the stats. I mean, we know it was already crazy that they got the Monkey King as the last pick because this hero has been so dominant the entire tournament, Lizard.
Yeah, that's
and they just got it.
I was looking through the carries, and you mentioned Arc Warden, and it seemed great. I love the Arc Warden pick. But Monkey King has been the most contested hero of the tournament for the majority of it, for a reason. At least the most contested carry as well. And once they got it, it felt like GPK, he just had way too much work. Like, you're playing this Kunkka with an offlane Underlord. Yeah, you can buy an Atos, but it's not that instant cash that you need on your side. And because of that, this team that consisted of Monkey King, of Weaver, and of Invoker just constantly being in Ghost Walk, moving at 500 movement speed around you. You couldn't catch them. And why wasn't Medusa able to hit anyone? Because the moment they find a place, a position that's good for them to fight, Monkey King jumps on top of her and uses Wukong's command. Then you have to disengage.
Yep. I also want to highlight GPK's Kunkka because he is a very good Kunkka player. Let me put that first and foremost. He is a really good Kunkka player. One of his signature heroes definitely started out.
But
that is something that Team Spirit was also respecting in the sense that he was often the hero that was targeted first.
Yep. And I normally, whenever I feel like there are multiple Invis heroes, in this case the Weaver and the Invoker, then I'm like, oh great, I have so much Sentry Ward efficiency then. One Sentry Ward covers both these things. But the problem is, for GPK, he was trying to initiate fights as Kunkka, because the Tidehunter, he was just the watermelon that we know him to be. You can't initiate on him. You have to go for the backlines. They're a million of miles back and invisible half the time. GPK was really the only thing that Spirit had to be concerned about.
Yeah, and then you jump in, and at some point there the boats help, and then GPK lives. But at some point that just didn't happen anymore. I loved this Team Spirit versus Virtus.pro. We talked about the history between these two teams earlier, T. And we know that Virtus.pro has been the winner of this series more times than not.
29-1, Shiva. 29-1.
29-1.
Now it's 30-1 now. Or no, sorry, 29-2 now.
No.
Series.
I thought you said the game count.
No.
Spirit, okay.
If Spirit win this next game, not trying to jinx it, they will go 29-2 against Virtus.pro in organization history. That is mental. Let
that be a lesson. No one beats Team Spirit 28 times in a row.
29 times in a row.
But isn't it crazy how we've seen Virtus.pro do very, very well, but it feels like Team Spirit is just... They've learned and adapted more, right? That's fair to say.
Yeah, for sure. I think, Yataru for sure is, popping off. Toronto Tokyo is popping off. And then if you look towards, VP, it feels like their adjustment from yesterday of aggression, they kind of double down on defense now. They have the Kunkka mid, they have the Underlord, both buying auras, both trying to be tanky. And then you have this Medusa trying to do damage, who's getting kited. So it's just Spirit reading the opponent, reading in the moment, and just playing so well.
And I don't mind that. I don't mind that they're trying to take the secrets path, because it looks like they carved out the meta and they have the right idea about what's supposed to be played. At the same time, if you're doing that, you have to really reconsider the carry-to-carry matchups and if you actually have the ultimate win condition.
Yeah, and of course on the stage there were 9 players on the booth there for the first time. There's 9 first-timers in this series, and on the side of Virtus.pro, actually, everybody, including the coach, is a first-timer there. So you can imagine if you might not know these players super well, but that's okay, because we got you covered with a rapid-fire question with Virtus.pro.
Можешь ли ты, пожалуйста, мне зачитать последнее текстовое сообщение, которое ты написал своему тиммейту какому-то?
Я скинул там мем про, Virtus.pro раскрыли свою первую стратегию на TI-10, и КПК и Nightfall съели весь провиант на International для того, чтобы другие команды голодали. И там дальше. Я скинул какой-то. Это секретная информация.
Секретная информация. Про игру что-то? Про тренировки?
Да.
Кто наиболее вероятный человек в вашей команде, который начнет кричать во время матча?
То есть аватарка одного Рамзеса, и на ней был слово Диман.
Диман?
Да. Там, условно, он немного непристойные вещи там орал после одной выигранной карты.
ниже сетки мажора, поэтому пускай будет он.
Кто наиболее вероятно начнет первым кричать во время матча?
Егор.
Егор. Он сказал, кстати, что ты. Последний фильм, который ты посмотрел?
Дюна. Мы ходили всей командой в кинотеатр.
Понравилось?
Нет.
Вообще никому не за что?
Только Даня вроде за что.
Последняя вещь, которую ты купил себе?
$5, чтобы купить с комментаторами вот Фред.
Чью купил?
Алсера.
Спасибо.
Шучу, не Алсера.
Кто худший руммейт? Вот кто, с кем тяжелее всего жить приходится?
Так, ну, это довольно сложный вопрос.
Сейчас все очень молодцы.
И никаких нет?
Нет, все идеальны.
Все идеальны?
Без шуток. Кто будет выражаться не самым лучшим образом в своем тиммейте? Очевидно, только купец.
Справедливо, справедливо.
Ну, самый тяжеленький, наверное, Егор будет.
Егор. Почему?
Ну, такой, типа, требовательный во многих моментах.
Кстати, интересно, до тебя все отвечали, что все офигенные руммейты. Ты нарушил эту традицию, да.
Смотрите это видео, ребят.
Well, don't worry. They weren't able to watch this video. They got other things on their minds because they are ready to step back into their booths for playing game number 2 of this best-of-3 series here for elimination or for moving on. That sounds way better. The best-of-3 series for top 4 at this International 10. And we know Virtus.pro can deal with being a game down and recover. So I'm not too worried, but I am curious to hear from you guys, like on the Dota side of things, Tsunami, what would you like to see them change?
I think they're coming into this cold. I think Spirit, what's most impressive to me is that in that last game, it didn't even feel like their draft was still anti-OG mode. It felt like they were like, okay, we're going to beat OG, and then we are already preparing for Virtus.pro ahead of time. And so they have warmed up, both literally and figuratively, whereas I think VP, this game 1, needed to get a little bit of that, oh my god, we just got knocked down to lower bracket, get those shakes out. So more than anything specific, I want them to emotionally bring themselves together in this game number 2.
Yeah, that's probably the best for Spirit, right? Playing versus a regional team after after having to play the same day.
How much research you gotta
exactly.
do?
You don't really have to do the research.
You did 3 months worth of research.
You have these guys on your friend list. You can scroll through what they've just played, prepare for it, ban out a couple of those. Meanwhile, at the same time, I think it's maybe mentally difficult for Virtus.pro to adapt to the fact, oh my god, these guys just won versus OG. They just won hard versus them. They eliminated OG. Does that get to you? I think that gets to you a little bit. You can see that they're banning out Collapse's hero. They banned out that Magnus that OG just left in.
Free. Yeah, no, exactly. I think if you maybe look towards heroes for a little bit, I mentioned it previously, but I would love to see a difference in hero archetype from mid to offlane. You know, DM, GPK, I want one to be more of a playmaker and one to be the tanky guy. I think, you know, fundamentally in all drafts, you need to have that one kind of lad that you push out into the front, that tanky unit that you have to get through. But having 2 in the same lineup with a carry that also is getting kited, that is a bit of a difficulty. So I'd love to see either probably GPK shift away from that and get into more of a backline jumping style of hero to kind of punish the amount of kite that a team can really draft.
You know, yesterday we were on the panel for PSG LGD versus Virtus.pro, and you said, I really hope we're not going to see any spirits in the mid lane. But basically what you're saying now
That's
is,
true.
I want to see spirits on the mid lane.
Yeah.
Okay, well, the thing is, right? Just because you don't like it doesn't mean it's good, all right? And I think right now, VP, they could go out of this tournament, Shiva. So I have to at least lean towards something that could help them, you know, get to a game 3. I think everyone wants to see a game 3. So this one time I will forget that I dislike watching spirits because they are rather good. And I might, you know, hope to see it appear.
If they don't get banned, though, right?
Yeah, they did get banned. Yeah.
2 out of 3, I believe, that are played on mid at least have been banned out in that last game. And Kunkka, for me, is really solid versus them. I like Kunkka versus them. I like Kunkka versus Invoker as well. It was just that there was no follow-up. If I was to find a culprit of that last game, not a player, but a hero...
Blame something.
I'm not going to blame
time. Who is it? Who is it?
I just feel that they could have had something more active on the offlane. I feel that sounds
jeez.
Doesn't like the Uber driver.
That's
okay.
harsh.
Yeah, the Uber driver is... there's a reason why the hero hasn't been picked
Wait, whoa,
quite
whoa,
a
whoa,
bit.
whoa, whoa! It has been picked by Virtus.pro. They've not
No,
lost
overall,
a single
I mean,
game with it.
overall
Yeah,
it
they
hasn't been
have
picked a lot,
now.
and
They
you
have
left
now.
Monkey King
Same for
in the
Medusa.
pool.
The
yeah.
main thing I think Lizard's trying to say here is the Underlord before the success we found was against Terrorblades, against push lineups, against very clean concepts
That's
where
true.
Underlord has value. In this kind of blind pick phase where it was pick Underlord into the Abyss, in which Spirit, they don't really have this innate pushing lineup with some summons or some, auras.
Thank you very much.
No worries, my man. I got you. But
you get me.
I mean, we're saying the same thing. Tanky boy, get out of
I
here.
can come up with some culprits also. No first phase Medusa. Don't want it.
Oh,
All right, I am ready for a game 2 between these two teams. Let's get into the nitty-gritty. Let's get into the draft of game 2.
Team Spirit versus Virtus Pro. Game 2.
Game 1 delivered, guys. Game 1, we were told it's going to be an Eastern European brawl. They're going to bring the fire. It's going to be back and forth, and it was super exciting. It was also a game 1 of a best-of-3 elimination, and I always think that game 2, the team that has the most pressure on them, the team that has potential of getting eliminated in this game, normally plays a little bit more safe, a little bit more reserved.
Sure.
Spirit cannot get a comfortable in this position, right? I think that's the main thing we're trying to say here. Like, if Spirit want to be able to close this out 2-0 and finally beat Virtus.pro as an organization since, 2015, they're going to need to treat this game as if it's, back to game 1. And I think that's a lot of teams struggle, especially in competition. You're able to beat these teams in best of 1s, right? Or even like best of 2s, but the ability to continue converting your concepts and your confidence, knowing that, wait, we're 1 game away. That's when these better teams, more experienced teams will beat you. But again, both these teams, experience-wise, they're the young guns,
Can they be defeated? They just won versus OG.
Yeah.
They shaved their head. The easy game in all chat.
They did, and they didn't just 2-0 OG, right? Because before that, they already 2-0'd Fnatic. Like they're reaping havoc in this lower bracket after getting knocked down by IG. So I think they want a rematch. They might get that chance if they continue on this track. And of course, it's important for them to beat Virtus.pro, their fellow Eastern Europeans team. But I also want to point out again that whichever one of these two teams wins has got like some of that glory or potential coming out from former Na'Vi. The last time there was an Eastern European team in the top at a TI was TI3, where Na'Vi came second. And ever since, it's only been top 6.
It's been always Virtus.pro,
And
and
it's
they've
always
always
been Virtus.pro.
top 6, exactly.
And Virtus.pro after TI9 in shambles. Everything was up in the air, who's going to play where and stuff. And now there is one team needed that will rise out of the dust.
How incredible is it that it wasn't only Virtus.pro that was in shambles? The whole region looked like a mess.
Yeah.
And from all that chaos has given birth to these 2 magnificent teams, these young stars.
Love to see it. Like, that is actually incredible. We have a draft. We should also
Will we see Nightstalker
Sorry.
from Spirit? This is all I'm interested about right now.
Okay.
because You think about IO pairing so far. Spirit has put on a masterclass with IO Mars, and they've also run IO Nightstalker before. But the idea of a strong offlane that enables the IO for forward aggression is what I love to see. Not like kind of these farming heroes. I want to see into the enemy jungle, take away some of this farm, take away this kind of map control, and make VP have to react.
You like Nightstalker, I like Slardar if you're looking for a pairing like that. I don't really know if it's as much of Collapse's dynamic. I think whenever they ran that IO Mars...
Nightstalker is definitely more in his avenue.
Right.
I would agree with Tiga as well there, yeah.
The IO Mars, so there are carry pairings. I feel like the IO would leave Collapse a lot earlier than most of these off-lane IO pairings. Like an IO Slardar, I feel stick around for much longer. This one with Collapse, he's just like, I don't need you anymore. I'm gonna take it from here.
So something like a Toro, Luna, or whatever
Exactly,
really
yeah.
works with an IO could be good here for Team Spirit. They don't have to draft it instantly. Maybe they will. They go with the Tide Hunter. Why not?
Boy. There he is.
It's the boy that was left in the pool. He is not the greatest combination with IO.
Yeah.
So maybe they won't even be laning together.
Yeah, that's the main thing here, right? Like, you'd assume in this scenario that it's going to be Tide being paired with maybe some ranged forward position or, support where I then plays elsewhere. But also, the Spirit, they've been very, not creative, but they've been very annoying with their IO pairing. So maybe this is just like the super unkillable Tide in the off lane. He's just going to be farming, skipping towers, really just taking over that jungle. And it's like a new form of Tide Hunter. I wouldn't be surprised if they were to bring that out.
A hero that Secret would pick versus the other Titan would be Enchantress. Now, is it the best pairing with an IO as position 4 and 5? Probably not. But versus other Titan is decent. Miposhka has played that hero throughout his career. So maybe it will.
This will be the 8th Tide Hunter that Team Spirit play at the International 10. All games wins. 100% win rate.
Wait, 100% win rate.
100%
Very
win rate.
good. Like the way that they play, even look at that previous game, kind of the mannerisms that they had, it was always Collapse parking himself up front, baiting out so many spells. And when VP even went on the aggressive and they caught him in their own jungle, it took like 20-25 seconds to even kill him. Like it is very much, I think, a Collapse specialty alongside, his Mars and before. And of course, Tide is very much a tournament favorite right now.
So you talk about Tide rates. What's their IO pairings typically, Shiver?
All right.
We talked about the Luna. I think they've done Monkey King as well in the past, which again somehow slips by first and so far second phase bans.
They banned the Luna themselves, actually.
Oh, wow.
So that's a little bit... You can understand it. You're picking a Tide Hunter. When it comes to the pairings that are good versus him on that safe lane, Luna comes to your mind.
Sure.
Another hero that you might want to ban out, but it's not truly Virtus.pro's style, is a Doom. Like that's a hero that you usually ban out if you're worried that your Tide Hunter will be countered.
I will say that the IO for Team Spirit has been played by both Mira and Miposhka. They switched it up a little bit. They've played it a lot in combination with Mars when Mira plays it, of course. And actually, it's only played in combination with Mars when Mira plays it. And the time that Miposhka played it, that was twice. Once it was with an Ursa, and once it was with a Sven.
Yeah, so it was the carry pairings that I'm particularly interested in. I'm glad that they don't play Gyro, because that fell off the face of the cliff in the group stage.
That's had a,
that's pretty bad.
13% win rate? Yeah, it was abysmal.
But the key reason why you don't see, I think, carries thriving with the IO pairing right now is because, look at VP's heroes, for example, right? This casual Bane into IO, you have an IO, so you're not going to have this innate save other than maybe Relocate, but your rest of your team should be able to stun him up. So this value of grip, when you're trying to push this one core into the middle of the fight, this casual 5 Bane, he's going to throw a grip on that hero, lock him down, and as long as you cancel the Relocate, naturally you're not having additional saves, right, in your lineup. Because like IO plus SD is not really a thing, right? IO, Oracle, not a thing. So it is very much Virtus.pro's way of dealing with IO is going to be, if you come into our territory with ET defending these high grounds, we're going to sleep you, we're going to grip that big core you're trying to fight, and you're going to kill him off.
Storm right here?
Probably.
No, it's an Ursa.
Yeah.
Okay, a different hero that can deal with the Tide Hunter. Why I asked is it the Storm? It's because all the spirits are still left in the pool.
Yep.
And during the group stages, Storm looked like the strongest spirit. Right now, I think Ember might have taken the throne.
Oh, yeah.
Still, though, having the Storm Spirit versus IO always feels nice, and it is a GPK special.
T, do you mind looking up a stat for me real quick?
Hit me.
Can you give me GPK's competitive win rate on Storm Spirit?
Look, don't go, but exclude EG.
No, I want all time.
No, we're including that.
Numbers.
We need to include the EG stint. That was the best stint for
All right,
Storm
I
Spirit.
take my special back.
Go.
It was definitely very special during that tournament.
Special, right?
in not the greatest way, but after that, it looked good.
35 games and a meaty 42.86.
Yo, he brought it up then. That means before this tournament started, he was like 35%.
It was really low.
But you compare that to his Ember, 68%, his Invoker, 72%, his TA, 68%. Like, very much Storm is at the
There was
bottom
just something
of his
about
heroes.
that tournament that totally didn't work for him on Storm. I think that tournament on its own ruined that guy's stats on Storm forever.
You see his Team Spirit, they pick up the Shaman, so most likely this IO is going to be playing in that safe lane with the carry, and then it's going to be a Tide Shaman pairing. I wouldn't be surprised if they pick up the generic Toronto Tokyo hero here to give that best IO pairing available at the very end, unless they already have something in mind.
And you're already setting yourself up for any of the spirits on the side of Virtus.pro. If you remember Singapore Major, if you remember after that the Annie Major, If there's a spirit, you pick up that Shadow Shaman to hex him, shackle him, and to control him. This is the hero that probably brings the most control after Lion in the game.
And previously, we were mentioning the idea of like IO plus carry and how it's not been that great in regards to, say, the Gyrocopter kind of fell off a little bit. I love the idea of picking a mid laner that you can play with, right? So he'll play the side lane, enable the carry. As soon as that laning phase collapses, he's going to jump into the Leshrac kind of situation, play behind the Tide and the Shaman, and it's going to be this kind of annoying 4 playing with a hard carry. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if Spirit just fully all in on some like late game hero, because this 4 combo that they have, if they have an item each, very active.
This is actually going to be the first Leshrac that Team Spirit will play at the International 10. That is
the Viper.
Well,
massive to pull out. The Viper coming out for Virtus Pro.
That's not a spirit.
That is not a spirit.
I don't know. I'm wondering if it's their offlaner, actually. So I'm wondering if this is gonna be picked mainly because they want to break for Tidehunter, because otherwise I see minimal incentives for this. Yeah, he is a little bit tankier versus magic damage, so you see a core Leshrac, you come out, you're like, okay, fine. I've got corrosive skin on Viper, life's good. Maybe I'll be able to tank a bit more than most offlaners.
You might have been concerned about something like a Spectre, but I don't think so.
I think this is just going to... It feels like the mid... Well, of course, they can flex it to the very end. Again, you know, Virtus Pro, they will have the ultimate last pick in this draft. But I feel like this is just the casual mid Viper that's going to be able to lane into the Leshrac, has equal amount of wave clear. You're not going to care about the Leshrac at all. You buy that early bots, and wherever this kind of 4-man Death Ball of Spirit want to move to hit an objective, that Viper will move on in, park himself there, stop that Tide from being tanky, and the whole concept of Spirit's lineup is Tide up front. And of course, Kraken Shell, he is broken by the Never Toxin of Viper, so you aren't tanky at all. So it's very much a casual Viper to remove that tanky. And now Spirit going to need that carry to fill that void.
I like that idea a lot, especially if you consider that Tidehunter might have a little bit of a difficult lane if you don't play it correctly, as you are playing into an Ursa. It can get hairy. But I'm not the greatest fan of GPK playing an elimination match on a Viper.
Agreed.
I think like you're tying his hands a little bit. At the same time, if that's what they think this team needs, all in for it.
Do you want to know his win rate on Viper?
Sure.
I should have asked that once I had the result.
Okay, fine. Great setup.
We'll wait for it.
This is
Phil, Tsunami, Phil.
Right, it's shades of how I felt with T1 picking DK for Carl. It seems that when it's in elimination time, you're like, I don't know, man. I won't lose on Viper. I won't lose on DK.
Yeah,
Just
you
give
go
me
for
that.
the safe.
Right.
You go for the safe play, and that is, as we've said many times before on this panel, sometimes in a game, you have to not play to not lose, but you have to play to win. And
Right.
Viper feels like a hero to play to not lose, and generally that is not actually a strat that works.
Yeah.
But I think as well with Viper is the fact that the itemization on the hero has shifted a lot. You're not really just kind of magic damage style hero. You are going for Dragonlance, BKB, Skadi. You're becoming a core in your own right. And when you have heroes like Ursa who get naturally kited, this Viper will be able to kind of prop himself up into the fight, sort out kind of where people are to enable Ursa with his blink or whatever to find the hero he wants to kill. And unfortunately, my internet has died, so therefore I cannot give you.
Just give me a number. What do you think it's above 50 or below 50?
Above 50%.
Oh yeah, of course. The GPK is a beast on Viper. It's the kid's signature.
If you're playing Viper,
that's a really cool stat.
if you're playing Viper, if you're a Viper player and you have below 50% win rate, I feel bad for you.
I mean, if you're an anything player and you have a below 50% win rate on your anything, I think that's a bad luck.
Yeah, but Viper is it's a special hero.
Hero plays itself.
I am below 50% win rate.
Well,
you're a Tidehunter specialist, not a Viper specialist.
All right.
What's the pairing for this IO with the carry? Are they just content giving the Leshrac as the only thing that IO needs to worry about sticking to?
They did
I'm
ban
very
out the gyro.
happy that VP bans out the gyro, actually.
Oh yeah, same here. Even though I think it's a wasted ban, because I would have been perfectly okay if I was VP and Spirit
Yes,
picked it.
absolutely. I think it saves Spirit a little bit.
Yep.
I'm also hoping that this this Viper will be on the offlane. There goes
68% Shiva, sorry.
68% win rate on Viper for GPK.
That's, yep, there it is.
Very cool.
Sorry, I just had to get that out there for no
That's
reason.
okay.
And there's a Terrorblade, yeah. So the idea, what we mentioned earlier, about the fact of the Tidehunter Lesh, the IO playing with Lesh, you want to unlock that space on the map for a core to farm behind you. Terrorblade will thrive in this, and it does put VP in that awkward position of when can we actually win the game. They pick up a Pangolier. Again, very, very good at dealing with these early kind of tower objective hitting lineups, because you just have the Rolling Thunder. You will be that cushion for the Viper to get the spells off behind you. And it allows you to at least deal with Terrorblade to some degree, but this is a pretty good Terrorblade game.
It's a pretty good Terrorblade game, but Virtus Pro do have that upper hand in the early to mid game, and if they are able to capitalize on that and collapse all over Team Spirit, I believe they can pressure the TB hard enough to take that safe lane tower, that mid lane, and keep pressure on the triangle. It will be difficult though.
You guys keep using that name as a verb. You gotta stop saying collapse. You keep confusing me. He's going to collapse. And they are going to collapse. This is a terrifying push lineup. You've got Metamorphosis Terrorblade. You've got the Shaman Serpent Wards. You've got Diabolic Edict on Leshrac. This is fast, and I don't know if VP are going to be able to draw them off their.
So you actually like Team Spirit's aggression?
I like Spirit's aggression.
I'm gonna go the opposite way.
Okay.
Let's get some change it. I'm going VP, I think, a little bit. I think they've got just enough in the tank to deal with the early fight, and I don't think there'll be enough room for TB to farm if VP are decisive with kill a hero, invade the jungle. If they kind of hit these rhythms, I think they should be in an okay spot.
All right, so basically all we want is for VP to be the one to set the tempo this game if they want to come out ahead. But they've got a good setup for them.
Last game I said that GPK has a huge burden. I believe it's Toronto Tokyo this time around to carry it out.
All right, well, we are gonna witness it. It should be an exciting series, exciting game rather, regardless of who will take it. But we will find out who will take it together with ODPixel and Insania.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, game 2 coming up now between VP and Spirit. I'm ODPixel with my main man, Insania. Insania, what are you excited to see? I'm seeing a Viper. Not a hero we get to see a lot, but it is one of GPK's hottest back in the day. This was a hero you would never let the man have.
No, absolutely. And I think this is their idea to deal with the Tidehunter. I think if they probably felt like the Tidehunter was problematic for a certain part of the game, and they couldn't fight into him, and now they're trying to solve it with the Viper. But I feel like generally when you do this, you want to have some sort of stun to keep him inside of the Nether Toxin. And when I look at their draft, I don't really see a lot of it. There's a Stomp from ET, there's a roll through from Pango, and then there's Fiend's Grip from Bane. So I think that's going to be a challenge for them, at least in the early game.
And sort of overall, looking at the carries, you feel Terrorblade, good game for it?
I mean, it's a great game for TV. The only fear for him really is that Elder Titan. But I saw this earlier actually in the tournament where VP played his Bane against ET, and it was Save playing it that time as well. And he kept finding it. He kept being able to click that Fiend's Grip on top of the TB. And that was also against the Tidehunter, I want to say. So it's a pretty similar situation. So I think VP probably think this Bane is quite strong into this specific matchup, even though I would imagine TB has the edge.
Oh, we've definitely seen some fantastic Bane plays. I mean, Save in himself has had some excellent games, turning fights around and starting them off. You know, one of the more aggressive supports it seemed here on the main stage. He's always ready to just jump head first into 5. We're going to see quite a clash here, but it looks like at least the attempts of both teams. It's really eyeing each other up around this fight, around the early vision control on this mid. Now they're back off here for the bounty runes. And we'll see what sort of lane matchups we got. Of course, last game, we did see some early mix-ups in the lanes for both teams trying to find that favorable start.
Yeah, and I think that's something that Eastern Europe, laning phase is really, really important to all 10 of these players in this lobby. So I wouldn't be surprised to see some sort of mix-up again, but I think the standard lanes should be expected here. It's most likely going to be the Pangolier together with the Bane going up against the Wisp and the Terrorblade on the safe lane.
And how well does the Io and the Terrorblade deal with that pressure?
I mean, I think generally speaking, when you play Wisp, you want to play against lanes that are trying to harass you out of the lane, and that does fit like Pango's concept. Pango's very rarely a hero that tries to kill you from full to nothing, so I think they should manage to do fine. However, the Bane is like the X factor here, because Save trades extremely well into both these two heroes, so when the meta's down, I think they might have a hard time getting all of the CS, but how you manipulate that with the pull and stuff is going to be interesting to see.
We'll see how much Yutora can find out early on in the lane. Looking at the other lanes, the mid lane matchup, Viper, Lesh, early levels, how does this look?
I think it's a pretty rough lane for the Leshrac. He's going to have to use a lot of mana, as you're seeing, to just try to secure some CS, but he saved up gold for his bottle, so he's going to try to play that regen game where he's just using mana to get a lot of creeps, trying to get as much as possible out of the lane, and then have the water runes refill it. And if somebody happens to die in the top lane, I wouldn't be too surprised to see Mira TP mid and refill that bottle, or see Miposhka do the same thing. So that bottle's going to be crucial for Toronto Tokyo.
I mean, are we going to get someone dying first? What in that top lane is that where you sort of see the most brawling in this early laning stage?
I mean, here in the top lane, you have Elder Titan and Ursa. This is more of like a kill setup. So I think once they hit level 3, that's a pretty big power spike for the Elder Titan. I'm sure Fogg has talked a ton about this hero.
Oh, he loves it.
But level 3, that's really when you start trucking in damage. And then Ursa's online too, right? You have both the slow, you have the Fury Swipe. So a lot of tools to get kills up here once the levels come online.
So far, on the early CS, nobody falling too far behind really. DM just having to slow out the starts, but we saw the same thing really happen last game.
Yeah, and Toronto Tokyo got the bottle. He's just bottling up. You notice he's doing very, very even with the Viper, and this is just a result of getting that bottle so early. Room control is going to be really important too, I think. This bottle, for me, is like so crucial, because if the Viper is able to dumpster this mid lane, that's going to lead to GPK having a huge timing in this game and VP able to control the pace, so I wouldn't be too surprised to see supports helping out with the 4-minute runes and the 6-minute runes.
And what sort of is the aim here for GPK's Viper this game? You know, is he going to build to control? Are we getting an Atos, or is he going to tank up so he can join these early fights and enable the Ursa?
So I think traditionally the way GPK likes to play Viper is he goes Boots of Travel and then he kind of decides where he goes with it. I wouldn't be surprised to see Atos, because like we said, I think this is an answer to the Tidehunter. They want to use that Nether Toxin to shut the Tidehunter down, and they don't really have the lockdown to keep him in the Nether Toxin, so the Atos is probably going to be nice. Later into the game, you're going to have Ursa build a Basher, and then, you know, they'll have the lockdown as the game progresses and they hit item timings.
And talking about the Ursa for Nightfall, this game, how do the timings sort of pair up in the way that VP are going to want to play the game around their Ursa carry, and Spirit are going to want to around their Terrorblade?
I'm expecting Nightfall to, you know, Roshan's going to be obviously like a point of contention, and if the Ursa can get that Aegis early on, some sort of Diffusal build, Phase Boots, you know, playing fast, I wouldn't expect some sort of Battle Fury, but it is possible. But I think they have enough AoE from the Pangolier and the Viper, so I think for VP you're looking at trying to get that Atos on Viper, you want to get the Diffusal on Ursa, and then you want to just go, go, go.
Sure. I mean, because this Pango, DM, he's going to be quite the nightmare in the fights when he gets that Rolling Thunder off, right? Nothing to stop him at all once he's in the ult.
Yeah, absolutely, as they're applying pressure to Yatora, but, you know, Wisp uses a healing salve, gets him back up to full HP. But yeah, like you said, once he starts rolling up, you know, it's hard for you to play Shadow Shaman, because you need to stand in place and try to grip someone. Or Tidehunter generally wants to use Ravage to blow everything away from him, but once Pango's in that role, you're not really touching him. So it's a really, really good Pango game. He doesn't need to be afraid of Leshrac. All he really needs to make sure that he does is get on top of the Terrorblade.
Oh, we're going to see straight up TP for Toronto Tokyo. We'll reset back in the base. Yeah, absolutely necessary there with the setup. Was made by Save.
And this is what we were talking about, right? The room control. It's really important to make sure that this Leshrac can abuse the bottle to just keep getting creep kills. Because right now he's sitting at 20 CS.
He's doing great, right?
Yeah, even with a Viper.
Not an easy lane, but Toronto Tokyo trading farm quite nicely.
Yeah.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Up top, you see, so one of the interesting things about running Tidehunter against ET is you get this minus armor from the Gush and the Slow, which allows you to fight back when he runs in with the Spirit. And you can look at Mira's skill build as well. He has 2 points leveled up in his Ether Shock. They're looking to just fight the Elder Titan when he runs in, so it's a tough lane for ET, but the nice thing about it is that you take a lot of attention, and that allows Nightfall to get a lot of creeps. So even though you don't have a great lane as ET nowadays, you almost always will take enough attention to let your carry get a lot of farm.
That's certainly been the case here. Only a few CS right now between the farm and Nightfall, and of course Yatoro there on the opposite side of things down bottom. So it certainly seems that, you know, having the presence of the IO has been enough for Yatoro to be able to survive through most of the aggression. We're going to see a bit of an attempt onto Yatoro down here, but quickly with the tether, Mapochka giving him the ability to turn things around. Save will pop the Fairy Fire. Are they going to have quite enough to take down the Bane? They won't. Save's able to get out of reach of the Terrorblade. DM a little short there on the Swashbuckle. That's going to cost him his life. Opts to sort of stay close rather than go for the full distance on the Swashbuckle, and Yatoro, of course, with a point and out reflection, he's immediately able to punish that.
Yeah, great play from from Team Spirit there. And a bottle just came out on the courier for Pangolier, but smart enough, drops it off onto Save. So Save now has an empty bottle that'll get refilled from Pango. So all in all, they still get both heroes back to full HP. They were so low that they would probably have to go back to base otherwise. So it doesn't hurt too bad, but of course you never want to give a first blood away to Terrorblade.
One thing that so definitely stands out to me this game when you look at both drafts is, you know, VP, whilst they've got the killers and the fighters, they don't really have the tower push right. They're going to have to get a lot of blood spill to actually get the room to push down objectives. Whereas meanwhile on Spirit, they will lose collapse top, but when Spirit group up, towers will just crumble to this Leshrac and Terrorblade, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And generally speaking, when you play really long cooldown drafts, you will see teams want to have tower damage, as Toro's going to get caught here by the Haste Viper.
See if he's got any way out. There's a lot of damage for GPK. There's no way for Yatora to run away from this. Maposhka as well will also die. Tries to get the courier on the way out, but he won't have enough damage to do so. Very hard-hitting move there from GPK down on the bottom lane.
Yeah, and this is just the importance of rune control, right? Because the Leshrac got zoned out of the lane early on, he's no longer able to contest these runes, and he's forced to play in the jungle. And when you play in the jungle, you're low on mana, so you can't fight runes. And that gets him a kill on TB, but Toronto Tokyo's finished up Arcane Boots, and he's eyeing up his own move here in the top lane now.
TP up from Maposhka as well. Got the quick refill here on the bottle, and see what they can do about this tower. See if VP are going to put any effort into trying to hold this off.
So this is one of the times when you really want to have tower push in your team, so you can rotate the Ursa down to the bottom lane, or some sort of hero down to the bottom lane and apply tower damage. But VP just straight up can't. So this is something that they will suffer to in the game. If they don't feel strong enough to fight back, Team Spirit can't easily just run over towers.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah, they're getting the seal one for sure. Nice turn up here from VP. They're focusing elsewhere. Save, trying to keep Yatora on edge as he comes deep into the jungle.
He's being so obnoxious. He's just forcing Yatora to run away. He just wishes he could sit here and farm for free, but he's killing off those illusions. This is something I think a lot of people don't do enough of. And this forces Mirror to come down bottom.
Well, they should have a pretty good shot against Save here. He'll try and turn with the Nightmare. Instantly able to take it off with the illusion there, Yatora. There's a couple more hits. He'll find them. So Save finally put to an end. Well, CTM looks to go in with a Rolling Thunder, but Team Spirit, they're already back underneath the tower, and nothing is going to be found with this Pango ult.
Yeah, the ward here on the high ground, just allowing them to see the Pango rotate over, and he's easily able to dodge it out. Yeah, it seems like GPK decided to go a different route. No Atos. He's going treads into Dragonlance, so looking more at trying to deal some damage in these team fights. I'm not sure if I personally like it the most. I think when you play this Viper as an answer to Tide, you really need to make sure that you can either burst him on the Nether Toxin, and in order to do that, I think you need to have at least one stun. And I just don't think they really have that lockdown. I would have loved to see that Atos.
What sort of advantage does the Dragonlance have from this game? I mean, what does it say to you when he does go for this to start his build?
So I think probably what he's thinking is we need a way to kill the Leshrac. We've seen the Chinese teams run Lina a lot against Lesh as an answer because you have that long range and you buy an early BKB and you just sit that from behind and just keep hitting him. So probably GPK's plan here is to buy the Dragonlance, sit back really far, and try to hit down the Lesh as he tries to charge straight in. So it makes sense, but I think the Tide just might be too big of a problem, but we'll see.
I mean, Collapse last game did have quite the impact. And we'll manage to catch him on his own. He is rather tanky. They should get the job done here as long as Collapse does live. He does still end up eventually going down.
Yeah, and Team Spirit immediately on the response, right? Toronto Tokyo runs up the mid lane, pressures that tower as soon as VP makes a move. He's been in the right place to apply tower damage, and this is really good by them because they keep forcing the VP heroes around.
Another quick grab onto Save.
Yeah, the three-man of Team Spirit are doing a great job. The two supports together with Toronto Tokyo just running around applying pressure, and if he gets a rune here, that should lead into a play. Luckily, GPK gets it, so Invis rune. Now this puts the pressure on the Tide again. He's probably pretty scared. They know that there's a bottom rune spawn since Toronto Tokyo didn't get a top. And we'll see if they might try to fight back with the Ravage here. Depending on if Collapse leaves the lane, or if he stays here, that should be a pretty clear indicator to whether Team Spirit wants to fight or not.
And how strong of a timing is it going to be this game for Nightfall with the Diffusal? Is it as simple as Diffusal's picked up, he can join the fights, or is he going to have to play on and farm for the BKB before he really gets stuck in with the team?
I think most likely with the Diffusal they'll try to take some sort of engagement. It's a strong timing as Tidehunter gets caught now. But you see, they can't stun him on top of the Nether Toxin.
Yeah, he's straight out of the Nether Toxin, and now there's been a chance for the response to come in from Spirit. Toronto Tokyo's been brought in, but the damage is actually too much here. As Spirit, they try and take this fight, but that's going to be one, that's going to be two going down. As maybe just overestimating their capability to get kills with the damage of the Leshrac. We see Lesh just getting destroyed on the front of the action.
I think they need the Ravage to go off, right? Once the Ravage goes off, you're going to see the Leshrac drop a stun, and then GPK can't pump damage into him. If they are able to have GPK stand back and deal damage, then, you know, any hero other than Tide is just going to melt to him. So for that reason, you know, Dragonlance does actually make a lot of sense to me now when I see it play out. So up until this Blink Dagger on Tide, if he decides to go for it, it should be a pretty smart item choice, actually, by GPK.
And we're definitely seeing this game in comparison to the first one VP, they seem a little more active in terms of just making sure that the collapse, he's just not getting the space that he did in game 1, right? This is going to be a much slower beginning for a Tide that had such a long time to ramp his game up in the first match of the series.
Yeah, absolutely. And I really do think like Collapse comes in at a really clutch timing for their team. Up until the time that he gets his blink, you rarely see Team Spirit kind of group up. And in game 1, you had Yatoro playing a more active hero as he's caught here at the top lane.
He is. Huge. He has got us under if he gets out, but there's nothing to stop the grip here. Mira was trying to find save. Nightfall, he's already out through the tree line. He's going to be fine. They'll turn for save. Should get the Bane. But of course, the bigger loss being theirs. Yatoro taking down VP at the same time. DM applying pressure on the mid. Toronto, Tokyo not able to find the lead in.
Yeah, just I think this is something VP does really well here. They learned, the last game we had kind of roles reversed, where it was Team Spirit applying the pressure to VP, and now VP's in the commanding position of, we need to make the moves. We need to be the ones taking space. And we mentioned the heroes don't really have tower damage. DM's right on top of the mid tower. As soon as a play happens somewhere else on the map, he's in the tower space, making sure that he forces reactions and just gets that chip damage that is really important for them.
Top set up from Mira. He's got the grab, the opening. TPs are coming in to try and back up Nightfall. Can they burst Nightfall in time? Nightfall, he's got no ult for 20 seconds and no chance to survive.
Great setup by Mira. They're going to relocate back out. You see the positioning that VP has on the map right now, there's one core on every lane. They're just trying to farm up as much as possible and control map space. And this forces a lot of the Team Spirit heroes into the triangle here. So they don't really have anywhere to farm. Even though they have heroes that farm faster than the VP heroes, if the game stays static like this, VP is going to be heavily outfarming them just because there simply aren't enough camps. And Team Spirit recognized that and decided to smoke up right away. Yo's finished on Toronto Tokyo too, so now he can finally make his own initiations. Doesn't need to wait for the Ravage to come out.
I mean, they're making a run straight towards GPK, but GPK is aware.
Yeah, and he has that illusion rune bottled up, so that can be used to disjoint the Leshrac stun out of Yules if he times it perfectly.
They still want to get something here, Spirit. Kingslayer. He's going to walk into the action, but GPK is around to try and help them fight. A Hex out. Good ward drop as well, though. Mira just lays down the Serpent wards, and GPK, he'll quickly follow after the death of Kingslayer. I mean, I guess they felt that they could get a kill whilst the outer tower was being focused. I mean, it seemed a little bit of wishful thinking there from GPK on trying to turn that play around.
I mean, Mira's been playing a really sneaky game if you think about it. You expect the Wisp and Leshrac to play together, and normally when Wisp and Lesh show on one side of the map, you expect a team to be on the opposite because they relocate threat, right? You want to put your stuns on the other side of the map so you can relocate over and get pickoffs, but Mira's next leveling it. He knows that VP is going to assume that, so he's running with the Wisp and the Leshrac, and I don't think GPK expected him to be on that side of the map, simply put.
Absolutely. Not at all, it seems. DM is ready to go. In with the blink. Good setup and a good angle here, catching them close to the stairs. The Sleeper's well allowing for a further bounce back and a third into the splitter. Perfect showing there from DM, jumping in with his blink pickup. And this time it was Spirit that weren't prepared for the moves of VP. Mira as well, also to go down. DM leads the way, and they couldn't have set it up any better there. Nightfall picking up every single one of those kills.
Yeah, and now they're definitely going to be eyeing up Roche. There is a Ravage ready for Team Spirit, so they might try to set up the defense in time. I think they're going to have time to TP in their heroes if they run straight away, but
that's going to go down
like
quick.
They're moving. Yeah, it's going down really quick.
So the timing, VP playing for. See Nightfall even eyeing up getting the blink first before the BKB after the defusal. Got a huge cash burst after that. Those last 3 kills, of course, and now here we go. Aegis ready to roll. Level 12 as well. VP, we could definitely see them step things up and get even more aggressive now with this timing that they hit.
Yeah, Pangolier roll up in 20 seconds. This is going to be their cue to try to set up a fight. I think probably going to eye up the middle lane tower. Some sort of smoke wraparound is most likely what's going to happen next. As you see, this is something I think is really interesting, because normally we don't really think of Bane as a hero that farms, right? But VP have done this multiple times where they set him up to farm in a side lane. Stun slightly off the mark. But yeah, they will farm up this Bane. They recognize how strong of an item this Aghanim Scepter is for the Bane. And I was talking to AOI about it as well. Like, we don't really think there's any Ags that changes the hero as fundamentally as the Bane Ags does. It's just impossible to stop that Fiend's grip when he has the 2 illusions up.
That makes it very hard to play into. Consider the stuns they do have at the ready. I mean, maybe if they get a good Ravage.
Sleep in the top lane. just burning the Leshrak's mana.
Mid lane. I mean, they found Collapse again. Collapse trying to get a bit of peace here. Will be able to force over the terrain to try and get up to the triangle. Mirror locking back Nightfall with the Hex. Collapse. He's looking to turn with the Gush. They're bringing in the backup. Miposhka's brought to run a Tokyo in with the ult. It's already out for Nightfall. Turns over towards Collapse after Tidance are going down. Miposhka torn apart by the claws of the bear. Nightfall, he's not done yet either. Over to Viper. Now towards Yatoro in the stop. Allowing Phoebe to set up around. The grip's in. They've caught Yatoro. They may have lost Nightfall the once. But Yatoro, he's dropping low. Stick, Sunder. Back up to a decent amount of HP, but Nightfall's back up. Second life from ready to roll. The Hex momentarily holding back the bear, but Kingslayer and the rest of VP just smashed down the Terrorblade.
A beautiful play from VP there. During all of this, the reason that relocate comes in so late is because the Leshrac slept. They can't relocate in the slept Leshrac, so just beautiful map coordination there from VP and communication. You know, Save runs up top, sleeps Leshrac, they take a fight in the middle lane. Just the understanding of the macro game from VP to play this aggressive is beautiful to watch.
Yeah, excellent usage here at the first stages. We'll see it once more how the fight starts. Again, the real big difference between this game and the last one seems, VP much more aggressive and so much attention on Collapse, making sure that Collapse is tied. It's just left completely behind this game.
Yeah, and this was a beautiful usage of the Yules. When I saw this, I was like, oh my god, the Viper might actually go down, but he's able to stand his ground and deal just enough damage for Nightfall to clean up the fight. And he's taking so much attention on GPK that, Nightfall just runs around freely and does whatever he wants.
We see it towards the end. Nice little attempt, but again, sort of just the Bane play from Save, forcing Yatoro to stick around and fight that little bit longer than he can deal with.
Yeah, just a great team fight coming out from VP, and they're continuing to apply pressure here in the bottom lane though. Team Spirit have smoked up with Mira and Yatoro, and they're looking for some sort of pickoff, but it doesn't really look like it's going to happen. Nightfall sniffs it out. The next big timing coming up is probably the Ursa BKB. That's when you'll see VP probably try to group up and keep applying the pressure. But a very similar story to last game, right? If VP ever takes their foot off the gas, then the scaling of Team Spirit is going to be amazing. And once they start finishing up these items that allow them to survive, like the BKB on the Leshrac and the Eye of Skadi on Yatoro, it gets a lot harder.
Bottom lane, DM is in the back of Nightfall as Team Spirit did try and set up here. Onto the Ursa. See if DM's able to roll his way back out to safety as he is on his own. DM, got the swashbuckle off, stun still hits, and in fact, they're taking them out of there. They don't want to stick around. They know that the rest of VP's making their way over.
Up top though.
Can they catch GPK? He's got the BKB and a TP at the ready. He'll pop it. Not taking any chances here, GPK. He knows that they're all coming over. And VP, they make it away.
Yeah, Save's in trouble. Mira's going to catch him here. There's just so much going on the map. There's like a very intelligent macro game being played. Nightfall stuff.
I mean, Mira, he's dead. Nightfall able to clean him up. Again, just picking apart Spirit. Sort of in the same fashion that Spirit were going for them last game. They've really just stepped up the tempo. Now they sort of looked at the first game, said, all right, this is how you want to play. We can do that too.
Yeah, I think their big difference, like in the T1 Vici series, you saw two teams that they would rather the other team come to them. But in this series, it's kind of like the other way around. Whoever decides to make the first move seems to have an advantage.
I mean, it just seems so hard for Collapse to have a game. Still very much trying to play the catch-up, but he is far behind on the farm.
Forced off buy is just very smart, right? Just gets you straight out of that another toxin. I just don't really feel like this Viper as an answer to Tidehunter seems to be working. There's just too many ways to get him out of the another toxin.
I mean, and does that sort of concern you in the sort of the regards to the game going on? Like at the moment, obviously VP, they have a lead, but do you feel that this Viper could become a bit redundant in the later stages if Team Spirit's able to hold on?
I mean, I feel like it explains why he decided to go for this item route at least, and not the route of Atos, because if, let's say he went the Atos, right, Tidehunter would just buy a Force Staff and force himself out of it. So GPK clearly knows something that you and I don't.
Yeah.
And so it's an intelligent item purchase to go for this like Dragonlance BKB build and aim to try to shut down the Leshrac instead of the Tide. They have the Ursa, right? He's going to eventually hopefully buy an Aghanims, and then he can just ignore the Ravage. He gets Ravage, pops his ulti, and he's completely fine.
Yeah, Nightfall certainly on track to hitting great timings this game. See, they've got their eyes down bottom, ready to set up onto Toronto. DM, he's got the lead in, up with the Yules, the bounce back into the Fiend's grip. You see an attempt to take him out there, Miposhka, but he can't get him out in time. Top lane, GPK also starting up some further action for VP. As Mira getting a little too close to the Viper. should die, tries to hide in the trees, but GPK has got his eyes on them. Mirror will fall.
Yeah, and middle lane collapse has been caught out too. There's just so much going on at once from VP.
I mean, yeah, it's just falling apart really for Spirit. Godlike on the Ursa. Spirit, they may only be 5k down, but as I say, it's just a complete mirror of the state of the game we had in the last one about 22 minutes in. This time round, VP just ruling the map, and Spirit getting very little chances to really climb their course back into this. The team fights, they're not going to get any easier, it seems, because VP, they're at a stage now where they can just get in, BK being defusal, they can pretty much delete whoever they want to start things off. This Lesh is very vulnerable.
Yeah, absolutely. At this point, you know, you want that BKB finish on Leshrac. He would have wished he was eyeing up Shiva's guard at this point, but it's just not looking like it, as he's been caught once again in the middle lane.
So if they want to dive in, though, they don't quite have the Thunder up from DM.
Radiant's top tower.
Yeah, he's eyeing up the shard as well, so he's going for that full stun build, just going to try to roll on top of someone, Yule himself. Once he comes down, you know, you use that shard to turn your roll around, stun them again, and just keep permanently silencing these heroes. Or
That's solid. I feel like we see this a lot from VP as well. Sometimes you look at the drafts and you're like, well, there's not enough lockdown, but DM on his Shaker or on something like the Pango when he itemizes like this, you sort of come to the realization that it just doesn't matter because of how much DM can control the fight.
Yeah, and the itemization for it is perfect, right? They're making sure that they're buying the correct items to make up for whatever weaknesses their draft has. Oh, they know collapse is
collapse.
here.
They're not going to keep looking despite some of the trees being cut.
So if you haven't been there with your hero physically, you can't actually see that the trees have been cut sometimes. We can see it as spectators, but the players in the game won't actually see it until they walk straight next to the tree. So they probably don't know that collapse is there. Sneaky play with the Force Staff there, getting him out of trouble.
We'll see if he wants to show himself to clear out a few more waves. Still 10 seconds on the TP, so he's stuck there momentarily. Back in action, Yatoro. 1,000 gold off his Skadi.
Yeah, it's going to be a huge timing for them. And really, the next big objective here is Roshan. So he's guaranteed going to spawn in about a minute. The teams obviously don't know this, but you're going to notice that both teams are going to start posing themselves around the Roche pit because they want to have vision control there. And we know around 20 minutes in the last game, it was a very similar story where both teams are willing to fight so long as it's under their vision. And it's the exact same thing here. So whoever can control the vision around the Roche pit has an edge leading into this team fight.
A very similar story again with the carries. But once more, Yatoro, Nightfall just on the exact same page when it comes to farm, both fighting for that top net worth here. Of course, Yatoro more focused on the creep hitting. And Nightfall, he's been punching the heroes. 11 kills so far here on the bear. And for that Basher next.
Yep, Save's buying a Force Staff, and I believe so is Kingslayer, so they're recognizing that, you know what, they might need to kite out these cooldowns. Once the meta is popped, will have 2 Force Staffs to pull their heroes back and just wait out these cooldowns if they need to. And the same thing for the Leshrac BKB, right? If they don't feel like they can fight into it, they have the tools to decide, you know what, this fight's not good, we're gonna pull out, they've committed meta, and then refight again in about 60 seconds.
Nice Roshan, it's all theirs. No doubt about it. Matter of seconds and Nightfall will be able to finish this one, and they're coming out with the smoke from the bottom half of the map, but it's going to be into an Aegis Ursa. So unless they find a real quick pick to start the fight off with, Spirit aren't going to have the best of times fighting into VP.
They need the Pango, and they're going to see him here if Collapse keeps running in. This is the best target for them if they can actually kill him.
So slippery though. With the Shard, the Blink, the Yules, the Thunder, there's just so much to play his way out of there. They have to get some sort of instant catch. It's really all on Mirror.
Yeah.
If he's not able to find the opening, DM's going to get out every single time.
And just speaking about that opening, you see Mira is only 250 gold off of a Blink Dagger, and that will allow him to make that first jump, which is going to be really important for both teams here.
Absolutely, until that's there, they're not going to be able to start off the fights with this Pango dying.
Yeah, GPK is also closing up on finishing Skadi. This will make it very hard for the Leshrac to just keep running in, right? You're going to get slowed down by the Viper during your BKB, and then once your BKB is out, you're absolutely not moving.
Yeah, and he's going to be a beast. Really itemizing up to be the second carry, really, for the team. You know, you're going to have an Ursa in your face, you'll have this Viper off in the distance, just spewing the poison and toxins all over you. It's not a fun fight for whoever starts off on the front from Spirit.
Yeah, absolutely not. I wouldn't want to be a Spirit frontliner playing against these heroes.
I mean, what is the game plan for Spirit now? They must be realizing that they're, every minute they are losing more and more control of the map to VP. Where do you look for the comeback from here for Spirit?
I think it's a similar story to last game where you need to fight on vision so that you can find the correct targets. The whole purpose of fighting on wards is so you can see the backliners of Virtus Pro and you can catch them before they get their spells off. If they're able to initiate on Viper and he can't BKB and he goes down, that's a huge catch for them. Same thing with the Pangolier, even the Bane, ET, like all these heroes, pretty much anyone except for Ursa is a good initiation for Team Spirit if they can find it. So just look for the wards, look at the minimap wards, and that's the areas that the teams want to fight in. For VP, you have the top area, and for Team Spirit, you have the bottom area where they want to fight. And this is something Spirit does a lot. I've noticed they do this in a lot of their games, where when they're behind, they'll take over the enemy triangle and ward up the entrances. And then if the enemy team approaches, they're willing to take that fight.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Still a good few minutes on the Aegis VP.
Yeah, they're looking to hunt now. So now the way that you want to approach this game as VP is you want to try to move around the map and force Team Spirit to TP away from it, set up vision on lanes, or set up vision on camps where you know the heroes are isolated when they're farming. And then once you have forced the heroes into their base, then you can start forcing them into a team fight. And you see here, Mira's going to TP out, and now VP feel like they've gained control of the bottom side of the map, and immediately they're going to move over the heroes to top. Nightfall TPs into the tier 2 top tower, and now he's going to be on the hunt. He sees the TB on the Ancients. Scandal coming out from Team Spirit. So this is some very high level plays coming out. Both teams are reading the map very, very well, and they're scouting each other out. And now, if you look at the map again, you see a lot of the Team Spirit heroes are bottling into the bottom side of the map, and Save is going to be in position to catch them.
Oh, grip as well onto Toronto Tokyo. GPK is in with the damage. They need backup. They need it now. Toronto Tokyo, how to put the BKB to get out of here. Mira, he'll be the new focus as GPK turns over towards the Shaman to fall. The Spirit, they've got to run. Nightfall just charging at them here. Right up to the tier 3. Spirit being forced back up to the high ground of their base.
That's just really intelligent macro gameplay from VP. How they move their individual pieces around the map to force the Team Spirit heroes into their base and then find a favorable fight. Now you're going to expect to see them just constantly chasing after them. They get the bottom tower, they know that there are no heroes from Team Spirit bottom, so now expect them to start moving towards the top side.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
See what they can catch in next. See Spirit constantly numbing Poshka +1, normally Toronto Tokyo. Just trying to play their best out on the other side of the map, pushing those waves out.
Yep. You notice, VP, they're not leaving Team Spirit's side.
No.
They're just making sure that Team Spirit cannot get out of their base. They understand that maybe some heroes farming their side of the jungle, as you can see with the pings, but they're making sure that the important one, Terrorblade, he's stuck. He's not getting out.
Oh, they're in. Well, they want to release Nightfall. Just jumping up to the high ground here. 20 seconds on that Aegis. Just went for the play to see if he could get something done before it expires. Won't be the case. Spirit playing extremely cautious right now.
Yeah, and we see a really intelligent ward placed deep in the VP jungle on the top side from Naposhka. So they're able to farm on Toronto Tokyo and him while they're being contained. This is really smart plays coming out from Team Spirit.
Absolutely.
Doing everything they can while they're behind.
They've managed to sort of slow the bleeding here. Get things done. That's the power of the IO, allowing Toronto Tokyo to play and farm in such positions.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're always ready to team fight in. You have that relocate to bring you back if needed. And they're getting good vision out. This is a really, really smart play from Team Spirit. And I think VP recognized it, and that's why he saw all their heroes move into the top side of the jungle to try to take control back. And they find that ward. It's a huge D ward by Kingslayer. Game state's kind of slowed down, and it's just both teams, they're waiting for that right fight. They know that they can't be impatient and just run into the enemy team in a bad fashion where they will throw the fight away. Just making sure that, they're fighting in areas where the enemy team will not have wards.
Let's see to the mid here. Both teams opposite side of the lane, waiting for one another to show. Nightfall will step up. Finding under the tier 2. It's probably going to be too much of an ordeal here though for Spirit.
There are pings about smoke wraparounds, and here we go. VP smokes up.
Okay, they're gonna try.
So now here's the question, which angle is Team Spirit not covering? And are they going to find it?
Collapse is watching with the high ground. Toronto Tokyo is actually going to blink in straight away into the river. Gets the stun on the other side. Collapses in with the Ravages. Caught the three of them. It's going to be Kingslayer going down. Immediate buyback. They'll tell Yutori, big HP for the Feast Griff there will get cancelled for now. Mirror taken out here. As they'll try and go for more GPKs onto Collapse. Forcing the tide away. TP out. Safe. He's able to get in. Nightmare. Puts a stop to the TP. Collapse. Trying to hide in the trees. Oh, he's actually going to be able to make it out with the blink. They're going to still try and chase their VP. They have seen him in the trees here with the Spirit out. Kingslayer will spot him out. GPK takes him down.
Bottom, Toronto Tokyo also taken out by Nightfall. Great read on the map. Recognizing that he's there. So now Metamorphosis has been used. Ravage has been used. Virtus Pro's draft basically doesn't have any cooldowns, right? So once DM is back alive, they're most likely going to look to continue the hunt and make sure that you don't allow Team Spirit to farm. Because as long as Team Spirit are farming with these illusions and stuff, you notice the gold lead isn't really increasing. It's just staying at 8,000 gold. It's a battle of who can take over map control. And that's what these fights are really all about. It's not about the kills, it's about who gets map control in the end.
Obviously, it was a solid start with a Ravage, but Yutori, he just couldn't get the damage out to start things off.
Yeah, they really need the Terrorblade to be outputting damage, and the Leshrac had blinked in and just immediately been forced to reset out, so there was really no good follow-up on the Ravage, but they get that fight with Terrorblade on top of the Ursa, or Leshrac on top of him, it's going to look very, very different. But what an amazing blink out from Collapse, right? Unfortunately, he gets found out in the end, but still a really cool play.
Still about 50 seconds until we get close to the next Roche potential for VP. Naposhka against the pressure. We'll pick up a jab. Try and regain a bit of this map control against VP's pretty much complete hold. Making it very difficult indeed for Spirit to step out. We've seen it's really Naposhka +1 being able to play the opposite side of the map right now whilst the vision is as low as it is. They can't really get the rest of the team out.
Yeah, and again you see, once Roshan's starting to spawn, VP move their heroes towards the Roche pit, try to control up that triangle, and they set up their vision here, knowing that, you know what? If you want to fight us as Team Spirit, you're fighting under our wards, you're fighting under our conditions. And this is just exactly how you're supposed to play when you're playing from ahead. Roche is up, early spawn.
A DD rune as well outside of the pit. It's going to be a quick one.
Spirit though, they're smoked up. They're looking to take the fight. Terrorblade meta's up. Ravage is back up. And initiation's everything here.
They've got to get it so quick, but this DD is falling so fast. Spirit, they'll start things off with finding Save. Not a bad way to begin the action. Bane's gone. Save has the buyback if he wants to pop it. Toronto Tokyo has been caught out there by DM. PKB and Yules up into the air. Collapse, he's able to get it. He gets the Aegis. He gets the cheese as well. Collapse just walks in. Cheese, it's actually been left behind. He doesn't even want it. He starts to back away. Yutori gets fully focused by Nightfall. I mean, Collapse may have got the Aegis, but they've lost their carry. They'll lose Collapse. They're almost certainly going to lose him again here off the respawn. But blink. He's not making it away with that TP. Basher from Nightfall kicks in. He will go down. Cheese is still there, but he gets it. He takes the Aegis. Who got the Aghanims out of that?
I believe the Ursa got the Ag.
He did.
He did get the Ags, yes. But yeah, is she still in the pit? Yeah,
still in the pit. I mean, I feel like it wouldn't be a TI with a game where, without a game where there's been something left inside there, and this time it's the cheese once again.
Yep, it has a tendency to be the cheese, right?
It does.
Cheese is the item that people leave behind the most. But a great opportunity now for VP to go high ground. There's no Ravage, and there's no meta. And could you ask for a more timely bash than the one that Nightfall got? Right as the TV wants to look for that Sunder opportunity, bash.
Yeah, Yutori just has such a hard time trying to get a fight going. It's just so much controlling him, even with the BKB. Bashes, grips. It's not an easy game for this Terrorblade to play whilst he's as behind as he is now. Now, 18k lead overall for VP. That was a very costly team fight loss for Spirit. They can't afford to lose another like that, otherwise this game's done for.
Yeah, absolutely. But you do notice VP do have some problems with their draft right. They can't break that high ground. And you touched on the early game. There isn't really tower push here. So VP are going to need Team Spirit to come out of their base in order to be able to get this high ground push. So what you'll see VP do here is they're going to split up, try to farm up as many resources as they can, and Team Spirit, knowing that, at some point will feel like, okay, we're falling way too far behind, and force them to come out of the base. But not having Aegis basically bought them 10 minutes. They gave up a fight,
okay,
but they bought themselves about 10 minutes of like being contained in their base, So it's always something.
I mean, and honestly, I feel that comeback potential can absolutely be there. You know, collapse on the tide. I feel like we've seen so many times. If he can get that refresher, the double ravage, that can make wonders happen in these team fights. Bottom though, outside of the base, Mira run down by DM, and Poshka was able to make it out with the tether TP. Good job he did go for the tether before TPing out, but now has left Toronto Tokyo on his own.
This is huge. I saw something really, really interesting. If you guys click the inventory of Kingslayer, he has 4 healing salves that he sent out. They're recognizing that, you know what, if we want to go high ground, it's going to be a slow push, and we're going to need resources to deal with a poke. So sends out 4 salves for his teammates. Great.
I mean, he's been digging them up as well.
Well, that's true.
This man keeping the shovel out.
He's been keeping the shovel. That probably is how he got the salves. Makes a lot of sense, Owen. Thanks.
He's digging them up nicely. There's another one. 5 salves. He's finding all the heals, but as you say, definitely going to be able to put use to them if VP want to keep knocking at the door of Spirit. As slow and, you know, as it will be, it will take time. Maybe, you know, GPK is able to pick up the shard eventually. Give them a little bit extra to take those buildings down.
Yeah, absolutely. But you see, VP, they're not too concerned, right? They understand that right now Team Spirit are not gaining any resources. We finally have what we wanted. For the last 37 minutes, this is what they've been fighting for. They've been trying to force Team Spirit back into their base to allow them to just farm all the resources on the map and get as ahead as they can.
I mean, Nightfall's just absolutely massive. Nearly level 25. Has the full Satanic done. Ag Shard, he is ready to end this.
Yeah, I think the second Spirit steps out, they're going to pounce. But I wouldn't be surprised to see them happy just farming out until Roshan comes otherwise. VP's going to set their map up here with, like, I think Save is going to play close to whatever hero's playing aggressive on lanes. And then if he can find a grip on a target, that's when VP's going to really try to collapse. No pun intended.
It is a lot about the tide.
Yeah, he's eyeing up a refresher. He's about halfway there, but...
I mean, he's just had such a hard game. You know, 1-7-1, they have completely shut Collapse down this game.
Yeah, he's been involved in 2 kills in 38 minutes. It's not a fun game to be the Tidehunter.
Yeah, especially when you say, you know, for Spirit, a lot of their game plan does revolve around Collapse being the main playmaker.
Yeah, I really think he's like their mid-game piece. And if you think about the story of this game, they didn't have a mid-game. Their mid-game was just running away from VP and trying not to give away kills.
Oh, look at that. Okay, yeah, okay, it's up to the 89. I was going to say, yeah, that 66 was earlier. So, yeah, up to 89% of the win probability. And also, Miposhka. Miposhka's out. Toronto Tokyo will take out Kingslayer. They get the Serpent Wards down as well. Mira with the grab onto save. As both of VP supports gone. Can they get more out of this? Yatoro is in with the Metamorphosis and the BKB. Jump for collapse has the Ravage. Nightfall knocked down. Stop from the Toronto Tokyo. Nightfall getting low. Taken down. They get the answer. A big kill here for Spirit. What more can they find? Up to the high ground. They're trying to chase GPK. But GPK's got the backup. Kingslayer fighting back in action. But Yatoro, Sunder back up to full HP. Tries for the TP out, but the damage is done. Yatoro will fall. Spirit. They lose their carry at the end of it, but not a bad hit and punch into VP there as a fair bit of damage is done.
Yeah, then they take out the important heroes, right? There's no Ursa, so there's no high ground threat. They're buying themselves more time. These fights, they're going even, but when you go even when you're behind, that's actually favoring you because you're getting more gold from the fights, the enemy team is ahead, and you're also delaying for this late game timing. So if we click on Collapse, you know, slightly closer to your
progress.
refresher.
It is progress.
Absolutely. And look at his inventory. I think this is so cool. While he's dead, he's placed the Philosopher's Stone in his inventory. It's just all those small things add up, right? It's really, really cool to see this coming out from pro players. So while you're dead, put in the Philosopher's Stone, get that extra bit of gold.
I mean, because we already saw in that fight, despite as far down as they are, the potential when that Ravage does come into play and Yatoro is able to stand back and get the hits in.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. If they can have the Terrorblade in the right position once the Ravage goes off, it's huge. Up top,
Six up. We've got the Hex in. DM trying to cover them from the side. He's ready to go over the Rolling Thunder. GPK with the BKB turns over to Toronto Tokyo. Toronto Tokyo buys some time with the self-fuels, but he's surely going down. He's forced aside. No, Essence Ring is still alive. Stunts attentive with the Hurricane Bite. Oh, he's alive! He's alive!
What a save!
They get him out! Toronto Tokyo will survive for now! Mirror goes down, but the Lesh will live to see another day here thanks to Miposhka.
What a crazy save, man. Oh, there's some really high-level Dota going on here, and it's beautiful to watch. I'm really, really enjoying this game. GPK's item build. I really did not see this playing out in the early game, right? We were talking about the Atos, but it's so smart. He has the AC,
So
he
smart.
has the Scotty. He can tank them up.
He is, yeah, 6'2", he's having a great time on the Viper here. We'll see this replay again. I mean, they make this, what seems to be an ambitious attempt on GPK. It doesn't end up being that bad of a try at all. And just look how low Toronto Tokyo gets. Miposhka able to switch targets here and just get him out at the final possible moments, it seems.
Oh my god.
Literally the last, less than a
moment.
second on the relocate back out. Miposhka.
What a play.
What a move.
There's so many crazy high-level plays going on, man. Every spellcaster, from the Hex on the Viper, you know, the Pango sitting behind the Viper in case he gets caught. It's just both teams are playing so well. It's a very enjoyable game to watch. And now we have tier 4 items coming out.
Oh, Timeless Relic. That's a tasty one.
Is he keeping the Essence Ring?
That Essence Ring might be a bit of a good luck charm. It did save him that last fight. He might want to hold on to it.
I think it might have been a misclick. Surely it must have been a misclick.
Yeah, he's got it back out.
There
He
we
does.
go. I think he probably a little bit too quick. I know this has happened to me sometimes.
Sure.
Try to drag it in, send it back too
I mean,
fast.
he's a team player, you know, he picks up a nice item, he wants to make sure that everybody else gets a chance to grab it, but indeed, Timeless Relic back out on Toronto, Tokyo, and that, yeah, quite the item, of course, for the Leshrac.
Yeah, absolutely. They also got a telescope. They haven't decided who to put it on yet, but great item. Adds attack range to your Terrorblade, gives you cast range on all your heroes. For a hero like Shadow Shaman, I wouldn't be too surprised to see him trade off the Psychic Headband for the telescope, but it seems like, you know, that's not the focus right now. They're not thinking about neutral items. They just gave away a Roshan.
They did. They're able to pick it all up here, and that's what it's the fourth one this game, right? Refresher Shard, Ag's Blessing, both coming out of that one.
Yep.
See, Ursa. Well, managed to get the enrage off, but now the meta's up. Yasura wants to try and fight this. The BKB shortly coming to an end for Toronto Tokyo, though. He's got to start running Miposhka. He's ready to take him out again. We'll bail him out as they manage to back off there from VP, trying to run him down. Of course, off that return to the pit as well, they do now have the two cheeses on VP. DM's got his Kingslayer as well.
That could be huge for Kingslayer. When you're playing Elder Titan this late into the game, your biggest problem is getting on top of the Terrorblade for long enough for your natural order to deal the damage that he can, right? If they can combine, as it looks, I hear a sleep. That's just an illusions. Yeah, if they can get that natural order on top of the Terrorblade and then have the Ursa hit during that period of time, that's like if Cheese gives them 2 seconds, that's enough. That's all they will need for the natural order to deal its damage.
Yeah. And that last, the pickup, the Ag's Blessing, going to save as well, as you were talking about, very strong Ags. So this is going to be an excellent addition to VP's team fight here, especially with the way that Save has already been able to make those big ults happen. And, you know, Yatoro's life getting harder. He's got to keep himself completely away from this Bane, otherwise Save will look to lock him down.
Yep.
Trying to jump, but alright, GPK, he's gone in as well. Slides himself back down to the low ground with the Hurricane Pike, mirrors out. DM diving under the tier 4s with the Rolling Thunder. There's the grip. Save has the control onto Yatoro. Yatoro needs help. He needs it now. He's not going to get it. The splitter comes out. Kingslayer takes down Yatoro. No buyback on the Terrorblade. He hasn't got the dollar.
It's a huge opening. It's beautiful. You see how fearless they are. Immediately they see Mira out of position. Go. Entire team commits to it.
Collapse.
Used.
Trying to draw their attention away from the base.
He does have a buyback, so they're just trying to buy time for the Terrorblade to spawn, but I don't know, Owen. I don't think it's going to be enough.
Oh, just so much money on GPK. GPK just rolling around with 7,500 in the bank.
Yeah.
So much money. They're going to look to try and end.
I think they recognize it, you know, the way the Tyrantro was playing, that's just not normal. If you have buyback on TV, that's not the kind of play you're going to make. And VP can read that off of the movement, and they recognize there's no buy.
What can they do without their Terrorblade? 30 seconds. Towers taken out here. Top 4. Nightfall is in on Toronto Tokyo. Goes set to Toronto Tokyo. And live for now. Nightfall is low. They'll turn over towards Mirror, but again, just dropping these wards down. Everything they can possibly do to take VP's attention off the base.
15 seconds.
GPK committing with the BKB, but Collapse is able to slide back to the fountain.
There is a refresher shard on the Viper though, so he will have that BKB back up.
10 seconds until the Terrorblade, but VP, they're looking to end it. Refresher shard in the second round of the BKB, they've got the grab, but the damage comes in for Collapse. It doesn't matter with the BKB, it's VP can focus the AT attention and end the game. As Game 2, Virtus Pro will manage to keep the series even. 1-1 now between VP and Spirit. We're getting a Game 3, Aiden.
And this was just a masterclass from VP, how to play from ahead. What do you do when you have the right heroes that can kill the enemy team? And it was perfect. Can't wait to rewatch this replay and learn from them.
Yeah, absolutely. The way they controlled things right up until the end. Great to see as well on the main stage. We're excited at the start of the game. You know, GPK back on his Viper and top form indeed. 6-2-14, Nightfall as well. 19-2-6, keeping up completely this game with Yatoro's Terrorblade. Yatoro could never farm himself an advantage, and it really just seemed we see VP hit back harder, if anything, than Spirit did in Game 1. I just hope in Game 3 we're going to get a clash of both of these teams going maximum power one another from minute 1.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to see clashes. I want to see both teams trying to contest for control.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're getting a Game 3. We can't ask for much more. Cannot wait. 1-1 at the moment between Team Spirit and Virtus Pro.
Thank you very much, ODPixel and Sania, and indeed cannot wait as well. Very happy we get to see a Game 3 between these two teams. An absolute bloodbath once again here in Game 2 with Virtus Pro victorious at the end of that, and we're going to break down exactly why they were victorious. I want to start this time with the end of the game because I heard Jenkins said it in the green room earlier. There was 30k gold difference in favor of Virtus Pro, T, but it still was pretty difficult for Virtus Pro to even breach high ground. I mean, eventually they did it, of course, but...
Yeah, the main thing for Team Spirit in this game is the fact that they had these annoying heroes to play into high ground. And of course, VP, they didn't have that clean way to hit the buildings, right? Like you see the Viper eventually going for a shard, etc. But like the key thing for Spirit is they had this Terrorblade, they had the eye to make moves, and obviously the annoyance of killing them is really hard for VP. So I think VP, they respected their opponent because Spirit, even when they're down 20 or so K, they're finding these kills, they're finding these ways to annoy the game. But I think this was very much VP. Their backs against the walls, they're going to show them the respect. They're not going to just rush to the tier 3s and throw away this game. They're going to keep trying and trying, get the Aegis, get a couple kills, and then look for it. But again, just a really, really good game.
It's something that Insania said at the end. He's going to rewatch this replay to learn how to utilize that advantage properly, because famously Team Liquid, that Insania is playing on, has had some issues at closing out games with a huge lead. And back in the green room a couple of days ago, I was talking to him and Aoi. You don't go for the throne. That's not your main objective. Killing the throne is not it. Just keeping your advantage when you're 20k up constantly is the objective. You stay on the low ground, you continue fighting, you continue getting those pickoffs, and slowly but surely you amass such an advantage when it comes to the items that you don't really care anymore, and then you just blink in behind them and break them the same way that Team Spirit broke Virtus Pro in that first game.
I think if they had waited a little bit longer, though, Terrorblade may have reached the point of no return. So
the critical mass.
Exactly, because there were just that Leshrac escape, for example, with Io just relocating out with barely any HP. These were not definitive wins, even with the net worth advantage. And I think that if you do try to milk the jungle for as much as it's worth and try to hone the enemy out of their area, it can come back to bite you. And so as encouraging as this VP win was, I think they were still like, if we mess this up, we are out of TI. So let's make sure we don't mess this up. Now, both teams are going to be on that same footing. So sure, I want to see a clash, but I want to feel the tension in these booths.
You didn't feel that in this one?
No, I felt it only from VP. I think Spirit were playing with nothing to lose. They're like, well, whatever, we're one game up. Life's good. Let's just go try to take a fight out in the jungle. I mean, whatever, we're going to lose this game anyway.
But this is also one of those games where, like, if you look at Team Spirit's itemization, they're not able to really get, the Lotus Orbs and these enabling core style items to prop that Terrorblade in the front, right? How many times do we see this Bane hit this like big old grip, and you're like, how is? And it's not. They don't have that because Collapse on his Tidehunter, he's playing into the Viper. He goes really creative, he goes for the 4-star first, he then goes for a blink for some initiation, but he never gets to having that Lotus Orb, which you normally see in that kind of offlane Tide or at least a core role. So it does put that Terrorblade out by himself in the field, like, go on, mate, you go do some damage, but you just can't do that. So it was very much, Spirit had to itemize for themselves in this game. Unlike other games where you're always kind of buying Glimmers, Force, and Lotuses, this was very much like each man for themselves, and that's where kind of Virtus Pro punished that. But also they had the hero matchups to really force it home.
Yeah, I want to talk a little bit about a mid matchup because we were I wouldn't say unhappy with the Viper pick, but of course we know GPK, flashy hero, Viper, or flashy player, Viper, not such a flashy hero, Lizard. But it worked out amazingly well.
Extremely well. In a couple of team fights, everyone else just falls around him. Meanwhile, that lonesome Viper is wailing into them, and he manages to take down Terrorblade a couple of times. So overall, I think he had a really good performance. I think this time around, though, their whole lineup and the whole draft works together cohesively as one unit, and that's where Viper shines the most, when you can move around with your team. I think that was also a problem, and why I said that Toronto-Tokyo has a burden, a very big one that he needs to carry in this game, a heavy one, because he's the one that needs to be frontlining, because you know that Collapse will have a hard time. And I feel that maybe Team Spirit, maybe they fell into Virtus.pro's trap from the get-go, from the drafting stage. Ban out 2 Collapse's heroes, and then completely destroy and counter the third one that he picks. And they did, with Viper on mid lane and with Ursa on safe lane.
Yeah, I know Team Spirit lost this game, but I want to highlight Yatoro still, regardless, because this was the 9th game they played on the main stage. This was also his 9th hero that he played on the main stage.
Wow.
He has not played a duplicate hero at TA10 main stage. This is indeed excluding groups, because of course we've seen him play way more than 9 games, but Tsunami, that is quite a feat.
Yeah, especially because I wouldn't really consider him to have been the key to their success. Sure, he's been incredibly consistent, but it's Collapse who has been, I think, instrumental in their victories and their draft plans in general. So now Collapse getting targeted so early on, consistently with the Mars and Magnus bans. I want Yatoro to hone in on which one of these he finds the favorite. I don't want stop taking the world tour.
That Morphling, the first game that he played was on the main stage, and that is the Morphling he got the Rampage with, right?
That's the DD one. Yeah. Again, Tsunami mentioned it perfectly there. It's the fact that for Team Spirit, they lean on Collapse a lot in regards to kind of rounding out their draft, allowing their mid and their safe lane to kind of get exactly what they want for the game. And I feel that's kind of where VP, they kind of just understood that in this game, right? Like, they have this really nice aggressive lineup, but it's for once at TI we've seen an aggressive lineup that doesn't feel like it's on this timer, because you're already like hard countering some of the core. So the scaling potential of this aggression is also there.
Can we just not understate what it means to have 9 different heroes played on position 1? That's so impressive. That's higher than most players' hero pool when it comes to comes to TI. He's playing incredibly well, and it's just one proof of a huge talent that Yatoro is. And I think what you're saying about Collapse, his heroes being banned out, that means that he isn't touched as much, that Yatoro's heroes aren't touched as much, which means that if he could say, yeah, just pick me Monkey every game, but he doesn't. He just picks the hero that's right for the game.
Yeah, it is incredibly impressive, and I mean, you can even say, of course they made it this far, but wouldn't it be better to have one that you can always rely back on? You know, that may be a thing. We'll see. Of course, it will be 10th different heroes as they are about to play their 10th game. On the side of Team Spirit, also, of course, Yatoro, this is his first international. We have 4 players on the side of Team Spirit of who it is their first international, and just to get you a little bit more familiar with the players playing on the squad, we had a rapid fire with them earlier.
Хорошо. Давай проверим, насколько хорошо ты помнишь историю International.
Да.
Да. Это серьезное интервью.
Ага.
Назови, пожалуйста, все города, в которых проводился International.
Шанхай, Сиэтл, Бухарест.
А город? Не вспомнишь? Или ты вообще не помнишь?
Не, я тогда еще, под стол ходил и учился только говорить в это время.
Давай поговорим немного о твоих тиммейтах. Кто самый смешной игрок в вашей команде?
Я.
Илюха у нас главный клоун, это всем ясно, думаю.
Он, знаешь, есть такой быстарь, типа, мой чувство юмора, а он берет кринжем.
А кто самый суеверный игрок в вашей команде?
Перед каждой официалкой моют руки. С чистого листа.
Это не связано с этим. Я просто думаю, потому что мне так более удобно.
Хорошо, кто самый заимпрувившийся игрок в вашей команде за последний год?
Вообще, я бы сказал, Мира.
Ятора. Он хотя бы сейчас не дохнет просто так. Как раньше.
Мне кажется, Мирослав. Рост его как игрока видно типа каждый месяц.
Я просто был
за сезон давай.
Я был знаком с Илюхой еще год назад, мы с ним общались до Team Spirit. И вот я скажу, что это он, скорее всего. У него было очень сильно, ну, он как-то очень сильно вырос и очень быстро за там, короткий срок.
Интересно. Он, кстати, сказал, что ты. Так что...
Ну, про себя просто, мне кажется, не захотел говорить. Он парень еще скромный.
Кто лучше всех справляется с интервьюшками, с медичкой, там, кого всегда вытаскивают отдуваться?
Илюха, да. Илюха самый такой открытый и такой легкий на подъем человек.
Ну, как штатный, как говорится.
Да, штатный клоун должен работать, я считаю, по своей профессии.
You can just tell that this team is in good spirits all the time. That's no pun intended, by the way. No, it actually wasn't. It actually wasn't. I wanna also tell you, of course, this team was at the ANA Major. That was the only LAN they attended in this DPC season, and every team had their own team handler in this case. And I can tell you that for Team Spirit, all the handlers agreed, nicest team. Like you're not like.
They were very courteous, always on time to all of their appointments. They cleaned up after themselves in like the booths and their practice rooms and everything.
Yeah, lucky go happy.
Very much so, and I think
they were running Naruto. Not personally my favorite, but
not doing it now.
Not doing it now. They're also walking on at the same time. Every time I want to reiterate how incredibly impressive I find both of these teams. By the way, I'm so happy to see them here, both guaranteed top 6. Winner of this next game will gain an extra $1 million and guaranteed top 4. It's actually crazy that I say that, but it makes me happy. It fills me with joy. Both of these teams, fresh players, Lizard, they deserve the success.
Yeah, you just have to feel happy for them. One of them, obviously, one of these teams will definitely go out after the series, but in me, there's a little bit of competitive fire tingling, a little bit of envy, a little bit of jealousy, a little bit of happiness, everything. Yeah. It's just a huge mix of emotions, but I'm sincerely very happy for them to be here, specifically because they started in the competitive scene so recently.
Yeah, and for me, it's the idea that for Team Spirit, they've, against IG in the upper bracket, they won game 1, but then they fell short game 2 and 3. You compare that to VP. VP lost game 1, but they bounced back with 2 and 3. So we're seeing very mirroring scenarios here where it's kind of forming here, right? Like VP has the experience of losing the first game and winning. Spirit has the experience.
Are you saying VP is going to win this because...
what I'm saying is right now from, track record, Spirit has been up in the series but then lost it, and VP's been down in the series but then won it. So it's looking right now in game 3 that VP is in the lead because they understand how to approach this moment. But I want Team Spirit to be able to, show what they can do because, of course, I think VP in that second game, it feels like they have Spirit's number in regards to how to approach the draft, all right? Both teams are very strong, very good, but Spirit really need to kind of think again with a little curveball coming into this third game, because if they do the exact same thing again, VP will look like the stronger team in this third game potentially.
Well, it all starts with the draft. What do we want to see changed there, Lizard? Is there anything in particular that is easy to address from that game too?
Maybe go back into the Weaver plus Tide opening without Yayo. I feel like they look just a tiny little bit stronger with the minus armor combinations. It also activates Yatoro a little bit. When it comes to the bans, do you guys think that bans are still on point? I think you still have to, if you're Virtus Pro, you still have to ban out the Magnus plus the Mars because
100%, yeah.
Collapse.
VP's bans for sure. I think Spirit banned Dawn though.
Yeah, in game 1 they banned Storm and Tiny, and in game 2 they banned Dawn and Tiny.
You can keep banning the Tiny. I don't think either of those heroes that were also banned, the Storm and the Dawn, I think you can let those two go. They're not much of a concern. For your own first phase drafting, I think actually don't first phase Collapse's hero. We see that Yatoro has a deep pool, 9 different heroes. First phase it. You don't clearly.
Why? No, why?
Because he's clearly capable enough, and he has not taken advantage of the last.
We
pick
have 2 camps here.
One is,
no, but it makes no sense, right? Because you know that already Collapse has got 2 of his heroes banned out.
Sure.
So if you don't pick his hero first phase, he's gonna have more of his heroes banned out. What's he gonna play?
I want Yatoro to win the game. I want.
Yeah, then so you pick his hero last. Set him up for success.
That's what I thought, but then VP had been first phasing their carries quite frequently.
Yeah.
And they had found success with it. Now, sure, I know maybe you don't want to turn your entire dynamic up on its head, but everyone knows that Collapse is going to win you the game if you're playing against Spirit. That's the player.
All right.
Okay,
so we're trying to figure out whether to ban out.
No. Sorry, this is the big brain thing. Ready? We talked to Mars and Maga banned. How about VP? They have the counter Mars strat prepared, the mag strat.
There's no countering that
they
guy.
send it through, you know? How about that, huh? They ban out Io, they ban out a mag, they give away the Mars.
No, you still ban out mag, but maybe you let the Mars through and you just pick up a Vengeful Spirit.
Jokes aside, though, that is something that they could do in a game 3, and some experienced teams might try and do that, right? The idea that they give the opponent one of their best heroes because they have
smiling big time, by the way,
This is
just
the
in
best
case.
theory crafting
Why not?
that I've been a part of so far. I can.
You have to just
So
give
good.
it a go.
My glasses are all fucked up.
I know, right? It's really hard to see.
All right, listen, so what do you want to see change then?
I think the opening is fine. I agree with Tsunami when it comes to the Dawnbreaker, maybe letting that hero go through, go back to some different ban for the first stage. But I still think that Collapse's hero needs to be first phased.
He has a deep pool, though. I think
he doesn't have as deep
you
and
know,
as
guys,
impactful.
we can argue back and forth.
Yep.
Yeah.
And maybe the teams did that too. Let's find out what they're going to do in this Game 3 draft.
Oh, here we go.
Team Spirit versus Virtus Pro. Game 3.
I hope that this Game 3 is going to be straight fire and the draft will already hopefully teach us something about that. We are also joined by an extra member of our broadcast. Jenkins, how you doing over there?
Hello.
Hello.
I've been here the whole time.
Yes.
Yes, you have.
We know.
Silently.
We know.
Welcome.
Judging. Great Phil.
Thank you.
That wasn't filling. That was a legit discussion. What are you talking about?
That seemed very legitimate. I like the part where Lizard took his glasses off. That was my favorite part.
All right, what do you want to see? Do you want to see Collapse's hero first phased? Or do you want to see Yatoro's hero first phased on the side of Team Spirit?
I feel like they just need more stuns.
Okay.
The game was hard last time. There wasn't much of an opportunity to come back. They were just kind of running away. And I think a lot of the time that falls on Collapse to be that guy. And so when he's on a hero like Tidehunter and the game is falling far behind, it can look a lot like that. If they can get some Lion, Sand King, that sort of stuff, low cooldown stuns, I should say. Because the long cooldown stuns are really abusable when you are playing against a run-at-you lineup especially.
Look at that. They're forcing Virtus Pro now to think about banning out the Magnus or banning out the Tiny. Because they let the Tiny go through. And this is the mind game. This is the adjustment that our panel failed to obviously notice.
So they ban the mag, therefore Spirit will be potentially first picking this Tiny. But like the concept of it is, right, it's like Spirit forces VP's hand, they get their own thing, but now VP, this is not a moment in the joke, like, oh crazy, they're going to first pick a Tiny. We're not prepared for this. They should be ready.
The problem is Tiny has been already dissected, and I feel teams have learned how to play against it. Right, Jenkins? We've seen some Wyverns, some Omni Knights.
Yeah, I think Tiny's been dissected. You know, a hero that I think hasn't been dissected is Monkey King, which is available.
Also
and
available.
okay,
These
or
two
they'll just pick
teams.
Tiny.
Let's go Tiny, yeah.
In the first game of this series, we saw Monkey King
Ignored
until the
end.
very last pick.
It was last picked. The last pick in the game was Monkey King.
It also was their first Monkey King game at TI, at least. Of course, they've played it before, but maybe it was a little...
play everything.
Exactly. Maybe it was a little bit surprised, like the TI prep, when you focused on TI, just looking at the games they're currently playing, when it's not there, you know, when it's absent, suddenly it appears,
So
right?
There's a bunch of players that I talk to that don't even consider Tiny to be completely broken. Okay, we can deal with it, and then you try and draft something against it, and it doesn't work. Okay, we can't deal with it. Percentage-based damage.
Right. I think the Necro has actually been the most impressive answer to me, because I thought that Necro would be near irrelevant at this TI.
You have Interwyvern that does something similar as well, and the ultimate is nice.
We saw Underlord also. We saw some Death Prophet, but it didn't find as much success.
Oh, it's like a pop
And
quiz.
Phoenix,
too.
Phoenix is a good answer.
Yeah.
I feel like these other answers like Necro, Death Prophet, these are like generally considered to be not that great of heroes. You just don't see them if they're not against Tiny. Whereas something like Phoenix is fine aside from Tiny. You know, you'll see this picked with the Mars, like some hero that can set up for the egg. So I do like this a lot, like having a support that makes the hero finally killable.
Spirit here, like in history of DPC, they normally just snap pick a Morana when they see the Phoenix, right? The classic, you leap in, you kill the egg. Maybe they're a little bit hesitant here because they want to lock in that collapse area. If you look at their drafts, right, it normally is collapse in the first phase, allowing for a later pick for the cause. So I wouldn't be surprised if they just go for a casual offlane, but maybe because of the
think
Tiny already showing.
Some crazy Legion Commander 5.
Oh, okay.
Or
Snapfire is the
Shredder.
other option.
Yeah, that
Yep.
also works.
Oh, that's
perfectly fine.
Insta kill the egg. Some follow up for Tiny. Snap Tiny's pretty good. You know, you cookie Tiny in.
If this was OG, which it
Yeah,
isn't,
well,
Legion
impossible.
5, Legion 5 versus Phoenix and Bane sounds very tasty. But yeah, Snapfire is also very good.
The thing with Snapfire that I really enjoy so far at TI is the value of ultimate at objectives that you don't really want to defend, but you can defend through just yeeting out that Mortimer's Kisses, right? Like the creep wave comes in, bam, that's gone. Couple heroes now half HP. You don't really have the resources to then hit the tower. So a single Snapfire, if in the correct position, can really punish any kind of 3 or 4 man moves to an objective if, of course, you connect on the Mortimer's Kisses correctly.
Kind of a cool pick with Tiny, too, because you put the minus armor on towers, and Tiny's like already a great hero for taking down towers. Probably the fastest hero in Dota currently for killing towers.
For killing anything.
Yeah, that's true, actually. Yeah,
It's disgusting, yes.
Yeah, it's pretty nasty.
You mentioned that you wanted them to pick a Collapse hero. Is there any reason why you... So Collapse played Tiny, I think once, at least during the group stage. Primarily, it's been a Toronto-Tokyo hero. Would you prefer an offlane Tiny, or would you prefer a mid Tiny?
I think they lost that game.
They
where
did,
he was
yeah.
This is, I
Tiny.
think, just throw it into the carry. Like, you could see some type of mid scenario, but I think we've just seen how carry Tiny, if with the correct enablers, is so strong. But so now with the Snapfire, this is kind of just, in our minds, just going to be the carry, the Tiny, you get your normal items, you get the Shard, the BKB, the Silver Edge, you throw up, you get the Aegis and you just rock up into the enemy face and just take their objectives, right? Like it's a very simple style of Dota.
So the Tiny that you're talking about, Tsunami, probably was somewhere in the group stages, am I correct?
Yeah,
I think it was, yeah.
The hero wasn't necessarily as discovered back then as he is right now. And
Okay, yeah.
most teams understand that if you don't put this hero on position 1, if you don't put Tiny as that Silver Edge carry, it just doesn't feel right. It's
I
not
want
as
to
potent.
quickly mention Snapfire because yes, it's good against the ultimate of the Phoenix, but Team Spirit, even though they've had great success throughout TI10, just in general, this will be their 7th game. They've got 6 games so far with it. It's 2-4. And that seems a little rough.
And it doesn't have a good win rate in this tournament either. It's a 38% win rate, despite being picked so much.
It had a pretty solid win rate at the beginning of this tournament because it was being played in a combination with Tidehunter. And that lane is pretty potent. You have a lot of minus armor, then you can combo that with some TA on mid lane, Venge and whatnot. But on its own, Snapfire doesn't seem as the most broken position for it.
And Tide already banned as well, so what other offlaners would you like to see a Snapfire with?
I think the Night Stalker that we had mentioned earlier would be good. They could go all in on minus armor, pick up a Slardar.
But the egg, the sun, it burns.
That's right.
There's still Earthshaker. That's kind of the go-to. It's like a weird one because literally like just before this tournament, the Earthshaker offlane was completely unheard of, and then all of a sudden it's like it's the offlaner. But then some teams completely ignore it as well. They're like, no, that's not legit. But that would be the one because you can like cookie the Earthshaker in. You've some stun set up for the Snapfire abilities, the Snapfire ultimate.
Have we mentioned Tusk yet? The collapse offlane Tusk?
Not yet.
Put that in with a Snapfire, just go all out skirmish.
I'd like to see some One Punch Man. That
yeah, you
sounds
go
dope.
One Punch Man. Like, of course, Phoenix probably not the best because you can egg, but then you have the Snapfire already. But I could see that being an option. If VP fully lean into 5 offlane bans, Collapse might go, all right, lads, let's just have a bit of fun. Let's go for it.
Curveball, they are banning out 5 offlane heroes. We've seen earlier this tournament the Tiny for Collapse. I know it didn't win, but it's still on the table.
This is what I was hoping for even before the thing started. At least now that you are blowing some flex potential on Spirit rather than saying this is going to be a Collapse's hero. Now it's, I mean, all 3 cores of Spirit have played Tiny before. So now if they go hard in the paint on banning out offlaners on VP,
you have to be
He's
laughing.
giggling.
He's like, oh my god, they're banning out
haven't-
all my heroes and I
So
already
when this
got mine.
happens, as a player, you feel so
my-
proud.
you're so
You feel
powerful.
so
Yeah.
good. It's one of the best things to have all your heroes banned out against
I
you.
feel like they're just forcing him to pick Earthshaker now. Like, I don't see what else you can pick as an offlane right now.
They broke it. It's the Shadow Demon last.
And then they go, okay, they go for a
Luna, okay.
That actually makes sense. So they banned out the Shadow Demon to protect the Luna. Also, the Legion Commander that was mentioned earlier as a 5, in its real role is a position 3. So they ban her out as well, as it enables Tiny, plus it counters Bane a bit. So
And if you think about Collapse's hero pool, right? Luna is one of the best heroes at dealing with these tankier style of offlanes, enabling the ranged forward to be kind of the big damage dealer. Like, you know, Tide, Mars, Mag, Nightstalker, etc., even though most are banned, any of the other melee heroes left for Collapse, which he loves to play, aren't going to be too comfortable at winning the lane against a Luna, right?
Man, they're running low on time.
Yeah.
Yeah, very low
Ooh,
on
a
time.
Doom.
Okay. Oh, double insta-pick.
Doom Lina.
Damn, this looks like a T1 draft.
Yeah, I know, right? But that's only because of the Doom. I'm still not a fan of the anti-synergy between Eclipse and Supernova on the side of VP. That was the good reason why you guys were not too hot on the idea of a Nightstalker. Teamfights look complicated for VP. And Doom, I'm surprised that they go for it.
Is it day? Is it night?
But yeah, it's not like Luna's like has less day vision or something. It's fine.
It's fine. It's not the big deal.
Nightstalker's unplayable.
The day and night.
Oh,
please.
beautiful.
So the Phoenix egg makes it daytime, and that overrides absolutely everything. So Nightstalker is hard countered by that, even if Phoenix is on your own team, because you lose your Hunter in the night passive.
Yeah.
But Luna, you're losing the nighttime advantage of having more vision, which the egg gives you so much vision that I feel like it's not
playable,
It's totally playable. Nightstalker's like legit unplayable. Like abandon if you have a Nightstalker and a Phoenix on your team in a pub.
I assume that this Doom, though, is going to be the offlane, right? Because with the Lina pickup, you want that to be mid, Tiny's your carry, Snap's most likely your 4. And yeah, it's just going to be that casual Doom in the offlane, most likely skipping some waves. You're not really going to be pressuring Luna, but you're just trying to get as fat as possible. So when your Tiny and Lina are ready, you join up together.
Is there something on the side of Virtus Pro that they can pick for GPK here? If that's the case, to counter the Lina instantly, I don't feel there's too many heroes. We've seen some TAs, but with Luna it would feel a little bit too greedy. They go for an Invoker. Susceptible to being just doomed and then useless, but so is every other single hero in the game.
But at least in this scenario, if it's a Quaswex Invoker, he can at least put everything onto the Luna, be it the Alacrity, a Solar Crest, or whatever. So if you are doomed, Luna can stand her ground and at least try and take whatever fight's possible.
I just hoped that they thought about this fact that if you are banning out all the offlaners before you pick your own,
Yeah, that is a problem.
you might be facing a problem later.
And the key thing here is VP's offlaner, it kind of needs to be that kind of BKB piercing style of offlaner stun, because when Doom gets BKB, Tiny gets BKB, Lina gets BKB, they all want to buy it by 20 minutes. You're going to be dealing with a triple core lineup that actively wants to be in your face. So VP doesn't have that.
You do have Bane at least. That's BKB piercing, right? But besides him,
Beastmaster still on the
gonna
pool.
be, yeah.
This is a great Quaswex Invoker game. If you're Tiny or Doom, like we talk about Tiny, like what's the most important thing about this hero? The guy runs around with like 4,000 HP, and you're like, you just can't kill him. Obviously, on Invoker, Quaswex, you're probably going to get a Spirit Vessel, so that's going to help out. But also, if Tiny has no mana, he's not as useful. Sure, he can right-click people with the tree, which we've seen happen a lot, but you can get kited. You become like a Sven at that point. It's like a kiteable hero. So just mana draining these like tanky heroes that also use their mana is super effective.
If it is a Yatoro playing Tiny, by the way, that would indeed be his 10th different hero on main stage TI.
and Virtus Pro, they just banned out the Faceless Void, so they're expecting maybe something different. And Team Spirit's Centaur would fill Virtus Pro's lineup so well that I really respect this ban. Afterwards, the Sand King. I think Sand King perhaps not as strong.
What offlaners are there other than Earthshaker?
Nightstalker.
Underlord.
You can't. Neither team can Nightstalker.
Don't do it.
So I can tell you what both DM and Collapse have played. Tusk is also still in the pool, the one that T-Gov mentioned.
I'm down for a Tusk for Spirit.
But the Vengeful Spirit, Nightstalker,
Wait,
Shaker.
I thought we're looking at Doom offlane.
Yeah, I think so too.
Swap it up. Why not? Go quick.
Well, we're looking for a VP offlane here, though.
Sure. Okay. So, but our Spirit looking for a Yatoro hero. Where's this Tiny going?
I would assume they are still looking for. The 5. No, it's the 5, right? It's the 4 Snap.
That's not what VP think. VP banned out.
Well, it could be a 4 Doom too. I mean,
in 8 seconds we'll know.
Oh.
They have such little reserve time. We'll just know.
Yeah, we'll just know. It will be.
I don't
tells me absolutely nothing.
I don't know anything.
Silencer most likely going to be support. Surely
Yes,
you don't want to give him that much farm priority. The
Most
biggest
instant
impact he's going to
Invoker.
have is pressing his big R button, making sure everybody is silenced.
Hard counters the Phoenix too. If you cast whatever the
Last
word on the Phoenix as he's flying away, he just comes
Isn't that
back.
your segment, Jenkins? Last word?
That is my segment. Oh no, I forgot. Oh, there's the Beastmaster.
There's the Beastmaster.
The only remaining offlaner in the game.
Not only do they have BKB piercing ability from Beastmaster, it synergizes really well with Luna and the whole playstyle. What they needed this frontliner that can also push and bring some map control to the game, a lot of vision. think it's the perfect hero here, and as a silencer, you truly don't like to be playing into all the summons running your way. However, when it comes to the silencer, there are some positives, right, Stigov?
Yeah, I mean, why are you throwing that on me straight away? I was thinking of something else. Yeah, no, I like it. Honestly, I think Silencer is really good right now. I think people hate on Silencer for no reason other than it's a good hero to some degree. But I think Spirit, they needed something in their draft to be able to give them that way where if VP run at them, they can just set the scene in these earlier fights. Like when BKBs come out, of course, it's going to be a bit hard for Silencer to have fun. But the idea is the pre-20 minute, when Doom's farming, Tiny's farming, Lena's farming, they needed that way to say, no, we don't want to take this fight. We want to go again in like 2-3 minutes time. So I like the idea from Spirit reacting like this, but VP with the Beastmaster pick, it is giving them that nice window where Luna, Beastmaster, Invoker together with an Aegis won't really care about the value of a Doom, the value of a Global. They just have to run straight through that. So Spirit, it's going to be a bit of a long one, but equal drafts.
That means that the Roshan is going to be key for this series, for this third game rather, Jenkins, right?
I'm actually getting Vici T1 Game 2 vibes from this draft from VP, where I think there are so many ways for them to win the game between the Beastmaster summons, empowering the Luna with the Invoker Alacrity. They've got the Phoenix Sunray versus the Tiny. I really think this is a tough game for Team Spirit to win. Like, they can definitely go super late and then win, or they can snowball, but VP has a lot more opportunities to win the game just because they have more like cheese heroes, more options.
Yeah, I feel Virtus Pro, they have a lot of synergy, and Team Spirit, they have the Osrog Rock guy. So.
Yeah, that's how exactly.
And look, there he is up front. Beautiful.
Big boy.
Beautiful indeed. All right, guys. It is game 3 time. Before we head into the game, we got a quick word from the coach. It is this time Silent from Team Spirit.
Silent, thank you so much for joining me. Now, in the last game, Virtus Pro targeted Collapse, and now they have targeted him in the draft. Do you feel confident about his chances in this game?
About our chances or just...
About Collapse.
Collapse. I think we're okay. It's decent drafts. It more depends who would play better.
It does depend who plays better, but this is $1 million draft. If you win this game, you are top 4. Is it good enough?
Maybe. I didn't think about it.
You didn't think about the draft. Fantastic. Well, this is going to be quite the showdown. So we're going to head over to ODPixel and Insania to get this game underway.
Thank you very much, Frankie. Yes, the deciding game now between Virtus Pro and Team Spirit, a game which will be the last at this TI for one of the two. Insania, what do you make of this approach this time round? Quite a change, if I feel, from what we've had so far from both of these teams in this series. What are you liking?
So, I think there are strengths to both drafts. I don't want to bias any viewers at home watching. I don't want to give them any feeling that either team is stronger or weaker, but I'll tell you guys what the strengths are. So I think VP, they're looking to buff up this Luna, right? You're going to have Alacrity, you're going to have Beastmaster Aura, you're going to have Sunray. It's going to be all about the Luna for them. I think stacking of Ancients, just like basically playing the macro game in the early game, and then having this 4-man of Invoker, Beastmaster, Bane, and Phoenix running around and applying pressure to Team Spirit. Whereas Team Spirit, there's going to be like this tricore. You're going to have the Doom with a lot of farm, you're going to have Tiny with a lot of farm, you're going to have Lena with a lot of farm, and then they're going to look to power through and try to kill that one target. So basically it is, if Luna dies without an Aegis later on in the game, VP's teamfight's done. They're relying heavily on the Luna to output the physical damage for them. And if they can't kill Luna, then 1v5 Nightfall is going to happen.
Sure, and we've seen Nightfall do that many times before. Both games really. Both Nightfall and Yatora have been solid on the farm, solid on the carry. See what sort of timings they can hit this time round. Of course, Yatora, this game on the Tiny, one of those heroes that's been first picked many a time here at this TI, and a lot of times taken away, getting it through here in this all-important game. Spirit almost certainly going to be feeling very happy, at least with the opening 2 from their draft. A great way to go into this.
Yeah. I would expect Team Spirit to have a little bit of an edge in the middle lane. I think as the levels start coming out, Lena should be edging out the Invoker slightly, as she has the option of farming out that small camp and pushing out the middle lane. So expect Toronto Tokyo to be off to a great start. Top lane between Luna Phoenix and Doom Snapfire, you don't really have a lot of like kill threat from either side. So you're mostly going to see them try to contest a lot for CS. You're using that Luna aura together with the Phoenix, pretty decent attack damage to just get creep control creeps. So both Doom and Luna should have a pretty good time up here top. And then bottom lane, I think, is where you might see some action happen between Save and Akoshka, trying to get some trades going. And this is really where I see kill threat potentially happening. If you're out of position and getting slowed by the boars, it could lead to a kill.
And do you like sort of the sort of the closing from Spiritual, the fact that they get this silencer in the support position? Like, what is this going to offer for them in terms of timing and team fight?
Right, so if you think about it, VP's draft, the way it comes together, it's going to be all about Luna, right? And they need to cover her, they need to heal her, they need to be applying these buffs to the Luna. And if they're able to just stop any sort of counter initiation, stop these buffs from coming out, stopping these heals from coming out, and they're able to burst them during that global silence duration, that might just be enough for them to win the game. So it makes sense, I understand what they're thinking, but you know, theoretical Dota doesn't always play out that way when you're on the main stage of TI, so it'll be interesting to see if they can get that execution right and find the fights where they're allowed to use their spells that way, as he's in a little bit of trouble here in the bottom lane.
We have it. First blood for Save. Obviously trading. I mean, is any sort of support against a Bane in lane? It's never easy, especially when it's Save on the Bane. He always knows how to read the matchup and when he can push himself.
Yeah, I would argue Save on these like ranged lane dominant heroes arguably is the best position for in the world. This is his dream playstyle, so not too surprised by seeing that. We see up top actually the Luna's falling a little bit behind the Doom and the CS. I didn't expect that this early on, so maybe they're able to push that lead. As Kingslayer's in a bit of trouble, but gets away just fine.
Kingslayer is gonna be forced right back here by Mira, so plenty of room for Collapse to pick up the farm. Nightfall being forced to CS here underneath the tower.
Money to burn.
I think at this level, you know, that should not be too much of a problem. He has a level 2 Luna, Lucent Beam as well.
I say that, I think he missed one of them. There we go, he's got this one. Easy. Easy peasy.
Yeah, and I mean, the timing up here in the top lane is really the level 3. That's when the level 3 on the Phoenix, sorry. That's when they have the damage to potentially threaten a kill on Mira. I wouldn't really expect Collapse to have too much trouble going through this lane with the start that he's at. He's already up at 20 CS. And here we go, initiation on Nightfall.
Yep. Straight in they go. Won't be able to stay on top of it. The damage being done out.
Yeah.
How much regen they have between the two of them? They don't actually have any. Just the stick charges on Nightfall. One Fairy Fire on Kingslayer. Pressure definitely getting to them.
Sorry. The worst part is the boots just got delivered to Nightfall, so his courier's not in base for him to get any regen.
Definitely in a bit of a fragile position now, VP. These two being as low as they are.
Yeah, I think the top lane is doing above expectation, and you know, we've been talking about Collapse a lot, and this is the reason why. He has the skill to pull out plays like this.
And they go. They get the cookie connection. Nightfall will turn, but the range is there from Mira. Gets taken out. I mean, you knew that Team Spirit were going to go for that, sitting as low as they were up here. I mean, VP's just lack of regen getting completely punished.
Yeah, absolutely. And just great find from Team Spirit. I didn't really expect this top lane to have this much action going on. I expected that more to be happening in the bottom lane, but yeah, top lane going very, very well for Spirit. 26 CS on the Doom, but you see at the bottom lane, DM's matching that. And these are both like very scary heroes to have a great early game on.
A very even CS elsewhere. I mean, mid lane. Actually, mid lane, we are starting to see Lina being able to clean up the waves a bit more effectively than GPK and farm that small camp.
Yeah, and that really is the advantage that she has here. I expect Toronto Tokyo, very standard build, most likely going to see the boots of travel into some sort of BKB into damage item. Might even sneak into Yules there, just because when you're going up against something like Bane or like that, you want to have as many disables as possible. You do have the Global Silence to cancel it, but ideally you want to have the freedom of using the Global Silence to cover your team fights and not be forced to save it to react to like a Fiend's Grip or something like that.
Bottom save. It's going to start setting up onto Maposhka, but DM not quite able to get around and get any hits in. Now, it's going to be Team Spirit able to turn back in, toss underneath the tower, save. Got the Fairy Fire, and he's taking tower hits, he'll go down. Can't quite get him for another Brain Sap. A little too close there, and Yatoro ready to punish it with the toss.
Oh, perfect gameplay there from Team Spirit. And looking at the laning phase now that's shaping up, I think most things are going quite as expected, but both the Luna and the Doom are actually quite low on the net worth compared to the opposite end. So seems like both heroes are suffering. I think that favors Team Spirit, right? Because if you think about VP's draft, they need this Luna to be fat. She's going to be the one outputting the damage, and Collapse has the recovery tool in his Devour, so things going pretty well for them up here top. But the Beastmaster definitely is a problem. Helm of Dominator just finished up on him.
And with sort of the Beastmaster and the Luna, yeah, who's going to be grouping up sooner this game, would you say, when you look at these two drafts?
I think VP's draft is probably going to be the one that groups up faster. And I think Team Spirit's job is going to be to disrupt that, to not allow them to get the objectives the way they want to, and like try to kill them before they're able to group up.
I do see in the mid lane, Toronto Tokyo did take the walk back to base to refuel. See if he heads anywhere other than the mid when he gets back out on the map. He's just going to return it, keep on farming.
Yeah, and GPK is TP top. They want to make sure Luna is able to start farming as effectively as she can.
Spirit are keeping completely away from this. Only in the trees by the tier 1 GPK. We just have to spend his time sweeping back to mid, where Save will have a bit of a setup onto Toronto Tokyo. GPK trying to come in and help out. Save might be in trouble. Toronto Tokyo has got that Laguna to commit with, and Save, he tries his best to high ground the tree line, but Toronto Tokyo does still find him. He's in a lot of trouble for this though. Cold snap of the EMP into the stun from DM's Centaur.
That's a really nice play from Save there, completely baiting him out. And then, you know, it was so close to him juking it out. If he gets that juke, he survives, what an amazing play. But really nice response there. You see, this first earn charge for Invoker is really important. And that's sometimes the hard part of playing Invoker. When you're stuck in your lane, you're unable to get it. You saw him TP top, not find a kill, but then rotates back mid and sets up the opportunity for him to get that. So now he has that earn. If he wants to make a move, it's much easier.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Toro, he's able to find Kingslayer. And with the curses upon him, it's going to be quite the bit of damage ticking in, but GPK's there to try and help out. Curses still tick down Kingslayer. Toro burst out of mana. DM closing the gap, in with the roar. He'll have the follow-up lockdown if necessary, but the right clicks alone, that'll do it. Yatoro trying to run, but completely surrounded by GPK, DM, and his Centaur.
Yeah, pretty funny little interaction there as DM took over the Centaur that was already EMP'd by his own Invoker, so he couldn't use the stun.
And top lane, Mirror does end up going down here. We see a quick move once more. GPK making sure to get involved in all of this early action, keep those charges up.
Yeah, GPK just in the right place at the right time, and when he's not, he makes sure he has the TP ready to get over there. He's having a very, very good start to this game. You would expect around 9 minutes for the Selena to be the one that's ahead and dominating.
DM, he just walks under the tower, kills off Miposhka. The TPing over to punish him for this. See if they're actually able to do so. The kiss is coming out, but DM, he's just going to go straight for the TP away. Beautiful. And there is nothing to stop that man.
VP are set up here. We have a level 5 on Phoenix with the Invoker, but their judgment here is that we don't have enough damage to kill the Tiny. So they're waiting for the Beastmaster to rotate back, but...
They're going to try. But you're right, even with the opening, it's not enough to burn through Yatoro straight away. Yatoro's actually looking to turn back in with a cookie over towards GPK.
Oh, he misinvoked. He invoked Cold Snap, so he doesn't have Invis for another 2 seconds. Can they chase him down, though?
They've got the toss. He's got it back up now, but the curse is already in place. Sentry ready to drop as well as GPK will die.
Oh, that one's got a sting. He misinvoked. He definitely wanted the Ghost Walk, but he got the Cold Snap instead, so unable to make the distance there.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
But yeah, you see the Luna now heading back into the jungle, starting to farm up these stacks and recovering his early game. And this is going to be really the key thing for VP, I think. How much pressure can they apply with the other heroes? They have Phoenix Egg back up now. They have Roar, Catapult way bottom. Beastmaster's gameplay, it sometimes just becomes pretty predictable because you're mostly going to look to push around the Catapult timings because that's when you get that bonus tower damage. And that is what I expect them to go for here. Most likely going to see the Phoenix rotate bottom, try to use that Catapult to apply pressure to the tower. And Spirit looks like they want to fight. They're setting up.
So at the 600 Poshka, so global, we'll be ready to break through the combo that VP will want to play with. Supernova, of course, up for them on their side.
So VP here, they're noticing that Nightfall's not getting pressured in the top lane, and this means that there are no heroes there, right? Nightfall's able to farm top, he's not getting pressured. That means DM's about to get ganked, and what do you see DM do? Fall back straight to his triangle, wait for support to come by, and now they're going to make the attempted push with all their heroes in position. Great plays from VP. They're reading the map so well right now.
They will now start to push a little further on this bottom lane.
Yeah.
Toronto Tokyo and bots at the ready will be able to join engagements. It looks like Spirit is mirroring the pressure here up top.
Yeah, Spirit recognizing, you know what, we have the better scaling. We don't need to force any fight if we don't have to. Collapse has that Midas queued up. He actually already has it finished, and he has a BKB queued up, which he already has one piece for, so he's incredibly farmed. And it's only going to start ticking in faster. He doesn't even have Devour maxed out yet, and he's already on top of the net worth graph.
It's
going to be a real problem for VP, this Doom.
2k lead
on
the passiveness. Will definitely show itself in the farm here for Spirit. VP not quite able to find a catch there with the swing around, but they'll split themselves back up. Pressure will remain on the bottom from DM.
Yeah, VP support's also moving towards the top side of the map, recognizing that DM's not under any pressure. Spirit's not looking to fight this, so moving their Phoenix back top, keeping him close by the Invoker, so they always have the damage to fight back if somebody gets caught.
Spirit, they want to make a move.
Yeah, they don't want to just have this Beastmaster controlling all their space. They don't want to get stuck in their base like they did last time.
No, even just so the Bane save's been keeping them out of their jungle completely, so they've got to try and flush them out here.
But you notice, like right now, Tiny doesn't really have a lot of space to farm. He's dropping down. He was doing very, very well at the start of the game, but at this point, there's just not many camps for them to farm. So I feel like VP are doing a good job of controlling the pace, but I'm scared of this Doom, Owen. He's getting really, really fast.
He's going to get massive. And even if Yatoro's farm gets shut down a bit, Toronto Tokyo on the Lina, we've seen it many times. The Lina can very easily carry a game on her own back as well with the damage that they can do later on.
Absolutely, and I think Team Spirit, they're like one of the few teams that I see do this consistently, where Yatoro kind of shifts between the 1 and the 3 position almost. He kind of plays like more of a supportive player from the carry position. He'll buy the carry items, but you see it, look at his item queues up. He has Echo Saber into Blink. He recognizes that's going to be his job this game.
Top lane. An attempt on to Collapse. There's a lot here with the burn of the Sunray. Using the Supernova as well, but Collapse is going to be able to walk out of the range of it all. So,
yeah, the lack of the earn charge. They just don't have enough earn charges to chase him down there.
At the same time that was happening, Spirit did have a bit of a poke at the mid. The remainder of VP's lineup in position to stop it. VP, again, just getting themselves to the jungle. You see Save and DM consistently pushing Spirit out of this, their half of the map down.
They also, VP recognizes, right, even though we didn't kill the Doom, he's out of resources, so he can't fight. What does that mean? That means that Team Spirit has to draw back on the map, and VP are allowed to walk up to this tower. They know that they have a timing until Doom regions up, until they have to reset back.
This tower, nothing can be done. They will get the deny at least, but inevitable pressure from VP in their push of DM and his summons. It's building up.
Yep.
And if they can get these objectives, they will keep the gap pretty small between the farm of both the teams.
I mean, I think Team Spirit right now, they're just trying to greed up for their BKBs. As soon as they get the BKBs, that's going to be their timing to fight. But VP are controlling so much more map space, the way the map looks right now. And if you look at the Luna, she's just catching up. She started at the bottom of the cores, now she's in 2nd place and almost caught up to the Doom. So I feel like if you're Spirit, you're not too happy with this pace, but maybe you have to accept it until BKBs come out, as Doom's caught once more.
He's going to have the back of a Yatoro though, Collapse. He's ready to try and turn. GPK into the trees to dodge Collapse, trying to get the ult off. Now the ult comes in from the Luna as Nightfall turns up to the fight. Not enough beams to burst through Collapse's Doom though. Both teams able to step back. An Eclipse and a Doom gone to waste for each respective side.
Yep, expect the smoke here from VP, right? There's no Doom, they're weak. This is going to be their time to pounce, and immediately they smoke up. They have no cooldowns. They have this Quaspex Invoker that's constantly able to fight and run around. And even the mana situation on Team Spirit is something that we need to keep close track of, because if they burn the mana, the hero is no longer a hero, right? It goes for almost every single hero that they have on their team. Lina needs the mana, Doom needs the mana.
Quick 9 mana set things up. It's close to tier 2 tower, but they've got so many up here, they'll even use the Roar.
Yeah, great kill. They just want to buy space for Nightfall. And he's closing in on that BKB. I feel like every minute that ticks by, oh no, Collapse.
Oh, that was rather a greedy attempt at a TP. They'll hide in the trees, but they've found him more money for the Luna.
Yeah, this Luna's getting scary fat, and I think once we see the Luna ready to start team fighting, expect that Roshan attempt. This Roshan's going to be so important, because if you think about Team Spirit's heroes, Tiny has basically a spell combo the way he's itemizing, right? Going for the blink, not really going to be the big auto attacker that we're used to seeing during this tournament. Lina as well relies on her ultimate, relies on her BKB to fight. Same thing goes for Doom. He just wants to Doom a guy and push for him to die, so Aegis is going to be huge.
GPK just been a huge nuisance there, forcing Yatoro back each and every time with that EMP.
It really does feel like the GPK show. He's everywhere, right?
He is. He's right in their faces.
Oh, Fiend's Grip coming out on the silencer. Even giving the kill.
They are able to blow up the Phoenix. So the trade is found here.
Yeah. Laguna Blade used. So is Fiend's Grip. But yeah, for Spirits, it's just try to get this blink on Yatoro, try to finish up the BKB. You have it on Lina now, you have it on Doom, and then once they get that blink on Yatoro, that should hopefully be their cue to try to find a fight for themselves. Because if the game continues like this, the way the map's set up just heavily favors VP.
Yeah, this, Nightfall Luna, as you mentioned before, very much on track to be able to carry this completely in any sort of action they bring them, as long as they can protect her from being doomed. And so far, things look to be pretty good for VP in that sense. Top lane, Yatoro trying to push out the wave. That's the Tiny going down. Nightfall again picking up the glory. I mean, he's been having all this space on this half of the map, and we're seeing him get some very nice kills here with the way that Team Spirit seem to be just sending one core up there at a time.
It's just abusing the night vision from the Lunar Blessing, right? Luna can see you when you can't see her, so she's able to scout that out as she comes towards that camp and farm. And, this is the perfect kill for them. If Tiny doesn't get Blink, that gives them opportunities to keep farming and keep fighting and keep deciding what's going to happen in this game. And now they have that Aegis. I think this is massive for them. Game firmly in control for Virtus Pro, I'd say.
Yeah. They're hitting the timings they're down for. Save. Forcing some TPs in here around the mid. So we'll be there to ensure that nothing else follows up from VP.
Yeah, I'm sure Yatoro right now is saying, don't fight, I just want my Blink. I just need his 400 gold. And it's going to be hard to find.
I mean, look at this. GPK starts the fight on top of the silencer. So Miposhka, no chance to return fire with a setup of a global. GPK is coming in from all the angles that Spirit least expect.
That's just great recognition from VP, right? They know where the Tiny's going to go to farm. The Tiny was right there.
I mean, this save Bane, so many games, it's just set up so much. And the show continues from the man. Instantly just able to buy time with the Nightmare for VP to join up. And VP, the triple kill on GPK. He's getting out of control. This Invoker 4-1 and 5, he is hitting full momentum. And it is, as you say, complete control of the map. Spirit, they've got to get a grip somehow.
Yeah, they're hitting their item timings, though. It's important to note Team Spirit's teamfight is not weak. They're very much capable of fighting back into this fight once they're able to group up. And in order to group up, they need to finish up these items, and now they have.
Fine save. Save. Should be pretty dead here. Tries to juke his way out of things, but with the vision down, there's no hiding in the trees.
Yeah, Blink Doom, global ready. They still have the Snapfire ult. This is a good timing for them to start looking for some sort of fight. Ooh, they see the Luna. Seems like they want the Invoker, though. They feel like they can't go on the Luna with the Aegis without it being a bad fight for them, so...
Yeah. They've got to do something about GPK. He's been getting away with so much, they'll find him! Jump in, the combos there, GPK out of the game.
Yeah, Doom wasn't even needed to be used there, so... They still have the capability of fighting into VP. And if you take a look at VP's wards, they're set up very... Team Spirit's wards, they're set up very defensively in their own jungle. And that's really where they're going to be looking to punish VP if they overextend, as they're heading over towards their vision to play close to it. So if DM shows himself on these wards, expect to pounce immediately.
On Nightfall. Still, of course, very ready to fight with the BKB and the Aegis, who commit onto Collapse, but Collapse has got the BKB, they turn straight away, they burst through the Luna. It's the first life of Nightfall gone.
Yeah, 2 BKBs burnt though, so they recognize that they can no longer fight this, and they immediately reset back without any casualties. So VP now have an opening during the BKB downtime to try to find some sort of fight. If they can do it, this was an Aegis well spent.
Spirit, they know. Even with that Aegis taken away from VP very much ready to brawl and try and see if they can get the jump. Nightfall's going for the Aegis. That means Yatoro's able to get the lead and toss it back, but the BKB's out of time. Kisses coming in from the side. VP still heading it onto Yatoro with the cold snap. Yatoro is in trouble, goes down, set up into the Raw, Sunstrike. They blow up Mirror as well. Spirit, they try and take a fight. I mean, I guess they just completely underestimated VP's potential to turn if Nightfall gets his BKB off.
I think that was as simple as just some simple miscommunication. Had Yatoro maybe yelled that out half a second faster, he gets a Doom off while he's in the air, that looks completely different. Luna's immediately dead, and you're gonna see Team Spirit running at them. But unfortunately, the communication just looked like it was slightly off there. And that just leads to the polar opposite team fight, right? They have to reset back to lose Yatoro, and Snapfire ult now expended.
Yatoro, of course, queuing up that BKB, but he's quite the while away from it. See Toronto Tokyo doing the classic Shadow Amulet setup here. Very
He's
sneaky.
been practicing this in pubs.
He has. I'll tell you what, I wish that's what happened in my games where my teammates got the Shadow Amulet.
Yeah, mine too, Owen.
Oh, save.
How does he do this? How is he just
He's just
always
there,
where
isn't
they
he? He's
are?
always there. Nightmares from everywhere. Feeds grip at the ready. Global will be used, but the time's been brought in. Nightfall's going to be charging over towards Toronto Tokyo.
This is an opening, though.
I mean, the rest of Spirit are looking to connect with Toronto Tokyo. In fact, they're going to find GPK. They knew that GPK would be looking for that wraparound, and it all ends up working out for Spirit. They read and they get into the mind of GPK this time.
Yeah, just beautiful understanding of the game, right? They understand we use global. That's going to give VP the cue to group up and look for some fight. And they've decided to smoke to their Lina, find the rotating invoker. Just really high level thinking here from Team Spirit. Something important to note, as this game does continue on into the late game, you traditionally see your Lunas buying items like Eye of Sky, or sorry, Satanic, right? In order to survive the team fights. She won't really have that luxury in this game. He should be expected to get doomed in almost every single fight. So it's going to be hard for VP, I think, after a certain point in this game, to keep scaling up, to keep relying on the Luna to output all of their damage. So for VP, it's going to be about hitting the Scotty timing on Luna and then looking to try to zone them into their base again, grab the second Aegis, and then apply the high ground pressure. You see the Luna also has skipped the shard. This is because he's planning on getting the next Roche. There's no Luna shard. He wants that from Roshan for free.
Toronto Tokyo setting up in the mid. They open up the light strike. Really good to blade as well. They're in onto the Luna. Nightfall down. Huge kill. Super swift move from Toronto Tokyo. I mean, they knew he had the amulet, but of course, getting that blade completed in between that last blade top and this play now, they weren't quite prepared for that, and Nightfall just completely misreads that item would have been online when it was.
Yeah, absolutely. And every time this Luna goes down, it's a huge opening for Team Spirit. They scale up really nicely into this game. They're going to have Shiva's Guard on Doom. They're going to have a second round of Doom. And Tiny is now recognizing that, you know what? I'm finally getting some space. I'm finally finding my farm on the map. He's going to go for BKB, and then he's going to look for that classic item build in the Silver Edge.
VP, not to be put down here. They are still sweeping into the jungle, despite the fact that Nightfall's out of action. Maybe seeing if they can catch Nia Spirit off guard. It's going to be hard though. Spirit grouped up as 4 around the mid. Toronto Tokyo will head back to reset, get that mana up. BKB Silver Edge, he's starting to gear up to be rather terrifying on this Lina if they don't get on top of him. No longer does it really matter if Yatoro's the first one to die in this fight. Toronto Tokyo is going to be dishing out the damage.
Yep, he absolutely will. And you know, the story of the 4 Protect 1 still continues for VP. If you take a look at their items, GPK is building a Linken's. They're building Lotus Orb on the Beastmaster. They really want to protect this Luna. This is going to be all about the Luna for them. So, are they going to be able to do it, or is Team Spirit's just Tricore too strong?
I mean, it's, as you said, it's always a risk. Always a risk, this 4 Protect 1 against the Doom.
Yeah, it absolutely is.
Radiant's middle tower.
We saw VP here very aggressive on the dive inside the base last game. They're looking for something similar here in Toronto Tokyo. Cold snap.
Grab grip straight away. Global, it's in play.
Man, this global's come in huge front of Tokyo twice now. It's really stopping VP from making the pickoffs that they want, but it's still an opening, right? No global. Roshan could spawn in 20 seconds if VP's lucky.
And if they're able to clean up that Roche, that pretty much will be the money for Nightfall to have that Skadi complete. So very close to this next sort of power spike when they'll have the tools and able to get out. Ooh, a little close there top with the tornado, but the TP's out in time. Spirit's away.
Yeah, and we saw this in the last game too. When Roshan's about to come up, where does VP go? Well, straight into the Radiant Triangle.
Yep.
Control the space. Make sure they're pushing in the top lane. Make sure you're pushing in the mid lane. Force Team Spirit to come to you and fight under your vision.
Oh, they're coming. Smoke up from Spirit, ready to head out the base.
And you see Spirit, they're dodging this ramp that's closest to the ward because they recognize that there's most likely going to be vision there. And they're just running all the way up through the top lane to make sure that they avoid any sort of fight under VP's vision.
This is going to be pretty huge as Spirit can catch them off guard, but Lincoln's now complete on GPK, so we'll be there for the next fight. They've also got the Lotus Orb on the Beastmaster.
Ooh,
GPK.
they saw the Lina.
They did. Toronto Tokyo's got to be cautious. And in close, Tori's in with the jump straight away onto the Luna. The Nightmare is buying time. Is he going to keep him blind? It's not. The Doom still comes down. Nightfall to go down. Turn with the Roar onto this Lina as Toronto Tokyo Supernova stun in the face as well. As the Lina down, VP they want to try and chase on for more, and they're going to find Maposhka. Cold Snap into the Sun Ray. He freezes and burns at the same time.
Okay, but Nightfall's buyback was expended. If Roshan does not spawn for them within the timer, this is very good for Team Spirit. You see how fast this Luna dies. They're not able to keep her alive. They need the Aegis. Unless she can dodge out some of these spells, she's going to be dying.
Top lane collapse. Very close to being caught there by GPK. He's going to go out for the TP around the tree line. He's out.
Beautiful juke. He tried to use the Sunstrike to provide him with vision to cancel the TP, but unfortunately just didn't. If you're VP right now, you're praying that Roshan spawns. They don't know the timer the way we do.
Absolutely not. It's not going to be up until Spirit do have the full lineup back up. Sure, the Doom itself won't be back online. Still about a 30-second window between that and the Roshan, but everything else, it will be there. And then we are seeing if Yutoro gets that lead in, even without the ultimate from the Doom, that initiation and time for them to throw everything out, it's enough.
Yeah,
so mid-DM, he's going to go for the Roar onto the Doom and collapse. I think he's going to be all right. Does have to use the BKB here to run out the Sunray. But now, that's another threat that won't be there for the Roshan. DM, no Roar.
Yeah, absolutely. And look at the bottom rune. Take a look at what's at the bottom rune.
Oh, and look who's near it. Nightfall is around if he catches vision of it. This could be exactly what they need around a fight. Now, this Roshan, as we said, it's not going to be too easy for VP, with Spirit being back up.
Yeah, Roshan's up. I'm sure they're thinking about it right now.
Who's going to check that DD? It's still there. Need the team with eyes on it.
Yep.
No one going to check it. Save. You won't be here for this Roshan. No buyback on save.
Yeah, this is an opportunity for Team Spirit to try to look to make some sort of map control play, de-ward the potential wards that VP might have in their triangle, gain control of that area, and here you go. Maposhka finds it right away. He has a gem and 2 sentries. That's how committed he is to making sure that there's no vision on them.
And this is going to be huge. The buyback comes out from save. They want to do everything to maintain control of the Roche. It's back up. GPK did see the DD. I imagine Nightfall is going to head over to pick it up. He's going to be able to grab it before it disappears, so DD rune at the ready. Yep. Still just 200 gold really off that Skadi. Would have been great for him if he could somehow get that online before the fight. VP, they're already smoked up around mid, ready for someone to step at Toronto Tokyo's got to be cautious.
He absolutely has to be cautious. He is their source of damage. He's their answer for the egg. If he doesn't get to stand his ground in the fights, it could be very, very hard for Team Spirit. Just the same as if the Luna goes down. Without the Lina, they just don't have that firepower to really finish targets off as the Skadi finishes, but this DD was most likely not going to get used for anything.
No, it's going to run out soon.
Both teams recognize this Roshan's everything. Yep. Whoever gets it is going to have a huge advantage.
Buybacks are pretty important as well. GPK just 50 gold off his, so he's close to... Yeah, he's going to have it. So there will be buybacks available across the board, really.
Yep.
And they will certainly be coming out around this Roche, especially once some of the bigger ultimates have been used. If VPC, the Doom drop, Global Silence popped, they will absolutely invest those buybacks to secure Roshan.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if you're Spirit here, you're probably thinking, do we want to use this opportunity while the Luna's buyback is on cooldown? First, and like, is it worth running into the vision to get that opportunity, or is it not? I'm sure that's the kind of conversation that's going on in their booth right now. Do we want to run in, fight when Luna can't, or do we want to wait for them to come to us?
I mean, when you look at these two teams at the moment, when they're playing sort of around the stalemate near the Roshan, who is it easier for to start the fight?
I don't actually think it's easier for either team. You have the Hawk and VP to smoke behind, but you know, you expect there to be some sort of sentry, and if they spot the Hawk coming into their triangle, you know what's coming next. That's a smoked up VP behind it. So both teams understanding that it's very, very hard to move into each other. But I just have to imagine you're thinking about it if you're Team Spirit. It'd just be so juicy. You know, the Luna has no buyback, and you know she has no buyback.
Nearly still 4 minutes on that buyback cooldown for Nightfall. See, DM, he did have the money for the blink. He's maybe holding off in case he himself doesn't want to keep the buyback available, so he can get back over to that outpost and offer up his services if he's the one that gets initiated upon. The VP, they're going to start things off here in the pit. They're going to... He's all right. He's not going to find Nightfall. Nightfall having the BKB up. The Tornado comes out at the same time with the group as well. They've locked down the Doom. Collapse has been found. Instant buyback from Collapse. DM ticking down low to the Curse. They'll try and get the Beastmaster out of there. Will DM go down the once? A bit of a heal from the Stone Rage. Will keep DM protected. So all in all, it's the Doom having to expend the buyback.
The Lina still has BKB.
And huge. He walked straight into it. You see the step up for GPK. The Doom is down. Dropped onto the Luna. The Lotus was there, so having to deal with the Doom himself, but he got his job done. Collapse. He doesn't mind taking his own Doom. As that's Nightfall down for 100 seconds. GPK did buy back. But a bit of a very risky way for GPK to try and approach that fight. Walking in, he's got to be almost certain that Team Spirit have the sentry down.
They actually did sentry their ward first, so just great positioning by Impulsion, running in as fast as possible, dropping that sentry and ward.
It's alright. Never great job. He's caught the silent. He's got him. Can they heal off?
Great EMP.
They're burning through. You're trying to take it from GPK. He goes straight over towards the Invoker. GPK tries to push him back with the Deathly Blood, but GPK goes down. Kingslayer will kill off your turret, but another light strike from Toronto Tokyo. Sets up for the kill on Kingslayer. He's now ready to go over towards DM. DM trying to step away. See if they've got the chase down. Able to remove the debuff with the Lotus Orb. DM. He's going to be found by the slope from Mirror. Break it comes in. The little shredder. It'll get the job done, surely.
Immediate buyback. They don't want to give up Roshan. They understand. Maybe we can't kill them, but as long as there's 3 of us alive, they won't be willing to go into the Rosh pit because it's going to cost them too many resources and it'll drop too low from trying to tank Roshan. So the stalemate continues. I think
it does.
VP, they survived the no buyback Luna here. It's huge for them.
They did. Indeed, even in a situation where you look at the death timers and GPK and Nightfall down at the moment, as you say, with what they're able to hit back with, there's almost certainly going to be time for at least Nightfall to get back in before anything kicks off again. We'll see this fight once more. You said we're just great read of getting that sentry down.
Actually. They're attempting to get the Roshan.
They are. Toronto Tokyo is trying. The Roar comes out, but the Lotus is there. The Roar back onto him on his own self. DM's in trouble. DM, he's still alive. The Sunray Heal, Kingslayer keeps DM alive.
Oh my god, how
Roshan is so low. Toronto Tokyo wants to step back in. Light strike, where it's going to miss. He doesn't catch even on stage because the Global Silence comes out. Toronto Tokyo commits to finish off the Roshan. They get it, Team Spirit.
Oh, it's so huge. But are they out?
Oh, the birds! They're coming in on Toronto Tokyo, but he's out. Lotus and the Silver Edge, he'll disappear. Mirror will get left behind. They're tempted to go back in. Toronto Tokyo wants to take down Nightfall. He's in with the Laguna, forces out the BKB from Nightfall. But they got what they came for. Aegis on Toronto Tokyo. Spirit able to sneak in and take it.
Absolutely. This is huge because it slows down VP's game plan. VP's game plan was to try to win the game on the second Aegis. Now if they're even going to have a chance to win the game, they need to make sure that they get the next one that comes up. And in order to even just get there, they have to survive the second Aegis. So for VP, you're not really thinking about your game plan anymore. You're off the win condition that you initially tried to set up, and your mindset is just like, okay, how do we survive the next 10, 11 minutes until Roshan spawns again?
I mean, and how do you have to just go full defensive?
I think like every single team approaches this in a different way. Some teams start split pushing really heavily. Some teams like to group up and like play on the defense. When I think of VP, I feel like they're traditionally a team that likes to play when they're in control. They're rarely put in this position, right? They left the DPC with I think 14 wins, 0 losses. They're not used to being put behind like this. So I think this is a tough position for VP to be in, and it's a position I would imagine they don't have a lot of practice in either.
Definitely a scary time for them to be put in that position here. Game 3 in an elimination series here at the International.
Yep. We have some big items coming up soon. I think if you're Team Spirit, you're starting to think about, all right, how do we set up this timing to be as strong as possible for us?
Safe.
You have... Brave. Doom, closing in on the refresher. Lina's eyeing up that Hex. And you see Yatoro's finally coming around to that auto attack build. He has the shard. I believe he got it from Roshan. And
I think that, yeah, was the second one.
Yeah, Silver Edge finished up, and he's going to start looking at that AC. So he's going to turn into a third carry. We talked about how he kind of started his game off more as an offlaner than he was a carry, and now he's slowly shifting back into that carry position.
Yeah, it certainly is. Closing the gap on Nightfall's Luna. Just 1k between them now. Spirit out with the smoke. They know they're ahead. 8k advantage right now off the back of that last sort of few minute long fight around the Roshan.
Save is closing in on a Aghanim Scepter, I believe. But he does have a Force Staff queued up, so it might change his mind at any given time.
VP know though, 3 of them right up by their tier 3s. They know how strong Spirit is here.
Yep. Spirit also respecting Virtus Pro's ability to fight. If they can hold a high ground on vision, it's going to be very difficult for them to run into. So they're keeping their formation, making sure they're always moving in with the right heroes in front. And that, in this case, is the Aegis Lina. Also, Lincoln Sphere finished up on the Lina, so very hard for the Virtus Pro initiators to really get on top of her. The only real initiation they have to catch her is some sort of Enfeeble from Bane, coordinated with the Roar from the Beastmaster. So it's going to be a 2-player initiation. Gotta make sure you have that coordination on point.
As we're seeing one of them always put to a stop thanks to the global potential. So further limiting the way they can start off the action, VP.
Team Spirit playing with so much discipline though. Look at it. Tiny's not walking up to clap the tower because unless he knows he's safe. Really playing this patiently. Just walks up, hits it twice, backs off. You know, they understand. We cannot give away the wrong target. We might be stronger, but it's only under the right circumstances. As long as we play it right, we will edge out in the fights. Make one mistake, and it's not the case. We see Luna eyeing up the Satanic. This is an item, you know, I think is really hard to use against Doom, but they have 2 Lotus Orbs and a Lincoln Sphere, so it's all about keeping this Luna alive. If she's able to live, if she's gonna be able to stay alive and use that Satanic, that might be a game changer.
Bottom! Global straight away, of course, to keep trying to Tokyo safe. That's gonna be saved dead.
Yeah, and he did just finish up that Aghanims, and I'm sure Team Spirit saw that. And Bane is not a hero that has a lot of gold, so they should be thinking to themselves, most likely this Bane does not have a buyback.
Especially now with the refresher done on Collapse. They'll be very happy to make the moves. Aegis timing out. But that ability to pretty much even guarantee a Doom on 1 target, or if Collapse is able to find them grouped up, get the Doom down onto 2.
Yep, Spirit has really nice vision set up though on the top side of the map. And when you're playing Radiant, this is where you want vision if you want to wait for the next Roche shot. This is going to give Spirit an advantage going into the next Roche fight. You know, maybe recognizing we don't have the best high ground tools yet. We need the AC on the Tiny in order to go high ground. So they're just playing it patient. They understand with a second Aegis, all we needed to do was take map control and make sure that VP has to fight us under our circumstances. And they're recognizing that, you know what, our Lina probably outscales most heroes in this game at this point. VP doesn't really have great heroes to catch people in the back line. So just really good game understanding from Spirit. Are we gonna see a Rax trade?
I mean, someone's gonna surely back off. I mean, GPK is here trying to hold them off of this damage. My goodness, the base not standing a chance. It's gone, the Rax, they're done for.
Kingslayer TP cancelled, no Phoenix in base.
Collapse. Can he keep himself on top of DM? And he's going to be met by the wraparound of Toronto Tokyo. It's a dead Beastmaster for sure. Rax taken, Rax defended. DM down, no buyback for 50 seconds.
Yeah, huge opening for Team Spirit. You saw how fast they kill that Rax in the top lane if they want to. Expect them to start looking for that middle lane next. I don't even know how VP hold them off. I can't even think of a scenario in which this defense works.
I mean, as we see, sort of just one death and the barracks will be gone. They've got so much pushing power here.
Yep, Nightfall using the ninja gear to smoke himself up, then puts in the Elven Tunic. He's trying to get every little bit that he can out of his hero right now.
Has to be so careful. Spirit, if they get any sort of jump, it could be game over for VP.
Spirit playing it so patiently though. They're not giving it to VP, they're refusing to overextend. I'm sure if you're VP right now, you're feeling the pressure. You understand, you know what? Our game plan was not this. This is not the position in the game we wanted to be in. And I think this is the position where you start making mistakes. So for VP, it's going to be, how can we stay as disciplined as possible? They have the gold for the Satanic on the Luna, but he's not buying it just quite yet.
I mean, buyback's going to be so important at this stage. Especially when you're playing the 4 Protect 1. You're doing it against a Doom, you have to be sure that you're there for a second round in the fight if they get the jump on you.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for VP, you want to try to find these wards. These 2 wards that are alive for Team Spirit, they're huge. This is what's not preventing VP from moving over into towards the Roshan side. And they must be going through VP's heads. They must be thinking about the vision that Team Spirit has right now. They have 4 wards on the map. They basically see everything. They're controlling both the dire jungles, and there's no way VP's playing on the Radiant side, right? So Team Spirit are basically playing with map pack at this point in the game. Neposhka's had a great game. We actually haven't touched on it, but he's been playing amazingly well. The globals have been on point. I think he saved Toronto Tokyo 3 times.
He has, from save.
Without those saves, he wouldn't be at like 28,000 net worth at this point in the game.
No, it's, you know, with how well Save plays his Bane, it's one of those things that when you see it in practice and how good Miposhka makes it look, you kind of wonder why other teams haven't done this as a direct answer. It really ruins that sort of flow that the VP want to play. We saw in previous games of this series where they just go kill to kill with the setup. Mid lane, you get the catch up to Toronto Tokyo with the roar. The global comes out, but Toronto Tokyo, he's not surviving this. BKB popped, it won't keep him alive, he's dead. 100 seconds. I mean, Roshan, it's up in a minute, so there'll be about a 40-second window when Roche is up. The Lina isn't. See if VP's able to make anything work with this.
Yeah, so VP, you know what? They decide like halfway through the potential Roshan spawn timer. So for those of you who don't know, Roshan can spawn in a random timer between 8 to 11 minutes from the last time that he died. VP decided to smoke during that gap. Unfortunately for them again, Roshan doesn't spawn during the timer where they're strong and Team Spirit are weak. But like you touched on, they will have an opening.
There's a little window. It depends how quickly they spot it out and if it's going to be enough. You know, yes, there are hawks everywhere. They will see as soon as it's up. But Team Spirit, of course, still very scary with just the 4 of them. With the lead that they have, 15k up as a team right now.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see them fight it.
Yeah. Absolutely. The buyback status as well is not quite as good for Spirit. Still 3 of their heroes without the money for the buyback. You see on VP, they're playing it much more cautious. Everybody buyback at the ready.
Yep, they understand that, you know, if we don't get this Roshan, it's done. There is no item in the game that's more valuable for us than this Aegis. So it really is going to come down to Roche, and it spawns a refresher.
30 seconds, no Toronto Tokyo. This is ideal for VP. Some crucial components in the start of a potential turnaround. As the Roche, it's all theirs. Spirit nowhere near to be seen. Aegis, Refresher Shard, and again, no love for the cheese.
They don't like cheese on VP.
Yeah, okay. All right, I mean that...
That could potentially be game-changing.
I think that's pretty important,
Yeah.
You've got to use everything you get to get... Can get to get back in on this one. You're down at the moment. Cheese left behind.
If they lose this game, they're going to regret that a lot.
They are. They really are.
Yeah. Once again, we have a standoff. VP now finally getting rid of these pesky wards.
Look at this Toronto Tokyo. He's in with the burst straight away. They've got the grid coming out of the globals there. Nightfall being fully focused down by Toronto Tokyo. Nightfall to go down.
He's standing his ground alone against 4 heroes on Toronto Tokyo.
He's got the backup coming in. He needs it. Jump forward for collapse. The Doom goes down. Finds his target. If they can get any follow-up, the kisses are coming in. They're having a backup refresher. Pop by collapse. He's ready to go in once more. They're healing up the Luna. The tree hit comes in hard. Nightfall still alive for now. GPK trying to force back the rest of Spirit. They know no Lina for 80 seconds, but VP, they will be cautious. They won't try and push on for any more. They'll accept it as it is.
Surely they know this Lina has no buyback, right? I don't know, actually. Who plays like a madman?
I mean,
it's so hard to understand.
I was going to say, Spirit is playing without buyback on some of their cores in a way that, as you say, you just wouldn't expect them to do so. So VP may be hesitant due to the fact that they feel that the Toronto Tokyo could still make a re-entry here. We'll see how hard they do push it.
Yeah. Important to note, Doom refreshed. He has 1 more Doom ready, but so did Phoenix. The refresher shard has been expended. So there's another egg on Virtus Pro's side too.
Sora's going to step in his start, cleaning up the creeps. BKB has to come out. That's Nightfall. Starting to focus the damage onto the base. Fortification out. Then they're going to realize soon that this Lina ain't returning for 30 seconds still.
I love this from VP. As Kyle famously said, that's playing to win, baby.
Dirax, it's theirs, VP. Starting to equalize the state of each bases.
So when you see the buyback timer hit about 15 seconds, you kind of know this guy won't buy back. Even if he has it at this point, he's not going to expend it. So, you know, VP, they don't really have any information to play with here. They're just going to back off, probably thinking, you know what, next Roshan. It's unfortunate for all the people watching, but I think that's really what it's going to come down to.
I mean, next Roshan as well, someone's going to get a bonus cheese out of it.
Oh, right, that's right.
So it's going to be even more of a reward for whichever side grabs it.
Yep, so we got Invoker eyeing up a Hex. We have DM eyeing up a BKB. And, you know, for Phoenix, I'd say maybe try to start farming that Refresher. They need that. The Sunray seems to be crucial. He actually doesn't have the Aghanim Shard. I'm quite surprised by that.
Oh, see, now they picked up the cheese now, GPK. Finally finding it here, so...
I think if you're VP, the dream teamfight scenario is finding that silencer, but it's going to be really, really hard. Devoshka is just hiding very well. He almost has a Refresher, by the way.
So they want to jump Toronto Tokyo. Looks like a bit of a bait. There's the jump. Yatora collapsed. They're straight over the high ground. They're in on a kick save. Gets the supernova. Doom down onto the Luna, but with the egg out, there's no Sunray to help the Luna as life falls out. GPK will turn with the BKB to commit back onto Collapse. So 2 for 1 with Save buying back. We're also going to have a buyback for Collapse because Toronto Tokyo, he's just charging in on VP. VP having a run. GPK can't stop. They've got the grip from the lower ground, but Yatora jumps in with the Avalanche. Can't quite find the Bane though. The grip persisting, holding back Toronto Tokyo. It doesn't matter though. Yatora, he's got enough damage on his own to finish off GPK whilst Toronto Tokyo's held back.
Buybacks were expended though. You no longer have buyback on Collapse and no more buyback on Save. So VP now, because they didn't use the buybacks on their cores, they're going to get a fight in their team fight. And they have the roar ready. So most likely what you're going to see is some sort of initiation attempt come out from VP into the immediate buybacks.
Sure. But if you are Spirit, you do want to force these buybacks out, right?
Absolutely. If you don't get the buybacks out, you're fighting at a numbers disadvantage at the next row.
So you're getting the buybacks and then you're getting out of there, or what?
I think that's great, but you'd never know. Spirit has been playing very aggressively this game, and they might as well just commit for it. Who knows? They want the Luna, though. It's not enough with the Invoker. They want both for sure.
It's the fortification, so that's something.
Yep. Spirit reading the fact that VP want initiation before they blink in, so they're dropping the Lotus Orb prematurely here.
Can they get that Nightfall buyback? It's only 20 seconds. Looks like Team Spirit are going to back off, not feeling that they can pressure it out any longer.
Yep. Still in a comfortable position, Spirit. They have been able to take over the map now, and they have their heroes wherever they want to be. So VP need to be scared when they move out of their base. And you notice how they're swinging up to the top side of the map? Well, that's because they saw Team Spirit at the bottom. So don't really want to run into a potential Team Spirit sitting on a high ground situation anywhere.
Now they come VP. Cheese has been passed over to Nightfall for the next move.
Yep, this move is coming out a little bit prematurely. Roshan can't really spawn yet, so even if you get kills here, you won't get the Aegis. And I would say this is probably due to the fact that it's, you know, TI, Game 3. They feel the pressure.
Toronto Tokyo's heading in. He's going to get the Light Strike array down onto Nightfall, but they want to jump. The Shitora's looking to try and get him from the side. He's got his eyes on DM. Nightfall charging in onto Toronto Tokyo, but doesn't want to go any further. Tiger Shitora's in with the combo. Nightfall pops the BKB. BKB out for now. VP are having to reset. The BKB's going to wear off on him, and DM's already used it as well. Toronto Tokyo coming in with the BKB. The global side is shooting the X out, but it's immediately taken down. Hex from GPK onto Toronto Tokyo. Buyback straight up from Kingslayer. Mirrors in with a 4-man slow. Yatoro in with a 3-man combo. Triple kill for Yatoro. Collapse got the Doom down onto DM. They're chasing out the Beastmaster. DM's out of action. Buybacks from both Nightfall and DM, but Save and GPK, they do not have the luxury of returning to this fight.
This Tiny is going to chonk down those base towers, and they have buyback on Lina, on Tiny, on Snapfire, and Silencer. It's only the Doom, and his job is done, right? He's taken out 2 heroes. He's used his Doom. So whether he lives or dies here in this next fight, it doesn't really matter. For Team Spirit, Now you just gotta stay focused, make sure you keep the right heroes in front, don't make any mistakes, and this game is very likely gonna be yours.
They're so close to grabbing it here, Spirit. One more good jump from Collapse with a Doom, and it's pretty much going to be game over for VP. There it is. The jump's in. They're on to Nightfall. Nightfall. He stands no chance at all as the Luna will fall. Kingslayer as well. GG is called as Team Spirit knock VP out of the competition.
Oh man, who would have believed this coming into TI? Team Spirit, I don't think they've ever beaten VP in an official before. Finally, at TI.
At TI.
Overcome it.
What a time to do it. VP, they've always looked like that unstoppable beast of the region, and Spirit, I mean, you can already feel it in the series leading up to this. Spirit getting that magic, that LAN performance from some of these new faces that before TI you wouldn't have expected to see, but the confidence they're displaying on this main stage in games like this, you got to ask yourself, how far can these guys go? And if they keep this sort of level of performance up against a team like VP, who already, back in the first series of VP on the main stage, it was clear that VP, they're not playing bad. They turned up full power, but still, Spirit, they're able to shoot them down.
Yeah, absolutely. VP can hold their heads high, but I feel that magic in the air when I look at Team Spirit playing. It's reminding me of a TI 8 underdog team.
Absolutely. What a series. What a game 3 from Spirit. It was a well drawn out one. VP, they tried their best to get themselves back into the action, but each and every time Spirit's reads and moves were incredible. Ladies and gentlemen, Spirit will continue on here at the International 2-1, knocking out Virtus.pro.
We got smiles all around. Look at that manager reaction. Oh, Team Spirit, they have this roster, regardless, has never beaten Virtus.pro. Taken games, yes, but never a series. This org, as we started our series out with, the record was 29-1. With only one game, only the first series they played going to Team Spirit. The next time they chose to beat Virtus.pro, it was $1 million game here on the main stage at TI10. Top 4 guaranteed for Team Spirit. Holy cow, what a performance. That was crazy. I love that game. I'm sure everybody did.
The
as well.
long con. You defeat me 20 times, 21 times, but I'll win when it matters. Yeah.
All these random little qualifiers, you can
They
take
meant
them
nothing.
They meant nothing to me.
We heard Insania say something at the end of that cast, by the way. He felt that he was seeing some of the TI8 magic of a certain underdog team. He was, of course, alluding to OG that ended up winning the whole thing. Tsunami, are you feeling that too?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
Come on.
Just because you can
yeah.
just because you can dethrone them doesn't mean that you can become them. All right?
Okay.
Unless they're just absorbing the power of all the teams that they beat, then it's a possibility. But so far, I need to see them get top 3 before I can start making claims like, "Oh my God, new OG."
Oh my God, new OG! Look at them. The
OG.
magic, the way they're playing, the aggression, the execution.
God, it's so fun. It's
The
I'm
1-2
all
punch,
down.
right?
I'm
I'm down. I agree with Blizzard here. I'm down to give them that flair, that spark, because they got to top 4. We said at the start of this panel, Eastern Europe hasn't really been at this position since I believe it was like TI3. So that alone is already a little bit of magic for the region. Team Spirit, the entire season, lived in the shadows of VP. Most teams probably looked at this. Most people looked at the series going VP would win because, of course, they've dominated every time in the matchups. So I think you can give Spirit the edge. They beat OG today. They beat VP today, and then tomorrow they've got to battle up against a little bit of China. That's going to be a rough one, but of course, it's top 4 at TI for a team that most people probably would have put 12. Coming into this maximum. Yeah.
Not us though, right?
No.
On our predictions, we had them really high.
Of course.
Shout out to my fantasy. I didn't actually have OG cards, so I went all in on Spirit, and oh baby, did it pay off! I'm shooting to the top of that leaderboard. It all paid off.
It was a great performance. I want to highlight the Snapfire. Because that I felt like we saw some $1 million cookies in that
Mira was
in that game.
Shotguns.
On point.
He was on fire.
But also, he was on fire, but it was Yatara as well. How many times at the end of that game did we see Tiny just blinking into like 5 heroes? Point, VP being clumped up as 5 was kind of weird. But anyway, the Tiny jumping in, finding all of them, and then enabling these, cookies to come on top of that. It was, just Team Spirit, their teamfight execution. Like, we lightly commented on this coming into TI. Like, this is a team to watch out for. Like, during these ESL events, they were ruthless. If they can actually, connect and have the easy execution, in this game, same thing happened. Like if they get that little bit of stride, that little edge, they're gonna outplay you in some of these bigger team fights.
We are all very, very excited about Team Spirit, but of course, every time a team wins, there is a team on the other side that loses, and we are going to highlight that as well as Sumi is ready to talk to DM.
Thank you very much, Shiver. I am here with DM from Virtus Pro. So DM, you guys started as VP Prodigy and you did so well that you got moved to the main roster, and now you have just confirmed that you are one of the best players in the world. How did you prepare for TI?
For TI, we changed our playstyle like a month before. We did bootcamp with our coach, and we're trying to play a new style of Dota for us because we saw that this playstyle can help us to win TI, obviously. I think playstyle and its idea is basically very okay. It's just when you go later and you do some mistakes with our playstyle, it's harder to win. So, I mean, today we lost. One day we'll win. So I think we just keep trying and doing our best. I think when you keep improving, like let's say some teams of, let's say EG, they're playing the same playstyle for like 2 or 3 years, and maybe one day our playstyle understanding will be that much good that we'll win TI. So let's just keep moving forward and see what happens.
A lot of your fans were cheering throughout the entire match, and they were also saying that they were super excited to see Virtus Pro play some super high-level Dota. Do you have anything to say to all of your fans who have been supporting you?
Thanks everyone who are supporting us. I think overall we did give you a lot of fun games to watch. Sometimes to throw, sometimes to just run on enemies, but overall it was a fine view. So keep cheering up for us, and I think we'll keep improving to make our gameplay win us games, so you get even more glad. Thank you guys.
Thank you so much, DM, for a fantastic interview. Shiver, back to you.
Thank you very much, Sumi and DM. And this was DM's first main stage. He is part of the youngest team at TI. That did not seem that way.
No, I've been impressed with his media skills since the beginning. Whenever he first popped up on the camera, I was just like, oh my god, he looks dead inside. This is not good. Then total consummate professional after that. And I'm glad that someone who is so young has such a positive outlook, because I think like if it is your first TI and you're like, oh my god, it's all falling down now. What are we going to do? I'm going to worry about disband, stuff like that. No, he had his head held up high.
This team only is just getting started. Team that is also still starting. I mean, they're still doing fine, is of course Team Spirit. We are able to talk to Collapse right now, who's with Frankie.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, and we've got Crystal May standing by from the Russian broadcast as well to help us a little bit with the interview. So thank you, first of all. Now, Collapse. Today, both OG and Virtus Pro have targeted you specifically in the draft. And also in Game 2, they bullied your Tidehunter. Do you feel victimized?
Ну, ты понял, да? Тебя, в общем... Чувствовал ли ты себя жертвой, когда тебя постоянно банили всех твоих героев на протяжении всего этого времени?
Да... Ну, как бы да, потому что на этих героях очень хорошо играл, мы постоянно с ними выигрывали. Но, думаю, и с OG, и с ВП там мы нашли ленивого героя. Просто во второй игре мы просто сделали плохой распик, на самом деле. Мы взяли Виспа вместе с Тайдом, а это успехом не обвенчалось, так сказать. Ну, а так, да пусть банят, все равно герои найдутся всегда.
Okay, yeah, he was a little bit disappointed because he cannot play on his favorite heroes, and then they got there on a second map, but draft with a Wisp and Tidehunter. He didn't like it, and also, but he said like, let them ban. It's totally okay. I'm gonna play it.
So tell me about the draft going into Game 3, because talking to Coach Silent before the match started, he didn't seem too confident.
Ну, в третьей игре у нас был такой... Что у нас вообще было? Я уже забыл все.
У тебя был Doom, была Лина на миде, был сейфлейн Ятара Тини.
Да, я вспомнил. Но у нас так-то на КВшках просто мы не особо часто пикали Дума, но мы его хотели пикать, но у нас просто не получалось. И в Думе не особо были уверены, но, как показала игра, там он нормально заходил. Ну а насчет остальных героев, да, драфт, в принципе, окей был, просто вот именно Doom, типа такое слабое звено был.
Draft was okay, but Doom, we played a lot with them on a Clan Wars, but it wasn't feel well. but in this game it felt like really good.
And also, I've got to talk to you about whether it feels good to finally beat this lineup of Virtus Pro, because I don't believe you've ever beaten them before as this version of Team Spirit. And now, not only have you done it, but you've done it to beat them into the top 4 at the International, and you've earned yourself an extra $1 million. Tell me how that feels.
I'm speechless.
It's okay. I have that effect on people sometimes. Let's blame it on the questions. Herosh, congratulations. Absolutely huge to see you here at your first ever TI, 19 years old. This is the offlaner to watch out for, let me tell you. Thank you so much, guys. Let's head back to the desk.
Yeah, it is incredible to think about what this team is doing right now. Team Spirit moving forward here at the International 10, guaranteed top 4. I think anybody would be speechless after just playing a game for extra $1 million to their prize money, because that now makes $2.4 million, by the way. That was an incredible series. And it also marks the end of the Virtus Pro run here, Lizard.
Yep. These boys, these men, have been together for quite some time now, and a lot of faith, but also a lot of pressure was put on them to perform under the biggest organization that there is when it comes to Dota in the Eastern Europe at the moment. That probably did get to them a little bit, but there's a rising star, the Collapse, and the boys.
Yeah. Both of these teams, of course, are the youngest teams at the International. Now only one remains with Team Spirit. Let's take a look at where that puts them in the brackets, because today we had 3 series coming your way, and all 3 were elimination games. We have said goodbye to OG, T1, and now also a Virtus Pro. And I must say, the games today, it is heating up here in Bucharest, absolutely. Of course, we still also have on the horizon an upper bracket finals to look forward to. Team Secret and PSG LGD. That's going to be a blockbuster of tomorrow for sure. But the lower bracket, that's the brutal part, right? It's part of competition. We only need one team to crown champion, but I really like all the teams. I just want to see a lot of them do well. It's a tough part of the competition.
My favorite part of TI is when the event first starts, we have these paper brackets on the wall that we production use to keep track. And it's completely empty. No teams have been filled in because we haven't even started the group stage yet. And then each day, more and more, a few names get put in. A few names get put in the red fields, a few names get put in the green fields that move on. And these last 3 days, whenever the weekend starts, it's so fraught with anticipation because you've been through so much over this. And now 2 Chinese teams, an Eastern European team and a European team are going to prevail in the top 4.
And it's the anticipation, right? You got Team Spirit, I think, becoming obviously like a fan favorite to some degree. A lot of the the Western teams have been knocked out at this point, so really can Team Spirit kind of continue that wave of momentum going up against maybe Vici Gaming or IG tomorrow? But yeah, all of these series tomorrow. I also
we have 2 all chatters in the lower bracket. On one side we have
easy game.
On the other we have question mark. Which one is stronger?
Oh no.
We don't know yet if it will be easy game versus question mark. Of course, Vici Gaming will have something to say about that. But we do have 5 teams left. There were 18 before, but now there's only 5. Tomorrow we'll find out one of the teams that will make it to the grand finals guaranteed with that upper bracket finals. And we will say goodbye to 2 more teams. You know, the culling is going fast. Culling is going very fast. The Dota has been going very fast. We have had some really amazing games today, though. That is for sure. Tomorrow will be another day full of amazing Dota 2 games. That was it today from Bucharest. We are going to give the late game guys a much needed break. But of course, they'll be back later, and we will be back later with more International 10. See you tomorrow.
Bring him on down, hook shot, try to salvage it, it's not going to be enough. OG don't have an answer for the mag, and Saksa also gets killed. Unbelievable. unbelievable composure and presence of mind coming from this Team Spirit roster.
Too, right? I mean, all that damage was magical.
Effort right now, a nice Starbreaker, but Puyoyo should be able to finish him off as most of T1 just hightailing back to base. Carl gets taken out, no Dragon Form for you. And Vici Gaming look primed and ready to force a game number 3, Cinderin.
They're going to commit, collapse, in with the Ravage, he's back.